Vhumad God Chapter 4567 to Chapter 4650. Sister Xiyu, you've come out of seclusion. Xianxia happily walked over. The person who came was Xianxia. After she came back, she immediately called people to inquire about Lin Xian's situation. Soon, she got the news and prepared to come over. When she came near, she saw a sky full of power and demonic beasts attacking. She knew that Lin Xian was in danger, so she immediately used violet flowers to seal everything. Sister Xiyu, don't bother. This guy is too arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said. Xianxia shook her head. Sister Yunxiu, give me face and stop. This is Lin Gongzi, he's my benefactor. Benefactor, Xianxia was stunned. Young Master Xiaoyao and the others were also stunned. What's going on? Xianxia waved her hand, and the violet flowers in the sky disappeared, allowing everyone to move again. She then walked forward and said, Lin Gongzi, I've let you see a joke. Sister didn't hurt you, did she? No. Lin Xian shook his head. Even if Xianxia didn't attack, these people couldn't hurt him. Heavens, what's going on? The people from the surrounding sects were all stunned. Wasn't the legendary Xianxia an ice beauty? She didn't care about anyone. Why was she so enthusiastic about Lin Xian? Even Xianxia was stunned. Was she dreaming? Sister Xiyu, you weren't deceived by this guy, were you? Xianxia didn't believe it. Xianxia said, alright, stop fooling around. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Lin Gongzi? I just happen to lack a helper. Why don't you give me Lin Gongzi? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were even more stunned. Their eyes instantly turned red. Xianxia was also a pearl genius, but compared to Xianxia, she was still a little lacking. Xianxia's identity was a true goddess, an existence that countless people looked up to. However, Xianxia didn't want to be a disciple, so no one could do anything. They didn't expect that today she would personally ask. Xianxia gnashed her teeth in anger. She fiercely glared at Lin Xian. Where did this guy get such good luck from? However, since Xianxia had spoken, it was not good for her to say anything. She could only remind her sister Xiyu that she had to be careful of what this guy was trying to say to deceive her. If he dares to have any bad thoughts, tell me and I will personally suppress him. Alright, I got it. Xianxia smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, please. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian and Xianxia left. Then, they went to Xianxia's residence. Xianxia's mansion was even more magnificent than Xiao Transport's mansion. He could be said to be the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. After entering her mansion, Lin Xian discovered that there were demon beasts everywhere. Roar, a roar came from the front, shaking heaven and earth. There was also the sound of chains. Xianxia frowned. She quickly rushed forward. Lin Xian was also curious and looked over. He flew past the pavilions and came to the back of the mountain. Only then did he discover that there was a demon beast sealed with formations and barriers. It was a demon ape. It was very tall and there were black flames burning on its body. Its arms danced, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Fortunately, he had the chains of law and the formations and barriers on him. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. This demon beast's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm and it was extremely violent. After Xianxia arrived, her face changed. Not good, this guy went crazy again. She quickly took out her jade flute and used the phantom sound. The terrifying sound flew forward and controlled it. The black fire demon ape roared at the sky and let out an extremely unwilling roar to fight back. Xianxia used the phantom sound song while activating the formation. Finally, Xianxia suppressed the demon ape again. She heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian looked at this scene from behind. His eyes flickered. This black fire demon ape was very powerful, and it seemed that it was only temporarily suppressed and had not been subdued. Lin Gongzi, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. I've already caught this guy for a long time, but it's probably very difficult to subdue him. This way, please. She brought Lin Xian to a palace nearby. Lin Xian smiled and said, since you invited me over, I'll be your assistant. Your injuries haven't healed yet, right? Why don't you recuperate? After you recuperate, I'll help you subdue this guy. Lin Gongzi, I know that you're powerful and can contend with the ice fire swan. However, suppressing a demon beast and controlling it are two different things. Indeed, suppressing it was easy, but subduing it was too difficult. The difficulty was more than 10 times. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, other than my physique being a little stronger, I also know techniques. Maybe I can help you. Really? Xiao Shiyu was delighted. That's great. Just like that, she began her seclusion. Half a month later, she came out of seclusion. Her injuries had already healed. Lin Xian also went to observe the black fire demon ape every day. He found some flaws in the black fire demon ape. Then, he had a plan in mind. When Xiao Shiyu arrived, he told her about his plan and told her about it. This black fire demon ape is extremely violent and arrogant. It will definitely not accept being suppressed. We can infinitely magnify its state. Let it go completely crazy. When it goes crazy to the extreme, its aura will definitely drop. That will be the time for you to make a move. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Xiao Shiyu also nodded. She naturally knew, but she couldn't do this alone. Fortunately, Lin Xian said, leave the front to me, and you'll control the back. Although Xiao Shiyu knew that Lin Xian was powerful, she was still worried. After all, she was the real beast-taming genius, and the #1 genius in the family. If she couldn't do it, could the other party do it? The two came to the back of the mountain again. The black fire demon ape raised its huge head. When it saw Xiao Shiyu coming again, a cold look appeared in its eyes. The next moment, it stood up again and roared at the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, it's starting. Xiao Shiyu nodded and retreated, ready to wait. Lin Xian walked up. Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Shiyu but another unfamiliar human walking up, the black fire demon ape snorted coldly and spat out flames. The terrifying flames enveloped Lin Xian. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. Such an ant could be killed by a flame. But soon, it was stunned. He saw Lin Xian walking out of the flames that filled the sky. Not only that, Lin Xian walked into the formation. He punched it. With a crack, one of its arms was broken. Roar! The black fire demon ape was completely enraged and went crazy. An ant, a human, dared to hurt it. It couldn't stand it. It roared at the sky, and its voice swept in all directions. The entire sky above was shaking. The people in the Xiao clan were terrified. What happened? Even the elders' eyes lit up as they looked into the distance. It was Xiao Shiyu's residence. It seemed that she was still trying to subdue the black fire demon ape. The chances of success were not high. The black fire demon ape was extremely violent. With her current strength, it was still too much for her to handle. The elders shook their heads slightly. Although the sound was terrifying, they were not worried. With their Xiao Manners array formation and chains, these beasts would not be able to escape. However, the failure this time might be a blow to Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu, who was in front, was also stunned. She knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but she did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to walk directly into the array formation. He even injured the black fire demon ape. The black fire demon ape's demonic aura was overwhelming. Its gaze was like a divine lamp, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and earth. It was really like a demon god. However, Lin Xian was not afraid in front of such a huge monster. In fact, there was an extremely cold radiance in his eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes. He did not control it. Instead, he used an illusion to magnify the other party's violence. The black fire demon ape seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. It roared towards the sky and attacked continuously. But Lin Xian stood there, unmoved from beginning to end. This situation lasted for a month. After a month, the black fire demon ape's aura weakened. Lin Xian stepped back and said, that's enough. Behind him, Xiao Shiyu had been waiting for a long time. She rushed up instantly. She used the phantom song to control it. The musical notes jumped out and entered the other party's soul. The black fire demon ape resisted frantically. However, a month of roaring and attacking had already depleted its energy. It was no match for the soul attack at this moment. 5 days later, it crawled on the ground. It was controlled. Seeing the black fire demon ape that had surrendered, Xiaoxiu could not believe it. She had brought the black fire demon ape back 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, she had come every month to control it and try to subdue it. However, she failed every time. This made her feel hopeless. She was afraid that without a breakthrough in her strength and soul, it would be impossible to subdue it. However, she did not expect that today, 3 years later, with the help of Lin Xian, she finally succeeded. Lin Gongzi, thank you very much. Lin Xian smiled and said, I only helped a little. The real control is still your work. It's all thanks to the two of us. Xiaoxiu smiled beautifully. Greetings, Master. The black fire demonic ape's voice rang out like thunder. When the people of the Xiao clan heard this, they were all stunned. Oh my heavens, a demonic beast had been subdued, and it was a black fire demonic ape. It couldn't be, right? Wasn't that brought back by Xiaoxiu 3 years ago? It was extremely terrifying and violent. Perhaps even the elders might not be able to subdue it. This Xiaoxiu actually succeeded. Countless cries of alarm sounded. The young disciples were shaken, not daring to believe this. Xianxia was also surprised when she heard the news. Has Sister Xiyu become so powerful? Although they were all pearls, it was obvious that she was lagging behind by a large margin. The elders of the Xiao clan were even more shocked. They soared into the sky and flew towards the back of the mountain. Drizzle, did you really succeed? When the elders saw the scene below, they were pleasantly surprised. Xiaoxiu raised her head and looked over. She then greeted, Greetings, elders. She had indeed succeeded. Hearing this, the elders roared with laughter. Great, this is really great. The number one genius of the Xiao clan is indeed unparalleled. These people were very happy. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He had a tiger's gait and a dragon's might. He nodded slightly. Not bad indeed. With your current cultivation, you were able to subdue the black fire demonic ape. This is really out of my expectations. It seems like you aren't far from becoming a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Thank you for your praise, uncle. I was just lucky this time. Xiaoxiu said calmly. The middle-aged man said, No, you are the number one genius of the Xiao clan. You do have a chance to become a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Beast tamers were also divided into many levels. Xiaoxiu was a one-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Although she was only a one-spirit beast tamer, her status was already extremely terrifying. One must know that she was a Saint Master. She was only part of the younger generation, and there were very few in the younger generation who could obtain this status. Even Xiaoyunshu didn't have this qualification. Hence, Xiaoxiu was undoubtedly the number one genius of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the middle-aged man said. Although that was the case. However, there were many experts and geniuses in Shanghai City. For example, Qing Chen from the Qing clan. He was the number one genius of the Qing clan, and he was already a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. It wasn't easy to defeat him. If you can walk together with him, then you will have an incomparable advantage in the upcoming Shanghai beast fighting competition. You have to think about it carefully. Hearing these words, Xiaoxiu's face immediately sank. The joy that she had obtained was gone. She said coldly, The Shanghai beast fighting competition is conducted by the clan. We are not from the same clan, so how can we work together? Do you want me to be his disciple? Or do you want him to be my disciple? The middle-aged man laughed. Xiaoxiu. You have to be more open-minded. Apart from being his disciple, are there no other possibilities? If you can marry him, then you will be a member of the Qing clan. At that time, the two of you can naturally fight together. I have said this before, don't mention it anymore. Did uncle forget? Xiaoxiu suddenly raised her head and shouted coldly. You are too young and don't know that I am doing this for your own good. This Qing Chen is the number one genius of the Qing clan, and he is also the son of the head of the Qing clan. In the future, he will be able to control the entire Qing clan. He is the most dazzling genius of Shanghai City, and countless girls from the big clans want to marry him. If you can marry him, then it will be your unparalleled glory. Now that you have a chance, how can you not cherish it? When Xiaoxiu heard this, she laughed coldly. Oh, such an unparalleled glory, and uncle is willing to give it to me? Uncle, you have a daughter, right? Why don't you let your daughter accept this unparalleled glory? The middle-aged man's face sank. Xiaoxiu, is this the attitude you should speak to your elders? Xiaoxiu, are you treating me as a junior? Is there anyone who would push a junior into a fire pit? Although Qingchen is talented, don't you know what kind of person he is? How many heavenly beauties had been harmed by him? You actually want me to marry such a person? If you aren't trying to kill me, what are you trying to do? You don't even treat me as a junior of the Shao clan, so why should I treat you as an elder? If you want to join hands with the Qing clan, then marry your daughter over. Don't even think about me. A cold voice resounded, infuriating the middle-aged man. His face turned cold, and the surrounding people also looked awkward. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He did not expect Xiaoxiu to have such a problem. It seemed like the Shao clan and the Qing clan wanted to join hands. However, there had to be a marriage alliance, and this person was Xiaoxiu. If Lin Xian did not know about it, then forget it. Now that he knew about it and had already promised Xiao Mu, he naturally would not let this matter continue. Alright, all of you shut up. It's not appropriate to make a ruckus here. An old voice could be heard. A white crane descended from the sky with an old man on its back. The old man sat cross-legged. His eyes shone with a powerful soul. This person was terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. The people around also exclaimed. Greetings, Third Elder. Xiaoxiu also said, Third Elder, it's not that I don't want to follow the rules, but some people are too much. The Third Elder sighed. The Green Clan's power in Shanghai City has always been stronger than the Shao clan. Don't forget. They are working with the 1,000 Transformations Gate. For the past 1,000 years, they have been providing beasts to the 1,000 Transformations Gate. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. Now that they have made such a request, we can only agree. If we resist, they might anger the Green Clan. If they want to take action, the Shao clan will not be able to resist. Xiaoxiu said coldly, so you chose me? Have you asked for my opinion? The Third Elder sighed. He said, as a member of the Shao clan, you have to think for the clan sometimes. However, we will give you a chance. If you can get into the top 10 in the Mountain Sea battles, we will not force you. Alright, since Third Elder said so, it's a deal. Just you wait, I will get into the top 10. Xiyu, you are too naive. Although you are the top genius of the Shao clan, there are many beast tamers in the Mountain Sea battles. However, there were many beast tamers participating in the Mountain Sea beast fights. Not only were there geniuses, but there were also other experts. It is basically impossible for you to get into the top 10. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. Xiaoxiu said coldly. I want to see how you can get into the top 10. The middle-aged man sneered and turned to leave. The Third Elder looked at Xiaoxiu and sighed. He said, you can bring helpers for the Mountain Sea battles. What kind of beast tamer do you need? I will use the clan's power to help you find one. You will be satisfied. They naturally hoped that Xiaoxiu would shine in the Mountain Sea battles. That would be good for the Shao clan. Xiaoxiu said, I have my own way. Thank you, Third Elder, for your concern. The old man sighed again and shook his head. Then he left. Although she wanted to help Xiaoxiu, no matter how hard she tried, it would be extremely difficult for her to get into the top 10. If it was the next time, perhaps Xiaoxiu would have a chance. But this time it was too difficult. It was impossible. The Green Clan would not give Xiaoxiu another chance. Those elders had all left, and the back mountain was quiet again. Xiaoxiu's face was cold, and she was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Detestable, this was really too detestable. Were these people suppressing her like this? First, they suppressed her mother, and now they're suppressing her. However, she was unwilling to give up. She had to get into the top 10. That way, the Mountain Sea Palace would take a liking to her. At that time, she could join the Mountain Sea Palace. Even the Shao clan and the Green Clan didn't dare to order him around, At this moment, Lin Xian walked up and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you enter the top 10. Thank you." Xiao Shiyu was extremely grateful. "You don't have to thank me." Lin Xian shook his head. Then, he said in his heart, "If you want to thank someone, thank your father, Lin Gongzi. I'm very grateful to you. However, it's too difficult to get into the top 10. Even I don't have much confidence." Lin Xian said, "How do you know if you don't try? Fate is in your own hands. It doesn't belong to anyone else, and it doesn't belong to heaven and earth." Xiao Shiyu's body trembled. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence. However, looking at Lin Xian's confident gaze, she felt her soul tremble. What kind of strength and confidence was this? What had this young man experienced in the past? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shiyu also said, "All right, whether I succeed or not, I'll give it my all. I won't let myself regret it." "That's right, this is the number one genius of the Xiao clan." Lin Xian smiled. Then, he asked, "Oh right, what's the Green Clan? Is the Thousand Transformation sect very powerful?" "There are many big clans in Shanghai City. They are considered the top clans. Their strength and foundation are even stronger than our Xiao clan. As for the Thousand Transformation sect, it's not in Shanghai City. It's a sect nearby. Its strength is extremely terrifying. For the past 1,000 years, all the beasts in the Thousand Transformation sect were taken care of by the Green Clan. Hence, the Green Clan has an extraordinary position in Shanghai City. Not only the Green Clan, but the other clans and sects also had connections. For example, the Xiao clan was also in charge of managing the beasts for a sect." After knowing the situation, Lin Xian nodded his head. He said, "Don't worry, I'll help you to the best of my ability." Next, the two of them started to train together. Xiao Shiyu had already decided to let Lin Xian be her helper. They would participate in the mountain sea beast battles together. A month later, Xiao Shiyu was elated. During this month, the coordination between the two of them was getting better and better. One must know that she was using the hallucination song. Normal people would have to dodge it carefully before they could coordinate with her. However, the moment Lin Xian came up, he could perfectly merge with the hallucination song, which really surprised her. Naturally, she didn't know that Lin Xian had already cultivated the hallucination song in advance, which was why he could be so relaxed. On this day, Xiao Shiyu found Lin Xian and told him her thoughts. She was prepared to go out and suppress another beast and bring it back to control it. Of course, her target should be similar to the black fire demon ape. It might even be stronger. After all, he also wanted to break through to become a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. This way, he would have a greater chance. Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Are we still going to the 100,000 mountains?" Xiao Shiyu said, "No, I've already been targeted by the ice fire swan. The moment I enter, he will be able to sense our aura. So this time, we're going to the sea." Shanghai City not only relied on the 100,000 mountains, but also the endless sea. There were even more beasts in the sea. This time, it was their destination. Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu left the mansion and prepared to set off. When they came outside, they happened to see two figures. It was Xiaoyunshu and Mr. Xiaoyao. At this moment, Mr. Xiaoyao was following beside Xiaoyunshu, looking very proud. It seemed like he had also become Xiaoyunshu's assistant. "Sister Shiyu," Xiaoyunshu saw Xiao Shiyu and ran over happily. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was surprised. "Why are you still here?" In her opinion, this guy's strength shouldn't be too strong and definitely wouldn't be valued. She didn't expect him to be able to stay by Xiao Shiyu's side. Naturally, young Mr. Xiaoyao caught sight of this as well. Instantly, his heart was going crazy. Xiao Shiyu was an existence that even he looked up to. He didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't expect this despicable kid to stay by her side. "Sister Yunshu," Xiao Shiyu also walked up. Lin Xian glanced at him and directly ignored him. At the same time, Mr. Xiaoyao was also ignored by him. He didn't care about these two people. Mr. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth in anger. He did not expect Lin Gongzi to have such means. He laughed coldly. Lin Xian laughed. "I have means? I think your means should be even greater than mine. Aren't you pretty good at grafting flowers onto trees? Mr. Xiaoyao's pupils shrank as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It seemed like the other party had found out about him secretly changing the demonic beast pouch. But why didn't he expose him directly? What did he mean by that? Yunshu frowned as well. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. Because he believed that Mr. Xiaoyao's actions would be discovered very soon. Because he did not have the corresponding strength but still wanted to put gold on his face. He would probably lose badly. Sister Xiaoyu, where are you going this time? Xiaoyinshu ignored Lin Xian and asked. Xiao Shiyu said that they were going to hunt some demonic beasts. Really? I had the same idea too. Why don't we go together? Xiaoyinshu was elated. With the two of us working together, we will definitely gain a lot. Sure. Xiao Shiyu nodded her head. Her relationship with Yunshu was pretty good. Hence, it was not a problem for them to work together. The two of them walked in front while Lin Xian and Mr. Xiaoyao followed behind. Young Mr. Xiaoyao was extremely nervous right now. He was extremely worried right now. He did not know when Lin Xian would reveal everything that he had done. Lin Xian did not mind at all. He had never treated Xiaoyao as an opponent. This time, he was looking forward to it. He was prepared to control some demonic beasts. After all, he would have to return to Ethereal Peak in the future. At that time, he would have to rely on these demonic beasts to deal with those grotto heavens and Ethereal Peak. Walking out of Xiao Clan, they arrived at Shanghai City and walked towards the city gate. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A terrifying soul pressure shrouded the few of them. Xiaoyinshu and the rest stopped and frowned. Mr. Xiaoyao looked like he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. What a strong soul power. It seemed like he was an expert. He raised his head and looked ahead. He realized that it was a blurry figure. The aura he was emitting swept across the entire area. Where did this expert come from, people of the Green Clan? Xiaoyinshu frowned. She noticed that the Taoist's eyes were incomparably mysterious, like two sharp blades. This was the eye of blade of the Green Clan. And to be able to cultivate to such a level, there was probably only one person in the younger generation. Qingchen thinking of this, she coldly snorted, and the soul in her body was like a vast ocean, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Xiao Shiyu, who was at the side, frowned. Why did you stop us? The blurry figure at the front glanced at the group with a lightning-like gaze. His gaze then landed on Xiao Shiyu. She was indeed worthy of being called the beloved daughter of the heavens. She was indeed a peerless fairy. I'm here to inform you that after the Mountain Sea Beast trials, I will marry you. During this time, you'd better stay in the clan obediently and don't go anywhere. These words carried the meaning of an order. Xiao Shiyu's expression changed as she snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Besides, do you really think this engagement can continue? I know that the Xiao clan has promised you something. As long as you can get into the top 10, you can resist. But unfortunately, with your strength, it's impossible for you to get into the top 10. So, I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance. Qingchen's voice was filled with confidence. To be able to follow me is an unparalleled honor for you. After speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and young Mr. Xiaoyao and said coldly. From today onwards, you're not allowed to have any other man by your side. Even if you're a battle servant, you're not allowed to. Change them all. After speaking, 2 extremely sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes, turning into 2 blades that slashed out. Young Mr. Xiaoyao could feel that his soul was about to be sliced into 2. This was the legendary Eye of Blade. That was way too scary. He retreated quickly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. His eyes were filled with a cold glint. At this moment, Xiao Shiyu struck. She waved her hand, and the sky was filled with purple violets that formed a sealing barrier, sealing the blades in the sky. She then said, "Don't you think that you're too arrogant? I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. This is a warning. The next time I see other men by your side, I'll kill them. I sent them to hell immediately." After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Xiao Shiyu's face was extremely solemn. She had to admit that this Qianxia was strong. His eye technique was unparalleled. Wherever his gaze passed, it could split apart everything. Xianxia, who was beside her, gritted her teeth. This fella was too despicable. How could the family agree to such an engagement? Don't worry. No matter how the family agrees, I won't agree to it. Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth. She then said, let's go. This time around, we must get more beasts. After saying that, she flew forward. Young Mr. Xiaoyao sent a voice transmission, Fairy Yunxiu, should I continue to follow? He was really scared now. He did not know Xiaoxiu. This was just a coincidence. So, he had to kill her. He did not dare to follow her anymore. Xiaoyunxiu frowned. Why was this fella so afraid of death? He was even worse than this despicable kid beside her. She glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was calm, she followed. Xiaoyunxiu gritted her teeth and said, if you're afraid of death, then leave. From now on, you don't have to be my assistant. After speaking, Xiaoyunxiu also flew into the sky. Young Mr. Xiaoyao was stunned. However, he gritted his teeth and followed. This time, he would go. However, from now on, he would definitely avoid Xiaoxiu whenever he saw her. This kind of proud daughter of heaven was not someone he could get close to. At the same time, he sneered. Lin Xian was definitely in danger. Lin Xian would be killed one day if he stayed by Xiaoxiu's side. This way, his secret would not be discovered by anyone. The group of people flew quickly in Shanghai City. Finally, they left Shanghai City. Looking at the endless sea, they continued to fly. This sea was called the Black Sea. Its surface area was boundless, and it was even larger than a continent. Shanghai City only relied on a part of the ocean, but the monsters and beasts within were already terrifying beyond compare. No one knew how terrifying the depths of the Black Sea were. Legend had it that the monsters in the Black Sea were at the level of a great emperor. They were buried in the depths of the sea. However, the distance was too far. Not to mention them, even a great sage might not be able to fly there. When they reached the sea, Xiaoyunxiu and Xiaoxiu took out two demonic beasts. Xiaoyunxiu took out a mouse. It had a pair of wings and was constantly flying. This was a spirit-seeking mouse. It could find powerful monsters. What Xiaoxiu took out was a black bug with red spots on it. This was also a spirit beast that could find monsters. The two of them used the phantom melody to control the two monsters. They began to search the surrounding sea. Lin Xian and young Master Xiaoyao waited silently. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. He could not tell. Someone seemed to be coming. Young Master Xiaoyao was stunned. This fella must be joking. Why didn't I sense it? Xiaoyunxiu stopped in front and frowned. What is this fella up to now? However, she soon saw a figure flying over from afar. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. A total of 7 figures descended from the sky and landed on the sea. Their powerful aura suppressed the entire place. The one leading them was a late Saint King. Xiaoyunxiu's face changed. Xiaoxiu frowned as well. If such experts were to go against them, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Young Master Xiaoyao shouted coldly. We are from the Xiao clan. What are you guys doing? Leave now. He wanted to use the reputation of the Xiao clan to scare these people away. The man looked at young Master Xiaoyao and sneered. You guys are courting death. Is the Xiao clan that powerful? As he spoke, he took out the token in his hand. This is, young Master Xiaoyao's eyes shrunk. Xiaoyunxiu exclaimed. Myriad Transformation Sect. You guys are from the Myriad Transformation Sect, that's right. We are from the Myriad Transformation Sect. These 7 men are like gods and demons. Xiaoxiu took a step forward. Terrifying souls appeared around her body. There were many violets blooming around her. They covered the entire place. She asked coldly. I wonder why the fellow Taoists from the Myriad Transformation Sect are looking for us. We are here to help someone. Young Master Qianxia said that no other men are allowed around Fairy Xiyu. Seems like someone is courting death. As they spoke, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Young Master Xiaoyao's face changed and was filled with fear. Damn it. He did not expect the other party to take action so quickly. His original plan was to wait until he returned this time before fleeing. However, he did not expect the other party to come knocking on his door. Lin Xian frowned. Isn't this young Master Qingshan a little too arrogant? He even wanted to get rid of him. Xiao Yunshu's face changed. Although she felt that young Master Xiaoyao was a coward, his strength and talent were not bad. Moreover, the Mountainsea Colosseum would be arriving soon. She needed such talents. Therefore, he did not wish for the other party to die. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is our Xiao clan's matter. Aren't you guys meddling too much? You're wrong." An expert from the Myriad Transformation sect laughed. "Fairy Wu, you will marry young Master Qingshan sooner or later. Young Master Qingshan has an unusual relationship with our Myriad Transformation sect. In fact, he will soon become a member of our Myriad Transformations Gate. Therefore, this is also a matter of us Myriad Transformations. How can we not care?" A cold smile appeared in the eyes of the Saint King Advanced Stage Leader. This time, young Master Qingshan had promised to give him a late Saint King demonic beast as his mount after the mission was completed. This was a huge benefit, so how could he refuse? Moreover, to him, killing 2 sects was no different from killing 2 ants. Thus, he naturally agreed. "You can try." Xiao Shiyu snorted coldly. She took out her jade flute and performed the melody of phantom sound. Suddenly, 3 demonic beasts appeared around her. The paper vine on their bodies formed an armor for defense. At the same time, a giant demonic ape flew out and roared. It was the black fire demonic ape that she had just tamed. The black fire demonic ape roared as soon as it appeared. Its terrifying aura shocked the heavens. Many people's expressions changed. What a terrifying demonic beast. Moreover, it was a middle Saint King. They did not expect Xiao Shiyu to be so talented. Xiao Yunshu also performed the Jade White Lion and other demonic beasts. They covered the sky. This was a beast tamer. They could summon a large number of demonic beasts in battle. They had an innate advantage. As expected, the people from the Myriad Transformation sect frowned. Especially the black fire demonic ape, it was a great threat to them. The leading expert from the Myriad Transformation sect said with a smile. "Don't worry, leave these demonic beasts to me. As for the few of you, go and kill these 2 people. I will bring their heads back to young Master Qingshan." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the demonic beasts in front of him were all covered by the demonic beasts. The black fire demonic ape fought back. However, it was a late Saint King. Its strength was terrifying and could fight against these demonic beasts. The other 4 people from the Myriad Transformation sect rushed forward and attacked Lin Xian and young Master Xiaoyao. "Retreat quickly." Young Master Xiaoyao did not say anything. He took out the blazing divine eagle and flew away. Lin Xian wanted to attack at first. However, after thinking about it, he retreated as well. It was inconvenient to show off some of his strength in front of these people. It was better to wait until there was no one around. At that time, these 4 people would know what despair was. Lin Xian's figure flashed and chased after young Master Xiaoyao. Young Master Xiaoyao's face turned green. He roared crazily. "Damn brat, can't you run in another direction?" He was mad. If they ran separately, he would at most face 2 experts from the Myriad Transformation sect. But now, he had to face 4 of them. The pressure was multiplied. Lin Xian smiled. He appeared on the blazing divine eagle and said, "I'm here to help you." Young Master Xiaoyao was about to vomit blood. He could not wait to fight with the other party. However, he knew that now was not the time. He had to escape quickly. Hence, he quickly controlled the blazing divine eagle and turned into a streak of light. "Do you think you can escape?" Behind him, there were 4 people. They were extremely strong. One of them was a middle Saint King. The other 3 were early Saint Kings. The middle Saint King expert roared into the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens as he cut off the escape route. His flaming body trembled and fell from the sky. There were already many cracks on his body. This was the difference in cultivation realms. Young Master Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. He said, "Damn it, I'm innocent. Let me go. It's this brat. He's the one who stayed by Fairy Xiaoyu's side." Young Master Xiaoyao pointed at Lin Xian and roared crazily. "Oh, is that so?" The Middle Saint King expert blocked Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since this was the case, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. "But you? How dare you disobey the orders of young Master Qingchen? You can go to hell as well." After saying that, he waved his hand. Two figures charged towards young Master Xiaoyao. He then looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to take action personally. "How dare you fight with young Master Qingchen? Be a wise man in your next life." He had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The huge hand stretched across the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It pressed down, causing the endless void to crack. Buzz. After a single strike, the void turned into nothingness. Ha 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 ha. The people of Myriad Transformation sect laughed. The other party was too weak. If they wanted to kill him, they could do it with a wave of their hands. When young Master Xiaoyao saw this, his eyes turned red. He should have been happy that the other party was killed. However, he was not happy at all because he was the next one to die. Boom. Just at this moment, a figure walked out from the shattered void as a cold voice boomed out. "Is this all you've got? You're so weak that you can't even break through my defense." What? The Saint King middle stage expert was stunned. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. "You didn't die." He was too shocked. The surrounding people were also shocked that Lin Fan could dodge the attack of a Saint King middle stage expert. "Good lad, you have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. This time, you're definitely going to die." The Saint King middle stage expert attacked again. His palm was filled with boundless laws that seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. Lin Xian attacked as well. He clenched his fist and turned into a golden light that flew out to fight against the opponent's palm. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Saint King middle stage expert's eyes were wide open. He could feel his palm shattering. Although he had the 10,000 transformation sect's secret technique that could disintegrate everything, he couldn't disintegrate the opponent's power. Not only did his entire arm shatter, but his entire body also turned into a bloody mist and burst open. One punch, and his soul was destroyed. Blood rained down from the sky. The other 10,000 transformation sect members were stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. Dead, was he killed by a single punch? Young Master Xiaoyao was so scared that he knelt on the ground. What kind of power was this? It was too heaven-defying. The pupils of the three people shrank, and their faces turned ugly. The three of them turned and ran. This person was too terrifying. They weren't his match even if they worked together. They should call for a Saint King late-stage expert to suppress him. The three figures flew out at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they arrived at the horizon. However, in the next moment, their bodies were mercilessly torn apart. A sword light flashed and the three were cut in half. Then, their soul flames floated out and their souls turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the 4 saints from the 10,000 transformation sect were all dead. Only Lin Xian and the kneeling Mr. Xiaoyao were left. Young Master Xiaoyao's face was filled with fear. This person was too strong. He had offended him before and even wanted to chase him out of the Xiao clan. Now, he was afraid. He said, "Lin Gongzi, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want me to." Lin Xian Xiaoyao. "Oh? She could do anything? Fine, you said it yourself." His heavenly secret divine eyes appeared in his eyes as he looked at the other party. "Then, you will become my puppet." Young Mr. Xiaoyao's face turned ugly. His eyes shone with a sharp radiance as he tried to defend himself. He was not willing to become a puppet. However, how could he be a match for the celestial secret divine eyes? In a flash, his eye technique was broken. The pain in his soul caused him to howl madly. After a while, his gaze calmed down. He knelt on one knee and looked respectfully at Lin Xian, paying his respects to his lord. There was already an imprint in his soul. Lin Xian looked at this scene and the corners of his mouth curled up as he nodded. Although he didn't like this guy, who knew when he would come in handy? That was why he had this fellow stay by Xiaoyunchu's side and assist her. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought young Mr. Xiaoyao with him as he flew forward. The battle in front was still ongoing. The black fire demon ape stood tall. As it waved its fists, the entire sea split open. He was an opponent. A late-stage Saint King expert. Even if a few demonic beasts joined forces, they could only fight against him. They were already at a disadvantage. It was very dangerous. What should we do? Sister Xiaoxiu. Xiaoyunchu's face turned ugly. She couldn't defeat the other party. Moreover, she didn't know if the other two had escaped. Xiaoxiu was even more nervous. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. At that moment, two sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. They all turned their heads and were stunned. The people from Myriad Transformation sect were also stunned. They realized that the two people who had escaped earlier had returned. The two of them were still alive. What was going on? They waited for a while and realized that their men had returned. The late-stage Saint King expert's face darkened. Where were our men? Your people have already fallen. Lin Xian smiled and said. How could it be? The people from Myriad Transformation sect couldn't believe that two late-stage Saint Kings could defeat four of them. Impossible, young Master Xiaoyao walked out and said. Naturally, it wasn't us. I don't need to tell you how many demonic beasts there are in the sea. There was an extremely terrifying sea demon. The four of you were unlucky to have been eaten by him. Right now, young Mr. Xiaoyao was already Lin Xian's puppet. Therefore, no matter what he said or did, he would have to listen to Lin Xian's orders. Impossible. The people from Myriad Transformation sect were shocked. How did the two of you escape? Lin Xian smiled coldly and didn't say anything. When he returned, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look for powerful demonic beasts. He found a powerful one. Moreover, he attacked that demonic beast. That demonic beast was already chasing him. However, his speed was faster. So, the demonic beast was behind him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After a while, the sea in front of them suddenly split open. The endless sea surged and a terrifying aura filled the air. An octopus roared at the sky. It flew out. It was 10,000 meters high. It swept in all directions. This scene caused the people from Myriad Transformation sect to change their expressions. Not good. A terrifying demonic beast. And in the sea, who knew how many subordinates the other party had? If thousands of demonic beasts were summoned to attack, it would be troublesome. After all, the sea was the other party's territory. Damn it. Just you wait. The people from Myriad Transformation sect roared and turned to leave. That's great. Xiaoyunchu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Xiaoxiu also said, okay, let's go. As they retreated, they used the phantasmal melody to attack. Lin Xian said, don't leave. Don't you want to hunt demonic beasts? Just this one will do. What? This one? Xiaoyunchu's expression changed. This octopus was even more terrifying than the black fire demonic ape. How could they suppress it? Xiaoxiu said, okay, let's try. Then, she rushed forward. She was crazy. Xiaoyunchu's face was pale. With her strength, she could only use soul attacks from afar. Lin Xian rushed over and fought with the octopus. His fist sent the octopus, which was over 10,000 meters long, flying. The octopus roared at the sky and summoned many demonic beasts to attack. A great battle broke out. With Lin Xian's help, the octopus was suppressed. Did they really do it? Xiaoyunchu didn't dare to believe it. Xiaoxiu was happy. This was great. After she returned this time, she could control it. If she succeeded, she would be very close to becoming a two-soul beast tamer Saint Master. She might be able to break through before the competition. Once she broke through to become a two-soul beast tamer Saint Master, her confidence would be much higher. Xiaoxiu, Xiaoyunchu, and the others were resting. Lin Xian said, I'll go to other places to take a look. You guys stay here first. With that, he took the demonic beast pouch and left. He came to the Black Sea to help Xiaoxiu. Moreover, he wanted to control some demonic beasts for himself. Lin Xian entered the Black Sea and continued to fly. He saw many demonic beasts, but he ignored them all. He was looking for something more terrifying than the Black Sea octopus. Just then, he heard a roar from below. It shook the 9 heavens. Even he was shocked. There was a terrifying being. His eyes lit up and he flew over. In the next moment, he saw a black figure appear at the bottom of the sea. Its aura was terrifying. It was the Blackwater mystical snake. Lin Xian was shocked. It was also a mutated beast. Once fully grown, it would be terrifying. It was a famous beast in the ancient times. He didn't expect to see it here. From what he saw, it should be very young. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he quickly struck out. The Blackwater mystical snake saw him too. He was only an early-stage Saint King, but he dared to attack him. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. He waved his tail. It was like a heavenly blade. Instantly, he mobilized the law of water around him and attacked. This power was really too strong. The Blackwater mystical snake wasn't a mutated beast. It was only an early-stage Saint King, but it could easily kill a mid-stage Saint King. Lin Xian slapped out. The 9 suns' divine fire burned and the seawater around him disappeared. The law of water was also resisted. He grabbed his opponent's tail. The Blackwater mystical snake roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. His body moved as he continuously contended against the attack. Lin Xian clenched his fists and clashed with his opponent. Every strike was like thunder in the deep sea, shattering everything around him. The beasts at the bottom of the sea all prostrated themselves in fear. After hundreds of strikes, the Blackwater mystical snake retreated. Many of his scales had fallen off and there were cracks on his body. Damn it. His physique was so strong, but at this moment, it was actually injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. He roared. The law of water appeared on his body and circled him. His 1,000-meter-tall body quickly shrank until he was only about 1 meter tall. Although his body had shrunk, he was still able to reach a height of 1 meter. Although he was small, his power was even more terrifying. It helped him move faster. He turned into countless shadows and charged over. He was 10 times faster than before. How terrifying. Lin Xian was also astonished. With his power, even a middle-stage Saint King's body would have long since been torn apart. However, his opponent had only been wounded, and that was all. One could well imagine how powerful the other party's body was. It was even more terrifying than a saint artifact. Now that it was charging over at such a fast speed, it was truly like a sharp sword. Lin Xian stood where he was without moving. He pushed his divine body to its limits, and at the same time, his eyes kept moving. He could clearly track the snake's movements. What he wanted to do was to subdue the other party, not kill the other party, so he had to use his own methods. The Blackwater mystical serpent attacked rapidly. In a flash, millions of attacks landed on Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept splitting apart, making clanging noises. The dark water mystical snake stepped back and sneered. Yi Futian was dead for sure. When he discovered that he couldn't break through his opponent's attack at all, he was stunned. He was furious and attacked again. Like a black demonic sword, it charged over. However, it was caught by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His golden eyes looked at the other party, piercing into the Blackwater mystical snake's soul. The Blackwater mystical snake roared. Damn this guy. He was a beast tamer. He wanted to control him, what a joke, he would never allow himself to be controlled by an ant. He let out an angry roar. The power of his bloodline was limitless. All the beasts within thousands of miles all prostrated themselves. This was the suppression of his bloodline. Above the sea, the Black Sea octopus's 10,000-meter-long body also trembled. What happened? Xianxia was shocked. Did a top-level beast appear? Xiaoxiu also frowned. What a terrifying bloodline suppression. It must be a mutant of the world, and an extremely terrifying existence. She wondered where Lin Gongzi was. Would he be in danger? When such a beast came out, everyone would retreat. Could Lin Xian have encountered one at this moment? She even wanted to go and look for him. However, at this moment, young Master Xiaoyao said, "Don't worry. Don't worry. Lin Gongzi is fine." Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yunshu were both startled by these words. She knew that young Master Xiaoyao had been suppressing Lin Xian before. Why was he speaking up for him now? It seemed that something must have happened between the two of them, but she didn't know what it was exactly. The Blackwater mystical snake's bloodline suppression was extremely terrifying. He wanted to use it to suppress Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Lin Xian was unmoved. The golden light in his eyes became even more terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian also let out a dragon's roar. It shook the sky. It was even more terrifying than the bloodline suppression from before. The Blackwater mystical snake was completely stunned. His opponent's bloodline was even higher than his? The roar terrified him from the bottom of his soul. At this moment, thousands of beasts roared as if they were worshipping their king. Some of the weaker ones even cracked and turned into blood mist. The octopus on the sea almost fainted. Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yunshu were also shocked. The roar was even more terrifying than before. Could it be that two top-tier beasts were fighting? It was hard to imagine. After the dragon's roar, the Blackwater mystical snake was completely terrified. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed the power of the heavenly secret divine eyes and controlled the snake. Lin Xian let go. The Blackwater mystical snake floated there. "Greetings, Master." He also spoke. His voice was very young. And it was a woman's voice. "Very well, you can live in the sea for now. When I need you, I will summon you. During this time, try to recruit as many subordinates as possible." Lin Xian gave the order. The Blackwater mystical snake nodded and left. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He did not need the snake now. But once he left this place, when he returned to the Misty Peak, the snake would become a sharp sword for him. He did not expect a Blackwater mystical snake to be so troublesome. Lin Xian saw that it had been a long time. He was afraid that Xiao Shiyu and the others would come to find him. And the two roars just now definitely attracted their attention. Lin Xian did not recruit any more beasts. He turned and left. On the sea, Xiao Shiyu was extremely nervous. It had been a long time and Lin Gongzi was still not back. "I'm going to look for him," Xiao Shiyu said. "No, there must be top-tier beasts fighting just now. It will be very dangerous for us to go there. And don't worry, that guy is a coward. I bet he won't dare to go there," Xiao Yunshu said. "Is that so? Then where should I go?" At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a figure flew out from the sea. "Lin Gongzi, you're back." Xiao Shiyu was overjoyed. Xiao Yunshu was shocked. "Damn kid, you're fine." Next, the group continued to move out and captured a few more beasts before leaving. After returning, Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yunshu separated. They each went into seclusion to prepare to control these beasts. Xiao Shiyu went back and prepared to control the Black Sea octopus with all her might. This was an even more terrifying existence than the Black Fire Demon Ape. Lin Xian said there was no hurry. "Let's adjust to the peak state first and then prepare to make a move." Xiao Shiyu nodded. She now believed in Lin Xian unconditionally. Taking a deep breath, her eyes shone with a cold light as she began to cultivate. Finally, she adjusted her body to the peak state. She stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's the same as before. I'll help you." Xiao Shiyu nodded. "Thank you. Recently, I've also made a breakthrough in the phantom sound. I'll definitely succeed this time." The two of them began to make a move. On the other side, Xiao Yunshu also went into seclusion after returning. She was also extremely nervous. This time, she was going to try to control a beast. This was an electric eel. It was very terrifying. Although it was only 2 meters long, it was surrounded by lightning that could pierce through the 9 heavens. Moreover, this was an existence that had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Although it had just reached that stage, its aura was incomparably terrifying. Xiao Yunshu's eyes shone with a cold light. This time, she must succeed. This way, she could become a one-soul beast tamer saint. This was an identity that she dreamed of. Xiao Yao, please help me with all your strength. Xiao Yunshu said in a deep voice. She knew that these sects of his were all here to pursue her, especially this young master Xiao Yao. Previously, he was all kinds of solicitous and caring for her. Although she hated it, she had to rely on his strength. Especially this time. Young Master Xiao Yao nodded and said respectfully, Fairy Yunshu, don't worry. I will help you with all my strength. After saying that, he stood there and began to make preparations. Xiao Yunshu was surprised. That's not right. He's completely different from the previous young Master Xiao Yao. This made her puzzled. She remembered that ever since young Master Xiao Yao was chased back, he had changed. He was completely different from before. This made her very puzzled. What happened before? This guy came back with Lin Xian. Could it be that something happened in between? When she thought of Lin Xian, Xiao Yunshu clenched her teeth. That damned bastard, he was so strong. If he could help her, then she would have died. She would definitely be able to become a one-soul beast controlling sacred expert. However, it was a pity that this fellow completely ignored her, which made her feel a sense of defeat. No, I have to calm down. Xiao Yunshu, calm down. One day later, she was ready to make her move. Endless great Tao surged from the electric eel in front. Terrifying lightning surrounded the 9 heavens. Xiao Yunshu's face paled as she used the phantasmal melody to defend herself. At the same time, beside her, the jade white lion also roared towards the sky, releasing a large amount of clouds and mist to resist. Mr. Xiao Yao was assisting from the side. On the first day, Xiao Yunshu couldn't hold on any longer because the power of the lightning was too frightening. However, she gritted her teeth. She was unwilling to give up, so she performed the phantom sound song with all her might. On the second day, her hallucinatory melody had a breakthrough and reached a deeper level. This greatly increased her strength. Finally, she succeeded in subduing the electric eel. The 2-meter-long electric eel flew over and circled around her arm. Endless lightning enveloped her. This time, it wouldn't be a threat to her. Xiao Yunshu waved her hand, and monstrous lightning pierced through the void, producing thunderous sounds that echoed throughout the sky. This scene shocked the Xiao clan. Countless people were surprised. What was going on? That was Fairy Yunshu's residence, right? Could it be that she had subdued a powerful demonic beast? A figure flew over, and those elders also flew into the sky. Because they could feel that the electric eel was also very strong. Many people came to Xiao Yunshu's residence. Among them, an old man asked, Yunshu, did you succeed? This old man had a head of red hair and was abnormally excited. Yunshu was also happy. Grandpa, I succeeded. I really succeeded in subduing this electric eel. Great, with your current strength, you are already a one-soul beast controlling sacred expert. The surrounding people were also surprised. Really? Isn't this on par with Xiao Shiyu? Because the current Xiao Shiyu was also a one-soul beast controlling sacred expert. Another old man nodded. Yes, she is very strong. Although she is not as strong as the Blackfire demonic ape, she is not far off. Yunshu indeed had the qualifications now. Congratulations. The young disciples began to congratulate her. The elders congratulated the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man and Xiao Yunshu were very happy, especially Xiao Yunshu. He was really excited. This is great. He had broken through before the mountain and sea battle. This way, he could shine during the battle. In the sky, a middle-aged man was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, did Yunshu break through too? First, it was Xiao Shiyu, and now it was Xiao Yunshu. This made him gnash his teeth. This was Xiao Shiyu's uncle. At this moment, he was not very happy. At this moment, a sky-shaking voice came from afar, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone was surprised. Those demonic beasts also crawled on the ground, and even the electric eel on Yunshu's side. The power of lightning that filled the sky also dimmed. What happened this time? Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. An elder exclaimed. That was Xiao Shiyu's residence. This voice? Could it be that she has subdued an even more powerful demonic beast? That's right, I can feel it. The power of this demonic beast is even more terrifying than the black fire demon ape. Let's go and take a look. Countless elders soared into the sky. The young disciples of the Xiao clan were also stunned. No way, how long has it been? Could it be that Xiao Shiyu's strength has become stronger again? As expected of the #1 Skype ride. This is the aura of the Black Sea Octopus. Xiao Yunshu could naturally sense it too. He also followed along. At the back of the mountain, the huge Black Sea Octopus slowly shrunk until it was the size of an apple. It flew onto Xiao Shiyu's palm. This is great. I finally succeeded. Xiao Shiyu was also happy. This is great, I finally subdued it again. Of course, all of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Before she could even thank him, countless people appeared in her residence. There were young disciples and elders. Even in the palace in the distance, a woman flew over. A woman also flew over, her face filled with excitement. Shiyu, did you really succeed? That person was Shiyu's mother. When Shiyu saw her, she also flew over. Mother, I did it. This is great, this is great. The woman was extremely happy, and her face was full of tears. Ever since her father disappeared, she had been suppressed by her family. Fortunately, her talent was very high, and she finally became an elder. And now, her daughter showed that she was more talented than her. This made her really happy. The third elder from before also came. He looked at the middle-aged woman and said with a smile. Seventh elder, you really have a good daughter. Then, he looked at Xiao Shiyu and said, Shiyu, if you have any requests, just say it. The family will definitely satisfy you. That was great. He didn't expect Xiao Shiyu's talent to be so good. To the Xiao clan, this was simply an extremely good thing. In the sky, a middle-aged man, who was Xiao Shiyu's uncle, looked even colder. First it was Xiao Yunshu, now it's Xiao Shiyu. Damn it. Xiao Shiyu turned to look at the third elder and said, Thank you, third elder. But I don't need anything. I feel good now. With Lin Xian's help, she really didn't need anything else. Everyone congratulated him for a while before leaving. At this time, Xiao Yunshu also walked over and said with a smile. Sister Shiyu, congratulations. To be honest, she was still a little depressed. Because she had just broken through and became a one-soul beast taming Saint Master, which brought her great joy. In her opinion, she was not inferior to Xiao Shiyu. She might even be able to surpass her in the future. But she didn't expect that just as she broke through, the other party also broke through and was still one realm ahead of her. This made her know that it would be difficult for her to catch up with this sister. However, her relationship with Xiao Shiyu had always been very good, so Xiao Shiyu broke through. She was naturally happy. Thank you, Sister Yunshu. You have also broken through to the beast-taming Saint Master. I think you will definitely shine during the mountain sea beast battles. The two of them chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Shiyu prepared to leave. Not long after, she heard Xiao Shiyu say behind her, Lin Gongzi, thank you very much this time. I am going to give you the black fire demon ape and let it become your mount. What? Xiao Yunshu didn't continue walking. She stopped and turned her head. Sister Shiyu, how can you give such a precious demonic beast to him? This kid didn't say anything to you again, right? After saying that, she glared fiercely at Lin Xian. You brat, are you up to something again? One had to know that the black fire demon ape was a demonic beast even more terrifying than her deep-sea electric eel. Countless people's eyes were red with envy. Now, were they going to give him a sect? Lin Xian didn't want it at first because it wasn't of much use to him. However, when he saw Yunshu's expression, he smiled. If he said yes, then I won't stand on ceremony. Then, he looked at Yunshu. What, do you have a problem with that? Unfortunately, it's useless even if you have opinions. Yunshu was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Her face was pale. Damn it, she really wanted to bite him. No, she was crazy. She felt that she would faint from anger if she stayed any longer. Xiao Yunshu quickly left. She truly did not understand why Xiaoxiu would treat this guy so well. Seeing Yinshu leave, Lin Xian smiled and said, "You should keep the black fire demonic ape. I don't need it. Besides, aren't you going to participate in the mountain sea trials? It might come in handy." "How am I supposed to thank you?" Xiaoxiu asked. She stared at Lin Xian as a strange feeling arose in her heart. "If you really want to thank me, get into the top 10 in the mountain sea trials." Next, the two continued to work together and cultivate. Although Xiaoxiu had broken through this time, she still felt pressured. At least, it would be very difficult for her to defeat Qing Chen. Because Qing Chen was already a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. It was said that he didn't need anyone's help and could control a terrifying mid-stage Saint King beast. He could even control two beasts. His strength was unparalleled. Moreover, he would definitely have a powerful assistant to help him in the mountain sea trials this time. Maybe he could control 3 beasts or more. He would definitely be a strong opponent. Lin Xian's eyes flickered after hearing that. He was indeed strong, but he wasn't afraid. When the time came, he would let him know the consequences of daring to make a move on him. Another month passed, and the Mountain Sea Coliseum was already very close. On this day, the Xiao clan became extremely lively because from now on, they would select people to participate in the Mountain Sea trials. Not everyone was qualified to participate. After all, these people represented their families when they went out. If they were eliminated because they were too weak, their clans would be disgraced. Therefore, every clan would hold a test in advance and let the experts who passed the test participate. This way, the success rate would be much higher. Today was the day of the Xiao clan's test. Those who were prepared to participate moved quickly and headed to the square. It was the same for Xiaoxiu. She was ready. Today, Xiaoxiu was wearing a long red dress. It was obvious that she had dolled herself up. She came to Lin Xian, twirled around and asked with a smile. "How was it?" "Was it okay?" Lin Xian was stunned. He had to admit that Xiaoxiu was indeed a peerless fairy. Soon, he came back to his senses and said with a smile. "It wasn't just okay, it was quite okay." Then, he said with a smile, "No wonder Qing Chen wanted to marry you. I think anyone else would have made the same decision. What about you?" Xiaoxiu asked. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect her to ask that. "Alright, I'm just kidding." Xiaoxiu blushed and changed the topic. "Are you going to wear this?" "You don't care about it at all." Lin Xian said, "It doesn't matter. I rely on my strength anyway." "You really know how to brag." Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Xiaoyinshu walked over. Today, she had dolled herself up meticulously, looking like a fairy. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was displeased. Why did she want to beat this guy up so badly? "Yinshu, you're here." Xiaoxiu smiled. Xiaoyinshu said, "Sister Xiu, let's go." Then, the two of them walked forward. The square was bustling with noise. Today, other than those who were out on missions or in seclusion, everyone else from the Xiao clan was here. They were all gathered here. It was a huge crowd. This was a big event for the Xiao clan. Not only were the young ones here, even the elders were here. Among them were the 10 elders. They were the judges for this event. "Look, Fairy Yunshu is here. Fairy Xiu is here too." Someone exclaimed. Countless disciples of the Xiao clan turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. The next moment, their eyes widened. They were simply way too beautiful. The crowd consciously opened up a path for the two peerless fairies to walk through. Faced with countless envious gazes, the two of them were calm. These gazes had been with them since they were young. They would be with them in the future as well. When they arrived at the square, the two of them separated and each took a spot. Lin Xian and young Mr. Xiaoyao followed behind. Lin Xian took a step forward and stood beside Xiaoxiu, causing countless people to exclaim. Who was this man? What rights did he have to stand beside Fairy Xiu? That's right. Where did he get the rights from? Many people gritted their teeth. Someone asked, could he be Fairy Xiu's disciple? The moment those words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Didn't they say that Xiaoxiu didn't have a disciple? why was he here, let alone them? Even the elders were stunned as their gazes landed on Lin Xian. Third elder was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. He had an impression of this person. He seemed to have seen him once before when Xiaoyu subdued the black fire demonic ape. The other time was when she subdued the deep-sea octopus. This guy was there both times. Could it be that he had something to do with it? Was he Xiaoyu's assistant? The others were also surprised. Eldest uncle walked up and sneered. Xiaoyu, don't tell me that this is the assistant you found. Yes, that's right. Lin Gongzi is my assistant. He will participate in the mountain sea trials with me. Xiao Shiyu said loudly. As soon as she said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What? Is that really the case? How could this guy be so lucky? That's right. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Oh, I remember now. It's that guy. He blocked 100,000 flying swords during the test and even said that he was here to look for Xiao Shiyu. At that time, many people sneered and mocked him. They didn't expect him to really do it. So what if he blocked 100,000 flying swords? The mountain sea trials isn't child's play. Besides, he's Xiaoyu's assistant. Eldest uncle said coldly. Xiaoyu, the mountain sea trials isn't your own business. It also represents the glory of the Xiao family. I can't believe you. Get someone else. This kid isn't qualified. That's right. Kid, leave quickly. It should be me. Many people around gritted their teeth. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. You're such a busybody. Are you the leader of the Xiao family? Are you a core elder? You're nothing. Do you have the right to speak here? You're courting death. Eldest uncle was furious. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn kid, you're just a small family. How dare you lecture me? Do you have the right to speak? If I say he does, he does. Xiao Shiyu also stood up. The atmosphere between the two parties was a little tense. At this moment, the three elders said, Everyone, be quiet. How improper. Eldest uncle snorted and retreated. Xiao Shiyu didn't say anything. The eyes of the seventh elder, who was the middle-aged woman, flickered. Although she did not know why she would allow such an unfamiliar young man to come, she still believed in Lu Yu unconditionally. Next, the third elder said that all those who were preparing to participate in the mountain sea trials should come forward to sign up. Soon, dozens of figures walked out. There were indeed quite a number of people. One could imagine how many geniuses there were in the Xiao clan. However, it was clear that it was impossible for so many people to participate in the competition. The third elder said that those who were unable to control Saint King-level demonic beasts were to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the people immediately retreated. They looked unwilling, but they really didn't have the strength to do so. There were still a dozen or so figures left. The third elder said in a clear voice. Then, let's proceed to the second test. Take the Tiger Demon Heavenly Thunder Drum. Two Saint Kings carried a large drum and walked over. Even the void kept shaking. This was a terrifying sacred weapon. The moment it appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong soul suppression. The expressions of the surrounding people turned grave. They retreated one after another. The other elders formed seals with their palms and formed a protective array around the square, enveloping the participants. The third elder looked around and said, Next, I will activate the Tiger Demon Sky Drum. Those who can withstand 3 attacks can stay and participate in the test. Those who fail will withdraw. After saying that, he slapped his palm on the drum. A terrifying sound of thunder rang out, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar that swept out in all directions. This was an extremely strong soul power. Many people in the surroundings instantly felt the suppression. A few figures retreated, vomiting blood and looking pale. Lin Xian was also surprised. This drum was not ordinary. It was obviously made with the skin and bones of demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Only those with extremely powerful souls would be able to withstand it. Among the dozen or so figures, some of them could not withstand it. They were all injured and were rescued by the elders. There were still some people left. These people were all trying their best to resist. Some of them used terrifying soul powers. Some of them directly used the hallucinatory melody to resist. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a golden light, forming a protective array to resist the sound. Although it was terrifying, it was not a threat to him. A second sound rang out. These people's faces turned even paler. Many of them even retreated. Another voice rang out, and immediately another figure was sent flying while coughing up blood and fainting. Then, the third elder withdrew his palm and said with a smile, "Very good, you have all successfully passed. You can participate in the next Mountain Sea Trials." "Great," Xianxia smiled. Xiao Shiyu's lips curled into a smile. Lin Xian looked around and found that other than the helpers, there were 5 disciples of the Xiao clan who had successfully passed. The 4 of them smiled, but one of them had an ugly expression. It was a man. At this moment, he shook his head and sighed. Although he blocked it, he fainted when he found the gate. Moreover, he was injured. How could he participate in the competition? Shaking his head, he could only give up helplessly. Without an assistant, his strength would not be able to get a good ranking. In this way, only 4 groups of people participated. Each group had an assistant to cooperate with them. Among them, other than Xiao Shiyu and Xianxia, the other 2 disciples of the Xiao clan were a woman and a man. That woman was slightly older than Xiao Shiyu, and she was extremely arrogant. Through Xiao Shiyu, he found out that this person was called Xiaoyu. Her father, Xiao Shiyu's uncle, was the middle-aged man. Lin Xian was surprised and narrowed his eyes. This Xiaoyu was also very strong. It seemed that the Xiao clan was very deep. The other people looked at the few people who passed the test and started discussing among themselves. They were incomparably envious. Many of the elders looked at Lin Xian with surprise. They did not expect Lin Xian to pass the test. It seemed that this unfamiliar man was quite strong. No wonder he could get Xiao Shiyu's approval. Her uncle's face was cold, but soon, he sneered. "Let this kid participate. When the time comes, this kid will definitely die." This was because he knew that Qing Chen would marry Xiao Shiyu after the Mountain Sea Beast trials ended. Not only was Qing Chen strong and talented, but he was also arrogant and bad-tempered. Whoever he liked, he would definitely not allow other men to stand beside her. This Lin Xian guy must be in for some bad luck. Letting Qing Chen do it would save him a lot of trouble. After killing this kid and chasing Xiao Shiyu away, no one in the younger generation of the Xiao clan would be able to compete with his daughter. At that time, he would fight for more resources for his daughter. He would even help his daughter to become the young clan leader and control the entire Xiao clan. That was his final goal. At this moment, everything was going according to his plan. In front, the 3rd elder smiled. "Alright, you guys go back and rest. 5 days later, you will participate in the Mountain Sea Trials." Not only the Xiao clan, but the other clans were also going through the same thing. Every clan selected a group of experts to participate in the Mountain Sea Trials. At the same time, Shanghai City became lively. Countless people gathered towards the Mountain Sea Palace. There was a large hall inside the Mountain Sea Palace. It was extremely spacious and could accommodate anyone who wanted to enter. At this moment, there were several figures standing in the hall. The soul auras of these figures were abnormally huge. There were terrifying demonic beasts crawling beside them. These people were wearing Taoist robes with an eye embroidered on their sleeves. It was extremely mysterious. There were different qingchens shining in the eye. According to the number, these people's identities were different. For example, a one-soul beast tamer Saint Master had a rune in his eye. At this moment, the people here were all elders of the Mountain Sea Palace. They were extremely powerful. Many of them had 5 runes on their sleeves. This meant that they were 5-soul beast tamer Saint Masters. There was even a person with 6 runes waving in the eye on his sleeve. His identity was even more terrifying. Apart from them, there was also a young man standing there. This young man was extremely handsome and had a tall and straight figure. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because they knew this person. It was the number 1 genius of the Green Clan, Qing Chen. At this moment, Qing Chen was standing in front of an elder. That elder was sitting on a black tortoise. The soul on his body was abnormally terrifying. There were 5 runes in the eye on his sleeve, indicating that he was a 5-souled beast tamer Saint Master. Greetings, Master. Xianxia bowed respectfully to the elder on the black tortoise. The black tortoise elder smiled. Chen, you don't have to be so polite. Let me see how strong you have been recently. He glanced at Xianxia and then smiled. Not bad. It seems like you are already an extremely powerful existence among the 2-soul beast tamer Saint Masters. After this Mountain Sea tournament, come to the Mountain Sea Palace to cultivate with me. I guarantee that you will become a 3-soul beast tamer Saint Master in the shortest time possible. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Thank you, Master. You don't have to thank me. You are very young and your future achievements are limitless. Moreover, your talent is very good. It is my fortune to be able to teach you. Another elder smiled and said, Elder Xian, I'm afraid it is not possible for you to take away your disciple so quickly. I heard that this little guy is going to marry a proud daughter of heaven immediately after the Mountain Sea tournament. Is that so? The old man from the black tortoise was also surprised as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. There was indeed such a thing. I want to marry Xiaoxiu of the Xiao clan, so it was that little brat. Elder Xiangui nodded and smiled. Her talent was not bad and she was a genius. She was indeed worthy of you. However, I've heard that it's unlikely for her to get into the top 10. Don't worry, Chen. With your strength, defeating her is not a problem. Thank you for your praise, Shizhuan. In the distance, the people from the Green clan also smiled. This was great. The Mountain Sea trials hadn't even started yet, but their number 1 genius had already obtained the approval of the Mountain Sea Palace's elder and had successfully become his disciple. This was great news for them. As for the Xiao clan's battle, what a joke. No matter how strong Xiaoxiu was, she wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Therefore, there were no surprises in this engagement. After marrying Xiaoxiu, they would think of a way to swallow up the Xiao clan. At that time, no one would be their match. Just as he was thinking about it, another person walked over from afar. These people were also riding on strange beasts and their auras were extremely frightening. The people from the Green clan turned around and smiled. They had come at the right time. The leader of the Green clan went up with a smile. So it was the leader of the Xiao clan. Long time no see. How are you now? The people who came were from the Xiao clan. The leader was also a middle-aged man with an extremely frightening aura. He was also the leader of the Xiao clan. Greetings, Daoist Qing. The leader of the Xiao clan returned the greeting. Then, these older people walked forward. It seemed that they had something to talk about. Only the younger generation were left. The younger disciples of the Xiao clan looked around curiously. Those who came were the participants of the test. As for those who came to watch the competition, they were still behind. The competition would be held here later. Xiaoyunshu looked around with a face full of excitement. Soon, the great hall would be filled with people. Countless experts and saints would be watching the battle. And they would be competing here. If they succeeded, they would soar into the sky and become famous. They might even be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace as a disciple. This was an unparalleled honor. In front, the people from the Green clan walked over. The leader was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Xiaoxiu and smiled. Xiaoxiu, I will marry you very soon. Xiaoxiu snorted coldly. I have said that you have no hope. Xiu, do you really think that you can get into the top 10? It is impossible for you. Xianxia shook his head. She was not qualified. At the same time, he frowned. He realized that there was a figure following beside Xiaoxiu. It seemed to be Xiaoxiu's assistant. What surprised him was that the assistant was a man. Moreover, it was the person he met previously. Suddenly, his face darkened. Didn't I say that you are not allowed to have other people around you? Kid, do you want to die? He stared at Lin Xian. Suddenly, a terrifying soul energy exploded. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know what had made Xianxia so angry. The people from the Xiao clan were also on guard. Xiaoxiu's face darkened. She said coldly, "What do you want? Do you want to fight here? Let me warn you. Don't forget where you are." Lin Xian frowned. This was the third time that this guy had targeted him. He even sent people to kill him. Did he really think that he was a pushover? A cold light flashed in Tali's eyes. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." As he said that, he walked up to Qing Chen. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this kid? How dare he go against Qing Chen? Did he want to die? The people from the Green Clan sneered. Xiao Shiyu stopped Lin Xian and said, "This is the territory of the Mountain Sea Palace. We have to abide by the rules. We can't fight here." Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, I will let him live a little longer. After the Mountain Sea trials, it will be his death." "Damn kid, this is what I want to say to you." Qing Chen snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to challenge him. Moreover, he was now a member of the Mountain Sea Summit. He had become a disciple of the Mountain Sea Palace's elder. His status was much higher than Xiao Shiyu's, not to mention, he was just a mere disciple. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Qing Chen. "Xiao Shiyu, it was not a wise choice for you to find such a guy. I advise you to tell him to get lost. Otherwise, he might implicate the entire Xiao clan. Also, you are mine. No one can change that." Qing Chen snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with confidence and dominance. The people from the Xiao clan were on high alert. They had no choice. The other party was too strong. Even Xiao Shiyu looked solemn. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was stunned. Where did he get his confidence from? Fortunately, we can't fight here. Otherwise, you would have been a dead man by now. I'll give you a chance. Start running now. After the Mountain Sea trials ends, run as far as you can. This way, you can live a little longer. Otherwise, once the Mountain Sea trials ends, it will be your death. Lin Xian was also determined to kill. Alright, let's not bother about this guy. Let's go. Xiao Shiyu was afraid that the two of them would fight, so she pulled Lin Xian and left. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stupefied, especially the people from the Green Clan. They couldn't believe it. Wasn't this the person that their genius had taken a fancy to? She was actually with someone else. It was unbelievable. Qing Chen's face turned green in an instant. He was about to go crazy from anger. The elders in the distance also saw it. The Green Clan Grand Elder's face darkened. The Green Clan leader even said, "Fellow cultivators from the Xiao clan, what's going on? I hope you can give us an explanation." The faces of the people from the Xiao clan turned ugly. The Xiao clan leader frowned. "What's going on?" The three elders sighed. "Xiao Shiyu is too young. We will educate her when we get back." The seventh elder sneered. "Who are you to educate my daughter? What did my daughter do wrong? Moreover, who agreed to it? I didn't agree. My daughter also didn't agree to the marriage." Hearing this, the Xiao clan leader's face turned even uglier. Drizzle's uncle's lips curled up into a cold smile. "Great, it seems like we have angered the Qing clan. They will kill this kid next." Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu walked away, leaving behind the furious Qing Chen. He swore that he would kill that kid and make Xiao Shiyu regret it. When he shone in the Mountain Sea Beast fighting competition, he would make these two kneel at his feet. At this moment, another person walked over. His appearance attracted the attention of the others. Instantly, many people exclaimed. They forgot about what happened before and stared at that person, discussing. That person should be Mu Linfeng. So handsome, that's right, it's him. Many people's eyes lit up. He was also a top genius. Moreover, he had reached the two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master level. He was a genius on the same level as Qing Chen. As expected, even the people from the Green Clan looked solemn. Although their family's number one genius was famous in Shanghai City, there were 3 people who could be on the same level as Qing Chen. One of them was Mu Linfeng, the other 2 were Gu Yu and Han Qiu. They were all top geniuses. The people of the Xiao clan looked at Mu Linfeng with envy. How good would it be if the Xiao clan had such a top-notch genius? Although Xiao Shiyu was also an incredible genius, compared to these few people, she was still a little lacking. On the other side, Xiao Shiyu was whispering to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at Mu Lingfeng. Indeed, he could feel an extremely powerful soul aura from Mu Lingfeng. One had to say that Shanghai City had many beast-taming geniuses. Mu Lingfeng's eyes were also very mysterious. He must have mastered some kind of powerful eye technique. Things were getting more and more interesting. He wondered how strong the other two top experts were. At the same time, he also understood why Xiao Shiyu was so worried. It would not be easy to get into the top 10 among such people. This was because these were only the geniuses on the surface. There were still some hidden geniuses who might soar into the sky. In addition, there were some people from other clans whose strength was not weaker than Xiao Shiyu's. It would be extremely difficult for him to fight his way out of this place. However, Lin Xian was confident that with his help, they would be able to sweep through everything. Who were those people? Lin Xian was surprised. He was not paying attention to the younger generation, but to the few elders whose aura was abnormally terrifying. Even he felt a chill down his spine. Xiao Shiyu also looked over and said. They were from Shanghai Palace, and they were elders of Shanghai Palace. They should be 5 spirit beast taming saint masters. They could control late-stage Saint King beasts. They could even control peak Saint King beasts. Their strength was terrifying. Shanghai Palace? It was indeed worthy of its reputation. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also frowned slightly as they looked in their direction. What was going on? The Green Clan was surprised. The elder frowned slightly. His sharp eyes flashed. It seemed that an eye technique expert had arrived. However, he did not know where he was hiding. The other elders of Shanghai Palace were also surprised. They did feel an extremely shocking soul power just now. This time, it was really interesting. They hoped to meet some interesting dark horses. Then, the other beast-taming clans arrived one after another. They bowed to each other and then greeted the people of Shanghai Palace. At this moment, more powerful people arrived. Their auras were incomparably terrifying, and their laws were overflowing. They were not beast tamers, but other terrifying laws. Obviously, they were not beast tamer clans, but other sections. Countless people were surprised. Xiao Shiyu's pupils shrank. She said that they were from Wanhua clan. Lin Xian looked over carefully. As expected, they felt a familiar aura from them. It was said that Wanhua clan practiced the Wanhua divine technique. It was a very magical unique technique that could break down any power. This technique made people despair. Lin Xian had seen it before. It was indeed magical. Besides Wanhua clan, some of the big sects around Shanghai Palace also came. They were here to watch the Shanghai Beast fights. Every Shanghai Beast fight was a ranking of the Beast Tamer clans in Shanghai City. They had close cooperation with these Beast Tamer clans. Naturally, they were very concerned. Not long after, another exclamation was heard. A woman walked over. This woman had a fierce aura. She was one of the top geniuses. Her name was Han Qiu. Her appearance also attracted a lot of attention. Speaking of which, Han Qiu's reputation was even above Xiao Shiyu's. 3 top geniuses had already appeared. There was still Gu Yu. Was he not here yet? Countless people were surprised. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Gu Yu walked over. He was wearing a black robe. He was like a ghost. It was very strange. He was very fast. Not only that, everyone was shocked to find that there was a pair of eyes embroidered on his sleeve. It was very strange. And there were 3 runes in the eyes. 3 Soul Beast Tamer Master. God, how was this possible? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even those geniuses were surprised. Xiao Shiyu's pupils shrank. 3 Soul Beast Tamer Master was too strong. He was even more terrifying than Qing Chen. One had to know that Qing Chen was only a 2 Soul Beast Tamer Master. In his opinion, no one in the younger generation could become a 3 Soul Beast Tamer Master, but the other party did it. It was over. Who would be a match for the other party in this Shanghai Beast fights? Qing Chen's face also turned cold. He did not expect that the other party would break through before the fight. It was really despicable. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, Han Qiu's eyes were also shining. The people from the big sects around were also surprised. Many of them had already started to prepare. After the fight, they would immediately befriend this person. This was a top genius. If they could cooperate with them, their future achievements would be limitless. Those beast tamer clans were even more envious. At this moment, an elder of the Mountain Sea Palace walked out. He waved his hands, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The entire palace fell silent. Hundreds of millions of warriors looked forward. Elder Seven Spirits looked around. Then he smiled and said, "Welcome to the Mountain Sea Palace. I now announce the start of the Mountain Sea Beast Trials. All participants will enter the square in front." His words were very simple. After he finished speaking, many people walked up. At the same time, formations and enchantments appeared around them. They covered the entire square. Everyone else sucked in a deep breath. The people from those clans had also come. They were all watching, incomparably nervous. They wondered how far the geniuses of their clans could go. Elder Seven Spirits said, "You have 2 days for the first round of the competition. In 2 days, you will successfully subdue a sacred king-level beast. Those who complete the task within the specified time will advance to the next round. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Now you have 30 minutes to prepare. The competition will begin in 30 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, those people around took a deep breath. This was within their expectations. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn was up, a spatial crack opened above the square. Then, countless figures of demon beasts walked out. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They roared as soon as they appeared. Everyone found that these beasts were chained. Apparently, they were suppressed by the people of the Mountain Sea Palace. Those beast tamers who participated in the competition took a deep breath. They looked up and were about to choose a beast to suppress. At this moment, Elder Seven Spirits said, "The competition will begin now." As soon as he finished speaking, those chains of law in the sky kept collapsing. One beast after another rushed over. What was going on? Countless people were shocked. What was going on? They all looked at the Mountain Sea Palace. An elder of a clan said, "Is there something wrong with the formation and the chains?" The elder of the Mountain Sea Palace said with a smile, "There is nothing wrong. Everything is happening in the competition. This competition will not use chains to suppress the beasts. Instead, the beasts will be controlled while they are free to move." What? As soon as he finished speaking, those people around were all stunned. The difficulty had more than doubled. In fact, it had increased by several times. One had to know that normally, when they controlled demonic beasts, they would use array formations to seal them and use laws to suppress them. Then, he began to control it. Although it might not succeed, it wouldn't be too dangerous. But now, it was different. These demonic beasts had no restrictions. Once the control failed, it was very likely that he would be injured or even killed. Sure enough, the faces of the contestants inside the formation also turned ugly. "Why didn't you tell us in advance?" If they knew, they could have made such preparations in advance. The upper elder of the Mountain Sea Palace said loudly. Every true beast tamer had to go through hardships. Besides, the Mountain Sea Palace doesn't want good-for-nothings. If they can't even pass this test, they won't be qualified to be a top-level beast tamer. He was even less qualified to join the Mountain Sea Palace. If you're afraid of death, say it now. I'll give you a chance to leave. But from now on, you won't have any chance to enter the Mountain Sea Palace. A loud and clear voice rang out, and everyone in the square fell silent. They gritted their teeth. How could we give up? That is, we are the hope of our family, and we will not give up. These people had been through hundreds of battles. Although the situation was beyond their expectations, they would not give up just like that. Xiaoxiu also looked serious. "Ling Gongzi, you have to be very careful from now on." At this moment, a figure walked out from beside her. It was Qing Chen. Qing Chen said, "Xiu, be careful. If you can't hold on, you can ask me for help. I won't let you get hurt." After saying that, he laughed heartily and walked forward. There was also a man beside him. The man's energy was also extremely terrifying. He was Qing Chen's assistant. Damn it. What an arrogant guy. Xiao Shiyu gritted her teeth, but she still looked forward. Those people around did not act rashly. They were all thinking about how to subdue that demonic beast. However, Qing Chen did not care at all. He rushed forward directly. In front of them, a demonic beast charged forward. Qing Chen sneered. It's you. Do it. Then the man in black armor next to him formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, two mountains were formed and slammed forward. The two mountains were tens of thousands of feet tall. They tore through the sky. They suppressed the demonic beast in front of them. That godly eagle kept shaking, letting out crazy roars. Endless thunderbolts appeared on its body. The demonic beasts around were also furious. They wanted to rush over. At this moment, Qing Chen stepped forward. Endless blade light appeared in his eyes and he slashed forward. The other demonic beasts were terrified. They felt the suppression of their souls. Even the contestants around turned pale. Eye of the blade, it was so terrifying. Many demonic beasts were scared away. Qing Chen walked down and looked at the godly thunderbolt hawk. He started to exert an eye technique. He was controlling it. It was so powerful. Countless beast tamers exclaimed. Then they all started to act. Someone took out a scroll and formed a space enchantment to trap the demonic beast. Someone also extended a soul hand to suppress everything. A terrifying energy erupted. Divine light flashed in the sky. Seeing the people around them, they were shocked. Lin Xian looked around. He first stared at Qing Chen. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed very strong. Especially that eye technique. It was extremely sharp. The controlled thunderclap godly hawk let out a roar and kept shaking. Obviously, this was a very overbearing method of control. Even if it succeeded, the godly thunderbolt hawk's soul would be injured. Its power would be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers would not do this. Because it would cause the demonic beast to lose its strength. But now, Qing Chen did not care. In order to be the first to complete the task, he used such a harsh method. Besides him, the people around him also used various methods. Some used soul eye techniques. Some used sound attacks. Some used soul techniques. They really used all kinds of methods. It made people gasp in amazement. At this moment, many people were shocked. Because they found that Guyu was also attacking. He was alone and did not need any help. He formed a seal with his palms. Endless laws formed a space enchantment. It directly enveloped a rainbow butterfly. Then he threw out a ball of soul flame and started to burn the butterfly's soul. The rainbow-colored butterfly frantically tried to defend itself, letting out a terrified roar. It looked like it could not hold on at all. Too strong. As expected of a three-soul beast tamer Saint Master. There was no problem in controlling such a demonic beast. He could do it easily. Outside, the people from the other families were also discussing. The people of the Green Clan smiled. Apart from a few people who could pose a threat to Qing Chen, the rest of them were no match for him. This time, the top three would not be a problem. If they were lucky, they could even fight for first place. The Saint Kings from the Thousand Transformation sect also laughed. As expected of young Master Qing Chen, the #1 genius of the Green Clan. He was indeed strong. With his talent, it would not be a problem for him to become a top beast tamer in the future. It seemed that their cooperation with the Green Clan could continue. The elders of the Green Clan were also very satisfied. They laughed. That was for sure. The leader of the Green Clan also nodded. This kid's achievements in the future will definitely surpass mine. Unfortunately, that Xiao Shiyu did not know what was good for her. She actually went with someone at this time. How ridiculous. Just wait and see. She will pay the price. The leader of the Green Clan looked at Xiao Shiyu and Lin Xian with a cold light in his eyes. At this moment, there was a change in the square in front of him. The rainbow butterfly roared and surrendered. Everyone was surprised. That was fast. How long had it been? He had already subdued it, as expected of a beast tamer with 3 souls. Soon, with a roar, the thunderclap hawk also surrendered and crawled under Qing Chen's feet. Qing Chen's lips curled into a smile. Not bad. The difference between the two was not that long. The elder of the Green clan nodded. Next, Mu Lingfeng, Han Xiao, Gu Yu, and the others also completed their subduing. They were very fast, far faster than the others. They could be said to belong to the first echelon. They were the most dazzling few. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also nodded slightly. Not bad. The first place would probably belong to one of them. Elder Feiyu, you acted fast. You actually took Gu Yu as your disciple. Many people looked at a woman and said with a smile. Their eyes were filled with envy. Elder Feiyu was also a beast tamer with 5 souls. He laughed. Of course, I acted fast. Otherwise, when the competition was over, you would all be fighting for supremacy. Indeed, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace all had their eyes on these top geniuses. They all wanted to take them as their disciples. However, Gu Yu and Qing Chen had already taken 2 elders as their disciples. Only Mu Lingfeng and Han Xiao were left. Out of these 2 people, they had to snatch one. The other elders looked around. There were so many elders. It must be a fierce competition to take 2 of them. They had better look at the other geniuses. At this moment, someone revealed a look of surprise. This little fellow was not bad. The one who spoke was an old woman. She had a head full of silver hair and looked very benevolent. At this moment, she was staring at a beautiful figure. This was the illusory sound song. It seemed like she was from the Xiao clan. If he guessed correctly, she should be the number 1 genius of the Xiao clan, Xiaoxiyu. Elder Xiangui also turned his head and smiled. That's right, he is engaged to my disciple. However, even though you're the number 1 genius of the Xiao clan, you're still lacking compared to my disciple. When he said this, his eyes were filled with pride. Is that so? How come I didn't see it? Elder Yan Luo laughed. Although she had a head full of white hair, her face was like that of a 20-year-old woman. It could be said to be very magical. She said. Things had not reached the last step, so it was better not to jump to conclusions too early. If he could get into the top 10, perhaps there was no need to continue this engagement. Elder Yan Luo, it's not that I want to criticize you, but do you think highly of her? However, it was impossible for him to enter the top 10. Elder Black Tortoise snorted. Below, Xiaoxiyu still did not know that the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were fighting for her. At this moment, she took a deep breath, took out her jade flute, and began to perform the illusory sound song. What she wanted to subdue was an owl with 6 heads. It was a very strange and terrifying demonic beast. Lin Xian walked up and slapped the owl with his palm. His huge hand swept through the air and enveloped the 6-headed owl. The owl roared, and its 6 heads shot out fire, lightning, and hailstones. It was obvious that it was proficient in many laws. In front of the golden hand, everything was useless. It was directly suppressed to the ground. This scene caused many people to be surprised. This little guy's physique was not bad. He could actually withstand so many laws. It seemed like he was a body refinement expert. Discussions broke out one after another. The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. It seemed like they had underestimated Lin Xian. Qing Chen's eyes flickered. He had completed his task, so he stood aside and watched the battle. When he saw Lin Xian's strength, a glint appeared in his eyes. This person's physique was not ordinary. He asked the man in armor next to him. Black Armor, can you tell what kind of physique he has cultivated? Black Armor looked at him and frowned. He could not tell unless he attacked with his full strength. Forget it. Qing Chen shook his head. So what if he was strong? He could not be compared to him. If he wanted to kill him, he could use his demonic beast to tear him into pieces. Lin Xian suppressed the owl with 6 heads. Xiaoxiyu quickly moved, and the illusory sound song turned into an attack to control it. Now that she was a 2-soul beast tamer, it was not difficult for her to control the owl. As expected, she succeeded in a short while. The owl surrendered. Seeing this, the people of the Xiao clan laughed. Great, Xiao Shiyu succeeded. Xiao Shiyu's uncle's face was cold. Soon, he also laughed because he found that his daughter, Xiaoyu, had also succeeded. There were 2 people left. They looked down. Xiaoyunshu was very serious. She had just broken through and became a one-soul beast tamer. Now that she encountered such a situation, she was naturally nervous. At this moment, she was staring at an Arctic crocodile. The Arctic crocodile emitted a strong chill that froze the world. Beside her, Mr. Xiaoyao used 2 soul hands to suppress it. And she used the illusory sound song with all her might. In the meantime, she felt the chill and frost formed on her body. But in the end, she succeeded. The Arctic crocodile surrendered under her feet. That's great. She succeeded in passing. She turned to look and found that Xiao Shiyu had also completed. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Shiyu said, Sister Yunshu, do your best. Let's continue. Xiao Yunshu nodded. She looked at Lin Xian with shock in her eyes. She saw Lin Xian's attack earlier. She was surprised by his physique. It was stronger than she had imagined. Such a terrifying owl that knew 6 types of laws was suppressed by Lin Xian with a single slap. It could not resist at all. What kind of power was this? This despicable guy had been hiding his strength all this time. Sister Shiyu, you can do it. You can definitely enter the top 10. Xiao Yunshu took a deep breath. With Lin Xian's help, Xiao Shiyu's chances were very high. At this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Sister Yunshu, you are really ignorant. She has no chance. Even if there is a chance, it will be me. I am the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. Lin Xian heard this and turned to look. He saw a slender figure. It was Xiaoyu. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that there were indeed many people who overestimated themselves. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored the other party. Xiaoyu snorted. Kid, what kind of expression is that? Are you doubting me? Lin Xian said without turning his head. You're not qualified to be our opponent. Let's go. He and Xiao Shiyu walked to the side. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. Damn it, I'll prove it to him, I'm the strongest. A day passed by very quickly. All the demon beasts returned to the space crack with the sound of thunder, and disappeared without a trace. Only those that were successfully subdued were still crawling at the feet of the crowd. Elder Qi Ling walked over and said, Those who failed, please leave. Nearly half of the people left. They were very excited before coming, but now they had to leave dejectedly. They didn't expect that they couldn't even pass the first round. The people around were also surprised. Some of them were geniuses. They were usually very strong. They didn't expect that they would be defeated. Some elders shook their heads and sighed. It was different from when they were subdued. Usually, the environment was good, so they didn't have to worry. But now, they had to worry about the attacks of other beasts. Naturally, their efficiency was greatly reduced. It seemed that they didn't have enough training. Next, everyone had 30 minutes to recover. After 30 minutes, Elder Qi Ling walked over again. He said, The second round of the competition will begin. This time, they had to subdue 3 beasts. Only the top 50 could successfully advance. The time limit was also 1 day. As soon as he said that, the people around went crazy. Although half of them were eliminated, there were still more than 300 people left. Now, more people would be eliminated. Only 50 people would succeed. Moreover, they had to subdue 2 or 3 beasts in 1 day. The difficulty had more than doubled compared to before. Many people's faces turned ugly. It was too difficult. It was more difficult than they imagined. Xiao Yunshu's face turned ugly. She had just become a one-soul beast tamer. With her strength, subduing 3 beasts wasn't a problem. But to do it in 1 day, she couldn't do it. Not to mention her, few people could do it. They didn't expect the second round to be so difficult. Xiao Yunshu sighed. It seemed that they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Xiao Shiyu also took a deep breath. This time, there might not be 50 people who could complete it. It seemed that they had to show their true strength. She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Following the command, the 300 or so people who had succeeded once again attacked. The demonic beast cracks in the sky appeared, becoming incomparably terrifying. This time, there were even more of them than before. All of them were roaring at the sky. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to make one feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Not to mention that they had to dodge the attack and control it at the same time. Moreover, they had to control 3 demonic beasts at the same time. Among them, a figure soared into the sky. A huge barrier sealed everything. His terrifying gaze turned into a blade, cutting everything. The crowd cried out in surprise. It was Qing Chen. He was really strong, like a god among the demonic beasts. Did you see that? Those demonic beasts saw him. They all backed down. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. His speed had increased by several times. He estimated that the time he could control the demonic beasts would be even shorter than before. It seemed that he had indeed not used his full strength before. Many people cried out in surprise. Elder Black Tortoise laughed. As expected of my disciple. Then, he looked at Xiaoxiu and said, it seems that the difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. This Xiaoxiu is not worthy of my disciple. What was he being so arrogant about? No one could say for sure until the end. Elder Yan Luo snorted coldly. She could not stand the smug look on his face. She said, I think this Xiaoxiu is not bad. Why, do you want to take him as your disciple? I advise you not to do so. Elder Black Tortoise sneered. Elder Yan Luo still wanted to say something, but at this time, there was a change in the square in front of them. A shocking roar sounded out, following which a terrifying power exploded out. 2 figures flew backwards, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. There were more than 10 people around them who were also affected. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that the demonic beasts were angry. The 2 of them looked terrible. They were seriously injured. They were controlling the demonic beasts earlier. They were too anxious and controlled 2 demonic beasts at the same time. The 2 demonic beasts were angry and attacked them, causing a tremor in the surroundings. The 2 of them were seriously injured, and the people around them were also affected. Xianxia was also affected. This time, she controlled a cheetah with 3 heads. It was abnormally terrifying. She carefully controlled it, but she did not expect the demonic beasts in front of her to roar. The 3 cheetahs in front of her were also angry. They attacked her with their claws. She quickly dodged. Although she was not injured, she was still affected. Moreover, the control effect from before had completely disappeared. It would be much more difficult to control them again. Damn it. Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth. She did not have much confidence in the first place. After this incident, she had no chance at all. Thinking of this, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. In the distance, the people of Xiao clan saw the scene and shook their heads and sighed. The red-haired elder sighed. It was too difficult for Xiaoxiu now. Lin Xian naturally saw this scene. His soul power was very strong. He had a panoramic view of the situation in the square. When he caught sight of this, he controlled young Mr. Xiaoyao and had Xiaoyao say something. Young Master Xiaoyao walked over and said in a deep voice, Fairy Yunshu, although you have failed this time, it is an important experience for you in your life. From now on, you will have a deeper understanding of beasts. Moreover, you will be able to watch the process of others controlling beasts. No one's life is smooth sailing. Wind and rain will only make people stronger. Xiaoxiu was stunned. She looked at young Master Xiaoyao and said, Thank you. I understand. She took a deep breath. She did not control the 3 cheetahs anymore. Instead, she pushed them far away. She knew that it would be futile if she continued. Rather than that, she might as well admit defeat. Not only Xiaoxiu, there were more than 10 people like her. They knew that they were no match for her, so they gave up decisively. Xiaoxiu came to the back to watch the battle. She looked at Xiaoxiu. She was probably the only one in Xiao clan who could succeed. Sure enough, Xiaoxiu fought steadily. She controlled a demonic beast. The phantom melody covered the sky and covered the ground, enveloping her opponent and attacking his soul. The demonic beast in front was a rhinoceros. It had purple runes on its body. It was abnormally terrifying. Its strength was so great that the heavens and earth cracked. However, it could not escape from Lin Xian's palm. Not only that, Lin Xian suppressed the purple rhinoceros with one hand. Then, the surrounding demonic beasts that rushed up were all slapped away by him. The situation was like slapping a fly. Xianxia was shocked. These were all Saint King level demonic beasts, but they were easily slapped away by him. Moreover, there was more than one of them. His strength was heaven-defying. Only now did she realize that her opponent had hidden too much strength. The others were shocked as well, including the people from the Xiao clan. This lad's physique was simply too strong. Even the eyes of the Mountain Sea Palace's elders lit up when they saw him. Elder Yan Luo nodded. Xiaoyu was lucky to find such a helper. She still had hope. Elder Xiangui frowned. But soon, he stopped paying attention to it because his disciple had completed the task. The three demonic beasts were groveling at his feet. Qing Chen was looking down at everyone like a god. Great! Elder Xiangui laughed happily. This time, Qing Chen was faster than Guyu. He was the first to complete the task, which attracted many people's attention. The leader of the Green Clan also laughed. Great, he was so happy. At this rate, he might be able to get the first place. Qing Chen stood there with a confident smile on his face. He glanced at Lone Moon and snorted. So what if Lone Moon was a three-souled beast tamer? He had a strong helper who was not weaker than Lone Moon. Then, he looked at Xiao Shiyu. Seeing that Xiao Shiyu was still doing it, he snorted. Just wait and see. When he successfully ascended to first place, he wanted to see how these two people would be able to contend against him. As expected of young Master Qing Chen, he was indeed powerful. The expert from the Myriad Transformation clan laughed. The people from other clans and sects congratulated Qing Chen. Congratulations to the leader of the Green Clan for having such a good son. I think young Master Qing Chen will get the first place this time. Hearing the congratulations, the leader of the Green Clan laughed. The people of the Green Clan were also proud. Soon, roaring sounds came from the front. Guyu had also completed the task. Then it was Han Xiao, Mu Lingfeng and a few others. They had all controlled three demonic beasts. Although they were a little behind, they were not too far behind. Their strength was almost the same. Until the end, no one would know how the rankings of these people would be decided. However, other than these few people, it was impossible for the others to complete the task. Because these few people were much better than the others. The families of these few geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. Great. The people of the Xiao clan looked solemn. Qing Chen and the others belonged to the first group. Xiao Shiyu was the #1 genius of the Xiao family, but in the entire Shanghai city, she belonged to the second tier. At this moment, the competition was still ongoing. There shouldn't be a problem. The seventh elder looked at his daughter's serious expression and took a deep breath. The others were also nervous. Eldest uncle, who was speaking softly, had a sneer on his face. He knew that Xiao Shiyu was going to be in trouble. Not only her, but Lin Xian beside her was also going to be in trouble. Because these two people had offended Qing Chen. With the strength that Qing Chen had displayed, it was very likely that he would be able to obtain the first place. At that time, if the other party were to make a move, the two of them would not be able to escape death. This way, he would be able to get rid of a great enemy without having to do anything. Thinking of this, first uncle was very happy. Time passed slowly. There was only one day left. Most of the day had passed, and the sun was about to set. During this process, quite a few people failed, coughing out blood and suffering injuries, retreating in dejection. Of course, there were also some who succeeded, and they were very happy. There were even more who were still working hard. They had a high chance of succeeding, but if they were not careful, they might fail. Xiao Shiyu was in such a situation. The beasts in front of her were being suppressed by her palm, and she was continuously performing the hallucination song. From the start till now, she had not stopped. To her, this was a huge drain. This was because the soul resistance of these beasts was very scary. She was affected, but fortunately, she did not have to worry about the threat of other beasts. This was because any beast that dared to come close would be sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, this is the last one. There's still time. We can definitely pass." Xiaoxiu nodded and did not say anything, but she was very grateful. With Lin Xian here, she felt that he could do anything. Countless people were paying attention to this battle, especially those from Shanghai Palace. They had to select some geniuses from here for each battle. Naturally, Qing Chen and the other 3 experts were chosen. Moreover, there was no problem for these people to enter Shanghai Palace. But as for the others, they were also observing. At this moment, from afar, a cloud floated up, and there was a young man on it. He sat there lazily and looked down. His gaze swept across the area. It seemed that there were many experts this time. That was the number 1 genius of the Green Clan. He was really arrogant. Did he think that he was number 1 now? The young man looked at Qing Chen and snorted, then turned his head to look. Mu Lingfeng was calm and composed. It seemed that he still had a trump card. This Hanqiu was also mysterious. It seemed that he had not used his full strength. This person was interesting. When the young man looked at Gu Yu, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. I finally understood why he did not need any help. The people around were very surprised to hear this. Who was this person who could level the world? When they saw the 5 runes in the eyes of the young man's sleeves, they were all stunned. He turned out to be a 5-soul beast tamer. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also saluted him. Greetings, Elder Ruochen. This made those from other sects even more shocked. These people were also 5-soul beast tamers, but they were so respectful to this young man. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying this young man's strength and status were. Elder Ruochen nodded slightly and looked around again. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Not bad. Interesting. Although this kid was not a beast tamer, his body was really amazing. He should be famous for his super strong body. To be able to hire such a person as a helper. He looked at Xiaoxiu and nodded slightly. Although she was not as good as Qing Chen and the others, she was still in the process. However, she did not make any mistakes from the beginning to the end. It seemed that her soul foundation was very deep, and her talent was not bad. If she was trained well, she would be a strong person in the future. More importantly, he could see that Xiaoxiu was much younger than Qing Chen, Lone Moon, and the others. The experts of Shanghai Palace around were surprised. Elder Ruochen thought highly of Xiaoxiu? It was really incredible. Elder Ruochen said calmly. Just look around. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Xian with a look of surprise in his eyes. Then he sensed carefully, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. It seemed that it was hard to tell who would win this time. The elders around were all stunned. Elder Xiangui said. Elder Ruochen, do you really think highly of Xiaoxiu? I don't think it is possible for her to enter the top 10. Yes, she is still too young. She might have a chance next time. Another elder next to him said. Elder Yan Luo refuted. Why? Do you doubt Elder Ruochen's words? Elder Black Turtle's expression changed. Of course, I don't dare to refute Elder Ruochen. But forgive me for my ignorance. I really don't see how they can win. The other elders were also discussing. Then they asked Elder Ruochen to give them some advice. Elder Ruochen stood on the cloud. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Although he had the appearance of a youth, he was an old monster. He said with a smile. His focus was not on Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu was not bad. But it was a little difficult for her to get into the top 10. She was the best in the second echelon. As she grew older, she would definitely be in the first echelon. Everyone nodded. That was what they thought. So they thought that Yi Xian would not get into the top 10. Was there a problem? At that moment, Elder Ruochen changed the topic and continued. However, the assistant beside him was no ordinary individual. With his help, this time, I think it will be very interesting. I don't know how far he can go. The assistant next to him? Countless elders looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surrounded by soul pressure. The monsters in front of him were all prostrating on the ground. Everyone was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he did not look back, he could feel the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were looking at him. Thinking of that, he smiled. Did they notice something different about me? Looks like there are really strong people in the Mountain Sea Palace. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale as well. However, she soon felt that the elders had retracted their gazes. We didn't see anything. Elder Black Turtle and others were confused. Elder Ruochen said, "It's normal that you can't see anything because this guy is hiding very well." After saying that, he did not say anything else. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the cloud. He was surprised. Although he was also a beast tamer with a martial soul, he was much stronger than Elder Black Turtle and others. Therefore, he could see that Lin Xian not only had a super strong body, but also a terrifying soul. However, the moment he looked at the other party, just as he wanted to see through the other party's secrets, he discovered that there was a pair of golden eyes above him, looking down at him as if warning him. That was an eye technique. Not only that, it was an extremely powerful eye technique. Although the young man in front of him wasn't a beast master, he had a pair of incomparably mystical eyes. If this pair of eyes were to explode with power, it would be unimaginable. Controlling demonic beasts would not be a problem at all. That was why he said that no one knew the final outcome. Everything depended on Lin Xian's performance. The surrounding elders became even more curious. They all knew about Elder Ruochen's side. The people that he thought highly of were all top-notch experts. He was probably even stronger than Qing Chen and the others. However, they really couldn't figure out who this strange man was. He is Xiao Shiyu's assistant. In that case, the Xiao clan should know of his identity. Should we head to the Xiao clan and ask them about it? Some elders stood up, and the others nodded in agreement. However, Elder Ruochen opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Sit down. There's no need to ask. If this little guy really wanted to help Xiao Shiyu, he would definitely unleash more of his strength. At that time, you will see his true strength." Up ahead, the competition continued. Xiao Shiyu was still not done. Because of the anger of the demonic beast, she was also affected by it. She was stronger than Xiao Yunshu, so she was able to block it. However, it still affected her speed. At that moment, it was already the final moment. It wouldn't be long before she was done. At that moment, the three demonic beasts at the side prostrated themselves at Xiaoyu's feet. Xiaoyu stood up with a smile at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Xiao Shiyu and snorted. "Did you see that? My speed is faster than yours. I am the #1 genius of the Xiao clan." The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. Eldest uncle even laughed. As expected of his daughter, she didn't disappoint him. This time, her speed was even faster than Xiao Shiyu's. This way, he could fight for more resources for his daughter. Once she became the young clan leader, it would be theirs. Xiao Shiyu's mother, the seventh elder, snorted. If it wasn't for the anger of the demonic beast, Xiao Shiyu would have been done long ago. What was there to be arrogant about? Eldest uncle laughed. That's not right. The process of the battle wasn't important. What was important was the result. Now, it was clear that my daughter's strength and talent were above Xiao Yu's. Both sides were at odds with each other. Third elder's father came out to mediate. Alright, everyone was from the same clan. They had to fight for the glory of the Xiao clan. The seventh elder snorted in anger. Eldest uncle also sat down proudly. At that moment, another roar came from the front. Xiao Shiyu stood up. She had successfully subdued the three demonic beasts. That's great. The seventh elder's lips curled into a smile. At the front, Xiao Shiyu heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally done. You must be tired. Lin Xian laughed. If it wasn't for the anger of the demonic beasts, we would have been done long ago. Xiao Shiyu nodded. That's right. Anyway, we passed the second round. We'll work hard for the third round. Humph, what's there to be arrogant about being the last to finish? Xiao Yu sneered. Lin Xian glanced at her and shook his head. She really didn't know what was good for her. Until now, he hadn't displayed his strength. He only helped Xiaoxiu to subdue the demonic beasts. If he were to display his powerful soul force, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. At that time, these people would be scared silly. That's why he didn't say anything. Just wait. Soon, he will show his true strength. This time, there were 4 participants from the Xiao clan. Among them, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoyu successfully passed the second round. Xiaoyunshu and Xiaoning were defeated. The people of the Xiao clan were talking about it. The clan leader also said that half of them had passed the second round. Looks like there's a big chance for them to be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace. Eldest uncle sneered. Xiaoxiyu's talent had reached the 3rd round. She would definitely be defeated in the 3rd round. The glory of the Xiao clan depended on her daughter. If her daughter performed well, there was a big chance for her to be chosen by the Mountain Sea Palace. At that time, she would really soar. However, the people of the Green clan didn't think so. The Xiao clan was too weak compared to them. Qingchen walked over and looked down at them. Xiyu, did you see that? Although you are also a 2-soul beast tamer, you have just completed it. Moreover, your battle experience is too little. Usually, you have the help of those families. Now that you are in a real battlefield, you won't be able to go far. So, admit defeat. If you beg me and I am in a good mood, I can give you a way out. Moreover, I will kill this kid. Qingchen was like a high and mighty emperor. Do you know the difference between you and a fly? Xiaoxiu said coldly. You are more annoying than a fly. After saying that, she turned around and left. Lin Xian looked at her and sneered. You really think you are number 1? I am afraid you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Seeing this scene, Qingchen clenched his teeth. Qingchen gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Just wait, the 3rd stage was coming soon. After it ends, he will let these 2 know what despair is. There was no way he was going to let them off, especially Lin Xian. He was going to tear Lin Xian to pieces. Finally, the day was over, and those demonic beasts once again returned to the spatial rift. Elder Qiling walked out and looked at the people in the square below. There were only 45 people left in the square, not even 50 people were left. One could only imagine how terrifying the 2nd stage was. Those who had completed the 2nd stage looked solemn. They knew that there would be a tougher competition waiting for them. These 45 people were all experts among experts. None of them were weak. However, they still had to choose the top 10. Only the top 10 would be chosen by the Shanghai Palace. The next stage would be even more exciting. Elder Qiling looked down and said, to give you guys some motivation, I've decided to announce the prize that the Shanghai Palace has prepared. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up and they looked forward to it. There were many families in Shanghai City, but the strongest was still the Shanghai Palace. They had been around for so long that no one knew when the Shanghai Palace had been around. It seemed like the Shanghai Palace had been around ever since Shanghai City was built. For such a terrifying and ancient sect, the prize would definitely be amazing. Everyone looked forward to it. Elder Seven Spirit's voice rang out as the reward for the 1st place. It was a unique soul technique, the seal of life and death. Hearing this, many people were in an uproar. The family members of the beast tamers were envious because they had heard that it was a terrifying soul technique. Only the people of the Shanghai Palace had it, and it was very rare. Only a small number of elders could cultivate it. Who would have thought that it would be the prize for the 1st place? The seal of life and death, as the name suggested, could allow one to live or die with a thought. It could be said to be a terrifying soul technique. As expected, the Green clan and Xiao clan all stood up, especially the Green clan. They were extremely excited. If Qingchen could get 1st place, the seal of life and death would be theirs. On the square, Qingchen's eyes shone brightly. No matter what, he had to get the seal of life and death. Beside him, Gu Yu, Mu Linfeng, and Han Qiu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. They'd all fight for it. That was because to them, it was a supreme treasure. As for the others, they could only be envious. 1st place was too far away for them. The reward for the 2nd place was a Saint King grade soul saint artifact. It was equally terrifying. After obtaining it, coupled with his soul energy, his strength would increase exponentially. The reward for the third place was a demonic beast. It was a demonic beast. Furthermore, it could grow. If he grew up, he would be incomparably terrifying. He would definitely be the most valiant assistant. The rewards for the top 3 were unparalleled, and any one of them could cause a storm in Shanghai City. In particular, the seal of life and death was something that countless people yearned for. Apart from the top 3, the rewards for the top 10 were also very generous. In short, it was enough to make everyone jealous. When the atmosphere calmed down, Elder Seven Spirits spoke once more. Also, to be able to get into the top 10, they were all top geniuses. In that case, no one will be able to touch you. You will receive the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. Once these words were spoken, everyone cried out in alarm again. This was equivalent to a life-saving talisman. The Mountain Sea Palace was the only overlord. None of the beast tamer clans dared to offend them. Therefore, it was everyone's dream to receive such treatment. Hearing these words, Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up. If she could get it, even if she left her clan, the Green Clan would not dare to touch her. They would also not let her get married. Therefore, she had to get into the top 10. The other people were also discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Elder Seven Spirits spoke once more. It seemed like the rewards were not over yet. As expected, Elder Seven Spirits spoke. Apart from these rewards, those who intend to get into the top 10 have a chance of being noticed by the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace. They might even take you in as a disciple. Join the Mountain Sea Palace. The people in the square took a deep breath. To be able to join the Mountain Sea Palace was a great honor. Their status and strength would soar to the heavens, as expected of the Mountain Sea Palace. Any reward that came out would make people jealous. The surrounding spectators were also discussing. They had already started guessing the top 10 rankings. The top 3 would be from Qingchen, Guyue, and the others. However, the top 10 was not certain. Everyone looked hopeful. However, they did not know how to compete in the last round. Elder Seven Spirits said. The last round will take a long time. We will release the demonic beasts in 10 days. This time, the demonic beasts will be from the early stage of the Saint King realm to the late stage of the Saint King realm. You will try your best to control the strongest demonic beast you can control. Then, you will compete. The rankings will be based on your victory and defeat. Next, Elder Seven Spirits spoke in more detail about the competition. Everyone was shocked. This time, not only did they have to control the demonic beasts, they also had to fight with them. It was indeed the Mountain Sea Battle Beast. This was the most important part. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Are there still battles? He nodded slightly. In that case, the rankings were based on the level of the demonic beasts they could control and the results of the battles. If they could control a late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. If the others could not control it, then there was no need to compete. However, it was estimated that no one present could control a late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. No matter how powerful Qingchen and the others were, they could only control a mid-stage Saint King realm demonic beast. In that case, they would have to compete. Xiaoxiu took in a deep breath as well. Her future would depend on the ranking this time. As long as she could get into the top 10, she would not need to get married. Otherwise, she would probably end up in a miserable state. Therefore, this was a battle with her back against the wall. Lin Xian walked over and said, "Don't worry. With my help, you will have no problem getting into the top 10. In the end, this battle could finally make him take it seriously. Next, everyone began to recover. A day later, everyone stood up. The enchantment around them had become even more terrifying. And a crack appeared in the sky again. This time, a terrifying aura descended from the sky and swept in all directions. There were not only mid-stage Saint King realm demonic beasts, but also late-stage Saint King realm demonic beasts. The late-stage Saint King realm demonic beast was called the Golden Spirit Beast. It was surrounded by golden light. It had a powerful force. It was like a supreme overlord. It roared into the sky, and the demonic beasts around it left one after another. No one dared to approach the space where it was. In the square, those beast tamers also took a deep breath. They felt a huge pressure. But fortunately, these were all demonic beasts suppressed by the Mountain Sea Palace. They would not be in danger. The jade flute in Xiaoxiyu's hand shone brightly. Apparently, she was going to exert her strongest power this time. Terrifying notes surrounded her, carrying the aura of the Great Path. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He was looking forward to this battle. On the other side, a shocking light appeared. Everyone felt pain in their souls. The green eyes were terrifying. It was Qing Chen. Was he going to use his eyes of the blade? Many people looked over in surprise. Qing Chen's eyes were cold. Not only that, a mirror appeared in his hand. It was also a soul-sacred artifact. It seemed that Qing Chen was going to use his full strength this time. Qing Chen's power surprised everyone. They were talking about it. Those from the Thousand Transformation clan laughed. It seemed that young Master Qing Chen was very close to becoming a three-soul beast tamer. He could break through at any time. Those from the Green clan laughed. Yes, Qing Chen was very talented. It would not be a problem for him to break through to become a three-soul beast tamer. And he would definitely become a five-soul beast tamer in the future. Besides Qing Chen, Gu Yu, Mu Lingfeng, and others were also in their best condition, ready to attack. They looked around and began to look for beasts. Their targets were all middle-stage sacred king realm beasts. And they were all mutated beasts of heaven and earth. They were very terrifying. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Those from the Xiao clan were also shocked. They found Xiaoxiyu was moving. She was walking toward a giant creature. That enormous creature was completely black, and it carried a terrifying aura, causing the heavens and earth to crumble around it. It was like a divine dragon. But it was not a divine dragon. It was a Jiao dragon. A Jiao dragon of destruction. It was a terrifying beast with infinite power. It could destroy everything. Although it was not a real dragon, it was still a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its power was so strong that it shocked everyone. It stood there like an overlord. Other beasts did not dare to approach it. Even those beast tamers did not dare to attack it. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiyu was going to subdue this Jiao dragon of destruction. It was incredible. Dragons were the top divine beasts. They were very terrifying. Those related to the Dragon Ball were also terrifying. They were very difficult to control. But now, the other party had actually made such a choice. Exactly why? Could it be that the other party had been hiding his strength? The seventh elder was incomparably nervous. She knew that Drizzle was staking everything on this one throw, fighting with her back to the river. However, this was truly too risky. First uncle sneered. They were really overestimating themselves. Didn't they see that young Master Qingchen and the others didn't choose the destruction-fled dragon? Did she think that she was more powerful than young Master Qingchen and the others? I think she knows she won't get into the top 10, so she wants to take a risk. Failure was inevitable, the third elder and the others also sighed. It seemed like Xiaoxiyu was really too anxious to have actually made such a wrong choice. The other beast tamer clans were also discussing this. None of them had high hopes for Xiaoxiyu. On the Mountain Sea Palace's side, Elder Black Turtle also laughed. Wasn't this Xiaoxiyu too blind? The idea was good, but with her strength, could she control the destruction-fled dragon? He shook his head. He didn't believe it. It carried the aura of the dragon race, and it also carried the power of destruction. It was extremely difficult to control. If he tried to forcefully control it, there was a high chance that he would be injured or even killed. The other elders also shook their heads and sighed. Even Elder Yan Luo frowned. Was there really no hope? However, Elder Ruochen, who was sitting on the cloud, had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Was he going to make a move? It seemed like he was going to show his real strength. Little brat, let me see your true strength. He looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. The other beast tamers on the square also noticed it. Xiaoyu shouted coldly. This Xiaoxiyu was really too stupid. She was sure to win this time. She would prove to the clan that she was the strongest. Qingchen also sneered at this scene. He didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he continued to choose his beast. Xiao Shiyu walked up. Taking a deep breath, she said to Lin Xian next to her. She was going to make a move. Lin Xian nodded and followed her. In front of them, the destruction flood dragon in the sky looked down at them. When it saw two humans daring to approach it, it instantly became angry. A roar shook the 9 heavens. Everyone felt their blood boiling as if their bodies were about to split apart. It was too scary. Were they really going to make a move on such a monster? This definitely angered the destruction flood dragon. The flood dragon next to it reached out its dragon claws and grabbed downward. It was like an ancient demon mountain. Even a mid-stage sacred king would be turned into a bloody mist instantly. This was not good, said the third elder. Even though the destruction flood dragon had just broken through to the middle stage of the Saint King realm, its blood and cosmic energy were too unusual. It was much stronger than ordinary beasts of the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Lu Yu was in danger. Everyone had the same thought. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. She felt great pressure. At this moment, she used her precepts to resist and formed a ward. Many cracks appeared on it instantly. Lin Gongzi, I'm counting on you. She could not resist it. She could only rely on Lin Xian. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Lin Xian walked out. Looking at the dragon claws descending from the sky, he threw out a palm. Boom, the entire sky was shattered. A terrifying force roared in all directions. The huge dragon claws were pushed back. The destruction flood dragon let out an angry roar. At this moment, everyone was stunned. One punch. He actually forced the destruction flood dragon to retreat. What kind of strength was that? Many experts from various clans stood up, their eyes filled with shock. The people from the Shao clan were equally shocked. The third elder gasped. He actually blocked the attack. The first uncle gritted his teeth. Damn it, he realized that he was wrong. From the beginning, he had neglected this young man. He actually had such terrifying strength. He actually blocked the attack of the destruction flood dragon. This way, the other party really had a chance. The seventh elder smiled. As expected of his daughter. Her eyesight was really good. The people from the Green clan were also shocked. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Quickly go and investigate. The clan leader's eyes flickered. No wonder Xiao Shiyu dared to resist. It turned out that she had found a body-tempering expert. But soon, he sneered. So what if this young man was strong? So what if he could fight against the destruction flood dragon? Was he strong enough to control the flood dragon? He did not think so. Even if he was suppressed, he could not be controlled. So, he was too weak compared to them. Haha, there was nothing to be afraid of. The experts from the Green clan laughed and sat down. But in the next moment, they jumped up. The smiles on their faces froze. All of them were shocked. Below, Lin Xian attacked again after he succeeded. He clenched his fist and punched the destruction flood dragon. That huge body was sent flying. Dragon blood dripped down from the sky. He actually injured the destruction flood dragon. Countless people were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Fighting and injuring were two different concepts. The destruction flood dragon's body was so strong that he could break through its defense. This person's strength was much stronger than they imagined. The people of the Green clan were dumbfounded. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were also stunned. This was a hidden expert. No wonder Elder Ruochen valued him so much. Not to mention them, even Xiao Shiyu was shocked. She knew that Lin Xian was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong that he could even injure the destruction flood dragon. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and her eyes lit up. That's great. If that's the case, her chances will be much higher. Xiao Yinshu, who was watching from the back, was stunned when she saw the scene. What kind of strength was this? She actually underestimated such a person. Thinking of this, she felt her face turn red. What right did she have to look down on him? Suddenly, she remembered that when she tested him, he only caught 3 demonic beasts. Young Master Xiaoyao caught 10 demonic beasts. She was very suspicious now. She asked Xiaoyao who was next to her. You were the one who secretly tested him, right? Young Master Xiaoyao was already under Lin Xian's control, so he answered honestly. That's right. Those 10 demonic beasts were not caught by him. They were caught by Lin Gongzi. Sure enough, Xiaoyunchu sighed. Why was she so stupid? She didn't realize it. If he had been nicer to her, would she have stayed by his side? If so, she would be able to participate in the third round. Thinking of this, she was extremely disappointed and regretful. Apart from her, the others were also stunned. The people of the Green Clan couldn't believe it. Was this Xiao Shiyu's trump card? They were a little nervous. The leader of the Green Clan said coldly. Don't worry. No matter how strong he is definitely not Chener's opponent. Just wait. When Chener reaches the peak, he will definitely suppress them. He will send them all to hell. With such an assistant, getting into the top 10 would be no problem. Elder Yan Luo smiled. Elder Black Tortoise snorted. So what? No matter how strong he can't be compared to my disciple. Elder Yan Luo clenched her teeth. She prayed in her heart that Xiao Shiyu could defeat Qing Chen and trample him under her feet. She looked ahead carefully. Lin Xian swept through everything in his path. The destruction flood dragon was sent flying, completely suppressed and unable to resist. Xiao Shiyu rushed forward and hurriedly used the illusory sound song to control it. So fast. It was suppressed. Elder Black Tortoise couldn't believe it. The corners of Elder Yan Luo's mouth curled into a smile. However, at this moment, someone said, Look, it seems that the solitary Yu courtyard is about to succeed. Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. Guyu was standing in the air. His powerful soul energy swept through everything. In front of him, there was a ferocious tiger covered in flames. It was a strange tiger, extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, he seemed to be unable to withstand the extraordinarily strong soul pressure. Impossible! Elder Black Tortoise exclaimed. How could Lone Moon be so fast? In the second round, his disciple was the first to complete it. Could it be that Lone Moon was still hiding his true abilities? Another elder said. Duyu was a beast tamer with 3 souls. His trump cards were not limited to this. The elders looked at it carefully and were shocked beyond words. Why do I feel the power of 2 souls from him? What is going on? Many people were shocked. Even the experts from the other sects felt it. They were all surprised. At this moment, Elder Ruochen said, You are right. He has 2 souls. A person with 2 souls? No wonder he doesn't need an assistant. Those from the Mountain Sea Palace were stunned. How rare it was for a genius to have 2 souls. Duyu's soul energy was much stronger than ordinary people. No wonder he became a beast tamer with 3 souls at such a young age. This was his real trump card. Once he used the power of 2 souls, who could be his opponent? At this moment, roars could be heard from other places as well. It turned out to be Mu Linfeng. Mu Linfeng was also going all out at this moment. An ancient voice came from him as if it had traveled across time and space. He had a black drum in his hand. He kept beating it, and the power it brought suppressed everything. The diamond ape in front of him was also shaking. It seemed that it would not be long before it was completely subdued. Everyone was using their powers. No one dared to relax. In front of Qing Chen stood a demon with terrifying runes all over its body. It was called the giant demon statue. It was very terrifying and was known for its great strength. At this moment, the giant demon statue's eyes were filled with madness. Its soul was being attacked by the blade. At this moment, the giant demon statue roared into the sky. Its power shook heaven and earth. Many people were sent flying and vomited blood. Run! The demon is going to be angry. Something like this had happened before. Is it going to happen again? Everyone was shocked. Is Qing Chen going to fail? Everyone was nervous. But soon, they realized that was not the case. The blade in Qing Chen's eyes seemed to have materialized and pierced through heaven and earth. The giant demon statue could not bear the terrifying power. That was why it went crazy. However, after this crazy attack, a green light appeared in the giant demon statue's eyes. It had been completely subdued. Boom, the giant demon statue came to Qing Chen and knelt on the ground. Qing Chen's body swayed and stood on the giant demon statue. He waved his hand and the giant demon statue stood up and roared into the sky. The terrifying power almost froze everyone's chi and blood. It's too strong. It's ridiculously strong. You also succeeded. The strange tiger roared at his feet, and the flames of the 9 heavens burned. After him, Mu Lingfeng and Han Xiao also succeeded. They stood on their demon beasts. One of them was the diamond ape, tearing the sky apart. The other one was the sea demon statue. It was surrounded by an endless sea. The 4 experts controlled the 4 demon beasts. They roared crazily and shook the sky. The surrounding people's blood was unstable. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it. What are you doing? Someone shouted. However, Qing Chen snorted. What am I doing? I'm cleaning up the trash. You guys are not qualified to stand with me. After saying that, he continued to activate the demon beasts. The surrounding people were pale. Damn it. They did not expect this guy to be so arrogant. The people of Xiao clan were also nervous. At this moment, first uncle roared and stood up. His expression was extremely unsightly. Under the impact of the roar, Xiaoyu vomited blood and was sent flying. The demon beast in front of her was enraged. It slapped Xiaoyu and sent her flying. Xiaoyu's face turned ugly. The people of Green Clan roared. Damn it, the other elders sighed. Xiaoyu was also defeated. Then, only Xiao Shiyu was left in Xiao Clan. They must not be defeated. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. The destruction flood dragon in front of her was attacking fiercely, trying to break out of the seal. Lin Xian sneered. You want to break out? Suppress me. He took a step forward and roared. The roar of a dragon resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the destruction serpent was prostrated on the ground. The surrounding demonic beasts were also forced to retreat, their bodies swaying unsteadily. The beasts roared as if they were worshipping their king. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Does this kid have the bloodline of the dragon tribe? Just now, what was the situation? The people of the Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. The people of the Green tribe were shocked, and so were the other experts. Lin Xian did not care about these people. This time, he used his soul power to suppress the destruction flood dragon with his gaze. It formed a golden hand and pressed down on the destruction flood dragon's soul, destroying it continuously. The destruction flood dragon was frightened to begin with. At this moment, it roared and did not resist anymore. Xiao Shiyu, hurry up. Xiao Shiyu nodded and seized the opportunity to attack. The destruction flood dragon still wanted to resist, but at this moment, it seemed to see a pair of golden eyes looking down at it. If it dared to resist, its soul would be torn into pieces instantly. It did not dare to resist anymore and submitted obediently. Was it subdued? The surrounding people were shocked and could not believe it. Before this, no one was optimistic about Xiao Shiyu. They did not expect Xiao Shiyu to succeed. Of course, they knew that a large part of it was due to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's physique was too strong, and he directly destroyed the destruction flood dragon. That's great. Xiao Shiyu cheered while Xiaoyu's face was pale. Did he succeed? She had failed. Previously, she was still boasting that her strength had surpassed Lin Xian's. But now, she realized that it was really laughable. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the destruction flood dragon, completely surpassing her. She lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to face the crowd. The people of the Xiao tribe were also shocked. The elders cheered while the uncle gritted his teeth. Damn it. He couldn't believe it. Now, his only hope was on young Master Qing Chen. He hoped that young Master Qing Chen would be able to deal with the two of them. Seeing that Xiao Shiyu had successfully subdued the destruction serpent dragon, Qing Chen's face turned gloomy. Damn it, this had exceeded his expectations. He couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to wait any longer. Boom, he urged the giant demonic elephant to sweep the area. At the same time, his cold voice rang out. I don't think we need to wait any longer. It's time to start now. What? Should we start now? The surrounding people were all stunned. Some of them had yet to tame their demonic beasts. How do I start now? Lone Moon nodded. There was indeed no need to wait any longer. I think the first place will be decided among the few of us. Let's fight first. Although there were still some people who didn't succeed, those people couldn't threaten them at all. They couldn't affect their rankings. They wanted to be the first to decide on the winner. After all, everyone wanted to obtain the seal of life and death. I was thinking the same thing. Mu Lingfeng stood on the diamond ape and nodded. On the other side, Han Qiu also said, let's begin. The sea demon under her feet roared. Endless seawater spread in all directions. Was it going to start? The surrounding spectators were also nervous. The final battle was about to begin. The first place would be decided among the few of them. Of course, they excluded Xiaoxiyu because they felt that even if Xiaoxiyu had subdued the destruction serpent dragon, she wouldn't be able to get the first place. You can fight among yourselves first. I've settled one person first. Qing Chen turned around and stared coldly at Xiaoxiyu. I didn't expect you to make it this far. I'm really surprised. However, this battle is over. I'll defeat you personally. After it's over, I'll marry you. As for the brat beside you, I'll make him stay here forever today. There's no need for him to live anymore. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Qing Chen's first battle to be against Xiaoxiyu. No, the people of the Xiao clan were full of despair. They were originally very excited because according to the situation, Xiaoxiyu wouldn't be able to get into the top 3. However, she would definitely get the 5th place. Because none of the others could threaten the destruction serpent dragon. However, if they were to defeat Xiaoxiyu, they might not even have a chance to get into the top 10, let alone the 5th place. If they missed this opportunity, the Xiao clan would suffer a great loss. At the thought of this, the clan leader of the Xiao clan stood up and said coldly. Young Master Qing Chen, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with Xiaoxiyu. It's all because of this brat. This brat is really despicable. He has offended young Master Qing Chen. I hope young Master Qing Chen can kill this brat and let Xiaoxiyu off. After all, we still have to get married. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Xiao clan fell silent. 2 elders stood up immediately. This time, the great elder and the second elder followed closely behind the clan leader of the Xiao clan. Yes, that's right. I hope the Green clan won't start a war with us. Killing that brat should be able to appease your anger. The others remained silent. They knew that Xiaoxiyu's current achievements were all because of Lin Xian. Were they going to give up on Lin Xian now? To be honest, some of them were embarrassed. For example, the third elder shook his head and sighed. He couldn't go against the clan leader, but he wouldn't support him either. On the other hand, the 7th elder stood up and gritted his teeth. You're really despicable. Back then, you used despicable means to obtain the position of the clan leader. Now, you want to embarrass the Xiao clan in front of everyone. Xiaoxiyu's current achievements were all because of that young man. Now that you want to kill him, what would the world think of us? Are the people of the Xiao clan all ungrateful people? Great, they're going to fight. The eldest uncle sneered. It's best if they perish together. That way, he could reap the benefits. The clan leader of the Xiao clan said coldly. 7th elder, who allowed you to speak? I call the shots in the Xiao clan. Are you sure? I don't think Xiaoxiyu is an ungrateful person. If you insist on doing this, Xiaoxiyu and I will lead the Xiao clan from now on. The results of this competition have nothing to do with the Xiao clan. The 7th elder gritted his teeth and said. When Xiaoxiyu heard this, her face turned pale. These people were going to give up on Lin Xian, it was really too disappointing. Hearing her mother's words, she also said, that's right. If you insist on doing this, I'm willing to leave the Xiao clan. Audacious! You're rebelling. The clan leader of the Xiao clan snorted. Do you know what you're saying? The clan has spent so many resources to nurture you. Now, you're saying that you don't belong to the Xiao clan? Are you kidding? He became extremely malevolent. After we return, you'll see how I'll punish you according to the clan rules. The surrounding clans and sects were in a heated discussion. Lin Xian laughed. The clan leader of the Xiao clan, right? He looked at the other party. I think your position as the clan leader has come to an end. It's time for the Xiao clan to have a wise person as the clan leader. Kid, are you trying to provoke me? The eyes of the clan leader shrunk. How dare the other party threaten him? He even wanted to replace him as the clan leader. The others were shocked as well. The great elder and second elder sneered. Is this kid crazy? No matter how strong he is, can he fight against their clan? The clan leader gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. In the next moment, he looked at young Master Qianxia and said, Young Master Qianxia, please kill this kid. I promise that once the competition ends, we will get married immediately. Lin Xian snorted. You want to kill me? This trash is not qualified. Also, I said that your position as the clan leader has come to an end. Enjoy your last moments. Lin Xian ignored the other party. He turned around and looked at Qingyu. Do it. This time I will give you the most glorious ranking. Lin Xian was furious. He didn't expect the clan leader of the Xiao clan to be so disappointing. He wasn't just helping Qingyu, he was also helping the Xiao clan. However, since the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to hold back. Anyway, he was here to help Xiaomu and help Qingyu become the young clan leader. Since that was the case, he would replace the clan leader. Letting Xiaomu return to the Xiao clan and become the clan leader was the best choice. At the thought of this, he took a deep breath and stared at Qianxia. Let's start with you. His eyes shone with a cold light. Qianxia sneered. How dare you release your killing intent on me? I will make you regret it. He activated the giant demonic statue. The giant demonic statue emitted a terrifying aura as it walked forward. The destruction flood dragon stood up and roared. The terrifying sound and energy shook the 9 heavens as if it was going to crack open. Everyone was nervous. This was going to be a fierce battle. However, young Master Qianxia would definitely win. Make your move. Young Master Qianxia's eyes shone brightly as he controlled the giant demonic elephant to charge forward. Although the giant devil statue was huge, its speed was also extremely fast. It was like an ancient demonic mountain descending from the sky. The terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to crumble. The people on the square retreated one after another. The other demonic beasts also made way for them. Fortunately, the square was big enough, so the heavy people were able to make way for them. Naturally, Xiaoxiu also felt the tremendous pressure. To be honest, the other party's ability to control demonic beasts was also stronger than his. This battle could be said to be not very big, but fortunately, she had Lin Xian. Lin Xian also said, Drizzle, use all your power to control it. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a sharp golden light. This time, he wanted to control it together with Xiaoxiu. The destruction flood dragon let out a terrifying roar. Then, it charged forward, its destructive aura complementing it as it waved its dragon claws continuously. The two of them instantly clashed, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom, the giant demonic elephant's body was too huge, much bigger than the destruction flood dragon. In an instant, the destruction flood dragon was sent flying. Great! The people of the Green Clan laughed. As expected, the difference between the two parties was huge. However, the result was shocking. The giant demonic elephant roared crazily. A wound appeared on its body, and saint blood dripped down, shocking everyone. The giant demonic elephant was injured in one blow? It was really incredible. Was the destruction flood dragon so powerful? No, the people of the Mountain Sea Palace shook their heads. Although the destruction flood dragon's bloodline grade was high, it had just reached the middle Saint King realm. In terms of cultivation, it was much weaker than the giant demonic elephant. Both parties were evenly matched. It was impossible to injure the giant demonic elephant in an instant. It should be because the person controlling the demonic beast was very powerful. Was it Xiaoxiu? They didn't think so. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. This young man not only had a strong body, but also a powerful soul. In terms of controlling demonic beasts, he was definitely terrifying. Elder Ruachan looked at the scene and smiled. Very good, it was finally going to start. Qing Chen's face turned ugly. He had sworn that he could easily kill the opponent, but now, his giant demonic elephant was injured in the first round. It was like a slap to his face. Damn it, the eye of the blade in his eyes burst out. He kept urging the giant demonic elephant in his soul to roar at the sky. The runes on its body flickered and healed the wound. Then, it rushed out again. On the other side, the destruction flood dragon also rushed out. The two parties fought again. Every time they fought, the crowd would exclaim. This demonic beast was much stronger than a human of the same level. Terrifying power and destructive chi filled the whole square. The surrounding demonic beasts were also roaring. The giant demonic elephant was powerful, but Qing Chen was not weak either. Therefore, in the battle, the destruction flood dragon was also injured. A crack appeared on its body, and even its bones could be seen. Dragon blood dyed his body red, but his eyes shone with a cold light. At this moment, it was being controlled. It would not retreat because of the pain and injury. Instead, it attacked more fiercely. Not only that, but some of his divine abilities had also reached the acme of perfection, such as the chi of destruction. Even the dragon scales on his body had turned into a blade of destruction, slashing down from the sky with the power to destroy everything. This blade was really terrifying. It was as if it was cast by a peerless sword saint. The giant demonic elephant resisted with all its might. But it was still sent flying and its body was split open. The whole world was also split in half by this blade. The crowd was shocked. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace stood up and exclaimed. This was a bloodline superpower. They did not expect the destruction flood dragon to be so powerful. Elder Ruochen said with a smile. No, under normal circumstances, the destruction flood dragon would not be able to defeat the giant demonic elephant. It should be because the beast tamer was powerful. Those people were stunned. How could it be? Their young master Qingchen could not defeat the opponent. They felt like they were dreaming. The Shao clan leader's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Was this the person he wanted to kill? Damn it. He was even more powerful than young master Qingchen. If he had known this, he would have roped him in. But it was too late to say anything now. He had to kill the opponent. Otherwise, if Xiao Shiyu achieved good results, he would be in danger. After all, he could not compete with the Mountain Sea Palace. Qing Chen was also stunned. This was not just a slap in the face. It made his confidence feel threatened. He had lost to the opponent. Damn it. He could not stand it. The eye of the blade condensed and pushed the giant demonic elephant. The giant demonic elephant roared, and its split body merged. The giant demonic elephant was a middle-stage Saint King. Naturally, it would not be killed by a single blade, but it was still injured. Damn it, take out your bloodline ability and kill him for me, Qing Chen ordered. The giant demonic elephant roared into the sky. His body changed again, becoming half human and half elephant. His fist could suppress hell. Giant demonic elephant fist, however, his bloodline superpower was extremely powerful. The power was enough to split the sky and earth. The horrifying fist fell from the sky, sweeping across the 9 heavens and charging towards the destruction serpent. The destruction serpent was instantly drowned by the fist. His body shrunk and shook like a bolt of lightning. A destructive aura emerged from his body. Then, he flew past the fist shadow and came to the giant demonic elephant again. His body seemed to have turned into a demonic blade and cut open the giant demonic elephant's body again. Demonic blood filled the air. Then, the serpent quickly retreated. The entire process was smooth and completed in the blink of an eye. When the crowd came back to their senses, they realized that the giant demonic elephant was injured again. Countless people were in an uproar. What a powerful control technique. This Xiao Shiyu had concealed her strength so deeply. She was a top-notch beast-taming genius. Those from the beast-taming families were also shocked and started discussing. Those from the Mountain Sea Palace were equally shocked. It seemed that they had underestimated Xiao Shiyu. That was great. On the Shao clan's side, the 7th elder cheered. His daughter's talent was indisputable. The 3rd elder had a complicated expression. He did not know whether he should congratulate or say something. Xiao Shiyu's uncle was gritting his teeth. Damn it. His talent definitely surpassed his daughter's. He had to find a way to get rid of him. He looked at the clan leader and said something to him through voice transmission. The clan leader's eyes lit up. He looked at the Xiao clan's uncle and nodded. In the next moment, he stood up and said, "Young Master Xianxia. Our Xiao clan's phantom sound has a flaw." What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Those from the Xiao clan were also shocked. The seventh elder roared. Are you going to tell him the secret of the Xiao clan? You are a sinner of the Xiao clan. The third elder also stood up and said, Clan leader, you can't do that. The Xiao clan is in danger of being destroyed. Those from the surrounding families and sects were also shocked. They did not expect the clan leader of the Xiao clan to go crazy and reveal the secret of the Xiao clan. Was it just to kill a young man? The Xiao clan's uncle stood up and said, Don't worry. The clan leader will only transmit the message to young Master Xianxia. Soon, the two families would be connected by marriage. Young Master Xianxia was considered one of their own. This way, it wouldn't be considered as revealing the secrets of the Xiao clan to an outsider. Hence, there wouldn't be any impact. The third elder frowned, but he had no choice but to do it. The seventh elder was indeed very straightforward. She snorted coldly. What a load of nonsense, he didn't expect the two of them to be so shameless. The clan leader of the Xiao clan had indeed said that he had already made his decision. Moreover, young Master Xianxia was not an outsider. Hence, this was not considered breaking the rules of the Xiao clan. After saying that, he began to transmit his voice. Countless people were shocked when they saw this scene. The people of the Mountain Sea Temple also frowned. This was a matter of the Xiao clan, they had no right to interfere. The people of the Green clan raised the corner of their mouth and smiled. Haha, this is great. Telling Xianxia is equivalent to telling the whole family. Initially, he thought that it would be troublesome to deal with the Xiao clan even after the marriage. Now that they knew the biggest secret of the hallucinatory melody, they could quickly get rid of the Xiao clan. At that time, the power of the Green clan would definitely double or even multiply several times. At the thought of this, they were all excited. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. Damn it, such a family was really despairing. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It seemed that he was right. Such a person was not qualified to be the clan leader. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Xianxia, on the other hand, laughed. Very good, now he knew about the hallucinatory melody. This way, it would be much easier for him to deal with Xiao Shiyu. He only needed to target the weakness of the hallucinatory melody. All superpowers had their weaknesses. He also had the Eye of the Blade Wind. However, this was the biggest secret of the Xiao clan. Outsiders would not know about it. Now that she knew the secret of the Xiao clan, he would definitely win this battle. Kill, with a roar, Xianxia charged out. The giant devil wanted to attack crazily. The destruction flood dragon dodged again. However, this time, it was sent flying by a punch from the giant devil. Countless cracks appeared on its body and half of its bones were broken. Everyone exclaimed. It seemed that Xiao Shiyu was really being targeted. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. She controlled the destruction flood dragon to recover quickly and used the blade of destruction again. However, this time, the blade of destruction was blocked and the destruction flood dragon was sent flying again. Even Xiao Shiyu was forced to retreat. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and her face turned pale. Not only had the destruction serpent been injured, but she had also been injured by the attack. Her soul was affected. Damn it, she really gave the hallucinatory melody to the other party. How could she continue fighting? Xiao Shiyu felt hopeless. She originally thought that she had a high chance. This time, she would definitely make it to the top 10 or even top 5. However, everything was gone now. She looked at Lin Xian with a pale face. Lin Gongzi, I've let you down. Thank you for helping me so much. Lin Xian looked solemn. He said, You're tired. Leave the rest to me. I'll help you punish these people. Haha, both of you can go to hell. Xianxia continued to emit a terrifying radiance. The giant devil roared and its body grew bigger. It was like a giant. Another punch landed. No. On the Shao clan's side, the seventh elder was in despair. He was about to faint. The third elder also closed his eyes. The other elders also sighed. The Shao clan was going to suffer a disastrous decline in the future. Moreover, this time, their strength would be greatly reduced. The eldest uncle of the Shao clan sneered. The clan leader of the Shao clan also had a cold look in his eyes. Although his family had suffered heavy losses this time, being able to kill a genius was enough for him. In this way, no one would be able to threaten him. Xiao Shiyu's jade flute fell to the ground. She could feel that her soul was being suppressed. The other party was targeting the hallucinatory melody. She was powerless to resist. The destruction flood dragon roared and fell to the ground. There were many cracks on its body. Everything was over. Elder Xianxia of the Mountain Sea Palace said indifferently. Elder Yan Luo snorted. How could you accept such a person as your disciple? What a joke. Elder Xianxia did not refute. To be honest, he also felt that this matter was too much. However, there was nothing he could say. Boom, just when everyone thought that this battle was over, the sound of a dragon resounded through the 9 heavens. The destruction flood dragon exploded with a terrifying aura. His body grew to several thousand meters in size, and he charged out like a coiling dragon. The destructive force collided with the opponent's fist. It was earth-shattering. The destruction flood dragon retreated. Countless cracks appeared on the opponent's fist. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. How could there be a turnaround? The people of the Shao clan could not believe it. Everyone from the Green clan was stunned. Even those from the Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. Xiao Shiyu opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. She was stunned. What's going on? The destruction serpent still had the strength to fight back. She turned around and looked at Lin Xian in shock. It was Lin Xian's attack. At this moment, Lin Xian's body had an extremely terrifying soul aura that made her feel terrified. The entire place was silent for a long time before it was filled with exclamations. Oh my god, what did I just see? He survived. This is unbelievable. This Xiao Shiyu is too powerful. Some of the elders said. No, it's not Xiao Shiyu. It's the young man beside her. Exclamations of shock were heard as countless gazes landed on Lin Xian. Qing Chen's face turned ugly. Damn it, it's all because of this brat. He always sabotaged me at the most crucial moment. Now, he could still fight back. The eldest uncle of the Shao clan was dumbfounded. The clan leader of the Shao clan stood up and gritted his teeth. This is the power of the hallucination song. How did you know how to use the hallucination song? He roared crazily. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They recalled the power of the hallucination song and realized that it was true. This guy shouldn't be from the Shao clan. He should be Xiao Shiyu's helper. How did an outsider know the hallucination song? An outsider who knew the hallucination song? Everyone immediately thought of Xiao Shiyu. She was the only one who could do it. The eldest uncle of the Shao clan jumped up and shouted coldly. Xiao Shiyu, how dare you teach an outsider the secret art of the Shao clan? Do you know your crime? His shout shook the heavens and the earth. The people from the surrounding clans and sects were also discussing animatedly. However, the seventh elder only sneered. Why did you jump out to stop it? The clan leader taught the hallucination song to someone from the Green clan. Wasn't that breaking the rules? The seventh elder thought that his daughter Xiao Shiyu was the one who taught the hallucination song to Lin Xian. The eldest uncle of the Shao clan snorted. Seventh elder, you have to be clear. The Shao clan and the Green clan have a marriage alliance. After the marriage, the two clans are considered as one. How could young Master Qing Chen be considered an outsider? This Lin Xian was just an assistant. What qualifications did he have to obtain the illusory melody? I suggest that we suppress him and erase his memory. It would be better to just kill him. The great elder and the second elder also shouted coldly. The clan leader of the Shao clan stood up. His voice was piercingly cold. Drizzle, I didn't expect that you would dare to impart the ultimate art of your clan to others. Do you know your crime? Xiao Shiyu was also shocked. She did not understand why Lin Xian knew the illusory melody. Even now, he still felt that this was a mystery. If the other party was so strong, why would he come to the Xiao clan? Why would he help her? Both parties did not know each other before this. She was finding it harder and harder to understand Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the clan leader of the Xiao clan. He sneered. Why? Do you have the cheek to talk to me? You said that Qing Chen is one of us, then let me ask you, is he married to Xiao Yu now? Not yet, right? Since he hasn't, then he must be an outsider. Besides, who could be sure that they would get married in the future? As a clan leader, what right do you have to criticize Xiao Yu for imparting the skill to an outsider? I think you should get lost as soon as possible because you don't have the cheek to stay here. The clan leader of the Xiao clan was trembling with anger. Damn it, how dare a junior criticize me like this? Kid, no matter what you say, you have obtained the illusory melody of the Xiao clan. I won't let you live today. Lin Xian laughed. Is that so? If I can't live after obtaining the illusory melody of the Xiao clan, then what about me? Lin Xian pointed at Qing Chen and said coldly. He had also obtained the illusory melody. Moreover, I can guarantee that Xiao Shiyu will enter the top 5 and even get the first place. At that time, with the backing of the Mountain Sea Palace, Xiao Shiyu can object to this marriage. What can the Xiao clan do? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The clan leader of the Xiao clan narrowed his eyes. He was most afraid of this outcome. Therefore, he would not allow the two of them to continue competing. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Can't resist, right? In that case, Qing Chen would be considered an outsider. But he has obtained the illusory melody. Are you going to kill him too? Not good. The people of the Green clan stood up abruptly with shock in their eyes. If that was the case, the Xiao clan would definitely fight with their lives on the line. After all, this is a secret of the clan. What a load of nonsense. The clan leader of the Xiao clan was Ling He. I know Xiao Shiyu's strength. She isn't qualified to be valued by the Mountain Sea Palace yet. Therefore, this marriage has to go on. Your assumptions aren't valid. Lin Xian sneered. Xiao Shiyu is the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. As the clan leader, not only did you not encourage her, you even suppressed her. What kind of clan leader are you? You don't deserve to be the clan leader. Presumptuous. The clan leader roared. No matter what you say, I'm still the clan leader now. I can mobilize all my forces. Do you want to start a war with the Xiao clan? Everyone was stunned. They had not expected such a situation to occur at this point in the competition. This young man is really unlucky. First, he offended young master Qing Chen. Then, he offended the clan leader of the Xiao clan. These two people represent two big clans. He has offended two top clans. Let's see how he's going to die. Countless people were discussing. Lin Xian placed his hands behind his back and sneered. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. I'm the one who taught him the phantom melody. Do you have a problem with that? Who are you? The clan leader of the Xiao clan roared. Who are you? Why do you know the phantom melody of the Xiao clan? Could it be that the phantom melody has been spread out before this? The people of the Xiao clan were also surprised. They sent out their powerful souls to investigate. At this moment, a figure walked over from the horizon. This person was wearing an ancient robe and had gray hair. At first, he walked slowly. However, after a few steps, he arrived near the square. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. Who are you? The eyes of the clan leader of the Xiao clan were shining. The other elders of the Xiao clan were also on guard. They had to take down the other party today. They must not let the phantom melody spread out again. The seventh elder's pupils shrank. He stood up abruptly with his eyes wide open. She felt an aura, but she couldn't be sure. Impossible. That person has disappeared for thousands of years. How could he appear again? The figure in the sky shouted coldly. Xiaoli, you have really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Have you forgotten the rules of the Xiao clan? You are indeed unfit to be the clan leader of the Xiao clan. The eyes of the clan leader of the Xiao clan shrank. Who are you? How dare you call me by my name? Who is this person? The figure in the sky stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly. I'm Xiaomu. The surrounding people were stunned. They were puzzled. Is this person also from the Xiao clan? However, the eyes of the clan leader of the Xiao clan shrank. He jumped up and cold sweat flowed down his back. The seventh elder exclaimed. Father, is it really you? What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The seventh elder's father. What kind of person was he? Countless people were shocked. What was going on, however, the elders of the beast tamer clans were all shocked. Could it be him? He was still alive. How was that possible? The Mountain Sea Palace was in an uproar. Those from the Green clan could not believe it. They had not heard of this name for many years. It had even become history. They did not expect him to appear again today. It was shocking. The Xiao clan's leader roared. Impossible. Xiaomu had been dead for 5,000 years. How could he still be alive? Who are you? How dare you pretend to be someone from the Xiao clan? Do you think the Xiao clan is easy to deceive? Men, take him down. At the clan leader's command, the first elder, second elder, and other strong people from the Xiao clan stood up one after another. Their soul power surged. The roars of monsters could be heard. As a beast tamer clan, once they attacked, it would be an earth-shattering scene. Damn it. How dare you? The seventh elder also shouted angrily. This was her father. Xiaomu stood in the sky and looked down. It has been 5,000 years. Looks like no one remembers me. Has the Xiao clan fallen to such a state? At this point, his eyes shone brightly. Then, a terrifying heavenly sound erupted from his body and swept across the sky. The surrounding elders from the Xiao clan kept retreating. Their faces were pale. Their souls felt like they were being torn apart. The same went for the monsters. They roared and retreated in fear. Each of them blocked a Xiao clan member. The Xiao clan's leader exclaimed. Illusory sound ninth heaven. You have cultivated the illusory sound melody to such a level. The other elders were shocked too. The illusory sound melody was divided into many levels. The illusory sound ninth heaven was the level they dreamed of reaching. However, no one had achieved it. Even the Xiao clan's leader had not achieved it. But now, Xiaomu had achieved it. It was unbelievable. Could this person really be Xiaomu, the genius from the Xiao clan 5,000 years ago? The third elder also stood up. His face was filled with excitement. The seventh elder exclaimed. Father, you are still alive. This is great. My daughter, I've made you suffer. I'm sorry that I came late. Xiaomu's face was filled with kindness. Then, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoli. His eyes became piercingly cold. Lin Gongzi's illusory sound was personally taught to him by me. Do you have any objections? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Even the clan leader of the Xiao clan was speechless. The others were also shocked when they heard the news about their elders. They stared at the figure in disbelief. He was actually someone from 5,000 years ago. Furthermore, he was the strongest genius of the Xiao clan 5,000 years ago. The other party had been missing for 5,000 years, and now, he had actually managed to return alive. It was simply too unbelievable. The faces of the Green clan's people turned ugly. This was very bad news for them. The people of Mountain Sea Palace were also surprised. Elder Ruochen narrowed his eyes. So it was him. He then looked at Lin Xian and smiled. This little guy was actually related to him. No wonder. Lin Xian stood there with a smile on his face. He did not expect Xiaomu to come out in the end. Xiao Xiyu, who was at the side, was stunned. Was this person her grandfather, who had been missing for a long time? He was actually still alive, and he was even related to Lin Xian. She looked at Lin Xian and asked. Could it be that you were sent by my grandfather? Lin Xian smiled. That's right. It was indeed your grandfather who asked me to help you. Xiao Xiyu finally understood why Lin Xian, who was so talented and powerful, would still help her. It was because of her grandfather. Xiaoli took a deep breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He shouted coldly, Xiaomu, I did not expect you to still be alive. However, how dare you teach the illusory sound to an outsider without permission? Xiao Mu, an outsider. Lin Gongzi is not an outsider. I plan to betroth my granddaughter to him. By then, he will be one of us. How can he be an outsider? What? Xiao Li's words made the Xiao clan's leader's face turn ugly. Xiao Shiyu was already engaged to someone from the Green clan. How could she be betrothed to someone else? Xiao Mu sneered. My granddaughter, can't she make the decision? Moreover, you only had an agreement. You taught the illusory sound to Qing Chen before he became one of us. How can you give the Xiao clan an explanation? Xiao Li's face turned ugly. It was impossible to use the clan's rules to suppress the other party. Hence, he could only snort coldly. Alright, let's see who will become one of us in the end. He stood up and said loudly, everyone, please be a witness. Out of these two young men, only one can become the son-in-law of the Xiao clan. The other one will be killed mercilessly after knowing the secret of the illusory sound. Everyone was in an uproar. The people from the Green clan frowned. This was not good for them. The leader of the Green clan snorted coldly. This old fox wants us to join forces with him. Alright, let's join forces. The leader of the Green clan was shocked by the sudden appearance of Xiao Mu. No one knew how much the genius from 5,000 years ago had grown. Moreover, Xiao Mu had a strong appeal. What would happen to the Xiao clan in the future, they did not know. They could only join forces with the leader of the Xiao clan. Hence, he quickly sent a message to Qing Chen. On the other side, the leader of the Xiao clan said, Xiao Mu, you don't have any objections, right? Xiao Mu looked at him and said coldly, if I remember correctly, you are my junior. Logically speaking, you should call me sixth uncle. Why? Are you so unruly after becoming the leader of the Xiao clan? Xiao Li gritted his teeth. However, he could not refute in front of so many people. Hence, he gritted his teeth and said, sixth uncle, what do you think? Xiao Mu did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded his head and smiled. Then, let's do it this way. After he finished speaking, he stood in the void and looked down. Everyone looked down at the ground. The atmosphere in the square changed in an instant. Previously, it was a competition for rankings. Now, it was a competition for life and death. Qing Chen also received his father's message. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He had to kill this kid now. Who do you think will win? Countless people were discussing. It should be young Master Qing Chen. He is a top genius. I don't think so. Since Lin Xian dares to fight, it means that he has full confidence. Maybe he has some trump cards. The people from the Mountain Sea Palace were also surprised. Elder Xian Gui's face turned cold. Elder Yan Luo smiled and said, I said it before. No one can say for sure until the last moment. Elder Xian Gui, didn't you say that you would win? Why don't you make a promise with me? With your most precious spiritual beast? The other party had recently suppressed a snow fox, which was a spiritual beast of heaven and earth. Elder Xuangui's face turned ugly. To be honest, he wasn't very confident in his heart, but he couldn't afford to lose. Since he had already accepted Qing Chen as his disciple, how could he not trust him? He said, okay. If my disciple loses, I'll give you the snow fox that I suppressed. But what if you lose? Elder Yan Luo said, if I lose, I'll give you my ultimate technique, the inescapable net. The people around were also surprised. They looked at the two elders seriously. They were very expectant and looked down. Qing Chen walked up from below. Kid, I originally wanted to save some strength to compete for the first place. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish in advance. After saying that, his eyes shone with an even more terrifying light. The combat power of the giant demonic statue beside him increased by a large margin, and its aura made everyone feel desperate. Countless people exclaimed. No way, young Master Qing Chen was still holding back. It's over. There's no suspense in this battle. The patriarch of the Green clan raised a smile. How could their number one genius be defeated? Just wait and see. These people will be desperate. On the side of the Mountain Sea Palace, Elder Xiangui also smiled. It seems that your inescapable net is mine. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too arrogant. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? It's useless to say more. Make your move. Lin Xian looked calm. His opponent was indeed a top genius, but so what? How many geniuses had died in his hands? Stupid guy, go to hell. Young Master Xianxia shouted coldly and activated his eye technique. The giant demonic statue charged over like a mountain. The terrifying power shrouded the entire square. Oh no, be careful! Xiao Shiyu exclaimed. Lin Xian waved his hand. He controlled the dragon of destruction to charge forward. To be honest, there was indeed a gap between the dragon of destruction and the giant demonic statue. If it was Xiao Shiyu or others, they would definitely lose this battle. But it was not necessarily the case for him. He had too many trump cards in his hand. He didn't need to do it himself. He could just control the dragon. Under Lin Xian's control, the destruction flood dragon seemed to have transformed into a true dragon, attacking non-stop. Every timing and angle of attack was amazing and hard to imagine. The destructive power on it was unleashed to the extreme, gradually suppressing the giant demon statue. Finally, with another slash, the giant demonic elephant was split in half. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. He found it hard to believe that the giant devil had wanted to injure him again. He fell to the ground and roared at the sky. Damn it, impossible, I don't believe it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Green Clan's people were extremely nervous. Did their number one genius lose? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? The leader of the Green Clan looked gloomy. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. On the other side, the clan leader of the Shao clan narrowed his eyes. How could this guy's soul power be so strong? His opponent wasn't using the illusory melody at all. He had miscalculated. He had always thought that the reason why Lin Xian could control demonic beasts was because of the illusory melody. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Lin Xian knew other soul attacks and they seemed to be more powerful than the illusory melody. Who exactly was this person? He broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he was going to attack the Green Clan? The clan leader of the Green Clan suddenly stood up and said coldly. This fight didn't count. Everyone was in an uproar. The elders of the Shao clan sneered. Why didn't it count? Did you think that everyone was blind? The leader of the Green tribe gritted his teeth and said. Previously, he and Xiao Shiyu had suppressed the destruction serpent dragon together. How could the power of the two of them be attributed to him alone? Moreover, Chen Er fought with Xiao Shiyu previously. He was also injured. That was why he lost. Although he won this battle, he didn't use his own strength to win. So, I'm not convinced. Yes, that's right. What the clan leader said made sense. The people of the Shao clan were also indifferent. I agree. The people of the Thousand Transformation sect stood up and said coldly. If you want to determine the winner, then use your own strength. For example, two people should fight alone. Everyone was in an uproar. Although they felt that the Green Clan was despicable, no one dared to say anything. At this moment, the clan leader of the Shao clan said, That's right, I agree too. The seventh elder snorted. They had never seen such shameless people. Xiaomu's face fell. Why? Do you want to cover the sky with your hands? A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The clan leader of the Shao clan was pale. The people of the Green Clan snorted. Xiaomu, although you're a genius from 5,000 years ago, the world has changed. This is not the era of the past. Oh, are you trying to challenge me? Xiaomu's eyes shone brightly, piercing through the sky. The clan leader of the Green Clan took 2 steps back. He felt a huge pressure. In the next moment, he snorted. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Behind him, the experts of the Green Clan stood up. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled. Senior, if they want to fight again, I'll grant them their wish. Everyone turned to look. Xiaomu frowned. Lin Gongzi, the outcome of this battle has been decided. There's no need for that. Lin Xian had said that they were defenseless, and that they would lose wholeheartedly. Didn't you say that I borrowed the power of the destruction flood dragon? Next, I'll fight him alone. I won't use any beast's power. He can use it as he pleases. Moreover, I'll give him time to recover to his peak state. Then, we'll fight again. Everyone was stunned. Is this kid crazy? This is obviously disadvantageous for him. The clan leader of the Green Clan sneered. Kid, what are you trying to do? He didn't believe that Xiaomu would be so kind. Lin Xian said, I can agree to all your conditions. However, I have one condition. That is, the next battle will be a battle of life and death. Do you dare? A battle of life and death? This kid wants to have a battle of life and death with Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. The elders of the Green Clan were also in an uproar. Where did this guy get his confidence from? The clan leader of the Green Clan said, Qian'er is a beast tamer. He won't fight you alone. If he wants to fight you, he'll use his beast. Can you accept this? Lin Xian said, it's okay. As long as he can control the beast, it's his power. Okay, I'll fight you. The clan leader of the Green Clan shouted. He really had no reason to reject. Although Xiaomu's body was tough, his son Xianxia could control many beasts. This way, he would definitely have the upper hand. On the Xiao clan side, the seventh elder said, no, you'll be in danger. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Now, I'll give him time to recover. Kid, just you wait. I'll kill you with my own hands. Xiaoqin gritted his teeth. He pushed Xiaomu aside and started to recover. Lin Xian looked at Xiaoxiu and said, come on, let's continue with the competition. I'll help you reach the top. Xiaoxiu was stunned. Lin Gongzi, aren't you going to recover? In her opinion, Lin Xian had also used up a lot of energy. He should also need to recover. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Lin Xian said, no need. I don't care about this competition. Let's continue with the other beast tamers. The people around were stunned. What was this guy doing? Did he really have a super strong trump card? Or was he an idiot? Father, the seventh elder, looked at Xiaomu. Xiaomu smiled. Daughter, don't worry. Lin Gongzi's strength is not something you can imagine. He was looking forward to the next competition. Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu controlled the destruction Jiao dragon to look forward. The beast tamers and beast tamers around all stepped back. There were only 3 figures standing there. Lin Xian defeated Xianxia, and the others were no match for him. Only the other 3 geniuses who were as famous as Xianxia could fight him. Come on, Lin Xian looked at Mu Linfeng. Mu Linfeng walked out. In front of him, the King Kong ape was also roaring at the sky. Its terrifying energy covered the sky and the earth. Behind it, the destruction Jiao dragon flew out and the two fought. It was as if 2 ancient divine beasts were fighting. Terrifying rules filled the air. This was a shocking battle. In the end, the destruction Jiao dragon won. The King Kong ape's body was penetrated and it fell to the ground. Mu Linfeng's soul was injured. His face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, you won this battle. The crowd was in an uproar again. He was too strong. After Xianxia, Mu Linfeng of the 4 great geniuses was also defeated. There were only 2 left. Guyu and Han Xiu. Could these 2 fend them off? If he couldn't stop them, would he have to let Lin Xian and Xiaoxiu reach the peak? Thanks for letting me win. Lin Xian said calmly. Then he continued to look around and stared at Han Xiu. Xiaoxiu was agitated. She was a genius, but she couldn't imagine such a scene because there was still a huge gap between her and Xianxia. It would take a long time to catch up with these people. But now, with Lin Xian's help, these people were defeated by her. At the front, Han Xiu smiled and said, Lin Gongzi's strength is really shocking. I admit defeat. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Xiu to directly admit defeat. But thinking about it, although Han Xiu's strength was strong, he was not stronger than Mu Linfeng and Xianxia. These 2 people had been defeated. The possibility of Han Xiu's defeat was very high. Moreover, one's soul would be injured, which would be very detrimental to one's future ranking. She was a very smart woman. Lin Xian smiled and looked at the last person. It was Guyu. This person was much stronger than the others. He was a three-soul beast tamer. He was also the most powerful enemy. Guyu felt Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head as well. A terrifying soul aura burst out from his eyes. Their souls clashed in the air, tearing the 9 heavens apart. "Come on, let me see how powerful you are." Xiao Shiyu said, "Do you want to fight with Lin Gongzi one-on-one? Then I can leave." Guyu shook his head. "No, you two can fight together. Because I have 2 souls." A terrifying aura burst out from his soul again, sweeping across everything. Xiao Shiyu was stunned. No wonder this person did not need help. He had 2 souls. In this way, she did not retreat. "Alright, let's fight together." Everyone had an assistant. In the previous battles, they had fought together with their assistants. So, now that Guyu had shown his 2 souls, Xiao Shiyu naturally could not leave. The Battle of the Pinnacle began. Everyone was nervous. The outcome of this battle would determine who would be the champion of the Mountain Sea Beast fighters. The people from the Xiao clan were also shocked. They did not expect Xiao Shiyu to make it this far. Even if she lost, she would be in second place, which was enough to be proud of. Guyu was controlling a strange tiger. The flames on its body were terrifying. There was an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying flames rushed over and attacked the Destruction Jiao Dragon. The Destruction Jiao Dragon flew and dodged quickly. At the same time, it unleashed a destructive aura. The terrifying law of destruction kept shaking. Boom. After one attack, the two turned into lightning and clashed in the air. It was truly a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The people around were shouting excitedly. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also nodded. Too powerful. Guyu's 2 souls were indeed terrifying. His control was too strong. This guy might become a 6-soul beast tamer in the future. Lin Xian was stronger. He was bearing most of the pressure. Discussions broke out one after another. In front, the strange tiger roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens. There was a cold murderous intent in its eyes. It kept running in the air, forming a strange law. A pair of flame wings spread out on its back. Its speed was extremely fast. The entire world began to tremble. The Destruction Jiao Dragon was surrounded by a sea of fire. The scales on its body kept making clanging sounds. The flames were burning its power. The Destruction Jiao Dragon roared. There was a terrifying light of destruction in its eyes. A destruction blade swept across the sky. Buzz. The blade slashed out. Everyone exclaimed. This blade had once split the giant demon statue in half. It was the Destruction Jiao Dragon's bloodline magic. What was surprising was that the strange tiger was extraordinary. It flapped its wings and dodged the blade. It was too powerful. It was a battle of the peak. Everyone was excited. Such a battle was rare among the younger generation. Mu Lingfeng looked at the scene and smiled bitterly. He deserved to lose. Han Xiao also said that Lin Xian was right. Only Guyu could compete with Lin Xian. However, Guyu obviously didn't use all his strength. His 2 souls should have other effects. As expected, after dodging the destruction blade, the strange tiger roared in the distance. It didn't attack immediately. Guyu walked up and stood on the strange tiger. He said coldly, "You are indeed strong. If we continue to fight, I may not be able to defeat you." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also stunned. What was going on? Was Guyu going to admit defeat? However, they soon realized that was not the case. Guyu said, "So, I am going to be serious. Be careful." After speaking, his eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying light. He charged to the other side. In the sky, a demon beast roared. It was a breeze sparrow. It was also an extremely terrifying demon beast. Its strength was not weaker than the giant demon statue. At this moment, it was controlled by Guyu. It charged over crazily. At the same time, the strange tiger attacked again. Everyone was shocked. No way. This guy was so strong. It was normal for a beast tamer to control many demon beasts to fight at the same time. However, it depended on what level they were at. The strange tiger and the Qingfeng sparrow were at the same level. It was already very impressive for the younger generation to be able to control one, not to mention controlling two at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Was this the biggest trump card of two souls? It was really terrifying. Other geniuses couldn't compare to it. The breezy sparrow tore the body of the destruction flood dragon apart like a wind blade. The flames of the strange tiger forced the destruction flood dragon to retreat. In an instant, the destruction flood dragon was completely suppressed and was severely injured. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale as she felt the impact on her soul. Oh no, this guy is so terrifying. She used all her strength to perform the hallucinatory melody to stabilize the destruction flood dragon. She looked anxious as she did not know what to do. Lin Xian said, "You stabilize the destruction flood dragon and leave the rest to me." All right. Xiao Shiyu nodded and used all her strength to control the destruction flood dragon. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the breezy sparrow. A golden light appeared in his eyes as his soul attacked. The heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely powerful. In an instant, the breezy sparrow roared again. He stopped attacking the destruction flood dragon and turned around to grab the strange tiger. He sent the strange tiger flying. Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar exclaimed in shock. What was going on? Was the breezy sparrow crazy, or did Guyu fail to control the breezy sparrow? No, it was Lin Xian who forcefully controlled the breezy sparrow. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace all stood up in shock. They looked at Lin Xian and nodded their heads. He was a top-notch eye technique genius. He was also a soul expert. Elder Ruochen's eyes also shone brightly. What a terrifying eye technique. It was a bloodline eye technique. The strange tiger was sent flying and cracks appeared on its body. Guyu frowned. He also felt the impact on his soul. He was actually able to seize control of his destruction flood dragon. He harumphed coldly. He controlled the strange tiger to attack continuously while he charged toward the green peak sparrow with the other. He wanted to seize control of his destruction flood dragon back. Their souls kept attacking the breezy sparrow's mind. Guyu's face sank. He realized that he could not seize control of his destruction flood dragon. Damn it, his opponent's eye technique was so powerful. He roared and stopped controlling the strange tiger. His two souls attacked the breezy sparrow together. He did not believe that his two souls could not win against Guyu. Lin Xian also felt the pressure. So strong. His dual souls were indeed extraordinary. His heavenly secret divine eyes were not something his opponent could have imagined. The heavenly secret map in his eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the breeze sparrow's soul could no longer withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. Had he fallen, everyone in the distance was dumbfounded. What a top-notch battle. A terrifying demonic beast was actually killed directly. Damn it, Guyu gritted his teeth. Was he going to lose to the other party? He couldn't stand it. He had never taken anyone seriously. Even Qing Chen and Mu Lingfeng were not worthy of his attention. Now that Lin Xian had appeared, he felt even more pressured. He roared angrily and searched for other demonic beasts to control. This time, he wanted to control 3 demonic beasts. His terrifying soul force covered the sky. The surrounding demonic beasts all roared uneasily. The destruction flood dragon was also retreating in defeat. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. Too powerful. She couldn't block it at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, looking at the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a roar rang out. A golden figure appeared in the sky and charged over. The moment he appeared, the surrounding demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the strange tiger retreated quickly. Guyu felt a chill down his spine and immediately retreated. The others were stunned. The golden figure was actually the metal spirit beast. It couldn't be. This was a Saint King advanced stage. This kid could actually control it. The people from Shanghai Coco were also stunned. Elder Shangue and the others were all dumbfounded. Even a 3-soul beast tamer wouldn't be able to control such an existence. This kid's eye technique, what level had it reached? I admit defeat. Guyu sighed. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian. He didn't expect someone in Shanghai City to surpass him. He even felt that Lin Xian was unfathomable. Guyu admitted defeat. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. This was the genius who had the highest chance of becoming number one. Now that he admitted defeat, wouldn't it mean that Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu were the number one? It was too unbelievable. Previously, they had thought of many possibilities, but none of them had thought of this. Great, I'm not dreaming, right? The people from the Xiao clan were so excited that they were about to cry. The people from the Green clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, this kid's strength and talent were way above theirs. Would they be confident in the next round? Damn kid, you dare to control me? At this moment, a roar shook the heavens. The metal spirit beast came back to his senses. A pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. He was furious. He didn't pay attention to the previous battles. Moreover, he didn't think that anyone could control him. Hence, he was careless and was controlled by Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Xian laughed. I'm just borrowing your strength. Don't be so petty. Damn kid, he slapped his claw over. However, Lin Xian dodged instantly. Do you want to fight? A golden glow appeared in his eyes. Xiao Mu, who was in the sky, shouted. Metal spirit beast, get lost, the terrifying heavenly sound rushed over. The metal spirit beast was so scared that his scalp went numb. He soared into the sky and looked at Xiao Mu in horror. This person was too strong. He could probably control him in an instant. Without the threat of the metal spirit beast, Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, who else wants to challenge me? The surrounding people were silent. What a joke. So many geniuses were no match for you. Who would dare to challenge you? Seeing that no one dared to answer, Lin Xian turned to look at the Mountain Sea Palace and said, Seniors of the Mountain Sea Palace, I still have a life and death battle. I wonder if you can announce the first place in advance. I think that no one can challenge us. The people of the Mountain Sea Palace also took a deep breath and quickly discussed. Not long after, Elder Seven Spirits walked over and said loudly, All right, the rules are changed this time. We will announce the first place in advance. This time, the first place of the Mountain Sea Beast battles was Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu. They would obtain supreme glory and the seal of life and death. Both of them were qualified to enter the Mountain Sea Palace and become its members. At the same time, they would receive the protection of the Mountain Sea Palace. In Shanghai City, whoever dares to touch the two of them would be an enemy of the Mountain Sea Palace. Countless people were in an uproar. Many envious gazes looked over. The two of them had everything, be it status, glory, supernatural powers, absolute arts, or safety. Great, we succeeded. We finally succeeded. The people of the Xiao clan cheered. This was their most glorious moment. The leader of the Xiao clan gritted his teeth. Damn it, we can't do anything to Xiao Shiyu now. The faces of the Green clan were also ugly. This marriage alliance would be difficult to proceed. They didn't dare to resist. The Mountain Sea Palace. It was all because of this despicable kid. They stared at Lin Xian with killing intent in their eyes. Qingchen also stood up and said, Father, don't worry. I will go and kill him now. He was really mad. This was his glory, but it was snatched away by someone else. He had to take his revenge. Chen have you recovered to your peak? Qingchen nodded. Clan leader Qing said, Good, then get ready. After that, he stood up and said loudly, Winning first place in the Mountain Sea Fighting Beast competition is probably the greatest glory in your life. Because you will go to hell next. Clan leader Qing's voice spread in all directions. Everyone quieted down. They knew that there was a life and death battle waiting for Lin Xian. Whether or not Lin Xian could enjoy the supreme glory and noble status would depend on whether or not he could survive the battle of life and death. Have you recovered? Come on then. Lin Xian didn't care. Clan leader Qing looked at the people of Mountain Sea Palace. They said, Elder of Mountain Sea Palace, I have a request. I don't want anyone to disturb this life and death battle. So I hope that the Mountain Sea Fighting Beast competition will be temporarily suspended and another arena will be opened for the life and death battle. This space can only hold 2 people, no other demonic beasts or humans. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. On Shao Clan's side, the 7th elder gritted his teeth. They must have seen that Lin Gongzi could control the golden spirit beast, so they were worried that he would control it during the life and death battle. In this case, Lin Gongzi was really in danger. Xiao Shiyu's face was pale as she looked at Mountain Sea Palace. Let's plead together and ask him to reject this request. Lin Xian said, it doesn't matter, I can just ask for anything. Did he need to use his demonic beast to kill his opponent? What a joke, these people would soon know his true strength. The people of Mountain Sea Palace looked at Lin Xian and said, what do you have to say about this? Lin Xian said, nothing, I also want to open up an independent space. I don't want this battle to affect others. Okay, since that's the case, let's begin. Those experts opened up another space in the square. There was no one in the space, only Lin Xian and Xianxia could enter. The others also stopped fighting. Instead, they were all watching the battle to the death. Xianxia walked in and sneered, kid, I really didn't expect you to get first place. However, you are about to die. This is my honor. If I kill you, the Mountain Sea Palace will take me seriously. I am the only genius. Xiao Shiyu is also mine, and you can only go to hell. After saying this, he waved his hand as his eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Countless beasts appeared around him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. These demonic beasts ranged from sages to sage kings. This time, he had to go all out and not let go of any opportunity. Too strong. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. Individually, these demonic beasts were no match for the demonic tiger and the giant devil, but together, they were a terrifying force. Moreover, this was enough to show that Qing Chen's soul pupil technique was extremely terrifying. To be able to control so many demonic beasts at the same time was simply a rare genius. More importantly, the leading demon beast was a crimson blood demon wolf. This was a demonic beast in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. It was no weaker than the strange tiger and the giant demon. Everyone knew that they were really going all out. Kid, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Qing Chen looked at Lin Xian and revealed a cruel smile. Lin Xian laughed. You are too naive. In my eyes, you will always be an ant, no matter how many demonic beasts you control. You are still arrogant when you are about to die. Qing Chen waved his hand and the eye of the blade quickly attacked. The surrounding demonic beasts all roared and rushed out. They enveloped Lin Xian in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian, on the other hand, struck out. His golden palm carried the 9 suns' divine fire, vast and mighty. Under the palm, cracks appeared on the surrounding demonic beasts, and then they shattered. The sky was filled with a bloody mist. Lin Xian's figure was like a god fiend. The surrounding people were horrified. He was too strong. Damn it, kill him, Qing Chen activated the Crimson Blood Demon Wolf. The Crimson Blood Demon Wolf roared and turned into a blood-colored lightning, charging forward. This was the strongest attack, and everyone was watching nervously. However, Lin Xian was calm and composed. He formed a seal with his palm, and the man-ruler seal was slapped out like a heavenly king. The attack was aimed at the Crimson Blood Demon Wolf. The Crimson Blood Demon Wolf was horrified. At the last moment, he retreated. Because he sensed a fatal danger. However, it was too late. After the attack, his body was torn apart. Is he dead? The terrifying Crimson Blood Demon Wolf could not even block a single attack from Lin Xian. This person was too strong. He did not even use his full strength before. Everyone was horrified. They knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. The people of the Green Clan stood up abruptly, gritting their teeth. Damn it, how could this be? The Crimson Blood Demon Wolf could kill any expert, but it could not do anything to Lin Xian. This guy was like a god of war. The people of the Shao clan were also shocked. Lin Xian looked forward and said indifferently. Did you see that? You are not worthy to be my opponent. What other secret techniques do you have? Show them all. How could this be? Xianxia was horrified. Previously, he had taken out all the demonic beasts that he could control. He thought that he could easily kill Lin Xian. But now, he was in despair. Even if Lin Xian did not control the demonic beasts, his strength alone was unparalleled. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Xianxia clenched his teeth. Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Brat, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet." He turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Why? You wanted to kill me so many times before. Now that I have used my strongest attack, you want to leave? What do you think I, Lin Xian, am? Where do you think this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? This is a battle of life and death. Only one person can walk out alive today." Lin Xian released a terrifying killing intent. He clenched his fist and charged over. "How dare you!" the leader of the Green Clan roared. Many experts of the Green Clan rushed over, wanting to save him. However, Lin Xian's palm was faster. He punched out, like the sun flying between heaven and earth. Xianxia felt a fatal danger. He turned around and shouted angrily. Lin Xian was courting death. A terrifying saber light burst out from his eyes. "Eyes of the blade, burn for me." He burned his bloodline and struck out a green saber light. It was as if a peerless saber was slashing down. Boom, the golden fist moved forward and collided with the peerless saber. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire barrier was shattered. The peerless saber was shattered. Lin Xian continued to attack and hit Xianxia's body. Boom, Xianxia's body was torn into pieces and his soul escaped. At this moment, the experts of the Green Clan had arrived. "Father, Elder, save me," he saw hope. However, at the next moment, a sword light slashed across his soul. It carried a destructive aura. It made his soul disappear quickly. "No," he let out a cry of despair. Then, his soul turned into nothingness and disappeared. Dead, young Master Xianxia was really dead. Everyone went crazy. The two elders of the Green tribe shouted in anger. "You're courting death." The two of them attacked Lin Xian with a shocking blow. "Not good." Xiaoxiu exclaimed. She was about to faint. Xiao Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. "You dare to attack?" Boom, a deafening sound was heard. Everything was too late. "Not good." Xiao Mu's expression changed. These were two elders of the Green tribe. The others exclaimed. Could it be that this kid was going to die? Was he going to die? The leader of the Xiao tribe sneered. It was great that such a strong enemy had died. Although he would feel numb after this. The space in front of them was shattered. The morning mist spread and three figures appeared. Lin Xian stood there with two palms on his body. Golden light formed a strange rune on his body. It was like the sun shining in all directions. Two palms landed on his body, but there wasn't a single crack on his body. How could it be? The two elders of the Green tribe were stunned. They were almost at the late Holy King realm. The two of them could fight against a late Holy King realm expert with their full strength. No matter how strong this kid was, he wouldn't be able to block it, but what was going on now? They felt as if they had hit a mountain. They couldn't break through Lin Xian's defense. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this. Xiaoxiu and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Great, nothing happened. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the two elders. His eyes were filled with coldness. This is a battle of life and death between me and him. How dare you attack me? You deserve to die. His hands formed the human ruler seal and slapped towards the two elders. The two elders narrowed their eyes. Not good. They quickly retreated. Vines flew out from one of them. The other formed a spiritual shield to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound was heard. The two elders' bodies split apart and turned into blood mist. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian could kill them so easily. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. These were two elders. They were extremely powerful existences in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Yet, they had been killed in a single move. The people from the Green clan were also stunned, and then they quickly retreated. Previously, they had also come to help, but they were not as fast as the two elders. At this moment, they were frantically fleeing. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. With a flick of his wrist, several streaks of sword chi flew out, and like massive dragons, they enveloped the group. The bodies of the three people split open and fell from the sky. Damn it, how dare you, the leader of the Green Clan roared and rushed over. His palm seemed to have transformed into a world of its own, carrying with it a terrifying aura. Lin Xian frowned. The clan leader's strength was extremely terrifying. He had reached the peak of the Saint King stage. At that moment, Elder Ruochen snorted coldly. A demonic beast flew out from his demonic beast pouch. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. It was a lightning eagle, which directly sent the patriarch of the Green Clan flying. Elder Ruochen flew over and stood on the lightning eagle as he said coldly. You dare to attack him? He took first place in the Mountain Sea trials, so the Mountain Sea Palace will protect him. Do you want to be enemies with the Mountain Sea Palace? The patriarch of the Green Clan had just stabilized himself when he heard this. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was really mad. His son was killed in front of everyone, and he even lost a few elders, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. I'm asking you a question, don't you understand? Elder Ruochen shouted coldly. The patriarch of the Green Clan gritted his teeth and said, I don't dare to. After saying that, he seemed to have aged 1,000 years. He turned around and said to the people of the Green Clan, let's go. He couldn't stay here any longer, or he would die of anger. Looking at the back of the Green Clan, everyone was stunned. No one would have thought that the insufferably arrogant Green Clan would end up like this. How could it be? The patriarch of the Shao clan couldn't believe it, and the uncle of the Shao clan was also terrified. This kid was actually so powerful. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian several times before, but now it seemed that it was easy for Lin Xian to kill him. Alright, the matter of the Green Clan has been settled. Next, it's time to settle the matter of the Shao clan. Xiaomu descended from the sky and looked at the patriarch of the Shao clan. As the patriarch of the Shao clan, you didn't put the Shao clan in your eyes and even went against the rules of the Shao clan. How should you be punished? The patriarch of the Shao clan felt his scalp go numb. The first elder shouted coldly. Xiaomu couldn't do anything to him. He was the patriarch, and even if he did something wrong, he had to be punished by the old ancestor. Now that the old ancestor was in a deep sleep, he couldn't. Before the patriarch could finish his words, Xiaomu slapped him with his spiritual palm, turning the first elder into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. You're not qualified to talk to me. The people of the Shao clan felt their scalps go numb, and the second elder knelt on the ground. The patriarch of the Shao clan gritted his teeth and said, What do you want? What do I want? Xiaomu snorted coldly, and his eyes shone with a cold light. After saying that, he attacked forcefully, and a spiritual sword killed the second elder. Then, he charged towards the patriarch of the Shao clan. Shaoli roared, Don't go too far. He counterattacked forcefully, summoning a few powerful demonic beasts that swept across the area. The two of them engaged in a terrifying battle, and the surrounding people retreated. However, no matter how powerful Shaoli was, how could he be a match for Xiaomu? After 100 moves, he was defeated, and his body was stained with blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, Damn it, I can't accept this. Soon after, his soul was also destroyed by Xiaomu. Everyone was silent. At this moment, the third elder shouted at Xiaomu, Sixth uncle, I hope you can be the patriarch of the Shao clan. Yes, that's right. Pay your respects to the new patriarch. The other elders also bowed one after another. Xiaomu stood there. Alright, I'll take over the Shao clan again. Initially, he didn't want to care about anything, but seeing the Shao clan in such a state, he was afraid that it would decline if this continued. He had to step up. Among the crowd, the first uncle knelt on the ground and shouted, Old ancestor, please don't kill me, please spare my life. Xiaoyu, please give me a chance. Seventh elder, please help me beg for mercy. He was really frightened. Xiaoyu frowned, but the seventh elder sneered. Give you a chance? You wanted to kill us previously. The first uncle was in despair. He knew that even the patriarch had fallen, and there was no way he could live. He begged, Please let my daughter go. Xiaomu said coldly, "Don't worry, I'll let her go, but you'll have to find out for yourself." The first uncle gritted his teeth. His soul burned, and he disappeared from the world. Looking at the fallen body of the other party, everyone closed their eyes. This guy had courted his own death. As for Xiaoyu, although she was arrogant, she was talented. With Xiaomu's help, her memory was erased. This way, the other party wouldn't take revenge, and she could work for the Xiao clan in the future. The moment Xiaomu came out, he showed his ruthless methods and reorganized the Xiao clan. The other clans and sects also came to congratulate Xiaomu on his return. There were also some sects that wanted to cooperate with the Xiao clan. After all, Xiaoyu had become the number one, and she was favored by the Mountain Sea Palace. With Xiaomu's return, the strength of the Xiao clan would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Cooperating with the Xiao clan was the wisest choice at this time. Of course, most of them wanted to invite Lin Xian. After this battle, they could see that Lin Xian's talent and strength were completely above the geniuses of the Mountain Sea Palace. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian rejected these requests, saying that inviting him was the same as inviting Xiaoyu. So, they turned to invite the Xiao clan. Meanwhile, the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace walked over to them. Among them, Elder Xian Gui sighed. He also seemed to have aged by many years. The disciple he took in was actually killed by someone. Elder Yan Luo smiled and said, "Looks like your snow fox is mine." Elder Black Turtle said, "I'll give it to you. From now on, I'll go into seclusion and won't come out for 100 years. After saying that, he turned and left. On the other side, Elder Yan Luo was very happy. She came to Xiaoyu to take her as her disciple. She was a 5-soul beast tamer. Xiaoyu was naturally happy to take her as her master. Everyone congratulated her again. Then, the elders came to Lin Xian's side. Elder Ruochen personally offered Lin Xian an olive branch, hoping that he would take Lin Xian as his disciple. However, Lin Xian rejected. He said, "Seniors, I'm sorry, but I won't be staying here for long. Please forgive me." The elders and geniuses of the beast tamer clans almost vomited blood after hearing that. They dreamed of entering the Mountain Sea Palace, but they were rejected by this kid. How could there be such a big gap between them? The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were also stunned. He was probably the first person to reject them. Elder Ruochen smiled bitterly. "You little guy, forget it. But you can come to the Mountain Sea Palace as a guest." "Of course." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding." On the other side, Xiaoyu also came to Xiaomu to greet her grandfather. Xiaomu liked Xiaoyu very much and kept nodding. The family was reunited. The 7th elder was very excited. She came to Lin Xian to express her gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Xian, all of this would have been a dream. And now, it had been successfully realized, Xiaomu said. "Lin Gongzi, the proposal from before won't change. How about it? Are you willing to marry me, your granddaughter?" The 7th elder also nodded. She was very satisfied. Xiao Shiyu's little face blushed. She blushed and ran away. Lin Xian was also stunned. Then, he said, "Elder Xiao, you know that I still have some things to do." As he spoke up to her, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Xiaomu said, "All right, I don't care about the matters of you young people. I'm just giving you an opinion. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. When the time comes, I might be able to help you with the things you mentioned." "Really?" Lin Xian was surprised. Xiaomu said, "Naturally, you let me regain control of the Xiao clan and helped my granddaughter successfully enter the Mountain Sea Palace. How could I not help you with such a big favor? No matter what you do, even if you have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate." "All right, then I won't hold back." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. With such a top beast tamer, his following actions would be much more convenient. Next, the competition continued. Because the first place had been decided, the other rankings had not yet been decided. Therefore, Lin Xian returned to the spectator stand and continued watching the competition. Finally, all the competitions had ended. The second place was Gu Yu, the third place was Mu Lingfeng, and the fourth place was Han Xiu. Countless people began to congratulate them. The beast tamer clans also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, other than Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu, the rest of the competition went on as usual. Next, Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu went up again. They stood in the most glorious place and received the envy and worship of countless people. The Mountain Sea Palace elder walked up and gave each of them a token. This was the Mountain Sea token. In the entire Shanghai city, they were protected by the Mountain Sea Palace. At the same time, they began to give out the prizes. Lin Xian and the others were invited to enter the Mountain Sea Palace to cultivate. At the same time, those who ranked in the top 10 were also qualified to enter. Soon, Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu followed Elder Ruochen out of the competition square and set off for the Mountain Sea Palace. The Mountain Sea Palace was even more magnificent. After Lin Xian entered, he received the seal of life and death. He and Xiao Shiyu entered their respective secret rooms and began to cultivate. Lin Xian had an ancient seal in his hand. It was emitting a terrifying aura of life and death. His eyes shone with golden light. He began to comprehend the seal of life and death. The seal of life and death was a powerful soul superpower. It was used to control the life and death of people. For the beast tamer clans, it was a supreme treasure. Lin Xian also needed it. Because next, he would control many powerful beasts and then return to the Misty Peak to save his friends. Misty Peak and the 6 Great Caves. Just wait. He would return soon. A year later, Lin Xian came out of seclusion. After coming out, his eyes shone with an even more terrifying aura. This time, he had mastered the seal of life and death. This terrifying cultivation speed shocked the elders of the Mountain Sea Palace even more. One had to know that even a top genius could not master a superpower like the seal of life and death so quickly. Elder Ruochen was even more determined. Lin Xian had a pair of strange eyes. Indeed, under the heavenly secret divine eyes, all soul superpowers became simple for Lin Xian. Otherwise, Lin Xian spent another half a year cultivating the melody of phantom sound. Then, he took out the heavenly secret eye that Xiaomu had given him and continued to comprehend it. This made his heavenly secret divine power stronger again. In the next half a year, Lin Xian continued to stay in the Mountain Sea Palace. He asked Elder Ruochen to let him view other soul secret techniques. Elder Ruochen was very surprised by Lin Xian's talent. He thought that Lin Xian would have unparalleled achievements in the future. The Mountain Sea Palace naturally wanted to befriend such a genius. Therefore, they made an exception and let Lin Xian view many soul superpowers and secret techniques. This time, it actually took him another year of time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes now contained endless mysteries. After integrating these soul secret techniques, Lin Xian's understanding of the soul increased to another level. Lin Xian felt that it was about time to go back. So on this day, he stood up and went to Elder Ruochen to explain his intention. Elder Ruochen said, "Okay, I won't stop you if you have something to do. But you must come back to the Mountain Sea Palace often." Then Lin Xian went to find Xiao Shiyu and said a few words. Xiao Shiyu's eyes instantly turned red. She said, "I'll go with you." Lin Xian said, "There will be a very fierce battle when I go back this time. When the time comes, it will be a life and death crisis. You'd better stay here and cultivate. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, you just got a new master. You'd better hurry up and learn. When I come back, I hope you'll be a 3-soul beast tamer." "Okay, that's what you said. When I become a 3-soul beast tamer, you must come back," Xiao Shiyu said with a determined look. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Xian smiled and left the Mountain Sea Palace. He returned to the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan welcomed him with the highest standard. Xiaomu came personally. "Lin Gongzi, you're finally here." Now that he had regained control of the Xiao clan, he was in high spirits. He was no longer as desolate as before. Lin Xian came and explained his intentions. Xiaomu said, "All right, I'll go with you. But give me 10 days to make the arrangements." For the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in the Xiao clan temporarily. When Xiao Shiyu heard the news, she returned to the clan to accompany Lin Xian. Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu strolled around. When he saw the willow catkins, he was shocked again. Xiao Shiyu, what was that? When he first came, he saw the catkins. It seemed to be a powerful array. Xiao Shiyu said, "This is the guardian of our Xiao clan. It's a willow tree that has been in our clan since a long time ago. It's now a great sage. This willow catkin flies around the Xiao clan to protect our clan." Next, Xiao Shiyu led Lin Xian through the pavilion and walked towards the depths of the Xiao clan. Finally, he saw an old willow tree. It shone with a holy radiance. The 7 stars of the great sage surrounded it. Lin Xian looked at it from afar and was shocked. It seemed like the Xiao clan was much stronger than he had imagined. They had a sage. And he heard that there was a true sage who was in a deep slumber. Xiao Shiyu said, "Other than our Xiao clan, the other top clans also have such guardians. They're all great sages." Great sage, Lin Xian looked forward to it. He didn't know when he could reach this realm. "Let's go." In the evening, the two went back. For the next few days, the two stayed together. On this day, Xiaomu came over and said, "Lin Gongzi, it's done." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Alright, I'll prepare to leave." Xiao Shiyu's eyes reddened again. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I'll be back." Xiao Shiyu nodded. Xiaomu also took out 3 willow branches. He took one and gave the other 2 to Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu. "What is this?" Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel a powerful life force from it, as well as a terrifying law. Xiao Shiyu was also surprised. This was the guardian deity's willow branch. Xiaomu nodded. "That's right, this was the guardian deity's willow branch. These 2 willow branches can be used for self-defense." Lin Xian was overjoyed. He now had another trump card. He carefully kept the willow branch and waved goodbye to Xiao Shiyu. He and Xiaomu soared into the air and left the Xiao residence. The two of them planned to head to the 100,000 forest and the Black Sea to subdue some demonic beasts. Then, he left. This time, they had to be well prepared. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance, a look of shock on his face. Xiaomu stopped. It was actually him. A figure flew over from afar. He had a handsome face. He strode over. It was Lone Moonyu. "What do you want?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Do you still want to compete?" Lone Moonyu shook his head. "I am not your opponent now. Moreover, you have the seal of life and death. I have never lost to anyone before. This time, I lost to you, and I lost wholeheartedly. Therefore, I want to follow you for a period of time." "Follow?" Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Now, I have to leave Shanghai City to complete a very important matter." "It's nothing. I can leave too. Anyway, I can cultivate anywhere." "You won't regret it?" "If I do this, it will be very dangerous. I might have to fight with many top sections." Lone Moonyu was also surprised. This kid actually had such thoughts. Was he going to fight with a sect alone? But soon, he smiled. "No wonder I am not as good as you. Since you have such confidence, then I should follow you. Also, I think you should know my talent. Although I am not as good as you, I am still a top expert. I think I should be able to help by your side. Moreover, we beast tamers can control tens of thousands of beasts. There was once a top beast tamer who took down a sect alone. This was not wrong. If it was an extremely terrifying beast tamer, such as the one in the Mountain Sea Palace, who could control a great sage and bring tens of thousands of beasts, they could definitely wipe out a sect. A truly powerful beast tamer was simply too terrifying. Well, in that case, you can join us. Welcome. Lin Xian smiled. Lone Moonyu also smiled. Then, the 3 of them set off for the 100,000 mountains. Lin Xian said that he had met a frost fire swan in the 100,000 mountains. This time, he was going to subdue it. Xiaomu said. "Fine, this old man will also go and subdue a few peak monster beasts." On the other side, Lone Moon also acted alone. The 3 of them agreed to meet here in a month. Then, Lin Xian flew towards the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Not long after, he felt terrifying ice and flame spreading in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That should be the territory of the Frostfire Swan, Buzz. He flew over and tore apart the laws of ice and fire. He said coldly, Frostfire Swan, get out here. In the distance, terrifying flames swept across and terrifying ice spread. A huge creature walked over. The world was trembling. Its huge wings spread out, causing half of the sky to freeze and the other half to be like fire. The beasts in the surrounding area knelt down and submitted. The Frostfire Swan shouted coldly. Who is it? How dare you disturb my rest? Its gaze pierced through the world. When it saw Lin Xian, it was instantly furious. Damn human brat, it's actually you. How could it not know him? Last time, it was him who acted wildly. It didn't expect him to come back now. Why, are you here to die? Lin Xian said, I'll give you a chance. If you obediently submit to me now, you will suffer a lot less. Subdue me? Ha 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 ha, a mere beast tamer wants to challenge me? You don't know what's good for you. You're only at the early stage of the Sacred King realm. What do you have to fight me? The Frostfire Swan sneered. With a flap of its wings, flames filled the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Stupid ant. In its opinion, this attack was enough to kill the other party. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was not injured at all. Instead, he attacked forcefully. A huge golden hand descended from the sky, turning into a sky and pressing down. The Frostfire Swan felt a huge pressure. Even the flames on its body dimmed. Damn it. It roared. Terrifying ice flew out to contend with it. The sword of ice and fire merged. Lin Xian fought with it. It was earth-shattering. Mountain-embracing seal. An ancient demonic mountain descended from the sky and suppressed the Frostfire Swan. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. Seal of life and death. A terrifying soul imprint merged into the other party's mind and bombarded it non-stop. The Frostfire Swan roared. It didn't expect the other party to become so powerful in such a short time. Especially this soul imprint, it felt a threat to its life. Ice and fire bloodline, break. A trace of madness appeared in the Icefire Swan's eyes as the crazy bloodline power burned. A terrifying ice and fire law directly split open, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian also felt a huge impact. He took out the Great Destruction Spear. The power of destruction erupted and cleaved down, splitting apart the destructive power. The soul imprint and the seal of life and death erupted again, attacking continuously. The Icefire Swan despaired. Its bloodline was burning and it was difficult to not kill the other party. In the end, it was enveloped by the soul imprint. The seal of life and death appeared in its mind as it completely submitted to Lin Xian. Very good. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he asked. What else is there around here? Find all the demonic beasts of the same level as you. Next, Lin Xian swept through all the demonic beasts. A month had passed and he returned with 5 late-stage Saint King demonic beasts. Guyu also returned with 2 late-stage Saint King demonic beasts. On the other side, Xiaomu returned with a full load. His strength was very terrifying. He suppressed 3 peak Saint Kings. There were also 10 late-stage Saint Kings. Next, Lin Xian and the other 2 controlled the demonic beasts that had been subdued and gathered a group of subordinates. Lin Xian took them into the Black Earth. Let's go to the Black Sea again. The 3 of them soared into the sky and continued to head towards the Black Sea. This time, Lin Xian directly entered and used his heavenly secret divine eyes. Soon, a black water mystical snake appeared. Behind him followed tens of thousands of demonic beasts. They were all very terrifying demonic saints. Greetings, Master. Very good. Lin Xian took the tens of thousands of demonic beasts into the Black Sea and then attacked again. This time, they took in dozens of top-tier demonic beasts and then left. The 3 of them entered the Black Earth and left the Black Sea, heading towards the eastern region of the Heavenly Spiral Continent. Lin Xian prepared to return to the Shantian Pavilion first before returning to the Thousand Mountain Cave. During the process, Lin Xian and the others cultivated. Finally, they arrived at the eastern region. Lin Xian descended from the sky and arrived at the Shantian Pavilion. After entering, he saw Jian Wuke and the others. Jianwuk was also delighted. You are fine, that is great. Lin Xian expressed his thoughts and Jianwuk nodded. Alright, we will wait for your signal. Next, Lin Xian left again. He continued to ride the black earth and flew towards the misty peak. The ethereal peak was located in the northern region of the heavenly spiral continent. After Lin Xian's group arrived, they exited the black earth. He didn't go directly to the misty peak or the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Instead, they settled down in a nearby city. Other than the grotto heavens in the vicinity, there were some larger cities. These cities were the antiquity cities. However, it was also very prosperous. All the grotto heavens had their own businesses in these huge cities. Lin Xian changed his appearance and aura before arriving at one of the huge cities. He walked in with Guyu. Xiaomu left. He had other things to do. Lin Xian was prepared to set up a trap. Then, he would slowly lure the six paradise into his trap. Next, he would be able to control them. After entering the Moonlight City, Lin Xian asked Guyu to make a trip to the auction. They were auctioning a demonic beast. It was a mutated beast and it was very young. As long as they subdued it and nurtured it, it would be a demonic beast that could grow. In the future, it would be a powerful helper. Indeed, at the auction, this exquisite cat attracted the attention of countless people. Many people bid for it. One of the girls shouted coldly, I want this item. Who dares to fight with me? Don't blame me for being rude. Being rude? Who is so arrogant? Some sage king sneered, unmoved. However, someone said, do you want to die? Don't you know who this girl is? She was the little princess of the White Cloud Grotto. Her grandfather was a core elder of the White Cloud Grotto. Her father was the city lord of the White Cloud City. She was simply a girl blessed by the heavens. Would you dare to fight with such a person? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. How would they dare to fight with the heaven's daughter of the White Cloud Grotto? In the end, the exquisite cat landed in Bai Ling's hands. Bai Ling was very happy. She naturally knew that this was a mutated beast, so she immediately exchanged for the exquisite cat and left the auction house. Success, Guyu took the dragon marrow and returned to a manor. In the manor, Lin Xian was cultivating. When he heard these words, he nodded. In the next moment, he said, White Cloud Grotto. Alright, let's start with them. He formed a seal with his palm and began to contact Xiaomu. Not long after, he stood up and said, it's about time. We can prepare. On Xiaomu's side, after receiving Lin Xian's message, a smile appeared on his face. He took out a flute and played the illusory melody. The illusory melody swept across the sky. In a mountain forest, countless demonic beasts were affected. In front of them, there was a mountain-like figure. It was a demonic beast with an exquisite aura. It was also an exquisite cat, and its strength was at the peak of the Sage King realm. With a roar, it charged towards Xiaomu. Not only that, it was an overlord. It led millions of demonic beasts and attacked non-stop. Xiaomu used his powerful soul to control the exquisite cat. Then, he led it towards Moonlight City. Soon, a huge battle broke out. Countless demonic beasts began to attack Moonlight City. In an instant, the surrounding warriors were attacked. They fled into Moonlight City. The people in Moonlight City were shocked. Damn it. Were these demonic beasts crazy? They actually dared to attack Moonlight City. Soon, there were Sage Kings attacking. However, this time, it was led by the exquisite cat. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the sages were no match for them. They retreated and activated the array. Moonlight City was a huge city. It had a powerful array. When the array was activated, it blocked the demonic beasts. The people inside heaved a sigh of relief. Outside, the exquisite cat controlled by Xiaomu did not attack. Instead, it surrounded the entire Moonlight City. The atmosphere was incomparably tense for a moment. On the other side, a demonic beast attacked. Lin Xian nodded and said to Guyu, that's enough. Captured by Ling, Guyu controlled the two dark shadow bats and rushed out. It was a majestic palace. Ordinary people could not enter it. In the palace of the Nine Chung Tower, Bai Ling looked at the exquisite cat in her hand and smiled. It was too cute. All of a sudden, the surrounding void split open, and 2 dark shadow bats charged over. Who was it? Bai Ling roared and slapped out. She was also a genius. She had reached the Sage King realm. Therefore, she was very strong. However, it was useless. This time, it was Guyu who attacked. Therefore, he quickly sealed Bai Ling and took her away. When the little maid came to invite Bai Ling for a meal, she found traces of a fight. Moreover, the person was gone. The little maid let out a frightened cry. Soon, the surrounding guards came. When they found out that Bai Ling had disappeared, their faces changed. Quickly, go and search. Who was it? Who was so reckless? The experts of White Cloud Grotto searched quickly, but they did not find anything. They knew something was wrong and quickly informed White Cloud Grotto. When Bai Ling's grandfather heard about it, he shouted coldly and rushed over with his men. When they arrived at Moonshine City, they asked about the situation. Elder Bai's face turned ugly. He said, "Is there anything wrong with Ling recently?" The people around him shook their heads. A guard said, "Nothing unusual, but Princess Ling recently got a pet, exquisite cat." What? Exquisite cat? When the experts of White Cloud Grotto heard this, their faces turned ugly. What's going on? A Sage King said. The demonic beasts were attacking Moonshine City, and the leader was a top-tier demonic beast, exquisite cat. Could it be that there was a relationship between the two? Elder Bai's face changed instantly. Take me out of the city. Elder Bai led the experts of White Cloud Grotto out of the city quickly. There were countless demonic beasts outside the city. In front of them, there was a huge figure in the clouds. Elder Bai went up to talk to it personally. He asked, "Fellow demonic beast, how did White Cloud Grotto offend you? Can you let go of my granddaughter?" Exquisite Cat had a powerful demonic general under her command. It was a terrifying divine eagle. He flew over and said coldly, "You people of White Cloud Grotto are reckless. How dare you capture our young master as a pet? Wait for your death." What? The faces of the people of White Cloud Grotto changed. Elder Bai said, "Is there a misunderstanding? My granddaughter did get a spirit beast, but she got it at an auction. If you really have a grudge, you should go to the auction. You should not go to my granddaughter. Cut the crap. Our king said that if you want your granddaughter, you can. I'll give you 1 day to gather 1,000,000 dragon marrow. Otherwise, I'll send your granddaughter to hell." What? 1,000,000 dragon marrow in 1 day? What a joke. Even if they were from White Cloud Grotto, they could not do it. These demonic beasts dared to ask for so much. An expert of White Cloud Grotto beside Elder Bai said, "Elder, why are you talking to him? Let's kill him together." That's right. How dare a mere demonic beast behave so atrociously in front of our paradise? That demonic beast sneered. You can attack. This time, our king has invited a few terrifying overlords. If you fail, we will immediately take action. You have to think clearly. Elder Bai Zhang clenched his teeth. Let's go back and discuss a plan. At the very least, we have to investigate clearly. What was the situation with the other party? Elder Bai gnashed his teeth and returned to the Moonshine City with his people. It was impossible for them to gather 1,000,000 dragon essences in a day, so they had to think of other ways. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He changed his appearance and became a genius of the Green Clan. He came to the front of Elder Bai's mansion. The guard went in to report. Elder Bai was already annoyed to begin with. When she heard those words, she said coldly, "No." The guard said that the young man said that he had a way. "Is there really a way?" the Saint King at the side said. What could a young man do? The young man claimed to be from a family of beast tamers. Elder Bai's eyes lit up. She knew that beast tamers were very famous in the Xianxia continent even though they were not in their territory. Perhaps the young man really had a way. So, she said, "Let him in." Soon, everyone saw a man in a black robe walk in and welcomed them personally. "How should I address this young man?" Lin Xian said. "I am from Shanghai City, the Green Clan. I think you have heard of my family." Elder Bai's eyes lit up. Shanghai City was a very famous city. The Green clan was also a top family. Perhaps the geniuses there really had a way. It turned out to be a genius from the Green clan. Elder Bai was very happy. She said, "Young master, do you have a way?" Lin Xian said, "Very simple. My family of beast tamers naturally has a way to deal with those demonic beasts. However, I can't do it for no reason. Young master, if you have any requests, just say it." Lin Xian smiled. He said, "I came out this time mainly to improve my strength, so I need cultivation resources. Don't worry about that. As long as you can successfully rescue Linger, you will be an important guest of the White Cloud Cave. I can give you any cultivation resources you want. I can even bring you to the sacred cultivation ground of the White Cloud Cave." Lin Xian did not answer immediately. Elder Bai's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. She said a few words to her subordinates. Soon, a Saint King walked in with a storage ring in his hand. Elder Bai took it and said, "Young master, these resources are a gift for our first meeting. Young master, take it first. After the matter is done, I will definitely reward you greatly." Lin Xian took it and scanned it with his soul spirit. His lips curled up into a smile. "Not bad, it's really generous. It seems like Teacher Bai is really anxious." He kept it and said, "All right, don't worry. I will take action tomorrow morning. I have to prepare today." "All right, young master, why don't you rest in my place?" Elder Bai said. Lin Xian shook his head. "No, I like freedom. Don't let others follow me." "Don't worry, I understand." Then, Elder Bai began to wait. Lin Xian kept the storage ring after he came out. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His plan had already begun. With the monsters he controlled now, even if he attacked the 6 great caves, he would not be able to defeat them completely. After all, he was not a great saint-level beast tamer. Therefore, he was prepared to drive a wedge between these great caves. These great caves were all under the misty peak. The 6 great caves were about the same strength, but they all had conflicts with each other. No one was willing to submit to the other. It could be said that they had fought many times in the dark. Lin Xian wanted to seize this opportunity to magnify the conflicts between these great caves. It would be best if these great caves were completely at odds with each other. That way, he could benefit from it and use the power of heaven to suppress them. Now, he was preparing to gain the trust of the White Cloud Cave and then provoke the anger of the other great caves. He wanted them to fight with the White Cloud Cave. After returning to his own mansion, Lin Xian asked, "How did it go?" Pu said that he had found someone from the Xiling Cave. This time, Lin Xian's target was a genius from the Violet Spirit Chamber, whose name was Zifeng. He was also a genius, and he was very arrogant. The whole process was very simple. Lin Xian deliberately met with him, then fought with him for a treasure and took it away from him in front of him. Zifeng was naturally unhappy. He immediately attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian slapped Purple Wind until his body and soul were obliterated. The surrounding guards went crazy. They went forward to attack, but they were all killed by Lin Xian. Only one person was left. This person fled and reported to the others in the Grotto Heaven. Not long after, a group of Saint Kings arrived and surrounded Lin Xian. "Kid, how dare you attack the people of Purple Spirit Shaking Sky? Do you want to die? Kneel down and wait for death." The group of Saint Kings released terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. "You dare to threaten me? I think you are the ones who don't know death. Don't you know who I am? How dare you offend me? Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." Those sage kings quickly took action. Lin Xian stood in the field and sneered. "You dare to attack me? You don't know death." His eyes shone brightly as he released his soul power. A few demonic beasts flew out from the black earth and swept across the area. A thunder beast opened its mouth and spat out terrifying thunderbolts. It turned into peerless thunderbolts that swept across everything. There was also one that spewed out a terrifying poison that instantly turned a Saint King into ashes. The surrounding people roared crazily and quickly retreated. "Damn it, this guy can control demonic beasts. What is this? Could he be a beast tamer? Quickly inform our elders." Not long after, the elder of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven arrived. He shouted coldly. A few demonic beasts were not worth mentioning. In his opinion, these demonic beasts were mid-stage Saint Kings, and he was a late-stage Saint King. He did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against him. He stretched out a large hand and pressed down with monstrous laws. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. It was a pity that such a beast-tamer genius had offended a Grotto Heaven. He did not know death. He probably came from somewhere else and did not know how terrifying the Grotto Heaven was here. The Saint Kings of the Grotto Heaven sneered. Oh, the elder is here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The few people that he had killed earlier were nothing compared to Lin Xian. If he could kill an elder, then the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven would definitely go crazy. At that time, the effect might be better. So, he snorted. The purple palm descended and the two mid-stage Saint Kings turned into a bloody mist. That elder laughed uproariously. Did you see that brat? Your demonic beast couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. You really are an idiot. Do you think I only have these two demonic beasts? He summoned the ice fire swan, and its huge figure appeared. Terrifying ice spread out in all directions, freezing everything. The terrifying flames burned and instantly enveloped the elder of the Violet Spirit Grotto. The elder from the Violet Spirit Grotto was struck by the impact. He retreated and spat out blood. His face was full of shock. Damn it, a late-stage Saint King demonic beast. You actually possess such strength. He was truly stunned. No matter how he looked at it, this person looked like a young man. How could a young man possess such terrifying strength? It was really hard to believe. He was a top-notch beast-taming genius. So what? Whoever dared to make a move on their paradise, they could all go to hell. He roared at the sky, forming a terrifying imprint. Endless laws condensed into a mirror that pierced through heaven and earth. Boom, the ice shattered, and the flames split apart. One had to admit that this elder's strength was extremely powerful. The ice fire swan roared and quickly attacked. Its body transformed into more than 2 meters long, and like lightning, it fought with the elder. At this moment, Lin Xian also activated the heavenly secret divine eye. A terrifying golden light enveloped the elder's soul. The elder's soul was severely injured. At this moment, the ice fire swan seized the opportunity and formed an ice blade and a fire sword, piercing through the elder's body. The elder was split into 2 halves. He let out a crazy roar, wanting to counterattack. However, Lin Xian activated the ice fire swan and firmly suppressed the elder's body. At the same time, the heavenly secret divine eye was activated again. Now, with Lin Xian's strength, it was not impossible for him to destroy the soul of a late-stage Saint King. Therefore, under his powerful eye technique and the attack of the ice fire swan, the elder's soul was destroyed. The surrounding people were stunned. This was an elder, a late-stage Saint King. But he actually died. It was really unbelievable. The expressions of the people from the Grotto Heaven also changed drastically. They quickly went to call for more elders. Not long after, another 2 elders came together. Lin Xian sneered. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, and I'll spare you. He was too arrogant. Everyone's scalps went numb. At the same time, Lone Moon also quickly set off for Elder Bai's residence to pass the news to Elder Bai. After Elder Bai learned of the situation, his expression changed drastically. He immediately led people over. One had to know that Lin Xian had just promised to help him save his granddaughter. If he died at this time, then his granddaughter, Bai Ling, would probably die as well. Naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen, so he quickly attacked. Kid, how dare you? No one has ever dared to kill an elder of our Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Even if you are a beast tamer, you will not be able to escape death today. The 2 elders walked over and stared at the ice fire swan. Although this was a rare beast, they believed that the 2 of them could suppress it together. Today, this kid would not be able to escape. Although the situation was critical, Lin Xian did not care. With his current strength, he could fight against a late-stage Holy King. Although there were 2 of them now, his identity was different. Now he also had the power to control beasts. And he had several powerful beasts in his hands, so naturally he was not afraid. More importantly, he had already sensed it. Elder Bai was here. At this time, there was a roar between heaven and earth. All of you, stop. Then, a few powerful figures descended. Someone was here. Were they this kid's helpers? The surrounding people who were watching also exclaimed in surprise. The people from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven also snorted coldly and turned to look. When they saw Elder Bai, they frowned. Elder Bai, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to interfere in this matter? Elder Bai said that you can't kill this young Master Qing. He is my guest. Guest? The two elders from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven snorted coldly. He killed our Purple Spirit geniuses and many experts. More importantly, he killed one of our elders. You said we can't kill him? What a joke. The moment he said that, Elder Bai's face changed. Heavens, it had only been half a day, and this kid had already done something so shocking, damn it. He looked at Lin Xian and asked with a frown, Young Master, what is going on? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, They are from Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. They wanted to steal my things, so I naturally had to teach them a lesson. But I didn't expect them to send their underlings to kill me. Since that's the case, I naturally did it. Originally, the younger generation was fighting for the limelight, but their elder was shameless and wanted to attack me. I could only summon my demonic beast and kill him. It was that simple. Elder Bai, did you hear that? This kid is too arrogant. Are you still going to protect him? Elder Bai's face was ugly. He said, Young Master, why don't you apologize to Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven, and then I will help you think of a solution. Apologize? What a joke. Why do I need to apologize to them? If they are unhappy, then fight. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Also, Elder Bai, do you want to help him or me? Think carefully, if you help them, don't blame me for being rude. Also, what I promised you earlier on doesn't count. Hearing this, the faces of those from White Cloud Grotto changed. Elder Bai's face darkened as well. To be honest, no young man had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. If it were in the past, he would have slapped the other party to death. But no, he still needed the other party. Elder Bai took in a deep breath. Seemed like he had to protect the other party first. Then, he turned to those from Xiling Grotto and said, Guys, I'll protect this young man. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later. But not today. His thoughts were simple. After his granddaughter, Bai Ling, was rescued, he naturally wouldn't care about Lin Xian's life or death. Lin Xian knew what the other party was thinking. However, he didn't care. After all, this wasn't the only plan he had. He stood there with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. The faces of those from Xiling Grotto changed. What? They hadn't expected White Cloud Grotto to make such a decision. Are you sure? The two elders stared at Elder Bai with a cold expression. Elder Bai took in a deep breath and said to those beside him, Escort the young man and leave first. Leave this to me. At the back, the Saint King of White Cloud Grotto walked over and said, Young man, please. Lin Xian looked at those from Xiling Grotto and said coldly, You guys are lucky. On account of White Cloud Grotto, yours truly will let you guys off today. The next time you see me, don't blame me for striking. With that, he snorted coldly and left in big strides. Those from Xiling Grotto were about to go crazy. They wanted to strike, but they were stopped by Elder Bai. Guys, please listen to me. Elder Bai Yun left and went up. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. Someone could kill the elders of White Cloud Grotto and leave so calmly. Just who was this guy, to think that the people of White Cloud Grotto would protect him with all their might? All of a sudden, everyone started guessing about Lin Xian's identity. Elder Bai Yun explained. He was also willing to pay some resources as compensation. And he said that he only needed 3 days. After 3 days, he would no longer care about this brat. At that time, when the Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven made their move, he would no longer care. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth and said, Fine, Elder Bai, I'll give you face. 3 days later, we will personally kill this brat. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven left and the news spread out. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. Naturally, the people from the other grotto heavens also received this news. They were greatly shocked and began to investigate Lin Xian's identity. On the other side, Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief. His expression turned cold. This time, he had paid a lot of treasures in exchange for 3 days of time. That damned fellow better be able to save his granddaughter. Otherwise, he would definitely tear that fellow into pieces. When they returned to the residence, Elder Bai asked if that fellow had gone out again. The two Saint Kings walked over and asked. No, they had been quietly waiting since they came back. Elder Bai nodded. That's good. Keep an eye on him and don't let him go out and cause trouble again. He snorted coldly. How could this genius of the imperial beast family be more arrogant than the geniuses of the grotto heavens? But thinking about it, the other party had many beasts protecting him. This was equivalent to having many experts protecting him. How could he not be arrogant? On this day, Elder Bai was very nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to Lin Xian again. But fortunately, it was over peacefully. When the sun rose, he quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian's palace. He said, "Young master, are you done?" Lin Yuxuan opened the door with a cold expression. "Calling me so early in the morning? You're annoying me." Elder Bai gritted his teeth and laughed dryly. "Young master, please forgive me. After this matter is over, I will compensate you well." "There's no need for compensation. But you have to remember what you promised me. Let's go." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and walked up. Elder Bai and the other experts of the grotto heavens followed him. The group rose into the air and left Moonshine City. The beasts outside the city were still there. The demon general from before, Xianxia, flew over and asked coldly, "How is it? Are you ready? 1,000,000 dragon marrow. Hurry up and bring it over." Elder Bai gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Leave it to me." He walked forward. "I want to see your king." The demon general snorted. "Who are you?" Lin Xian released a terrifying aura. His gaze pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying soul suppression appeared. The surrounding beasts were all frightened. The demon general was the same. He took a few steps back. Lin Xian smiled. "Now, am I qualified to see him?" Xianxia said, "Follow me." Then, he rose into the air and turned to Lin Xian. "Only you can come. Others are not allowed to come. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action." Lin Xian looked at Elder Bai and the others. "Go back to the city and wait." With that, he left with Xianxia. Elder Bai and the others could only return to Moonshine City and wait anxiously. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the mountain. There was a huge creature in front of him. It was Ling Long. However, at this moment, he was extremely respectful. Xianxia also landed respectfully and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Greetings, master." An old man in front turned around and said with a smile, "Lin Gongzi, how is it?" The old man was Xiaomu. This was all part of their plan. Lin Xian asked, "Where is that person?" Xiaomu said, "Still locked up." Lin Xian nodded. Everything was going according to the plan. After staying for a while, he returned and left. He returned to Moonshine City. Seeing Lin Xian return, Elder Bai and the others went up to greet him. "Master, how is it? What happened? Did Ling not come back?" They saw that only Lin Xian had returned. Bai Ling did not come back at all. Elder Bai's face darkened, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said indifferently, "I went to see your granddaughter. She is still alive." After saying that, he waved his hand and a light appeared. There was an illusion of Bai Ling in it. Ling and Elder Bai exclaimed when they saw this scene. Then, they asked, "Why didn't you save her?" Lin Xian said, "You can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your granddaughter. She actually hurt that little cat. How could that evil beast do as he wished? I used my identity as a beast tamer family to intimidate them." Ling Long said, "Although I cannot kill your granddaughter, I must punish her. He will temporarily seal her for a month. After a month, he will release her. But don't worry, I have already talked to him. It will only be a seal, so you will not hurt your granddaughter. Seal, Elder Bai furrowed his brows tightly. Why did he feel that something was amiss? He showed a doubtful look. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, then I will leave. But after a month, without me, I am afraid your granddaughter will not be able to come back. Elder Bai's pupils constricted. Then, he forced a smile. How could that be? Thank you, young master. Why don't you stay here for a month? I'll definitely treat you well. Why don't you come to my White Cloud Grotto Heaven for a while? Lin Xian said. No, I'll stay in Moonshine City first. But you can go to the Grotto Heaven to find some cultivation resources for me. Recently, I feel like I'm about to break through. Lin Xian waved his hand. He wouldn't be polite to him. Damn it. Elder Bai cursed in his heart. But he really couldn't do anything to him for a month. However, there was one more thing that worried him. That was the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Previously, he thought that his granddaughter would return the next day. He didn't expect that there was still a month. Then, he couldn't fulfill his promise to them. He said, Young master, you offended the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. I'm afraid they won't let it go. So it's very dangerous for you to stay here. Lin Xian said, So you don't intend to protect me? Elder Bai was about to vomit blood. Is this guy going to rely on me? He said, although I'm also an elder of the Grotto Heaven, I can't represent the entire Grotto Heaven. I can only mobilize a small number of experts. This time, you offended the entire Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. If they really want to attack, I can't stop them. Lin Xian said, It's okay. You can stop as many as you can. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian naturally didn't believe that they would help him with all their might. What he wanted to do was to make the two Grotto Heavens hostile to each other. Then, it would be easy for him to make a move. Hence, he decided to stay here for the time being. He found a residence for himself and stayed there. Then, he called Lone Moon back. At the same time, Xiaomu came back secretly. He was also worried about Lin Xian. With such a terrifying beast tamer like Xiaomu, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven made a comeback. They were murderous and had many experts. Because they knew that Lin Xian could control beasts. The entire Moonshine City was shocked. Countless people were shocked. What happened? The Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven did not intend to let the matter rest. Did that guy not leave yet? Of course, they knew that Lin Xian had a battle with the Xiling Wonderland a few days ago. In their opinion, anyone smart enough would definitely leave. Never to return again. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to still be walking around here. He followed him to take a look. These people soared into the air and followed behind one another. Soon, they arrived in front of a mansion. Brat, come out and accept your death. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven stood above the 9 heavens and looked down like supreme gods and devils. Below, the mansion was extremely quiet. There was no response at all. Damn it, go down and take him down. As his voice fell, the surrounding Saint Kings attacked together. Monstrous law swept downwards. Naturally, they knew that Lin Xian was a beast master. As such, they didn't dare to act rashly, and chose to attack from afar. The terrifying power covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed toward the mansion below. Violent vibrations rang out as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The people in the distance were terrified. With such an attack, the people inside would definitely die. Wang, crack. Crack, however, at this moment, a terrifying frost swept out from the mansion below. It froze all the laws of magic and formed a world of ice and frost. What a terrifying frost. It could freeze everything. This young man was really something. The people watching the battle were discussing. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven looked gloomy. This time an elder came in person. He held a battle sword in his hand and swept across the land. He shattered all the frost and arrived in the courtyard. However, as soon as he arrived, endless vines appeared around him and formed a cage enchantment to trap him. Damn it. Endless sword light burst out from his body and attacked in all directions. The terrifying sword energy slashed the vines and made a loud noise. However, the vines didn't break at all. Instead, they wrapped around him like chains. It didn't take long for him to be sealed. Damn it. The people from the Xiling Grotto heaven were shocked. How terrifying. They didn't expect this guy to have so many terrifying beasts. Damn it. In the sky, a middle-aged man leading the Xiling Grotto heaven shouted coldly. Go down and save him. 2 elders rushed down. They were 2 late-stage Saint King elders. After they arrived, they attacked fiercely. One of them shot out a purple lightning that turned into a divine thunder and rushed down. In an instant, it pierced through the vines. The other person condensed a monstrous sea of fire. The purple flames turned into a phoenix and descended from the sky. In an instant, the vines in the sky were burned to ashes. The elder who was sealed also quickly retreated. When the people around saw this scene, they discussed. As expected of the Xiling Grotto heaven, there were so many experts. No matter how strong that kid was, he probably couldn't withstand the attack of a Grotto heaven. As expected, the 3 elders stood below and looked around coldly. The laws on their bodies burst out together. The ground below cracked and a huge vine surrounded them to resist. At the same time, the power of ice and fire flew out. The 2 were in a stalemate and were evenly matched. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared in the sky and streaked across. Suddenly, the heads of the 2 elders flew up. Blood dyed the sky red. Countless people were shocked. What kind of method was this? It was too strong. In the void, a dark bat appeared. It had the wings of a bat, the body of a human, and a fang with a cold aura. It directly devoured the blood of the elders. This was also a late-stage Saint King beast. It was the king of assassination. It was extremely strong. Damn it. The 2 elders shouted angrily. Their bodies cracked and turned into a bloody mist before they escaped. The people watching the battle were shocked. It was too terrifying. In just an instant, 2 elders were seriously injured. As for the person below, he didn't even come out. It was really unbelievable. The people of the Xiling Grotto heaven looked terrible. The middle-aged man who led the group walked down and said coldly. Who exactly are you? They naturally knew about beast tamers. But how could a young beast tamer be so powerful? In the void, Elder Bai was also shocked. He was also here. How could he not be here for such a big event? However, he didn't expect that he didn't have to do anything. Lin Xian's strength was completely beyond his imagination. It seemed like he had to reevaluate. Besides him, there were other experts from the other grotto heavens around. Their eyes were shining. If such a top genius could become their friend, he could help them control many powerful beasts. Thinking of this, the eyes of many from the grotto heavens lit up. The eyes of those from the Xiling Grotto heaven were filled with endless murderous intent. No, such a genius had become their enemy. They had to get rid of him quickly. A figure walked out from the palace below. Lin Xian looked around and snorted. It's you guys again. I spared you guys because of White Cloud Grotto. I didn't expect you guys to be so reckless. Since that's the case, there's no need for you guys to leave. Damn brat, you're finally out. The people from Xiling Grotto saw Lin Xian. They gritted their teeth. Kill. They rushed down quickly. Lin Xian sneered. Since you guys don't want to die, come at me, he used his eye technique. Immediately, the countless demonic beasts around him flew upwards. A huge battle broke out. The people from Xiling Grotto were extremely strong. However, Lin Xian had more beasts. One after another, huge figures with terrifying auras danced in the sky. The battle was intense. Lin Xian wasn't in any danger at all. When the people around saw this, they were all stunned. This young man was truly extraordinary. The number of demonic beasts he could control was simply too many. How strong was his soul power? The people from Xiling Grotto gritted their teeth. Damn it. They realized that they couldn't do anything to him. At this moment, the void tore apart as a gigantic hand grabbed down like a god of war, causing the sky to shatter. The gigantic hand instantly sent many of the beasts flying before grabbing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed and he quickly dodged. In the next moment, his face darkened. A peak sage king, the others were also shocked. They didn't expect that not only a peak sage king elder was here, but a peak sage king elder was here too. After the attack, an old man walked down from the sky. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. Brat, no matter how strong you are, can you fight against me? Be obedient and surrender. The people from Xiling Grotto laughed proudly. The others looked terrible. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, Elder Bai, you've been watching for so long. Aren't you going to attack? In the void, Elder Bai was startled. He then walked out of the void. At this moment, his expression was incomparably serious. The people from Violet Spirit Grotto Heaven looked over and said, Elder Bai, we already gave you a lot of face before. I promised you that I would give him 3 days. Now that 3 days have passed, do you still want to attack? Are you sure you want to be enemies with my Xiling Grotto Heaven? The expert at the peak of the Saint King stage also looked over. Elder Bai's eyelids twitched. He was only a late-stage Saint King. Facing a powerful existence at the peak of the Saint King stage, he also felt endless pressure. For a moment, he was stunned. Kid, without the White Cloud Grotto, let's see who can protect you. Those from Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth. They all walked up and knelt down obediently to accept their deaths. I will break all the bones in your body, and let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The people watching from afar also shook their heads and sighed. It was such a pity that such a genius beast taming was lost. Indeed, no matter how strong he was no match for a peak stage Saint King. In the face of such a frightening scene, Lin Xian laughed heartily. Do you really think that you can contend against me with just the few of you? Is a peak stage Saint King very powerful? You are just so in front of me. You don't have the right to be arrogant. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. The elder shook his head and attacked decisively. This attack was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had used the law to its peak. The people around felt immense pressure and were all pushed back. Some people were directly injured. Lin Xian's face was also cold. However, at this moment, Xiaomu in the palace made his move. He used the hallucinatory melody. A demonic beast flew out. Boom, a flaming figure flew past and turned into lightning, attacking the palm. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The palm split open, and monstrous flames enveloped the expert. The expert was terrified. Who was it? With a roar, he punched out again. The fist shadow, with terrifying power, blocked the flames. The terrifying flames danced and fell in all directions. Suddenly, the experts from Xiling Grotto Heaven screamed in pain. Quite a number of people were instantly burned to ashes. Among them, 2 of the elders had actually fallen. This scene scared everyone out of their wits. What kind of flames were these? How could they be so terrifying? Damn it, this was the power of a peak stage Saint King. They really did not expect Lin Xian to be able to counterattack in such a situation. He even severely injured Xiling Grotto Heaven. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were also pale as they quickly retreated to the back. The peak stage Saint King gritted his teeth. What was that? His gaze pierced through heaven and earth. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. He saw a figure covered in flames floating in the void. Vermilion bird, he exclaimed. It was a 3-eyed vermilion bird. There was a vertical eye in the middle of the vermilion bird's brows. It carried an extremely terrifying law of fire. Why, you still want to kill me now? I have said that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian stood on the back of the vermilion bird and sneered. How could this be? This guy could control a peak stage Saint King? What level had he reached? The peak stage Saint King from Xiling Grotto Heaven had an extremely ugly expression. This flame was a fatal threat to him. The others did not dare to step forward. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian said arrogantly with his hands behind his back. I have said that I am from the Green Clan and I have already joined the Myriad Transformation sect. Not only did you offend a top beast taming family, but you also offended the Myriad Transformation sect. What, Myriad Transformation sect? Many people were puzzled. However, the faces of the Grotto Heaven members changed drastically. They had heard that this sect was extremely terrifying. It was not in their region, but on this continent. It was a sect on the same level as the ethereal peak. It was even more powerful than the ethereal peak. They did not expect this young man to have such a shocking background. Elder Bai was extremely regretful. He was extremely regretful now. If he had taken action earlier, he could have improved the relationship between both parties. However, he was now afraid of offending the other party. Elder Zhang, what should we do? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven asked. The peak stage Saint King frowned. This was not a small matter. Let's go back and discuss it with the other Saint Kings. He could not make up his mind. These people turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Xian laughed. What? You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am? His voice was like thunder, causing the people from Xiling Grotto Heaven to stop in their tracks. Their faces turned ugly. The peak stage Saint King turned around and gritted his teeth. Then, what do you want? What do I want? So many of you from the older generation came to kill me. If I did not have the strength, I would have died long ago. Now, what do you think I want? Do you think I am easy to bully? Do you want me to inform my family or ask the experts from the Myriad Transformation sect to come here and reason with you? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven's faces changed. No matter which one it was, they could not afford to offend them. Therefore, the leading Saint King gritted his teeth and said, "Calm down. We did not know your identity before. Moreover, you have killed many of our people. Why don't we stop here? Impossible." Lin Xian rejected directly. Your people challenged me first. If you don't give me a satisfactory result today, don't blame me for being rude. Then what do you want? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were no longer as arrogant as before. It was simple. Do you want to kill yourselves, or do you want me to send you to hell? What? The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were shocked. This guy really wanted to kill them. Don't go overboard. Although your identity is extraordinary, you're alone here. If you're really anxious, we'll kill you, is that so? You still want to kill me? Looks like I can't let you live any longer. Lin Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the three-eyed vermilion bird flew over. The icefire swan, the umber bat, and the other demonic beasts also rushed over. You're courting death, the peak elders from Xiling Grotto Heaven roared and attacked. They were really angry. So what if the other party had a high status? This was their territory. In an instant, a great battle broke out. The others retreated far away to watch the battle. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian was so strong. They didn't know that Lin Xian hated the 6 Grotto Heavens. These people treated their companions as battle servants. They even had something to do with the human world. How could Lin Xian let these people go? The battle was very intense. Demonic beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed over. Even the elders who were at the pinnacle felt a sense of crisis. However, at this moment, the void cracked open. 2 people rushed towards Lin Xian. Not good. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed. They didn't expect Xiling Grotto Heaven to have a space scroll. The sudden appearance of this young man was definitely dangerous. The 2 sneered. Die, kid. One of them held a long saber, while the other clenched a fist and rushed over. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He met the 2 of them head-on. With one strike, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The 2 of them were stunned. Lin Xian turned around and sneered. How dare a mere mid-stage Saint King assassinate me? As he spoke, he struck out. One of his palms turned into lightning, while the other turned into a sword light. The 2 of them were beaten into a bloody mist. A crazy voice rang out. The 2 of them were instantly destroyed. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to send another peak demonic saint to end the battle quickly. Inside the palace, Xiaomu attacked again. A demonic beast at the pinnacle joined the battle. Above the 9 heavens, the peak elder of Xiling Grotto Heaven roared, "Get lost. Retreat. Break out of the encirclement." He was truly stunned. He could still fight against a 3-eyed vermilion bird, but if another demonic beast of the same level were to appear, he really wouldn't be able to stop it. He turned around and fled. However, in the next instant, half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. It was a strange golden fish. The scales on its body were very sharp. In an instant, his body was cut open. When the surrounding people saw that even the peak elders were no match for him, they were so frightened that they hurriedly fled. The Ice King Hong who shot out a sky full of frost, forming a barrier. The two peak demonic beasts killed the peak elder until his soul was completely destroyed. The other people from the Violet Spirit Grotto were terrified. They knelt in the air. "We were wrong. Please spare our lives. We won't dare to go against you anymore." However, it was useless. Those demonic beasts burned everyone to ashes. In the blink of an eye, all the strong people from the Violet Spirit Grotto were dead. The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. The people from the other grotto heavens also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of technique was this? It was simply too incredible. Were all beast tamers this terrifying? Lin Xian sneered. There is only one outcome for those who dare to go against me. He waved his hand, and the demonic beasts in the sky all flew back into his demonic beast pouch. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, forming a terrifying storm that blew away all the bloody mist in the sky. The sky was bright again. He turned around and was about to go in. The other people were amazed. He was simply a young god. At this moment, Elder Bai, who was in the air, came back to his senses. He quickly flew forward and landed in the courtyard. He shouted, "Sir, please wait." He had to rope in such a top-notch genius. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Elder Bai, revealing a cold smile. Elder Bai smiled and said, "Sir, why don't you come to my place for a chat? I will treat you well." Lin Xian said coldly, "Scram." The smile on Elder Bai's face froze. He could not believe that Lin Xian would treat him like this. Lin Xian said, "Why, now you want to treat me? Why didn't you protect me when I was being chased by the people from the Violet Spirit Grotto? I saved your granddaughter's life. Are you going to repay me like this? Scram and reflect on yourself. Think it through. Goodbye." After speaking, Lin Xian turned around and ignored Elder Bai, walking straight in. Elder Bai stopped in the courtyard. His face was extremely ugly. No one had ever dared to reprimand him, let alone a young man. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Especially when there were countless onlookers looking at him and talking about him. He felt these people's gazes fall on his back. Damn it. He had lost all his face. But he did not dare to make a move. Even a peak Saint King had fallen, let alone him. In the next moment, he tore open the void and hurriedly escaped. Countless people were in an uproar. They also left one after another. This matter quickly spread throughout the Moonlight City and spread in all directions. Soon, countless people knew that a terrifying genius had arrived in the Moonlight City. His name was Sir Qing. He could control super beasts and sweep through everything. Go back. The experts from the other grotto heavens also went back to report. They felt that they had to be one step ahead and establish a good relationship with him. In Elder Bai's residence, the experts from the grotto heavens had returned. They said, "Old Zhang, what should we do? Should we take action against that kid?" Elder Bai sneered. "Do you want to die? If you want to die, don't drag me down. Didn't you see what happened to the Violet Spirit Grotto? Who dares to be disrespectful to me? Don't blame me for slapping you to death. Hurry up and contact the grotto heavens. Bring back all the treasures and resources. Tomorrow, I will personally apologize." The people from the other grotto heavens were also taking action. They had collected many treasures and were ready to pay a visit. On the other side, the people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven were clenching their teeth. Damn it. One of their peak elders and many of their late-stage elders had fallen there. It was really hard for them to imagine. When the Grotto Heaven heard the news, they gritted their teeth and said, "Humph, what kind of beast tamer clan is it? No matter how powerful they are, so what? Why don't we ask the Grand Elder to come out and kill them directly? The Grand Elder is a supreme saint. He can definitely sweep through everything. No matter how strong the other party is, so what?" However, the elders shook their heads. Absolutely not. The other party is backed by a top beast tamer clan and the Myriad Transformation Gate, which also has a supreme saint. If we really angered them and let them take away thousands of beasts, the Xiling Grotto heaven would be in danger of being destroyed. Damn it. The people from the Xiling Grotto heaven were clenching their teeth. At this moment, the older generation spoke again, trying to find a way to resolve the grudge. The young disciples of Xiling Grotto heaven were in disbelief. Someone had killed their elders and geniuses, and they still had to beg for mercy. What a joke. When had they ever been so aggrieved? Moonshine City was very lively at this moment. Everyone was talking about what had happened a few days ago. Lin Xian had controlled thousands of demonic beasts, killed many experts of Xiling Grotto heaven, and even told the elders of Baiyun Grotto heaven to get lost. It had become a legend, and countless young geniuses were envious and were discussing it. Many people even went outside Lin Xian's mansion. Of course, they didn't dare to get close, and could only wander around. Elder Bai hadn't closed his eyes for the past few days. At his level, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not rest for 10 years. However, his mood today was indeed very perturbed and nervous. Finally, there was a flash of light in front of him, and a figure landed in front of him. "How is it?" Elder Bai asked. The few sage kings said, "Elder, don't worry, we've brought the things." As they spoke, they took out a few storage rings. After Elder Bai took them, he scanned them with his soul spirit, and then heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Ever since he was reprimanded by Lin Xian, he immediately contacted the Grotto Heaven and prepared a large number of cultivation resources. Now that they were all in these 3 storage rings, he felt very satisfied, and thought that this should be able to move the other party. "Come, follow me." Elder Bai took in a deep breath and strode forward. There were many people behind him, including mid-stage sage kings, and 8 early-stage sage kings. The group of people quickly flew on the clouds towards Lin Xian's mansion. Lin Xian's mansion. Countless people were still wandering around when they suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. They all looked up. The next moment, they saw more than 10 figures descending. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Elder Bai? Is he here for revenge again?" They were extremely nervous, and they looked on curiously. After Elder Bai and his group came down, they didn't dare to land directly in the courtyard, but outside the mansion. Elder Bai cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "I, Bai Yuan, would like to see young Master Qing." His voice went in, but there was no response. Elder Bai Zhang's expression changed. He shouted again, but no one responded to him. The people behind asked, "Elder, what should we do?" Elder Bai thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "We'll wait here." He had already missed an opportunity by not helping the other party previously. If he were to leave this time around, the misunderstanding between the two of them would be irreparable. So today, no matter what, he had to go in, even if he had to wait for 3 days and 3 nights. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect that the Grand Elder of the Dongtian sect would be so respectful. Moreover, they couldn't even see his face. It was truly unbelievable. Just as they were discussing in surprise, another stream of light streaked across the sky, followed by another dozen or so figures. "I, Fei Jiutian of the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven, request an audience with the young master." After these people landed, the leader of the group was a middle-aged man. Flying 9 heavens, Flying Feather Paradise, the surrounding people were stunned. Immediately, some people were surprised. This should be another elder. Not only that. I know him. He's very famous. They were extremely terrifying existences in the late stage of the Saint King realm. It was said that they were very close to the peak stage of the Saint King realm. I didn't expect him to come, and he's so respectful. The crowd was in an uproar. This Flying 9 heavens status was even higher than Elder Bai's. They should be able to go in this time, right? However, to everyone's surprise, there was still no response from inside. Flying 9 heavens was also waiting outside with his men. Flying 9 heavens' gaze was calm, and he wasn't in a hurry. The experts behind him looked gloomy. Damn it, they came this time, but the other party didn't give them any face. It really made them angry. At this moment, another loud laughter was heard. Between heaven and earth, the chi of righteousness reverberated. An elder descended from the sky, and a powerful holy aura suppressed the surroundings. There were 5 figures following behind him. "I'm Hao Yuanshan, and I'm here to see young Master Qing." His loud voice sounded again. The surrounding people were stunned. Hao Yuanshan was a core elder of the Haoran Grotto Heaven, and he had reached the peak of the Sage King realm. Such a person had come personally. Everyone felt that it was unreal. They should be able to go in now, right? However, to everyone's surprise, there was still no response. Even Hao Yuanshan could only wait outside. This time, the people of the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven were extremely shocked. Previously, they were very angry, but now it seemed that they might have thought too much. The other party didn't even care about the peak of the Sage King realm, let alone them. Not long after, another 2 forces came. The people of the Qianshan Grotto Heaven and Qingqiu Grotto Heaven were here, and the leaders were 2 peak of the Sage King realm. The elders of the 5 Grotto Heaven. Standing outside the mansion, the scene was extremely shocking. The news spread instantly, and after the people of the Moonlight City knew about it, they all came to watch. Of course, they only dared to watch from afar, and some even used their souls to watch. Even so, the scene was shocking enough. The entire Moonlight City was discussing this. This guy was too arrogant. He really didn't care about the people of the 5 Grotto Heaven. The elders of the 5 Grotto Heaven looked a little cold. They knew that the other party was powerful, so they came personally. Logically speaking, the other party should have come out to welcome them, but they didn't expect him to not even have the intention to see them. He's really arrogant. Does he really think he's a god? At this moment, the peak elder of the Qianshan Grotto Heaven snorted. As he spoke, a strong flame appeared on his body. It was Elder Yanhua. He was from the Sage Heaven's old ancestor. "I think we should join forces and go in," Elder Yanhua said coldly. The others took a deep breath and were about to move. At this moment, someone came from afar. It was the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. Countless people were surprised. What were the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven doing? Were they here for revenge again? After the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven arrived, they were stunned to see the people of the 5 Grotto Heaven. But in the next moment, they said loudly, "The Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven wishes to see the young master. We hope that the young master can forgive us for offending you previously. We are here to resolve this grudge." The Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven wanted to resolve this grudge personally. That was unbelievable. Everyone in the Moonlight City was stunned. The Grotto Heaven actually lowered their heads. This was something that happened once in 1,000 years. In the palace, Lone Moon looked at the scene outside, then turned around and asked, "Young master, what do you plan to do?" Lin Xian opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Is everyone here?" Guyu said, "The people of the 6 Grotto Heaven are all here and waiting outside." Oh, Lin Xian stood up and smiled. "The people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven are here too?" Guyu nodded. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Kill them." Lone Moon was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so domineering. To be honest, he thought that there was a grudge between Lin Xian and the 6 Grotto Heavens. He thought that Lin Xian wanted to suppress them, but now it seemed that was not the case. The grudge between the 2 parties was deeper than he thought. "Don't worry, young master, let me handle this." Xiaomu also stood up and waved his hand. The 3-eyed vermilion bird flew into the sky and shot out a divine fire from its 3rd eye. Outside the mansion, those people were still waiting, and many of them were already impatient. Elder Yanhua's expression was cold. He said, "Are you still going to wait? I'm going to go in directly." Just as he was about to walk forward, a divine flame flew out of the mansion. It flew past Elder Yanhua like a bolt of lightning. Elder Yanhua felt the aura of the fire and his hair stood on end. He was so shocked that he almost knelt on the ground. The divine fire did not attack him. Instead, it flew past him and hit a figure behind him. Suddenly, the figure let out a crazy roar. The space between his eyebrows was pierced in an instant, and his soul was burned to ashes. The people from the other Grotto Heavens were shocked and stepped back. When they looked over, their faces turned ugly. They saw that the elder from Xiling Grotto Heaven had fallen to the ground and was no longer breathing. Was he dead? He was killed in one move. These people's scalps went numb. That divine fire was really too powerful. Someone said, I know, it should be the three-eyed vermilion bird that shot out the strongest bloodline fire. This person's methods were beyond imagination. The elders from the grotto heavens looked very serious. Those who were dissatisfied immediately stopped talking. Even Elder Yan Huo was trembling and breaking out in cold sweat. What a joke. The other party killed them like stepping on ants. They did not dare to be presumptuous. These people were uneasy. Those who were further away were even more shocked. Such powerful methods, he was like a god. At this moment, the door of the mansion opened and Guyu walked out. All right, you guys can come in. The elders of these paradise walked in cautiously. There were a total of 5 paradise, because the violet spirit paradise had already been destroyed. After entering, they walked into the palace and found Lin Xian sitting there with these demonic beasts beside him. At the same time, there was an old man beside him, who was even more unfathomable. After greeting young Master Qing, the elders of the 5 great paradises bowed one after another. Lin Xian looked at these people and smiled. What business do you have here? Howren Grotto Heaven's elder smiled and said, Young Master, your actions just now were extremely valiant and I admire you. We're here to see what kind of top geniuses you are. Also, we hope that you can become friends with us. That's right. The people from the Flying Feather Cave and the Thousand Mountain Cave quickly nodded their heads. At this moment, Elder Bai walked up and said, Young Master Qing, I was in the wrong previously. After thinking about it, I realized that I was really wrong. Such a thing would never happen again. I hope young master will give me a chance. Is that so? Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. Elder Bai gritted his teeth and took out a storage ring and said, I know young master is a beast tamer. These are some spirit fruits that I specially collected. They are all top-grade spirit fruits. They are extremely suitable for demonic beasts to consume. Lin Xian took a look at it and was extremely surprised. Alright, I'll forgive you this once then. That's great. Thank you, young master. Elder Bai was overjoyed. If anyone outside saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Was being forgiven by the other party worth being so happy about? However, Lin Xian's methods were simply too skillful. Even these elders were shocked and could not help but treat him with caution. At this moment, a lady from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven walked up and said with a smile, Young master, our Green Hill Grotto Heaven would like to invite you over as a guest for a few days. Would you be willing to? This lady was truly like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Countless people were stunned. Damn it. This Green Hill Grotto Heaven was too scheming. They sent out such a fairy. Young Master Qing might not be able to handle it. Their faces became extremely nervous. Lin Xian said with a smile, Is that so? I'll have to think about it. The fairy from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven was stunned. She did not expect that the other party would not be affected at all. The people from the other Grotto Heavens also laughed. It was simply laughable to use such petty tricks in front of young master. However, they still hurried to invite him. The elder from the Howren Grotto Heaven said, We would also like to invite young Master Qing. Young master, come to our White Cloud Grotto Heaven. We will definitely not disappoint you. Elder Bai quickly walked out. The 5 Grotto Heavens had all invited him. They almost got into a fight. Lin Xian said, You're all so nice. You're making things difficult for me. Besides, I want to go out to the forest to catch some demonic beasts to cultivate. I don't have much time. Don't worry about that. Elder Bai stood up and said, Leave the matter of the demonic beasts to us. We'll suppress the demonic beasts that young master needs for him to cultivate. Flying Fish Grotto Heaven can do that too. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Our Green Hill Grotto Heaven has many demonic beasts. We'll definitely satisfy you. The people from these Grotto Heavens were all extremely strong. Elder Bai was about to cry. One had to know that his granddaughter was still sealed. If Lin Xian left with the people from the other Grotto Heavens, if he didn't return in a month, his granddaughter would be in danger. Furthermore, if the people from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven knew that he had missed out on such a top-notch genius, they would probably kill him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth. As if he had made some sort of decision, he took off the storage ring on his hand and said, "Young master, I'm sorry. Young master, I obtained 5 Qilin fruits by chance. Now, I'm giving them to you. I hope that you'll accept them." As soon as these words came out, the people from the surrounding grotto heavens were shocked. Qilin fruits were good stuff. Just like the dragon marrow, they were extremely precious. Furthermore, the conditions for the Qilin fruits were even more troublesome. It required the place where the Qilin race's saint blood had dripped and all sorts of heaven and earth powers to form the Qilin fruit. They didn't expect Elder Bai to be so lucky to have obtained the Qilin fruits. However, this guy was really determined. He even took out such a peerless treasure. This kind of thing was very useful to Saint Kings. It could increase their strength. Now, it seemed that Elder Bai had really gone crazy. Lin Xian was also surprised. After receiving the Qilin fruits, he found that each of them was the size of a fist and crystal clear. There was also a blood-red glow on them, which was filled with power. Lin Xian was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "It must have been difficult for Elder Bai to obtain such a precious thing. It's such a pity to give it to me like this. If I get it, wouldn't I be unreasonable? I think it's better to forget it." Elder Bai's expression changed and he quickly shook his head. "How can I use such a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth? Only a top-notch genius like you is worthy of using it. If you don't use it, it'll be a waste and you won't be giving me face. Young master, you must accept it." It was as if he had turned into the most humble dust to set off Lin Xian's brilliance. The eyelids of the elders from the surrounding grotto heavens twitched, and their faces darkened. "Damn, I didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. Don't you feel guilty saying such words?" Even Lin Xian was surprised. Once these people became ruthless, even he was afraid of them. He said, "All right, since they are so sincere, I will keep the 5 Kirin fruits." Elder Bai saw this scene and smiled. "Young master, do you agree?" Lin Xian said, "It's not realistic to go to Cloud Grotto. Is there a Cloud Grotto residence in Moonshine City? I can go there." "Yes, there is." Elder Bai nodded. Moonshine City was also a huge city. Naturally, there were properties of the 6 great grotto heavens. Elder Bai was very happy. The other people of the grotto heavens were gnashing their teeth. It seemed that they had lost an opportunity. However, they would not give up. They would think of a way to snatch it from Cloud Grotto. The next day, Lin Xian and the others followed Elder Bai and left Cloud Grotto residence in Moonshine City. This residence was even more magnificent than Elder Bai's residence. There were many experts and saints inside. These people were in charge of managing the properties of Moonshine City. After Lin Xian arrived, Elder Bai personally came out to receive him. Even the Peak Sage King came out to welcome him. One could imagine how much faith Lin Xian had. After Lin Xian arrived, he saw that there were indeed some demonic beasts inside. There were even many newly suppressed demonic beasts. Lin Xian controlled a few of them and then let them guard the entire residence. The people from the White Cloud Wonderland were shocked. How could he control the terrifying demonic beast so easily? If they could get more help from him, they would definitely be able to help. If he could help them, they would not need any guards at all. These demonic beasts alone could protect everything. "Lin Gongzi, this way please. This is your courtyard. We have specially prepared many demonic beasts for you. I hope you will be satisfied." Elder Bai brought Lin Xian and the others to a quiet courtyard. Lin Xian stayed there temporarily. There were artificial mountains and flowing water inside. There were also dozens of demonic beasts. In addition, there were many cultivation resources. It could be said that ordinary elders did not have such treatment. Only the top elders had such treatment. The fact that Lin Xian received such treatment as soon as he arrived was truly astonishing. Lin Xian also nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected of a heavenly grotto, he did not hesitate to accept these items. Lin Xian said to Lone Moon and Xiaomu, "You two don't have to be polite, just use it. If you run out, you can ask them for more." Even if the White Cloud Grotto Heaven was gone, there would be other grotto heavens. This time, he had to make good use of it. Xiaomu and Guyu laughed and began to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword spirit and began absorbing these resources. At the same time, he also absorbed them to increase the power of the great dragon sword spirit and nine yang divine body. In the next few days, Elder Bai and Elder Zhang came to deliver a lot of resources and demonic beasts every day, which stunned Xiaomu and Guyu. They had never seen such treatment before. Lin Xian also said, "You've made me very satisfied. Don't worry, you can count on me. Also, I have to thank you properly. Your White Cloud Grotto should have stayed here for a long time, right? You should be planning to continue staying here." Elder Bai nodded his head. "Lin Xian, it seems that there is an array formation in the mansion, but I'm not very satisfied. I plan to control a top-level demonic beast for you and make it the guardian of your mansion." Really? One had to know that although they were in the same realm, some demonic beasts had magical powers that could protect everything. However, with the strength of the heavenly grotto, it was possible to capture such a demonic beast. But subduing it was impossible. It had to be a beast tamer, and an extremely powerful one at that. Now that Lin Xian had spoken, everyone was naturally happy. After Elder Bai sent the news back, the peak elders in the mansion were also very happy. They immediately held a banquet to entertain Lin Xian and the other two. During the banquet, they asked about the specific situation. Lin Xian said some things and then said, "Now, help me collect some information." Lin Xian said that there were 5 demonic beasts. These 5 demonic beasts were all plant-type demonic beasts. They guarded the center of the mansion. Combined with the surroundings, they were definitely more terrifying than a peerless array formation. After hearing this, the peak elders beamed with joy and nodded one by one, indicating that they would do their best. In the next few days, these people began to go to the battlefield to subdue the demonic beasts. Soon, the 5 demonic beasts were subdued and returned to the mansion. The following matters were left to Lin Xian and the other two. They were going to subdue all these demonic beasts. With Xiaomu's powerful soul suppression, Lin Xian planted the seal of life and death. The whole process took more than a month. After all, this time, they were all extremely terrifying peak demonic beasts. During this time, Lin Xian went outside and brought Bai Ling back. The current Bai Ling was useless. Even without Bai Ling, the people of the White Cloud Grotto would not dare to be rude to him. As expected, when Elder Bai saw his granddaughter return, he was so emotional that he almost cried. He was even more grateful to Lin Xian. However, he did not know that the person they were grateful to was not their savior, but their avenger. After hearing this news, the people of the other grotto heavens were extremely envious. Damn it. Back then, they were late. They did not expect the White Cloud Grotto to benefit. The aura that came from the White Cloud Grotto's mansion shocked them. One could imagine that the White Cloud Grotto had definitely obtained a great benefit. On the other side, the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto gritted their teeth. Back then, the 6 grotto heavens visited together. In the end, 5 grotto heavens went in, and only their grotto heavens did not. Instead, they were killed in a single move. This was more than just a slap to their faces. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. Some of them gritted their teeth. What should they do? The peak elders were cold. Since they were already enemies, there was no need for them to use some forces. Someone frowned. Could it be that they had to contend with him? This kid has a lot of demonic beasts. Furthermore, he is currently in the White Cloud Grotto's mansion. I'm afraid the White Cloud Grotto will not leave him alone. Another elder said. Then they should take some other actions, such as using some assassination power. Hearing this, some people frowned. Were they going to use the power of the mortal world? Even on the buried Emperor Star, it was impossible to use this kind of power openly. After all, no matter which world one was in, the mortal world was an extremely terrifying existence. Once they appeared, they would be suppressed by other forces. An elder said, I understand. I'll prepare for this matter. Also, don't spread the news. Only the few of us know. At this moment, the aura of the White Cloud Grotto's mansion changed greatly. Everyone felt a powerful force protecting them. This made them very happy. They quickly gave Lin Xian more resources. Lin Xian and the rest continued to absorb and felt that they had reached a limit. He was ready to go out for a stroll and digest. Leaving Xiaomu in charge, he and Lone Moon left together with 4 young geniuses from the White Cloud Grotto heaven. They were extremely respectful and worshipful of Lin Xian. One of them said, "Lin Gongzi, do you know? There was a very famous place in Moonlight City. It was called Moonlight Lake. Especially at night, one could see the strange scene of the 9 heavens capturing the moon while sitting on a boat on Moonlight Lake. Moonlight Lake was very famous. It was a place where one could see the 9 heavens capturing the moon at night. Because in ancient times, there was once a peerless saint who comprehended the top divine power, 9 heavens capturing the moon, here. Later, it was said that in his later years, this peerless saint returned and finally passed away here. His soul and blood were all merged into Moonlight Lake, so every full moon, there would be a strange scene of the 9 heavens capturing the moon. Today was the night of the full moon. In the evening, Lin Xian and the rest set off. When they arrived at Moonlight Lake, they found that there were already many people there. Many people stopped by the lake and there were several boats floating on the lake. There were figures sitting on them, emitting a terrifying aura. Obviously, these were Saint Kings who were comprehending here. With White Cloud Grotto Heaven's strength, it was easy to get a boat. Lin Xian and the rest walked on and floated on the lake. At this time, the full moon in the sky appeared and reflected down. A strange scene appeared around them. The moonlight flickered as if they had entered a magical fairyland. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. What a terrifying phenomenon. He did feel an extraordinary great Tao. Was this the 9 heavens capturing the moon? Fu Yu, who was beside him, was also stunned. As expected of a huge city, there was such a phenomenon. At this time, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not good, he slapped Gu Yu. He slapped Gu Yu away. Gu Yu didn't know why Lin Xian attacked him, but in the next moment, he understood. Because a beam of sword light had cut open his neck. If Lin Xian hadn't sent him flying, his head would have been lopped off by now. Lin Xian had saved his life with that photo. He was terrified. Who was it? With a cold shout, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A claw appeared from his demonic beast pouch and enveloped him, forming a powerful defense. At the same time, he looked around. On the other side, Lin Xian was also affected. He saved Gu Yu with a palm strike, and at the same time, he punched the sword light with a backhand, shattering it. However, another saber light slashed at his back and sent him flying. He turned around abruptly and felt a sharp pain in his back. It was as if his back was about to split apart. Fortunately, he had a divine body. The powerful 9-yang divine body blocked the attack. However, his expression had already turned gloomy. Who was it that dared to assassinate him at this time? The 4 young men of the White Cloud Wonderland immediately rose to their feet upon seeing this. Who was it? Who dared to attack Lin Xian? Now, they knew how important Lin Xian was. If he was injured, they wouldn't be able to explain it to their superiors. Terrifying clouds rose up from the 4 of them as well, filling the area with them. Be careful. Let's go back. I'll send a distress signal to the elders. One of them steered the boat and was about to leave. The other took out a jade pendant and was about to crush it. However, in the next moment, the space between their eyebrows split open. 2 streaks of sword light destroyed their bodies and souls. Oh no. When the remaining 2 grotto heavens saw this, they turned around and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, their hearts were pierced again. The 4 geniuses of the White Cloud Wonderland were killed in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. The people around the Moonlight Lake were also stunned. Where did the white mist come from? Did someone attack here? Did they not know the rules? The Moonlight Lake was a place where everyone meditated. Especially when the moon was full, fighting was absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, they would be besieged by everyone. Was there anyone who didn't know what was good for them? One by one, powerful figures stood up and locked their gazes. However, in the next moment, they saw the clouds disperse and a boat came out. There were 4 figures on the boat. They were lying on the ground and their blood had pierced through the sky. Someone was killed, and it was someone from the White Cloud Wonderland. In an instant, many people were terrified. Look, there were still people on the boat. Gu Yu was also stunned. What a terrifying killer, even more terrifying than his King of Shadows. At this moment, he summoned a giant black ape. One of its claws covered him and the other hand swept in all directions. It formed a powerful storm. At the same time, he also summoned the dark bat to assassinate. However, after those people attacked, they disappeared without a trace. They seemed to have left. His face was gloomy. Such a terrifying assassination method made him think of a name in the human world. Finally, they couldn't help but attack. The young master seemed to have left. After a while, Guyu spoke. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a few more sword lights rushed over. Guyu hastily launched an attack. His black hand blocked the sword light, but the gigantic ape roared loudly. Guyu's neck was pierced. Blood kept falling like seawater. He roared to the sky and slapped down. The entire Moonlight Lake was turned into a huge sea. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to fight in the Moonlight Lake. Some Saint Kings shouted angrily. They rushed up. However, in an instant, a few sword lights split them apart. The other Saint King's pupils shrank. Oh no, retreat. It's a top killer. Those people didn't pay attention to them and left. It seemed that the two young people in the center of the lake had provoked a powerful being. They couldn't do anything about this battle. They could only speculate. The peerless sword lights were like lightning. They surrounded the sky and attacked Lin Xian and Guyu. At this moment, Guyu had already summoned 3 demonic beast saints. They kept attacking. Originally, he wanted to kill the enemy. But now, he could only use the 3 demon beasts to protect him. Lin Xian's face was very serious. These killers were very terrifying. They focused on killing with one blow. Moreover, the other party's hiding method was very terrifying. Even with Guyu's powerful soul power, he couldn't catch it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated the genius superpower. His golden eyes were like divine lamps, lighting up the void. Then, he took a step forward and punched out with his golden fist. Boom, he punched out, shattering the void. A figure was pushed out like a shadow. There was blood dripping from it. It was obvious that this punch had injured him. But in an instant, the figure disappeared again. What a terrifying fist. Who was fighting? The people in the distance were shocked. There was a murderous aura in front of them. They couldn't see the strange scene of the 9 heavens grabbing the moon. They knew that it must be an extremely strong person with a terrifying physique. Guyu was also shocked. He realized that Lin Xian hadn't used his true strength during the mountain sea beast battles. This was because the other party's punch was much stronger than before. After the attack, 2 saber lights rushed over. Lin Xian fought back, but he realized that the expert sent out this time was actually a late-stage Sage King. The previous one was weaker, but these 2 saber lights were very strong. Lin Xian was forced to retreat. He snorted and didn't say anything. He took out the Great Destruction Spear and attacked. A terrifying demonic aura surged through the 9 heavens. The demonic aura danced and the sound of a dragon echoed through the sky. A figure was instantly pierced through. That person's pupils constricted and he shouted coldly. He slashed his saber at himself, cutting off his broken arm. He quickly fled. At the same time, a cold killing intent rushed towards Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a god fiend. It was unknown how many experts there were in the world. Lin Xian was completely surrounded. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura exploded. Not good. Lin Xian exclaimed. He sensed danger and instantly entered the Great Sage Tower. In the next moment, the Great Sage Tower was smashed into the Moonlight Lake. The surrounding space was completely turned into nothingness. This was a peak assassin. It was too terrifying. Buzz. Roar, the Moonlight Lake shook non-stop as Lin Xian charged out from within. Flames danced in the sky as a 3-eyed vermilion bird flew out and swept through the 9 heavens. Although Xiaomu didn't come, the 3-eyed vermilion bird followed him. Lin Xian controlled the 3-eyed vermilion bird and swept through the surroundings, lighting up the entire void. He walked out, his face incomparably cold. Since you're here, no one can leave today. Lin Xian roared. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. A terrifying phantom of the divine map enveloped the entire space. Kill, he attacked aggressively. Lin Xian stood on the three-eyed vermilion bird and waved the great destruction spear. He charged towards one of the mortal world experts. The assassin wanted to retreat, but how could he escape under Lin Xian's gaze? The great destruction spear was like a black mountain pressing down with a terrifying dragon Dao aura. The killer saint tried to resist, but the moment he swung his sword at the void, he was sent flying. How terrifying. These people quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian let these people leave? He immediately summoned his great dragon sword soul, which transformed into a dragon's shadow and sliced his opponent in half. A sacred assassin fell. Another sacred assassin was turned into a mist of blood. Lin Xian swung his sword thrice and his face turned pale. The three killer saints of the mortal world had their souls completely. Retreat. The leading peak saint roared and quickly retreated. Lin Xian pushed his heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme, attacking his opponent's soul. That killer saint didn't expect Lin Xian's soul to be so powerful. After receiving the attack, his body swayed and he vomited blood. The third eye of the vermilion bird shot out a divine flame and enveloped the opponent. A roar sounded. That person was severely injured. He tore open the void and disappeared. Was it over? The people in the distance were stunned. These killer saints were too terrifying. However, the person who attacked was even more terrifying. He killed one with a sword. What was that powerful aura just now? Guyu was also shocked. Was this Lin Xian's trump card? At this moment, the great dragon sword soul had returned to Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face was pale. He quickly absorbed the power of heaven and earth and swallowed pills. It seemed that he had to speed up. There were already grotto heavens waiting to attack. In the distance, Elder Bai and the others walked over. They were incomparably shocked. What happened, young master? Are you all right? The great battle here had naturally alarmed them. Lin Xian said, I'm fine. I was almost assassinated. Elder Bai and the others' faces changed. When they saw the four geniuses of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven fall, their faces instantly turned ugly. Who dared to attack them? One of the elders looked serious. They didn't say anything, but they obviously guessed it. Elder Bai's eyelids were also twitching. Could it be that someone used that dark power? Who was it? Lone Moon's face was also gloomy. Even Xiaomu had come. Lone Moon could feel the terrifying murderous aura around him, and his eyes flashed with a biting cold light. If he wasn't careful, he might be hit by such a fatal blow. Lin Xian said coldly. Where is the residence of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven? Elder Bai was stunned. Young master, what do you mean? Lin Xian said coldly and led the way. Yes, I know. Elder Bai nodded. Lin Xian and the others rose into the air. Guyu said, did the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven do it? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. I guess it's very likely that they did it. Even if they didn't, we have to take them down today. The people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven were naturally paying attention to this battle. In their opinion, 4 mortal world killing saints were sent out. One of them was a peak killing saint. It was enough to deal with a beast tamer. After all, even if the other party had a peak killing beast tamer protecting him, so what? The people of the mortal world were particular about killing with one blow. They were afraid that the other party's soul would be destroyed before he could react. However, things went beyond their expectations. Lin Xian didn't die at all. He was only slightly injured. On the other hand, 3 mortal world killing saints fell. It was really unbelievable. Especially the peak killing saint who was injured and fled. They couldn't believe it. They felt like they were dreaming. Now they saw Lin Xian and the others' murderous aura. They walked in the direction of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. They felt their scalps go numb. No, they had to report it. These people were going to kill them. It was very likely that they would be caught off guard. A few people flashed in the dark. Lin Xian looked at Xiaomu and said, kill them. Xiaomu nodded. His powerful soul energy turned into soul flames. The souls of the people of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven who were hiding in the dark were instantly killed. On the other hand, Lin Xian sped up and arrived at the mansion of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. This was the place of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. At the front, Elder Bai and the others said. They also wanted to ask what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian threw a punch. The space in front of him was broken, and a peerless formation bloomed. Lin Xian was proficient in formations. He said to Xiaomu and Guyu, "Summon your beasts and attack." At the same time, he summoned a few beasts to attack the weakness of the formation. Soon, they killed their way in. Elder Bai and the others were stunned. They really didn't expect Lin Xian to kill their way in. Although it wasn't the main camp of the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven, it was still a mansion. There were countless experts here. Who would dare to provoke them? Even they didn't dare to make a move easily. But now, Lin Xian and the other two directly killed their way in. It was unbelievable. Wasn't this too daring? The people inside were stunned. They didn't expect that someone would dare to fight their way in. A few disciples came up and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" In the end, they only saw a golden hand descending from the sky and smashing them into a bloody mist. Endless cracks appeared on the ground, and the palaces were destroyed. This scene alarmed the people in the mansion. Who dared to behave so atrociously here? One figure after another rose into the air. When they saw that it was Lin Xian, their faces changed instantly. "It's you, you're not dead," Lin Xian snorted coldly. "So, it seems like you guys did it. Since that's the case, you guys can go to hell." With a wave of his hand, the demonic beasts that covered the sky charged forward. "You're courting death. Kid, do you know what this place is? This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." These people were furious. They were the Grotto Heavens, the overlords of a region. How could a young man attack them? With a roar, the other people also shouted angrily and charged over. Although they didn't have as many demonic beasts as the other party, this was their territory, and they had countless arrays. Suddenly, a few killing arrays were activated, and a terrifying force swept out, fighting against the demonic beasts. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his golden eyes shone brightly. The great spear of destruction shot down like a black dragon, and instantly shattered a killing array. Damn it, who is this person? How could he find the flaw in their array so easily? These people were terrified. Lin Xian attacked again. With his array skills and the power of the great spear of destruction, it was easy for him to destroy the array. In the blink of an eye, another 3 arrays were destroyed. The pressure on the demonic beasts was also reduced. They roared and began to attack wildly. Many people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven died, and their bodies turned into a bloody mist. The front seemed to have turned into a Jura hell. Damn it. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven went crazy and retreated quickly. Many elders shouted angrily. At this moment, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. "Ants, how dare you behave atrociously here? Go to hell." Between heaven and earth, the void cracked, and a thunderbolt shot out. This was the power of a peak sage king. Xiaomu snorted and waved his hand, blocking the thunderbolt. He stood beside Lin Xian. At the same time, the terrifying heavenly soul voice shot into the void. Above him, the law swept out, and a figure descended. It was a middle-aged man. His face was cold and murderous as he stared at Xiaomu. The other party's soul terrified him. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian and Elder Bai and said through gritted teeth, "Bai Yuan, do your White Cloud Grotto want to die?" Bai Yuan was on the verge of tears. He was only leading the way. How could he have imagined that Lin Xian would be so crazy as to directly attack someone in the other party's territory? At this moment, he could only brace himself and say that this was a misunderstanding. This was not the intention of the White Cloud Grotto. Previously, someone attacked young Master Qing. Young Master Qing thought that it was you guys, so he came. Lin Xian sneered. There was no need to explain to him. It was the doing of the Purple Spirit Paradise. The peak stage Saint King in the sky was also enraged. Precepts swept out from his body as he gritted his teeth. Since he was here, he might as well stay here forever. He slammed his palm downward. While Xiaomu was fighting against Elder Bai could also feel his blood boiling. He was also furious. How dare you? This is an important guest of the White Cloud Grotto. Try to understand him. Now, he was full of admiration for Lin Xian. He was still hoping that Lin Xian would give him some demonic beasts to increase his strength. Therefore, he was also furious. Moreover, he now felt that it was the Purple Spirit Paradise who had done this. Bai Yuan, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't let anyone who came in today go. Elder Bai was also furious. He told the people around him to not hold back and to attack quickly. The experts of the White Cloud Grotto beside him were also furious and quickly attacked. Although there were not many of them, they would not sit still and wait for their deaths. Lin Xian's voice was even colder. Since you want to kill me, you can all go to hell. He activated the terrifying seal of life and death. The demonic beasts under his control instantly had their eyes turn red and their aura became violent. Some of them even burned their bloodline. Kill. These demonic beasts simply did not care about their lives. They did not dodge the attacks at all. How could those from the grotto heavens be a match for them? Therefore, many young disciples died instantly. You're courting death. 3 elders charged into the horde of demonic beasts while Lin Xian activated the seal of life and death. 2 demonic beasts suddenly burst open and instantly enveloped the 3 elders. The 3 elders went crazy. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive and directly sacrifice the demonic beasts. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits and wanted to escape. However, they were eventually enveloped by the power and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it. The eyes of those from the Xiling Grotto turned red. Kill. Kill that kid. Many people charged towards Lin Xian. Under Lin Xian's feet, the 3-eyed vermilion bird crawled and unleashed a terrifying flame. The phantom of the vermilion bird swept in all directions. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and swung it around. At the same time, he used his eye technique and attacked with his soul. Those people fell from the sky. He was like a god of death, attacking aggressively. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. The demonic beasts were even more violent and pierced through the palaces. The sky was shattered and the earth was split open. It was a scene of destruction. The battle here naturally attracted the attention of the Moonshine City. Countless people rushed over. When they saw that it was the residents of Xiling Heaven, they were stunned. Someone was attacking the Xiling Grotto. Who was so strong? There were many families and sects in the Moonshine City, but the most powerful ones were the 6 Grotto Heavens. No one dared to provoke them here. Now, the attack on the Xiling Grotto made them feel as if they were dreaming. Use the sacred weapon. A peak elder rushed to the ground and opened the seal. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out. It was a black sacred sword that was extremely terrifying. When it appeared, it cut through the sky. The flames unleashed by the vermilion bird were extinguished, and the black holy sword charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged quickly. He rushed to the young people of the Xiling Grotto and attacked. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through more than 10 figures. No one was his match. Damn it. The experts of the Xiling Grotto were furious. They held the black sacred sword in their hands, but they did not dare to attack. They were afraid that they would hurt their own people. Kid, come out if you have the guts. Lin Xian sneered. You've lived for thousands of years. You want me to come out with a peak sacred weapon? Are you out of your mind? Today, I'll let you see with your own eyes the fall of your disciples. Lin Xian slapped out again and the 2 of them turned into blood mist. Damn it, the elder rushed down with the sacred sword. At this time, Xiaomu roared. Do you really think that I'm not here? He took out a jade flute. It was a red jade flute with a dangerous aura. He used it now. It was the Song of Illusion. The 3-eyed vermilion bird roared to the sky, and the blood in its body burned. On the other side, a strange golden fish rushed over with the seawater on its head. The 2 peaked demonic beasts had gone crazy. They were burning their lives. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were shocked. They did not dare to burn their lives, but the beasts did. Beasts could be replaced, but if they lost their lives, they could not be replaced. Therefore, they could only roar. Stop, we won't fight anymore. The black sacred sword stopped. The peak elders of Xiling Grotto Heaven gritted their teeth and said, let them go. Hearing this, the 2 beasts stopped burning their blood. They calmed down again. Groups of beasts stood in the air, full of killing intent. Lin Xian said coldly, "How dare you send assassins to assassinate me? I will remember you. Xiling Grotto Heaven, I will make you regret it." The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were also going crazy. "Kid, don't be too proud. We will let you go this time, but next time, we will destroy your soul." Xiaomu said, "Young master, it's about time. With our current strength, we can't completely destroy them." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. If he brought more people, it might be possible. But now was not the time. Besides, there was no need to completely destroy Xiling Grotto Heaven. This time, he was just venting his anger. Now that he had vented enough, it was time to stop. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The beasts in the air went back into the beast pouch. Lin Xian and the rest turned and left. Was the battle over? The people in the distance were quietly investigating. When they saw the mansion in front of them, they almost fainted. At this moment, the mansion in Xiling Grotto Heaven was in ruins. Not a single building was intact. The ground was completely cracked. The sky and surroundings were filled with sacred blood. Many beasts' corpses were piled up into mountains. However, most of the people of Xiling Grotto Heaven had died. Those people did not even have bodies. They turned into a bloody mist and circled around the sky. It was too terrifying. Elder Bai was dumbfounded. He did not even know how he returned to the mansion. After returning, the news spread. The people of White Cloud Grotto Heaven were shocked. Such a thing happened. Not good. They quickly reported it. They were worried that Xiling Grotto Heaven would come for revenge. They activated the ultimate formation. The people outside were all summoned back by them. At the same time, they requested a group of experts to come and help. The people of other Grotto Heavens were also shocked. This beast tamer was too arrogant. Some Grotto Heavens said that they could not afford to offend the other party. There were also people who sneered. It seemed like the Violet Spirit Paradise would not let this matter rest. How were they going to deal with this? The White Cloud Mansion was naturally nervous. In the past few days, they had begun to deploy their troops. Lin Xian said with a smile. "Don't worry, the demonic beasts that I have arranged for you have already been activated. These demonic beasts are extremely terrifying. Their defense and attack are unparalleled. It won't be a problem. As long as they dared to come, they would die without a burial ground." Hearing this, the people of the White Cloud Mansion heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, with the protection of the 5 great plant-type demonic beasts, their defense was much stronger than before. Therefore, they were all relieved. About 10 days later, boundless spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared, and the entire sky turned violet. It was as if violet clouds were pressing down on the city. The White Cloud Mansion was shaking violently. The surrounding void was shattering continuously. The people inside were startled at the first instance. Not good, the enemy is here. One by one, experts rushed out of the palaces and pavilions and looked up at the sky. Some of them gritted their teeth. They were the people of the Violet Spirit Paradise. Elder Bai also came out. He shouted coldly, "Violet Spirit Paradise, do you want to attack my White Cloud Mansion?" In the sky, purple clouds filled the air, and figures appeared one after another. One of the old men shouted coldly, "What, are you afraid now? When you went to the Violet Spirit Paradise and behaved atrociously, did you think that this day would come? Be obedient and hand over that kid, and we can let you live. You destroyed our Violet Spirit Paradise, so there is no need for your White Cloud Mansion to exist." These people not only wanted to kill Lin Xian, but also wanted to destroy their mansion in the Moonshine City. How could the people of the White Cloud Cave tolerate this? This time, Elder Bai did not need to say anything. The other elders were also furious. "You still want to resist? Then do it." In the sky, purple lightning struck down, covering the entire area. The lightning was extremely terrifying, piercing through everything. In an instant, the ground below cracked, and the palaces collapsed. Some of the White Cloud Cave experts were also split in half. "Damn it, how dare you attack? Attack!" The White Cloud Cave experts also counterattacked, and at the same time, they activated the array. The Dharma in the sky swept out, facing the purple lightning. A great battle broke out in an instant. A terrifying aura shook the entire Moonshine City. The entire Moonshine City shook violently. Countless people were shocked. What was happening now? They saw lightning in the distance, and it was a scene of destruction. No way, there was another great battle. This time, it was from the direction of the White Cloud Mansion. Someone was attacking the White Cloud Cave. It must be the people of the Violet Spirit Paradise. They were going to take revenge. Let's go and take a look. One figure after another quickly flew in that direction. Of course, they did not dare to get close. They watched from afar, because the aura in front was too terrifying. The entire White Cloud Mansion was shrouded in a sea of lightning. In a palace, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Are they here? Lone Moon looked at them. He frowned slightly. The battle is about to reach us. Should we go out and help? Lin Xian said. Now is not the time. Let's wait until the White Cloud Cave can't hold on any longer. Outside, lightning was everywhere. But inside the palace, Lin Xian and the other two were relaxed. They even chatted and drank spirit tea. The people of the White Cloud Mansion did not ask for Lin Xian's help. In their opinion, this was their territory, and they could definitely hold on. But they had underestimated them. After Purple Spirit Grotto had suffered a loss the last time, they had transferred a lot of experts this time. Their strength was much more formidable than they had imagined. Not long after, 3 late-stage Sage King Elders fell. The people of the White Cloud Cave were furious. Furthermore, many of the younger disciples had also turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, if the battle continued, their mansion in the Moonshine City would be destroyed. Elder Bai gritted his teeth. I'll ask young master for help. He quickly descended and came to the front of a palace. He said anxiously, Young master, are you there? Please help, we can't hold on any longer. The door of the palace opened. Lin Xian walked out and said, What's going on? Are those people attacking again? Don't worry, I'll help you. Next, I'll activate the 5 peerless demonic beasts. Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, young master. Lin Xian took a step forward. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Seal of life and death. The ground cracked. In 5 directions of the mansion, an extremely terrifying aura spread out, sweeping across the 9 heavens. The aura of these demonic beasts were connected, completely enveloping the entire White Cloud Mansion. A stalk of fire kept dancing, as if it had turned into a divine fire, sweeping across the land. Several strong cultivators from the Xiling Grotto heaven were hit in an instant, and their bodies immediately split open. On the other side, a black demonic flower shot out terrifying black water, which had a strong corrosive effect. One of the elders didn't manage to dodge in time and was instantly turned into a bloody mist. More than a dozen young disciples also disappeared into thin air. Damn it, what kind of demonic beast was this? How could it be so terrifying? The people from the Xiling Grotto heaven were stunned, and so were the people from the White Cloud Grotto heaven. This was great. The young master had made a move, and these demonic beasts had all been revived. Other than these 2 demonic beasts, there were 3 other demonic beasts. And these 5 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the Saint King realm. More importantly, they each had the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When they worked together, it was really terrifying. When the 5 demonic beasts attacked, it took 9 days. The strong cultivators from the Xiling Grotto heaven kept falling, forming a scene of destruction. Retreat quickly. The people from the White Cloud Grotto heaven had been warned by Elder Bai and had already retreated in advance. They looked at the scene in front of them and were extremely shocked. They felt their hair stand on end. Elder Bai's scalp was also numb. Fortunately, Lin Xian was their friend. Otherwise, they would be dead if they faced such demonic beasts. Lone Moon, who was beside him, was also shocked. These 5 peak demonic beasts could be controlled by Lin Xian. It was really incredible. Although Xiaomu played a large part in the process of suppressing and controlling the demonic beasts, Lin Xian only used the seal of life and death at the end. But now, he was controlling 5 demonic beasts. How much spiritual power and control did he have to be able to do this? Looking at the other party's shining golden eyes, Guguyue did not dare to imagine that this person's talent and strength were definitely far beyond theirs. Even Xiaomu was surprised. Lin Xian was still so young, but he was already so powerful. It would not be a problem for him to surpass him in the future. He might even surpass everything. Perhaps he could use a pair of magical eyes to control a supreme demon saint. Everyone saw this scene, and they had a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's talent. The elders of the White Cloud Wonderland were extremely excited. Such a genius beast tamer must become their friend. No matter what the cost, as long as they could keep Lin Xian by their side, their White Cloud Cave would become even more powerful in the future. At that time, they would be able to surpass the other caves. Those young disciples felt their blood run cold. Fortunately, they had run fast enough. Otherwise, they would have already died inside. Some of their companions did not manage to escape in time and were torn to pieces by the 5 demonic beasts. Those elders also felt heartache. Although it was hard for them to lose a few disciples, and perhaps this mansion would also vanish into thin air. But so what? To be able to befriend a genius was extremely worth it. Lin Xian's value was more important than anything else. Demonic qi permeated the area ahead, and the terrifying might of the laws gradually subsided. Those demonic beasts stopped attacking and quieted down. The shattered space in front of them was quickly mending. Everyone looked ahead. Are there any survivors? In the next moment, they all gasped because not many people were still alive in front of them. To be precise, only one person was still alive. This was a peak sage king realm elder. He had a pagoda on his body that enveloped him. At this moment, the pagoda was also dim. It was because of the pagoda that he was still alive. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Those around him were all killed. Not a single one was intact. They were either torn apart or turned into a bloody mist. No, that elder of the Purple Spirit Wonderland Alliance roared crazily. How many experts and elite experts had he brought with him, but now, they were all dead. He was the only one alive. He could not imagine how he would explain this when he returned. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly, piercing through the void and looking ahead. Lin Xian walked out and said, "Do you still want revenge?" That elder's scalp went numb. "Do you still dare to seek revenge?" Lin Xian had attacked twice. The first time, he destroyed their mansion. The second time, it was this time. Apart from him, all the experts had died. If there was a next time, what kind of scene would it be? He did not dare to imagine. This young man was too deep. He could not see through him at all. "Young Master Qing, we have offended you previously. Please forgive us. From now on, we will no longer be enemies with you. This time our men were killed because of White Cloud Paradise. We will not let White Cloud Paradise off the hook. This matter has nothing to do with you, young master. We, the Purple Spirit Wonderland, will remember this battle. White Cloud Wonderland, just you wait." With that, he tore open the void and escaped. Hearing the other party's words, Suchen laughed coldly. It seemed that his methods had worked. He had beaten the White Cloud Wonderland until they bowed down. Since the other party did not dare to release his killing intent, he could only find another target. It was the White Cloud Wonderland. Thinking about it, these two White Cloud Wonderlands had already formed a death grudge. They would definitely fight one another in the future. Damn it. The White Cloud Wonderland was so angry that they vomited blood. The other party said that they were the ones who did it. They had indeed done it, but the most important thing was those 5 beasts. Of course, they did not dare to say that Lin Xian was the one who did it, because they begged Lin Xian to set up those beasts. After thinking about it, it was indeed their strength. But, so what? There was already a conflict between the White Cloud Wonderlands. It was just brought forward. Sooner or later, they would destroy the Purple Spirit Wonderland. Alright, you guys handle the rest. I'll find a place to rest. I'm tired from controlling so many beasts. Seeing Lin Xian's pale face, Elder Bai said, "Don't worry, young master. Leave the rest to us. We'll find some strong ones to protect young master." With their strength, they quickly found a mansion. But it was small, only big enough for Lin Xian and the others to live in. They did not mind. They wanted to rebuild the White Cloud Mansion and build a more magnificent mansion. Lin Xian left, and the people behind him looked over. It can't be. Is the battle over? Why didn't the people from the Purple Spirit Wonderland come out? Could it be that they were killed? Heavens, this piece of news quickly spread out. In the ruins ahead, the people from the White Cloud Wonderland were shocked. Some of the younger disciples were excited. Was this a beast tamer? They really wanted to learn this move. Those elders also said that we must firmly grasp this young man in our hands. Do you understand? The others nodded. Of course, they understood. We'll rebuild the mansion, and then we'll rope him in and satisfy him. We'll make him give us the method to control the beasts as soon as possible. We must control him. As for the Purple Spirit Wonderland, since it was over, there was no need to hold back. Since they dared to come, they'll go to hell. The news spread quickly, and the people from the other grotto heavens were shocked. It can't be. You're saying that only one of the experts from the Violet Spirit Paradise managed to leave alive? Have the others all fallen? Are you sure? The people from Xianxia Grotto Heaven asked. An elder nodded. I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Only one person survived, and he was heavily injured. The people from Xianxia Grotto Heaven were also shocked. How could this be? He was just a young man. The eyes of the elder from Howren Grotto Heaven shone. This young man was too amazing. He had to rope him in. At least, he couldn't offend him. This way, we'll suppress a group of beasts and find a batch of spirit fruits. I'll give them to this young master. We have to get his support. Lin Xian set up the array, and the others laughed. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He snorted. This was just the beginning. Lone Moon said, which grotto heaven are we going to attack next? I can't wait. Lin Xian said, we don't have much time. They might contact Shanghai City for such a big thing. Although they were far away, they would still do it. If they found the Green Clan and found out that there was no such person, they would be suspicious. Xiaomu frowned. He knew that Lin Xian's strength was real, but his identity was fake. The other party used the Green Clan instead of Shanghai Palace or Shao Clan to prevent the 6 grotto heavens from taking revenge. Although the distance between the two parties was endless, there was no need to offend so many powerful sections. Lin Xian had a grudge with the Green Clan, so he didn't care and put the blame on Qingzhou. With their speed, they should still have some time. We can make good use of it. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, I have some friends who were suppressed in the grotto heavens and became battle servants. The main goal this time was to save them. Xiaomu and Guyu were shocked. No wonder Lin Xian hated the 6 grotto heavens so much. Actually, to tell you the truth, I was the same before. My friends and I came from another world. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by the 6 great grotto heavens? He had to take revenge. Xiaomu said, this isn't difficult. Young Master can invite the young geniuses of the 6 great grotto heavens and control them to find your friends. Alright, let's do that. Lin Xian nodded. All he knew was that Xianxia was in Violet Grave Paradise. However, he had just dealt heavy damage to the Violet Spirit Paradise twice. It would be troublesome if he wanted to make contact with them again. It would be better for him to take a look at the other paradises and see if any of his friends had been suppressed. On the second day, the people from the 5 great paradises came again, bringing a large amount of resources and demonic beasts, which made Lin Xian very satisfied. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the elders. The 6 great grotto heavens are considered top-notch sections. There must be quite a number of geniuses in there. I'm going to organize a gathering of geniuses and invite all the geniuses from your grotto heaven. We'll have a good gathering and get to know each other. He wanted to make more friends. Really? That's great. The experts and elders of the grotto heavens were overjoyed. Don't worry, we'll definitely bring those geniuses here in 3 days. Alright, I'll wait for you. Lin Xian began to make arrangements. In his opinion, his friends were all top-notch existences. Even if they were battle servants, they should be given to those top-notch experts and geniuses. Therefore, he should be able to meet many of his friends this time. As expected, after those grotto heavens sent the news back, the geniuses from the grotto heavens began to move. Naturally, they had heard a little about the Moonshine City. They also wanted to see what was so special about this legendary beast-taming genius. Therefore, in the past 3 days, they used all sorts of methods to rush over. Moonshine City became even more lively in an instant. Every day, there would be powerful figures arriving. The people in Moonshine City were shocked. Oh my God! Aren't they the geniuses from the 6 great grotto heavens? Why are they all here? What happened, haven't you heard? That beast-taming genius is going to invite the top-notch geniuses from the 6 great grotto heavens for a gathering. Really? I want to go and take a look too. Countless people were envious. However, it was useless. This was only a gathering between Lin Xian and the 6 great grotto heavens. Others were not qualified to enter. On this day, dozens of figures arrived at Lin Xian's courtyard. These geniuses were still arrogant and unruly. However, after entering, they realized that there were many beasts swimming in the courtyard. Late-stage and even peak-stage beasts were eyeing them covetously. These geniuses were horrified and put away their arrogance. Come, sit down. Lin Xian walked out and waved his hand. His eyes flashed. As expected, he found some familiar faces. His friends were treated as battle servants. They looked at him coldly as if they did not know him at all. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xiaomu and told him about those people. Xiaomu nodded. Then, Lin Xian found an excuse to talk to a few people in private. The first person to enter was Bai Hao. He was from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. His name was Bai Song. He was extremely excited because he had already heard from Elder Bai that this young Master Qing was a godly person. If he could make friends with such a person, it would be extremely beneficial for his future. As soon as she came in, she said, "Young master, Elder Bai is my second grandpa." Is that so? Lin Xian nodded. Very good. In the next moment, a golden hand grabbed Bai Song's head. Bai Song's face changed. Damn it, what are you doing? He was furious. A shocking amount of energy exploded. At this moment, a sword aura descended. If you move again, I'll take your life. Bai Song broke out in cold sweat. The surrounding battle servants wanted to help, but they were also sent flying. A black ape appeared and suppressed the battle servants with 2 hands. Lin Xian said, "Let's begin." Xiaomu nodded his head and walked out. His powerful soul force flew directly into the minds of the 2 figures. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The power of the Tianji Divine Eyes and Dragon Sword Spirit also flew in. Previously, he could break Fu Hongya's control alone. Now that he had Xiaomu's help, it was even easier. Soon, the 2 figures' eyes regained their light. In the next moment, they exclaimed, "Where are we? What happened to us? Are you 2 okay?" Lin Xian walked over and asked. "Martial Uncle Lin." Lu Yuan stood up in shock. Li Hongxiu was also surprised. "Where are we?" Lin Xian briefly explained what had happened. The 2 of them were shocked. "We've become battle servants. And it's been a long time. You saved us." Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. Not only you, but also the people from Peerless City, and other friends, I want them all out." Then, he looked at Bai Song and planted the seal of life and death on him. Bai Song respectfully knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, Lord." Li Hongxiu and Lu Yuan were both stunned. Lin Xian said, "Don't pity him. They treated you as a battle servant before, and now he's going to be your battle servant. From now on, you'll listen to the 2 of us. Do you hear me?" Bai Song nodded, then stood up. "I'll help you remove the control, then take you away to another place to cultivate," Lin Xian said. Li Hongxiu and Lu Yuan had many things to ask, but they knew that now wasn't the time. The 3 of them pretended that nothing had happened and walked out. Then, another person came in. This time, it was Lan Chao from the Haoran Grotto Heaven. His battle servant was Gao Jianfei and Leng Aojuan. They were also controlled by Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian and Xiaomu removed their seals. The 2 of them were also shocked. Firstly, they were grateful, and secondly, they were angry. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, there will be a time for revenge, but not now." Next is the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. The one who came in from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven was a genius called Qing Feng. She controlled Shangguan Shaoxian and Yurua. She was also removed by Lin Xian. This way, he found most of his good friends. Of course, there were still a few people, such as Ling Hu Chuexue. He still didn't know where he was. Other than that, there were also the two women who were most important to him, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. These two were also not here. Lin Xian guessed that the two of them might not have been suppressed. Perhaps they went to other places. Of course, he wasn't too sure, so he prepared to suppress a few elders. This way, he could get more information. He found Elder Bai. This time, Lin Xian brought him into the Great Sage Tower, then attacked with Xiao Mu. Elder Bai roared and wanted to fight back, but he was instantly suppressed by the three-eyed vermilion bird. Then, Lin Xian began to control him. This time, he controlled him for a longer time than the other party. After all, Elder Bai was a late-stage sage king. However, Xiao Mu was so powerful that his opponent's soul was about to collapse. Lin Xian planted the seal of life and death on him. Elder Bai had also become Lin Xian's battle servant. Lin Xian carefully searched his soul and found that there was no news of Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. From the looks of it, the two of them were really not here. His fellow disciples and friends were no longer under his control. They were no longer battle servants. However, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. There were still some things he needed to do, which was to heavily damage the Grotto Heaven and the human world. The 6 Grotto Heavens were related to the human world, and the 6 Grotto Heavens were under the command of the Ethereal Peak. This meant that they were definitely in conflict with the Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian felt that he couldn't just control Bai Rang alone. He had to control some people from the other Grotto Heavens as well. Only then could he launch an attack on Ethereal Peak. It even caused the 6 great Grotto Heavens to kill each other. Lin Xian used his identity as a beast-taming genius to meet with the other elders alone. Indeed, he suppressed some of the elders in the 5 great Grotto Heavens and made them his battle servants. Very well, it's time to begin. Lin Xian planned in secret. Howren Grotto Heaven attacked the elders of the Flying Rain Grotto Heaven. They killed quite a number of elders. The Flying Fish Grotto Heaven roared and attacked the mansion of the Howren Grotto Heaven. Both sides fought fiercely. In the end, the flames of the battle spread. On the other side, the people of the Green Hill Grotto Heaven and the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were also engaged in a battle. In an instant, the people of Moonshine City went crazy. What was going on? Why did these Grotto Heavens turn so crazy? One had to know that there were conflicts between these Grotto Heavens. However, they had been peaceful all this while. Even if there were small battles, it would not spread to such a terrifying extent. After all, there was the Ethereal Peak above them. However, the situation seemed to be out of control now. However, they realized that this was just the beginning. In the battle between the Grotto Heavens, some of them even joined forces. For example, the White Cloud Grotto Heaven and the Howren Grotto Heaven joined forces and destroyed the mansion of the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven. The Flying Feather Grotto Heaven went crazy and joined forces with the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven to attack the Howren Grotto Heaven. In short, the battle was getting more and more terrifying. Even the powerful beings of the Grotto Heavens were puzzled. What was going on with this Moonshine City? Someone said that a beast-taming genius had suddenly appeared. Perhaps it was because of this genius that the battle had started. Beast-taming genius. Some of the powerful beings let out a cold glint in their eyes. On the side of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, Elder Yanhua found him. Elder Shueyue said, "Have you heard of a beast-taming genius that has appeared recently? I think you can go out and control him directly and make him our slave." Elder Shueyue said, "I don't think this is appropriate. Have you told the old ancestor?" Elder Yanhua said, "I'll tell the old ancestor right now. You can head out first. Don't worry, the old ancestor will definitely agree. Furthermore, with the power of your life and death curse, you can definitely do it without anyone knowing." Alright then. Elder Shueyue thought about it and decided to head out without much doubt. However, she did not know that she was wrong this time. Because Elder Yanhua had already been chosen to be controlled. Shueyue aged very quickly. She came to Moonshine City and found Lin Xian's mansion. She waited until it was dark before she was ready to set off. At night, there was not even moonlight. It was very dark. Shueiyue aged very quickly. As soon as she came in, she sensed the presence of demonic beasts. She activated the powerful life and death curse, and those demonic beasts were directly stunned. Like a wisp of green smoke, she charged towards the palace where Lin Xian was. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian cultivating. She tore open the void, sneered, and charged over. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Elder Shueiyue was shocked. What was going on? He knew she was coming. Could it be a trap? Soon she sneered. So what if it's a trap? Kid, since you know, then I won't hide it. Kneel down obediently. You can't resist my life and death curse at all. Yeah, you can try. Lin Xian said with a smile, his eyes blooming with golden light. Elder Shueiyue snorted coldly. With a wave of her jade hand, the life and death curse appeared and attacked Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian used the mysterious heavens map to resist. At the same time, the life and death seal also kept attacking. He actually blocked it. Elder Shueiyue was surprised. The other party's soul was already so strong? He was just a young man. In the next moment, she felt the sky and earth spinning, as if she was enveloped by someone. Kid, do you think that by trapping me, you can subdue me? You're too naive. Lin Xian laughed. Elder Shueiyue, long time no see. Your life and death curse is useless against me. If I can break it once, I can break it a second time. What? Who are you? Elder Shueiyue was really stunned. Lin Xian recovered his original appearance. Speaking of which, do you still recognize me? It's actually you. Elder Shueiyue was shocked. How could she not recognize him? Damned brat, who the hell is he? She had clearly placed a life and death curse on Lin Xian, but Lin Xian wasn't affected at all. Not only that, he had even become the prince consort of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. And now, he had appeared here, setting up a trap and waiting for her. Could it be that you're that beast tamer genius? That's right. Lin Xian smiled. That's me. Why did you come back? Elder Shueiyue was shocked. She had a bad feeling. Lin Xian snorted. You didn't treat us as humans and treated me and my friends as battle servants. I'm here to take revenge. I want your grotto heavens to kill each other. At the same time, I want to find the power of your human world and kill it. Damn it, don't even think about it, our 6 grotto heavens all have great sages. No matter how strong you are, you're not our match. Elder Shueiyue tried to escape as she spoke. But this was the Great Sage Tower. How could she escape? In an instant, she was sent flying back. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, I won't go to your headquarters. Those great sages can't threaten me. Also, why do you think you're here? Many people are already under my control. Don't you like to treat others as battle servants? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a battle servant, with just you. Elder Shueiyue sneered. What if you add me? Right at this moment, a powerful soul slammed down on him. Elder Shueiyue was sent flying, vomiting blood. Her soul was also injured. Who was it? She was really shocked. A soul storm, this was too powerful. In the next moment, she saw a man walk over. His hair was gray, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Who was this? Was this the person Xiaomu was talking about? Young master, I'll help you injure him. The rest is up to you. Xiaomu was an expert from 5,000 years ago. He had been in the Heavens Mystery Tower every day for 5,000 years. How strong was his soul? It had reached an inconceivable level. Elder Shueiyue was strong, but she wasn't Xiaomu's match. After all, Elder Shueiyue mainly controlled the younger generation. Xiaomu could even control peak great sage kings. Not to mention Elder Shueiyue. Not long after, Elder Shueiyue's soul was heavily injured. Lin Xian stepped on the man's head and said, Do you still think I'm joking with you? He used the seal of life and death to strike into his opponent's soul. Elder Shueiyue roared. She had controlled countless geniuses and made them battle servants, but in the end, she herself had become a battle servant. In the next moment, she knelt respectfully in front of Lin Xian in a very pious manner. Lin Xian laughed heartily at the sight. If he controlled Elder Shuiyue, he would be able to indirectly control the 1,000 Mountain Paradise's battle servants. This was also an extremely powerful force. Elder Shuiyue's position was very high, so when she returned, she immediately mobilized the forces of the mortal world to assassinate the Flying Fish Grotto. The wasted fish paradise had suffered heavy losses, and they were also furious. Did you think that we didn't have any? They had also mobilized a force. After 2 grotto heavens mobilized the forces of the mortal world, the other grotto heavens started to take action as well. In a short period of time, many elders of those grotto heavens had fallen. Even the few elders controlled by Lin Xian had fallen. For example, Bai Chongqing had fallen. He did not feel that it was a pity. These people were all guilty. They deserved to die and go to hell. The other powerful beings of Moonlight City felt their scalps go numb. They felt that these grotto heavens had gone completely crazy. And this matter had finally spread to Ethereal Peak. The people of Ethereal Peak were furious. Stop messing around. With this order, the forces of the mortal world were immediately sealed, and the grotto heavens could no longer use them. At the same time, they were furious. As for what had happened, these Ethereal Peak powerful beings went to find out. After Lin Xian received the news, he did not take any action. Now that the 6 grotto heavens were fighting each other, many geniuses and elders had fallen. It could be said that each grotto had suffered heavy losses, especially in the last few days when they had mobilized the forces of the mortal world. He was very satisfied. Next up was Ethereal Peak. However, Xiaomu said that Ethereal Peak was stronger than the grotto heavens. It would be difficult for them to fight against them. Lin Xian nodded. He would take a look first. Anyway, he had already taken revenge for the grotto heavens. If it did not work out, he would leave first. He would come back when he was stronger. The 2 main goals of this trip were basically completed. Especially rescuing his companions, which was very important to Lin Xian. Therefore, he was also preparing to leave. On the other side, the people of Ethereal Peak had also investigated. It was a beast tamer who had stirred up such a big storm. Damn it, where did this beast tamer come from? Did you investigate him thoroughly? A Saint King in front said respectfully. Reporting to Elder Pin, it was said that he was a beast tamer genius from the Green Clan of Shanghai City. He was very powerful. Shanghai City, Green Clan. The people of Misty Peak furrowed their brows tightly. This was not their territory at all. How did the other party come to their place? Was there a conspiracy? The elder waved his hand, and the Saint King left. At this moment, a few people walked over to ask. When they heard about the Green Clan of Shanghai City, they were also surprised. Xingshan had just returned. He seemed to have mentioned the Mountain Sea Beast battles. He should know about the Green Clan. Is that so? Is Xingshan back? Go and invite him over. Xingshan. He was from Ethereal Peak Star Clan. However, he did not cultivate in Ethereal Peak because he liked to travel. Therefore, he went to another sect, which was 1,000 Transformation Sect. Previously, during the Mountain Sea Beast battles, Xingshan followed the people of 1,000 Transformation Sect to watch. After the battles, he was ready to go back to Star Clan. After all, he hadn't returned to the clan for a long time. This time, he was summoned for a meeting within 2 days of his return. What was going on? Elders, why are you looking for me? He looked at the person beside him. This person was called Duguju. Duguju said, you haven't been here for a long time. Initially, we did not want to disturb you. However, there is something that is very confusing. Therefore, we wanted to ask for your advice. Xingshan smiled. Brother Dugu, you don't have to be so courteous with me. Duguju nodded. Recently, a beast tamer genius appeared in our region. He is very terrifying. It can be said that he has stirred up a storm. He claims to be a genius from the Green Clan. He can even control Saint King late-stage beasts. It is said that even Saint King peak beasts listen to him. Have you heard of this person before? Xingshan was stunned. A young man could control Saint King late stage beasts, Saint King peak beasts? This was impossible. Not to mention that he was from the Green Clan. He shook his head. If you said that he was from Shanghai Palace, it might be possible. However, it was impossible for him to be from the Green Clan. The number one genius of the Green Clan had already fallen. Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't have the strength to do so. Could it be that you're mistaken? Duguju said. How could it be? It was this genius of the Green Clan who had caused a storm in the Moonshine City. The battle between the 6 grotto heavens had started because of him. It was impossible. Xianxia shook his head. Our myriad transformation sect and the Green Clan had a cooperative relationship, so I'm very familiar with the situation of the Green Clan. There was definitely no such young man, unless he wasn't from the Green Clan. Duguju's eyes lit up. Since the other party had said so, it couldn't be false. Who was this person? What was his purpose? Xianxia said. I'm very curious about who this genius is. I've decided to go to the Moonshine City to take a look. Duguju said. Don't worry, I'll go. But before that, I have to prepare. If he's really from the Green Clan, then it'll be fine. If he's not, then don't blame the Misty Peak for being impolite. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The people of the Misty Peak had already moved quickly. Lin Xian didn't know that he had been targeted and even seen through. However, he knew that he didn't have much time, so he prepared to leave. On this day, the people of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven came again and said, "Someone wants to see you." "Young master, come with me." Lin Xian frowned. "Who was it?" The other party said, "This person is not ordinary. He's even stronger than the people of the Grotto Heaven because he's from the Misty Peak and the Star Clan." Hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. Someone from the Star Clan, he didn't have a good impression of the Star Clan either. He said, "I don't have time to prepare to leave." The elder of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven said, "We won't delay you. That person is already here. He's in the White Cloud Mansion. Young master, you can go there now." As he spoke, an aura emanated from the elder's body and locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Then, he smiled. "All right, I'll go and prepare." Lin Xian turned around and went in. The people of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven were waiting outside. With a wave of his hand, the others secretly sealed off the entire courtyard. This brat would definitely not be able to escape. As long as he wanted to escape, she would immediately discover him. When Lin Xian came in, he frowned. Guyu asked. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian said that it was very likely that they had been discovered. Their attitude today was not right. Xiaomu said. It was a pity that the previous elder Bai had died. Otherwise, they could have used him. Lin Xian said, "I think the star race has discovered our identities. Thus, we shouldn't stay here for long. This time, we'll go and see what's going on. But no matter what, we have to leave immediately after this matter is over. The two of you will stay on the Black Earth and be ready to move at any time." After that, Lin Xian walked out and followed the elder of White Cloud Grotto to White Cloud Mansion. At this moment, the White Cloud Mansion had already been rebuilt. After all, there were 5 peerless demonic beasts stationed here. Naturally, they were reluctant to leave. This time, it was even more majestic than before. However, there were still some formations that were not set up. Even so, it was still extremely powerful. No one dared to provoke it. After entering, Lin Xian walked past countless pavilions and buildings. He realized that the number of people in White Cloud Mansion had doubled. Furthermore, the auras of these people were extremely cold. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. However, he acted as if he knew nothing and continued walking in. Soon, he entered a huge hall. There were a few figures waiting in the hall. One of them had an extremely terrifying aura. Not only was there starlight, there was also a mysterious energy. When Lin Xian looked at the other party, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen this aura before. However, the other party was trying to hide it. "Young Master Qing, you're here." The elder of White Cloud Grotto smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. Your old friend is here to see you." "Old friend?" Lin Xian looked ahead and said. Where's my old friend? Why? Don't you know him? The elder of White Cloud Grotto laughed. He pointed at the figure and said. This is an expert from Myriad Transformation Sect. Isn't your Green Clan cooperating with Myriad Transformation Sect? Myriad Transformation Sect. I see. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. No wonder he felt that the aura was so familiar. However, he quickly said, we do cooperate with Myriad Transformation Sect. However, I don't know everyone. Xianxia walked out and smiled. I'm not the most important person in Myriad Transformation Sect. However, I'm not as weak as you say. I'm also involved in some of the cooperation with Green Clan. However, how come I don't know that there's such a genius in Green Clan? What's your name, young master? Lin Xian said coldly. How can you know everything about Green Clan? I'm a hidden genius from Green Clan. Really? Xianxia sneered. Why didn't you participate in the Mountain Sea Beast Wars? At that time, Green Clan was beaten up badly. Even the number one genius of the clan fell. Why didn't a hidden genius like you take action? You're not from Green Clan. Tell me, who are you? When he said the last sentence, endless starlight rushed out from his body and surrounded the entire Dalian. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there, unmoved. The star chart in the sky stopped and floated above Lin Xian's head. Kid, you're so good at acting, huh? So what if you're acting? Today, I've torn your face apart. You're not from Green Clan. The elders of White Cloud Grotto changed their expression and walked up one by one. So it's true. Who are you? What are you plotting in White Cloud Grotto? Lin Xian sneered. I'm not from Green Clan? Open your eyes and look. Suddenly, a ball of green light appeared in his eyes and slashed forward. That gaze turned into a blade and destroyed everything. When Xianxia saw this, he was stunned. Eyes of blade, how do you know this? At this moment? He was stunned. The eyes of blade was a unique eye technique of the Green Clan. No one else knew it. Logically speaking, he knew that Lin Xian was not from Green Clan. But now, Lin Xian showed the bloodline of Green Clan. He was completely confused. The experts of White Cloud Grotto were also stunned. They stopped and did not take action. What's going on? Could it be a misunderstanding? At this moment, Lin Xian sneered. A vortex appeared on his body and a fiery red claw flew out and attacked forward. Xianxia vomited blood and flew backward. Many cracks appeared on his body. His starry sky map was burned. Not good. The people of White Cloud Grotto exclaimed. Xianxia roared. Damn it, catch him. He's not from Green Clan. Although he did not know why Lin Xian knew the eyes of blade, it was obvious that Lin Xian wanted to kill him. That's right, you guessed right. I'm not from the Green Clan. Since the other party had seen through him, he did not intend to hide it because he did not intend to stay here any longer. He was ready to go back. Damn it, the people of White Cloud Grotto roared, catch him. In an instant, countless experts gathered here. A formation was formed, and 49 giant swords descended from the sky. They slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He formed a seal with his palms, and the ground darkened. In the next moment, the ground cracked open, and countless trees surrounded it, forming a powerful shield that blocked all the sword light. At the same time, the whole palace was torn apart, and the surrounding people all flew into the sky. They were shocked. Damn it, it's trees, they're using fire. Someone roared. An elder formed a seal, and a monstrous flame lit up the sky, illuminating the world. However, the trees were not afraid of fire at all. As they swayed, the entire void and sea of fire collapsed. Lin Xian stood there and sneered. Stupid trash, do you think you can hurt these trees with fire? These are demonic beasts at the peak of the Sage King realm. I'll let you people of White Cloud Grotto know what pain is. After speaking, Lin Xian roared, and his golden eyes swept across the entire White Cloud mansion. The earth and sky cracked open, and the 5-peaked demonic beasts were all awakened. Demonic chi filled the air, surrounding the 9 heavens. The people of White Cloud Grotto trembled, and their faces turned pale. Oh no, we're in danger. Damn it, did the other party set up these demonic beasts for this moment? Get out of here. They still remembered how the 5 demonic beasts had destroyed the people of Purple Spirit Grotto. Now, they did not dare to fight back. Lin Xian sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. The demonic beasts had completely exploded. Boom, the whole White Cloud mansion, which had just been built, was shattered again. The bodies of the elders and disciples were like kites swaying in the wind, torn apart. Only some of the top experts could resist, but they were also vomiting blood. The people of Moonshine City were stunned. White Cloud Mansion was destroyed. Who did it? Are the experts of Purple Spirit Grotto attacking again? They looked around, but in the next moment, they found that the demonic beasts were dancing, destroying everything. The experts of the White Cloud Grotto had fallen. At this moment, a ray of starlight lit up the world, forming a huge star chart that cut everything apart. Moreover, there were countless mysterious auras that neutralized the attacks of the demonic beasts. Xianxia roared, his eyes turning red. In that instant, he had been injured by a sneak attack. However, he was still a peak expert after all. He was extremely powerful. Now that he had recovered, he naturally wanted to retaliate. However, no matter how strong he was no match for the 5 peak demonic beasts. He could only leave quickly. He tore apart heaven and earth to escape. The people of White Cloud Grotto also wanted to escape. However, they were not so lucky. In the end, only 2 elders managed to escape. The rest of them all died here. The White Cloud Mansion had been reduced to ruins, and the ground had cracked open. Lin Xian flew out from inside. His face was cold. Since he had been discovered, he had to leave quickly. However, he was still one step too late because his identity had already been exposed when Xianxia returned. Therefore, the people of Misty Peak naturally took action. After Xianxia escaped, he sent out a signal. Duguju arrived with his men and sealed the entire Moonlight City. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. People of the 6 great grottos, listen up. Capture the beast-taming genius. The people of Moonlight City were stunned. It was because of this beast-taming genius again. The people of the 6 great grottos were even more shocked. What was going on? Why did he suddenly want to make a move on the other party? Was it because the Misty Peak was afraid of him? They did not know. However, they soon received news that this person's identity was fake. He was not a genius of the Green Clan. He must have other motives and schemes for coming here. Hearing this, the people of the 6 great grottos were also shocked. Especially the Purple Spirit Grotto, they were the first to stand out. That detestable kid. How dare he deceive us and kill so many of our grotto's experts? He will definitely die. The Purple Spirit Grotto was the first to gather a large number of experts and began to search the city, preparing to capture him. The people of the other grottos also began to move. After all, no one dared to go against the Misty Peak. Just like this, the entire Moonlight City was completely sealed. Not even a fly could fly out. The other party would definitely not be able to escape. They found him. Under the joint pursuit of the 6 great grottos and the Misty Peak, they finally found Lin Xian. They surrounded him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without hiding, he directly activated his demonic beasts and attacked. Terrifying demonic beasts covered the sky and earth, sweeping across all directions. The 3-eyed vermilion bird, the strange golden fish, and the shadow bat. Other than Lin Xian, Xiao Mu and Guyu were also secretly attacking. Lin Xian attacked even more aggressively. The great spear of destruction swung out, bringing with it a destructive aura. However, the people of the 6 great grottos were not weak either. Moreover, the people of the Misty Peak were also here. The Star Clan joined forces to suppress the starry sky. Lin Xian felt immense pressure. Golden light bloomed from his body. He punched the sky and sent the starry sky map flying. Many people were stunned. Some of the experts of the grottos were shocked. This physique, damn it, it's that kid, he's Lin Xian, a series of exclamations rang out. With this golden physique, coupled with the human ruler's seal and mountain embracing seal, everyone finally knew the identity of Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not hide anymore and returned to his true appearance. He laughed coldly. That's right, it's yours truly. The 6 great grottos dared to suppress my companion. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Kill him. The eyes of the Star clan turned red instantly. The other party had killed a top genius of their family. Now that they had seen him, how could they let him go? In an instant, the starlight in the sky turned into sword chi and attacked continuously. The other people of the 6 great grottos gritted their teeth. The people of the 1,000 mountain grottos were incomparably cold. To be honest, they were shocked as well. They had not expected the other party to be related to the 1,000 mountain grottos. They had to suppress the other party and cut off all ties. Logically speaking, any young prodigy, or even a saint king at the peak, would be destroyed by such a terrifying attack. Unless it was a supreme sage. Of course, there was an exception, and that was Lin Xian. There were way too many beasts around Lin Xian right now. Even though he was outnumbered, he could control these beasts and fight back. In an instant, both parties were evenly matched. The people of the 6 great grottos were shocked. Xianxia walked over and said coldly, "Don't worry, no matter how strong this kid is, he'll run out of soul power one day. By then, he wouldn't be able to control these beasts, and he would definitely die. Indeed, even if he had to exhaust his soul power today, he had to exhaust the other party to death." Lin Xian's face was cold. At this moment, he set up a formation, and his body turned into nothingness and disappeared. It was a teleportation formation. They could not let him escape. The people of the purple spirit grottos gritted their teeth. Xianxia snorted coldly. "Don't worry, he can't run away. The entire Moonshine City can only be entered, but not exited." As expected. Lin Xian wanted to use the teleportation array to leave, but he found that it was blocked by a powerful star power. He could only teleport to another place to hide. Moreover, he had collected countless demonic beasts, changed his aura, and hid in the crowd. That kid had disappeared. He seemed to have a special way to disguise himself as someone else. No matter how powerful his methods are, he can't leave. Doesn't he have companions in the 6 great grotto heavens as battle servants? Find those people. I don't believe that he won't come out. If he doesn't come out, I'll kill one. I want him to see his companions die in front of him. Soon, the people of the 6 great grotto heavens took action. They went back to bring all of Lin Xian's companions. At the same time, they brought another group of experts. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could escape this time. The 1,000 mountain grotto heavens also received the news and quickly took action. Elder Shueyue stood out and took the initiative to take this mission. She brought a group of experts to Moonshine City. The people of the 1,000 mountain grotto heavens were also shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to go against the Misty Peak. The people of Black Ice Ancestors faction also shook their heads and sighed. Fortunately, Xueqi wasn't in the grotto heavens at the moment. She was out training. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if she secretly helped them. Now, they didn't have to worry about that. They could take action. Unfortunately, they didn't know that even if Xueqi wasn't here, Elder Shueyue had already become Lin Xian's battle servant. This time, the people that Elder Shueyue brought were all experts under his control. They listened to him completely. They could fight back at any time. Not only that, but Elder Shueyue had also received Lin Xian's order. She was on her way to the Moonshine City. She was on her way to Moonshine City, using a teleportation array to send out a signal. This signal was sent to the Xiantian Pavilion. This was Lin Xian's signal for help. After the people of the Xiantian Pavilion received it, they immediately took action. Jian Wuk personally led countless experts of the Xiantian Pavilion and activated the teleportation array to Moonshine City. Duguju had also come personally to preside over this matter. He and Xingshan stood side by side above the 9th heaven, their gazes covering the entire Moonshine City. Xingshan said, "Capture that brat, we can't let him die. He has a lot of secrets on him. He has a super strong physique and a terrifying soul. We have to make him our battle servant. Get all the value he had." "Don't worry, I know what to do." Duguju also sneered. Two men in battle armor knelt down on one knee and reported to the elders that the people from the 6 great grotto heavens had brought the battle servants here. Very good. Take them to the tower and spread the news throughout the Moonshine City. Tell that brat, it's best if he comes out obediently, and we can consider letting his friends go. Otherwise every day, he would torture a battle servant and let his people taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Yes, the black-armored man returned to carry out his orders. Soon, everyone in the Moonshine City knew about it, and their scalps suddenly went numb. That brat was dead for sure. Anyone who dared to provoke the ethereal peak and the 6 grotto heavens would not be able to survive. Lin Xian naturally knew about it as well. His face was cold, but soon, he sneered. He activated the seal of life and death and gave the order. After Elder Shui Yu arrived at the Moonshine City, she began to go to the other grotto heavens residences. Then, she said, leave Lin Xian's friends to me. I have the means to guarantee that they will suffer a life worse than death. Moreover, I won't kill them. No one expected that Shui Yu Elder would come personally. Every grotto heaven had someone like Shui Yu Elder, who was in charge of controlling the battle servants. However, these people usually didn't appear. This time, only Shui Yu Elder from the 6 great grotto heavens appeared as a control-type elder. Naturally, everyone believed her. However, this time, the 6 great grotto heavens still sent some elders. Among them, a few elders from the grotto heavens stood out and took the initiative to accept the order. Following these elders, Shui Yu Elder and the others suppressed Lu Yuan, Shangwan Xiaoxian, and the others. They all gathered together. Among them, the masters of the battle servants, those geniuses, also came. Ling Tian had also come. Behind him was Fu Hongya. He looked at Fu Hongya and sneered, I heard that the one who is courting death this time is your fellow disciple. Fine, I'll let you see how he will be destroyed by us. When he thought of Lin Xian, he gnashed his teeth in anger. After all, Xueqi was also his dream. However, in the end, he was defeated by Lin Xian. How could he tolerate it? Now was the best time for him to take revenge. He sneered and prepared to torture Fu Hongya first. She slapped Fu Hongya to the ground. At this moment, Fu Hongya retreated and dodged the attack. Ling Tian was stunned. Damn it, you dare to dodge? Kneel down. As the master, he could kill the battle servants at will, and the battle servants wouldn't resist. However, today, there was an exception. Fu Hongya snorted coldly. Kneel down. As he spoke, he slapped forward. Ling Tian was stunned. He was pushed back and couldn't believe it. He actually dared to attack, it seems that you are courting death. He activated the soul mark and wanted to torture Fu Hongya. However, he found Fu Hongya standing there coldly. Damn it, you are out of control? Ling Tian was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His face was full of shock. How is this possible? He looked at the elders of the surrounding grotto heavens and said, Elders, take him down together. This kid is very strange. He can actually break the control of the grotto heavens. However, the surrounding elders still looked at him coldly and didn't react at all. He looked at Elder Shuiyue again because this time, Elder Shuiyue was in charge of this matter. However, Elder Shuiyue didn't react. Damn it, what's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on? Ling Tian roared crazily. He felt that the world had gone crazy. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. It's useless. They won't listen to you because they take orders from me. Who is it? Ling Tian was so frightened that he turned around abruptly. In the next moment, he saw a figure walking over. It's you, he recognized Lin Xian at a glance. Damn kid, you actually dare to come out. Elder Shuiyue, take him down. It's this kid. Elder Shuiyue and the other elders of the grotto heavens turned their heads to look at Lin Xian and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Ling Tian was stunned. He was so frightened that his scalp went numb. His eyes were about to fall out. Heavens, what's going on? What did I see? These powerful elders of the grotto heavens actually attacked the other party like this and even called him Lord. Damn it. How can an ant receive such treatment? He looked at those young geniuses again. Baizong, Lan Chao. Qing Feng. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack him. Hurry up and inform the grotto heavens. However, what shocked him even more was that these young geniuses directly knelt on the ground and faced Lin Xian with incomparable respect. Lin Xian slapped Ling Tian, sending him flying. Stupid ant, can't you see what's going on? They're all my battle servants now. If I want them to live, they'll live. If I want them to die, none of them can live. No. This can't be real. Ling Tian went crazy. What kind of method is this? This is heaven-defying. Can the elders and geniuses of the grotto heaven be controlled? Lin Xian sneered. I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but Xianxia said that she wants to kill you personally. So now's the time. Xianxia walked over and said, Junior Marshal Uncle, don't worry. I'll kill him myself. Aunt, you think you can kill me? Ling Tian roared. Xianxia said coldly, do you really think you're so high and mighty? You're just lucky to be born in the grotto heaven. Although we came from other worlds, our talent is definitely not inferior to yours. The only thing we lacked was some luck. Now that your luck is back, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of us? Xianxia, Lin Xian, and the others came from other worlds. They once stood at the peak of the world and even the universe. They were unparalleled existences. Their talent and strength were top-notch. It was only after they were suppressed that they became battle servants. If they were given the same opportunity and time, defeating Ling Tian and the others wouldn't be a problem. Now was the time for Xianxia to prove herself. Ling Tian sneered and looked at Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, Kid, don't make a move if you have the guts. I want to fight him one-on-one. Lin Xian said indifferently, don't worry, we won't make a move. This is a battle between the two of you. Alright, that's what you said. See how I'll deal with this kid. He walked over with large strides. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning. His palms formed a seal, turning into a divine disc, and slammed forward. How could Ling Tian be his opponent in a one-on-one fight? But this time, he was wrong. Xianxia snorted and a red leaf flew over. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through Ling Tian's palm. Ling Tian retreated, his face full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? As his battle servant, he was well aware of the other party's strength. Why did it exceed his imagination? Xianxia sneered. Do you really think I've always been your battle servant? It's not like that anymore. After he finished speaking, he erupted with an extremely cold radiance. The terrifying red leaf carried with it a monstrous power of laws as it charged over. Dozens of red leaves danced in the sky as fast as lightning. Ling Tian roared and used all of his strength to counterattack. He was a top genius of the heavenly grotto, so how could he lose? However, after 30 moves, he was injured again. This time, one of his arms was cut off and turned into a bloody mist. After 50 moves, he was split in half. Damn it, he was finally frightened. Don't hit me, spare my life. Too strong. Although his cultivation was higher than the other party's experience and decisiveness were not things that he possessed. This wasn't something that could only be achieved by going through hundreds of battles. It required countless battles of life and death. Ling Tian had never experienced such a battle before. But Xianxia had it. This was the difference between the two. Don't kill me. Ling Tian was scared. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xianxia. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Please, spare my life. Please spare me, spare my life. Even if you treat me as a battle servant, that's fine. Xianxia walked over with large strides and sneered. A battle servant? You don't have the right. A red leaf penetrated the other party's forehead, killing his soul. Ling Tian fell to the ground, his soul destroyed. Even until his death, he could not believe that he was killed by his battle servant. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his hand and said to Lu Yuan, Lin Aojuan, and the others, you guys can do it too. Lu Yuan, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others attacked together, killing Bai Tsong, Qing Feng, Lan Chao, and the other geniuses. Then, they roared at the sky. They had been too aggrieved during this period, and now they finally had their revenge. Young martial uncle, what should we do next? These people came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said, put on a good show, then we'll leave. I'll bring you to a big sect, and you can cultivate there. Old Xiao, I'll need your help next. Xiaomu walked out, took out a few beasts, and extracted their souls. Then, he used the bodies of Ling Tian, Lan Chao, and the others to fuse with them. In the next moment, phantoms appeared one after another, and then they turned into the same scene as Vhumad and the others. It was equivalent to a clone. That would do. That's great. Vhumad and the others smiled. They were waiting in the dark. Next, Elder Shueyue received the order and quickly led the fake clones up the city tower. Then, the news was spread. They gave Lin Xian a day to show himself. Otherwise, these people would suffer a fate worse than death. Countless saints in Moonlight City were shocked. They looked up at the figures on the city tower, shook their heads, and sighed. It was a pity that they dared to go against the Paradise and Misty Peak. These people were doomed. A day later, Lin Xian did not appear. Duguju's face darkened, and he took action. Soon, the people of the Six Great Paradise attacked the battle servants. Lightning flames surged out, burning the battle servants and causing them to roar crazily. Of course, it was only the souls of the beasts that were roaring. As for the bodies, they were the bodies of dead geniuses. However, Xiaomu had used a peerless ability to change them. In their eyes, Lu Yuan, Fu Hongya, and the others were being punished. The people of the Six Great Paradise laughed proudly. The people of Misty Peak were also cold. They were going to tell the world. This was the result of provoking them. Let's see who would dare to challenge them in the future. 3 days later, those battle servants were already on the verge of death. None of them were in good shape. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were terrified. They could not offend the Six Great Paradise in the future, and they could not offend Misty Peak. However, on the third day, a figure walked out. It was Lin Xian. The people of Thousand Mountain Paradise were the first to roar. The people of the other paradises also moved out. They stood in the sky and sneered. Kid, you're finally out. Why? Can't hold it in anymore. If you come out now, your friends can still live. Otherwise, they'll all go to hell. Kneel on the ground obediently and accept our punishment. Cold voices rang out one after another. In the sky, 2 figures walked out. They were Duguju and Xingshan. The 2 of them stood side by side. Behind them were some powerful people of Misty Peak. They were like gods, looking down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at these people. He sneered. Just with you guys? You can't catch me. Today, I'm here to tell you that yours truly is leaving today. This is a punishment for you guys. However, it's not over yet. One day, I'll come again. All of you, kneel at my feet. His cold voice rang out in all directions. Everyone in the Moonlight City felt their scalps go numb. This was the only person who dared to say such harsh words in front of the 6 grottos and Misty Peak. Sure enough, when the surrounding people heard this, they also raised their heads and laughed. In the sky, the people of Misty Peak snorted. You want to leave today? Don't you think you're thinking too much? Xingshan's face darkened. These are his friends, right? Find 2 of them and kill them on the spot. I'll let him see his friends with his own eyes, because he's going to hell. Soon, Lu Yuan and Shangwan Xiaxian's figures were dragged over. Both of them were covered in blood, and their souls were still roaring. At this moment, the other 2 elders walked over as well. Energy exploded from their bodies, and they were about to strike. However, this palm strike did not land on Lu Yuan and Shangwan Xiaoxian. Instead, it landed on the elders of Misty Peak. Instantly, the 2 elders of Misty Peak were sent flying, their bodies torn apart. Their souls were roaring. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The surrounding people were stunned as well. Oh my god, what's going on? Xingshan's face darkened. Duguju snorted. Qianshan Grottos, Howran Grottos, how dare you betray Misty Peak? His cold voice was filled with boundless killing intent. However, just as he finished speaking, a few more explosions could be heard. The other elders of Misty Peak were sent flying as well, vomiting blood. This time, it was Green Hill Grottos and Flying Feather Grottos. Everyone in the Moonlight City went crazy. What was going on with these 4 grottos? How dare they attack Misty Peak? Could it be that they had betrayed Misty Peak? Were they on Lin Xian's side now? The elders of Misty Peak were roaring as well. Damn it, how dare you attack us? Lin Xian laughed out loud. That's right, they're on my side now. Misty Peak, do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me now? Damn it. Duguju gritted his teeth as well, glaring at Lin Xian. The other elders of the grottos were roaring crazily. Elder Dugu, don't listen to him. We're not on his side at all. We've always been on Misty Peak's side. That's right. You can believe them. Of Misty Peak will only lose their lives. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Duguju and the others shouted coldly, don't move. All of you from the heavenly cave stay here. Why did you attack? Why are you on that brat's side? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. It was an eye technique. They were probably being controlled. You also know that he can control demonic beasts at the late stage of the Saint King realm. He can even control demonic beasts at the peak of the Saint King realm. You can imagine how terrifying his soul power and eye technique are. Naturally, he didn't believe that everyone in the grotto heaven was being controlled. However, he couldn't tell who was being controlled and who wasn't. This was a very awkward situation. Duguju gritted his teeth. Quick, let's do it ourselves. The people of Misty Peak walked up and stood in front of the battle servants. Brat, so what if you can control the people of the grottos? Don't tell me you don't want your friends' lives anymore. That's right. If he values his friends, then they still have a chance. Lin Xian laughed out loud when he heard that. Of course I value my friends. Unfortunately, they have already come to my side. He waved his hand, and a few figures flew over. They were Lu Yuan, Li Hongxiu, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others. How could this be? The eyes of the people of Misty Peak almost popped out. Had these people been saved, then who were they torturing for the past few days? Damn it, Elder Xingshan was furious. He attacked crazily, hitting these people. Soon, these people's bodies were torn apart. Their souls flew out and turned into the souls of demonic beasts, roaring into the sky. As for those bodies, they astonished the crowd even more. That's Ling Tian. Lan Chao, damn it. That's the genius of our grottos. The elders were crazy. They were torturing their own geniuses these days. The elders of the grottos felt like they were about to break down. They had never suffered such a big loss. Moreover, the other party was just a young man. Kill him. The elders of the grottos roared crazily. The people of Misty Peak were even colder. They attacked. Countless people rushed up, and a great battle broke out. You want to fight? I'll fight you to the end. Lin Xian summoned many demonic beasts. At the same time, the immemorial demon mountain pressed down. The few people who were close to it were sent flying. Lone Moon walked out as well. On the other side, Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and the others also attacked aggressively. Although they couldn't defeat the elders, they had no problem fighting against the young disciples. More importantly, Elder Shueyue and the other elders who were being controlled also attacked. Especially Elder Shueyue, who led a group of battle servants and charged over. And they were charging towards Misty Peak. The people of Misty Peak were so angry that they vomited blood. You'll die today. Duguju shouted coldly and slashed out. Although he was only a late-stage Saint King, his combat strength was heaven-defying. His strength was equivalent to a peak Saint King. In front of Lin Xian, the three-eyed vermilion bird rushed over and shot out flames, blocking the shocking blade light. I don't believe that you can survive today. Xingshan also attacked aggressively. Like a star mountain, he brought with him terrifying power. Lu Yuan and the others vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian also retreated. Xiaomu shouted coldly. The hallucination song exploded, and the terrifying heavenly music attacked. The star map on Xingshan's body shook. It's useless. Xingshan sneered. This time, we're well prepared. With a wave of his hand, a few more terrifying experts walked over. They were the experts of the Star Race and Misty Peak. The people of the 6 grottos also attacked crazily. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were suppressed. What to do? Lu Yuan and the others looked terrible. Lin Xian sneered. He took out the Shantian token and crushed it. The space between heaven and earth shattered. The enchantment that sealed Moonlight City was also broken at this moment. A huge whirlpool appeared, and many people walked out from it. The leader was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. Sword chi filled the sky. Beside him was an elder covered in golden light. Other than that, there were many experts. Their auras covered the sky. Even the people of the 6 grottos felt their scalps go numb. The warriors in Moonlight City who were watching the battle prostrated on the ground in fear. Who are these people? They're too scary. Duguju's pupil shrank. Jian Wuk, it's you. Is Shantian Pavilion going to go against us again? Last time, Lin Xian had been rescued by the people of the Shantian Pavilion. This time, Jian Wuk had come again. Furthermore, he had brought even more experts with him. Lin Xian is from Shantian Pavilion. If he's in danger, how can we not come? Jian Wuk said coldly. Elder Golden Light shouted coldly. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll destroy their souls. A terrifying voice shook the sky. Duguju's face turned ugly. But at this moment, Xingshan stepped out and said coldly, is Shantian Pavilion that powerful? But at most, you can go against Misty Peak. If we join in, can Shantian Pavilion stop us? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. Even the people from Shantian Pavilion frowned. They did not expect Myriad Transformation Sect to be involved as well. They were also a top sect. Xiaomu stepped out and said coldly, what if we join in? Also, Ling Gongzi is the champion of the Mountain Sea Beast battles. He is protected by Mountain Sea Palace. Killing him means becoming enemies with Mountain Sea Palace. Does Myriad Transformation Sect want to become enemies with Mountain Sea Palace, or even the entire Shanghai city? Hearing this, Xingshan's face darkened. Although Myriad Transformation Sect was not afraid of Mountain Sea Palace, he could not represent Myriad Transformation Sect. Moreover, Myriad Transformation Sect would not become enemies with Mountain Sea Palace. After all, offending the Beast Tamer family was not good for them. Therefore, Xingshan did not say anything. He was clenching his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Duguju's face turned cold as well. Jian Wuk, Lin Xian, I will remember you too. This matter is not over yet. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Of course, it's not over yet. Do you think this is over? I will not forgive you for what you have done in the past. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. One day, I'll descend upon you again. At that time, all of you will have to submit to me. Lin Xian and the others' figures gradually faded and disappeared from Moonlight City. Although Lin Xian had left, news of what had happened spread like wildfire. Everyone in the northern region knew about it. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying would such a top genius be when he grew up, they did not dare to imagine. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left Moonlight City and returned to Shantian Pavilion. When they arrived, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. They had been on tenterhooks along the way. But now, everything was fine. Good job, kid. Elder Jingguang walked over. They already knew what had happened before, and it was really satisfying. Jian Wuk was surprised as well. He had not expected Lin Xian to be able to stir up such a huge storm all by himself. The 6 great grotto heavens had suffered such a huge loss. Lin Xian said. This was all thanks to old Xiao. The people of Shantian Pavilion naturally welcomed Xiao Mu. He was the patriarch of the Xiao clan and they needed to refine a batch of demonic beasts. Therefore, the two sides talked for a long time. As for Lu Yuan and the others, Lin Xian personally found Jian Wushuang and explained his thoughts. After this, Lin Xian might have to travel around. As for Hong Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others, he planned to let them stay here. After all, these people were treated as battle servants and didn't cultivate properly. Now, it was time for them to start cultivating normally. Jian Wuk naturally agreed with this point as well. These people were all top-notch geniuses. If they could join the Shantian Pavilion, it would make the Shantian Pavilion even stronger. Just like that, this matter was settled. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the Shantian Pavilion for 2 months. During this time, he learned some things about the Shantian Pavilion. Especially when he learned that when he left the Shantian pavilion, the experts of the Six Great Grotto Heavens sect came looking for him. They even stayed here for a long time. Lin Xian was shocked. This was really too dangerous. He couldn't let his guard down. The people of the Six Great Grotto Heavens sect would definitely come looking for him again. 2 months later, when Lin Xian was about to leave, Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, Shangguan Xiaoxian, and the others walked up to him and said, "Junior Marshal Uncle, we'll cultivate here for now. We'll meet up with you when we return." Li Hongshou also walked over and said, "Thank you so much for this time." Lin Xian smiled. "Why are you being so polite with me?" He then looked at Hong Yi and the others. "Alright, I will be more careful then." He said goodbye to them, then to Jian Wuk, Elder Jingguang, and the others. He, Xiao Mu, and Guyu took the teleportation array and left. This time, they returned to Shanghai City. The people of the Xiao clan were very happy. The clan leader had finally returned safely. They were afraid that Xiao Mu would be gone for another 5,000 years. When Xiao Shiyu received the news, she rushed back from the Shanghai palace. When she looked at Lin Xian, her eyes turned red. "You rascal, I really thought you wouldn't come back." Lin Xian said, "I promised you that I would come back." After that, Lin Xian stayed in the Xiao clan for a while. Then, he went to the Shanghai palace. Elder Ruochen of the Shanghai palace was naturally happy. When he had nothing to do, he would spar with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also very enlightened. However, on this day, Elder Ruocheng's brows were tightly knitted together. He found Lin Xian and said, "Little rascal, I'm afraid you are in trouble." Lin Xian said, "What trouble?" Elder Ruochen said, "We have received news that the people of the Six Dao sect are looking for you. They are already rushing towards Shanghai City." Lin Xian frowned. It was the Six Dao sect again. Damn it, it must have been those people from Misty Peak who told the Six Dao sect about him. "These people are really courting death," Elder Ruochen said. "What grudge do you have between you two? If it isn't a life and death grudge, the Shanghai Palace can help you resolve it." Lin Xian said, "Thank you, senior, but I'm afraid it can't be resolved." The other party wanted his eyes. How could he agree to it? This was a grudge that couldn't be resolved. Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Thank you, senior, and the Shanghai Palace. I am very grateful. However, I can't stay here any longer. I don't want to bring trouble to the Shanghai Palace." "Okay." Elder Ruochen nodded. Since it couldn't be resolved, he didn't want Lin Xian to face the Six Dao sect. After all, it was an extremely terrifying sect. Legend had it that it was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian prepared to leave. Xiao Shiyu ran over after hearing the news. Her eyes were red again. "Are you leaving now?" Lin Xian said, "Things are urgent. I have to leave. You should cultivate well here. I'll come back to see you when I have time." Xiao Shiyu nodded and asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" Lin Xian hesitated. To be honest, he didn't know where to go next. Elder Ruochen walked over and said, "Lin Gongzi is a young genius. I think he should be walking the path of the great emperor. And it seems like he wants to fight with more geniuses. I have a place to recommend you." "Senior, where is it?" Lin Xian was interested. Elder Ruochen smiled. "Taiching Ancient City." "Taiching Ancient City? What is that place? Is it an ancient city?" Elder Ruochen nodded. "That's right. You told me that you have been to Qianquan Ancient City. Taiching Ancient City is an ancient city like Qianquan Ancient City. Taiching Ancient City is even more terrifying. There are more geniuses there. Countless geniuses who want to walk the path of the great emperor. You won't be disappointed if you go there." "Really?" Lin Xian was even happier. "I wonder if Senior has a map to Taiching Ancient City? It seems like you've made up your mind to go." "A map?" "Yes, but there's a simpler way. Come with us. We're planning to head to Taiching Ancient City in 3 days." "Senior, are you going too?" Lin Xian was surprised. Elder Ruochen smiled. "Our Shanghai Palace has some matters regarding the beasts that need to be dealt with. So, I'm going there with a few elders. I want to go too." Xiao Shiyu stood up, but Elder Yan Luo said, "Disciple, you should stay here and cultivate in peace. Your seal of life and death is at the most crucial moment. You can't give up halfway." Not everyone was like Lin Xian, who had a heaven-defying eye technique and could quickly master a secret technique like the seal of life and death. Even a top genius like Xiao Shiyu would need a long time to master it. "All right." Xiao Shiyu sighed helplessly. She looked at Lin Xian again and said, "You must remember to come back and see me again." Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry." Next, he started to prepare. He would leave with Elder Ruochen in 3 days. On the other side, Six Dao sect sent an expert. It was the great saint expert. He was filled with killing intent. "Damn Shantian Pavilion. How dare they lie to me?" He chased them all the way to Shantian Pavilion and found nothing unusual. Then, he went to Shanghai Palace. This time, he had to capture the other party. On the side of Shanghai City, Elder Ruochen and the others were also ready to leave. They rode on a lightning sparrow surrounded by lightning. Spreading its wings, it tore through the void and disappeared. Her speed was very fast, and she left Shanghai City in an instant. Not long after they left, a figure descended. The terrifying aura of a great saint came from all directions. He didn't hide it at all. Countless people in the city felt their scalps go numb. This aura was too strong. The beasts roared continuously. They couldn't withstand this power at all. "Where is Lin Xian?" A cold voice sounded. The people in Shanghai City were stunned. This person was actually looking for Lin Xian, Shao clan. Xiao Mu's face turned cold when he heard about this. Were the experts of the Misty Peak here? Fortunately, he had learned that Lin Xian and the Mountain Sea Palace's Elder Ruochen had left, so he managed to avoid a calamity. Xiao Shiyu and the other elders of the Mountain Sea Palace were equally shocked. "Go and find out who this person is." When they learned that it was people from the Six Dao sect, they secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. The eyes of the people of the Green Clan turned red. This was great. This was a good opportunity. They could secretly pass it on to that great saint. "Senior, that Lin Xian is no longer in the Mountain Sea Palace." The people of the Mountain Sea Palace set off for Taiching Ancient City. Not long after he left, the great sage snorted coldly, then flew up into the air and left. Everyone assumed that he had given up. However, the people of the Green Clan sneered. Being targeted by a great saint, they would like to see how that brat would die this time. They couldn't accept the fact that the other party had killed their #1 genius. It would be great if he could borrow the great sage's hand to finish off his opponent. Lightning streaked across the sky, covering thousands of miles. The lightning sparrow was extremely fast. There were several palaces on its back. Lin Xian, Elder Ruochen, and the others were there. Lin Xian stood beside Qian Feng. Feeling the aura around him, he sighed. The methods of beast tamers were really too powerful. Elder Ruochen's lightning sparrow was a peak Saint King demonic beast. Its speed was shocking. Even so, it would take a long time to get to Taiching Ancient City. One could imagine how vast the buried Emperor Star was. And this was the profound sky continent. The other continents were also extremely terrifying. He wondered what kind of experts were in Taiching Ancient City. He wondered how Qingqing and Qiu'er were doing. This time, he had saved most of his fellow disciples from Peerless City and his friends. However, there was no news of Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. However, with their talent and background, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Their situation should be better than his. 5 days later, Elder Ruochen said that there was still half a month before they arrived. "Why don't we spar?" Lin Xian's interest was piqued. Elder Ruochen was very strong. He was even stronger than Xiao Mu. With such a person's guidance, Yi Xianzai technique and soul power would improve quickly. The other elders also smiled. They were very satisfied with Lin Xian's talent. Such a person's future was limitless. However, at this moment, Elder Ruochen suddenly stopped and turned his head to look into the distance. Even Lin Xian had a solemn expression on his face. "What's wrong?" the other elders and disciples asked. Lin Xian said that there was a powerful aura coming towards them. Elder Ruochen nodded. That's right. It seemed to be a great saint. The other elders and disciples of Mountain Sea Palace were shocked. Not long after, the elders also sensed it. Their faces turned ugly. It shouldn't be coming for us. Perhaps it was just a great saint passing by. They didn't care. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Was it really just passing by? He glanced at Elder Ruochen. Elder Ruochen nodded and changed direction. The lightning sparrow spun and changed its direction, flying towards another direction. A day later, Elder Ruochen stood up with a solemn expression. It's coming for us. Indeed, they had changed direction this time. If the other party was just passing by, then their aura should have disappeared. However, they sensed the other party's aura again. It was getting closer and closer. This was definitely not a coincidence. The others of Mountain Sea Palace said. We don't have any powerful enemies. It's impossible for us to send a great saint. Lin Xian said that if it's not coming for you, then it's coming for me. When these words came out, the others were shocked. Was it coming for Lin Xian? Could it be? They all looked at Elder Ruochen. Elder Ruochen nodded. It should be someone from Six Dao sect. Someone from Six Dao sect, the other elders were shocked. The Six Dao sect was very far away from their Shanghai city, yet they had sent a great saint to capture Lin Xian. Why did they do this? What did Lin Xian have that the people of Six Dao sect would spend so much effort to capture him? It increased its speed. Elder Ruochen formed a seal. Lightning danced on the lightning sparrow's body, and it suddenly increased its speed. Behind it, the great saint of Six Dao sect snorted. Since we found you, don't even think about escaping. He also used a divine ability, and his strength and speed suddenly erupted. Although the lightning sparrow was a lightning-type demonic beast and had an advantage, it was still a great saint chasing after it. Its speed was even faster. Therefore, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Everyone felt the aura of a great saint above them, and it would fall at any time. What should they do? Elder. They all looked at Elder Ruochen. Elder Ruochen's expression was equally cold. Lin Xian stood up and said, let's split up. He's coming for me, so I won't implicate you. What do you mean by that? Am I someone who's afraid of being implicated? Elder Ruochen said, sit down obediently. I'm here. Lin Xian said, Senior, I know you're good to me, but this is a great sage. I can't harm you. If you leave alone, you'll definitely die. If we stay together, we still have a chance. My Mountain Sea Palace isn't weak either. So what if he's a great sage? The sect lord of the Mountain Sea Palace can control great sage-level demon beasts. I don't believe he dares to act rashly. Indeed, for the Mountain Sea Palace to be able to dominate a region, they definitely weren't weak. Moreover, they had connections with many top sections. No matter how strong the Six Dao sect was, they couldn't attack directly. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He was already accumulating strength in secret. He gathered all the resources he had obtained in the past and placed them in a few storage rings. If the situation wasn't good, he would use these resources to awaken the Great Dragon Sword soul and unleash a shocking attack. If it really didn't work, he would enter the Great Sage Tower and let Elder Ruochen and the others use it to escape. The Six Dao sect had sent great sages to hunt him down twice. He definitely wouldn't let him go. Elder Ruochen frowned. Only a few people knew about our arrival. How did he catch up? It seemed like someone in Shanghai City had secretly sent information to him. Don't let me find out who it is. Elder Ruochen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The person in front, stop right there, or don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, he heard a thunderous roar. Countless great daos intertwined in the sky, forming sword lights that descended. The terrifying aura caused the lightning sparrow to tremble. Elder Ruochen snorted and formed a seal. The lightning sparrow's eyes lit up, and it quickly dodged. At the same time, he shouted, who dares to attack the Mountain Sea Palace? Are you tired of living? I'm from the Six Dao sect. I'm here to capture a young man. I don't want to be enemies with the Mountain Sea Palace. Leave him there, and I'll let you leave safely. What if I refuse? Elder Ruachan said. The great sage behind him snorted. If you resist, don't blame me for being impolite. The Mountain Sea Palace would kill them all the same. The Six Tao sect is so arrogant. Are they really not afraid of the Mountain Sea Palace bringing tens of thousands of demon beasts to attack them? As he spoke, Elder Ruachan took out another monstrous beast from his monstrous beast sack. It was a plant. The leaves on it were like mirrors. It was very magical. He said everyone should drop a drop of blood on it. Everyone cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood onto the mirror. Then, the mirror shone brightly. The plant spread in all directions, forming illusions just like Lin Xian and the others. Then, Elder Ruachan controlled the lightning sparrow to change its direction, leaving behind the illusion from before. Not long after, the great sage descended and said coldly, "Die." He struck out with his palm, bringing with it a destructive aura. The surrounding void shattered endlessly and the illusion was also torn apart. A few drops of blood dripped down from it. When the illusion disappeared, the Six Tao sect's great sage was instantly enraged. Courting death, you actually dare to use such trifling tricks in front of me? You don't know the difference between life and death. He increased his speed. He should be able to buy some time. On the other side, Elder Ruachan said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed because he discovered that the person behind him had caught up again. Damn it, was I discovered so quickly? As expected of a great sage. Quickly. He continued to control the lightning sparrow. The lightning on the lightning sparrow's body burned, and it moved even faster. However, at this moment, a golden fist came from behind. It was incomparably powerful. Not good. Everyone's eyes turned red. They would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took out a willow branch from his storage ring and charged toward the sky. The willow branch emitted tens of thousands of rays of light and continued to grow. It turned into the illusion of a willow tree and blocked the shocking fist. There was a loud boom. The willow branch split in half from the middle, and the fist also slowly disappeared. Run! Elder Ruachan roared and formed hand seals with all his might. The lightning sparrow's bloodline was burning, and its lifespan was rapidly decreasing. His speed was extremely fast. The people of the Mountain Sea Palace above were all stunned. It was too dangerous. That attack just now would have killed them without a doubt, but he blocked it. What was Lin Xian holding? Elder Ruachan said. This should be a life-saving measure given to you by the Shao clan, right? Lin Xian nodded and took back the 2 halves of the willow branch. Although it was broken, there was still some aura on it. He could still use it in the future. However, it would be difficult to block another attack from a great sage. One had to admit that a great sage was really too powerful. Even if Lin Xian had the Great Sage Tower now, the Great Sage Tower might not be able to block the attack of a great sage. He would probably be injured if he stayed inside. At this moment, the lightning sparrow under his feet wailed and turned into white bones. Its bloodline and life force had been completely burned away. Elder Ruachan took out another beast and continued to fly. He also burned his bloodline. After 3 times, their expressions became incomparably ugly. There were not many peak-level beasts left in their hands. However, the great sage's power was endless. It was not something they could compare to. Were they really going to be caught today? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He looked around, trying to think of a way. Elder Ruachan exclaimed, "This is?" He felt an unusual aura in the distance. "Let's go over and take a look." He flew quickly in that direction. In the mountains, thousands of beasts were prostrating, and there was an unusually terrifying aura in the surroundings. It caused the demonic aura in the mountains to flee quickly. This mountain range was also extremely unusual. If one looked at it from above, they would realize that it was a coiled dragon. It had a terrifying dragon vein. Where the dragon head was, there was a huge mountain that was 10,000 feet tall. At this moment, there were 4 peaks around this mountain that looked like the claws of a dragon. There was a figure standing on top of each mountain peak. These figures were extremely terrifying. Especially the middle-aged man standing at the front. His aura was extremely strong. Although it was hidden, once it erupted, it would definitely be like a volcano that would sweep the 9 heavens. His eyes were fixed on the mountain in front of him with anticipation. Next to him, on the mountain peak, an old man said. He did not know if he would succeed this time. Ordinary people would have broken through several times, but Wu Dao was a sage body. The power he needed far exceeded that of a sage of the same level. It had even reached an unbelievable level. Once he broke through, the power he displayed was also unparalleled. If he broke through again, there would not be many in the same level who could compete with him, unless it was an extremely powerful legendary or ancient physique. It had begun. The middle-aged man in front of him shouted. The other figures did not speak. They were watching nervously. The sky darkened in an instant as countless bolts of lightning descended. A bolt of lightning transformed into a giant sword that tore through heaven and earth, shattering the mountain before it. There was a figure inside. The figure shone with a terrifying purple light as he roared and punched the sky. The lightning struck and tore a crack in the tribulation. One could only imagine how powerful this person's body was. The lightning in the sky was even more terrifying. After the first bolt, countless bolts of lightning rained down. Some bolts of lightning even intertwined to form a dragon that swept through heaven and earth. The purple figure below fought back with his powerful physique. Not only was he transcending the tribulation, but he was also tempering himself. If anyone else saw this scene, they would be scared silly. This kind of body was definitely at the top of the world. Yi Dao Denier's black hair danced wildly as his purple aura swept through heaven and earth. He was like a supreme god, possessing the power to split heaven and earth apart. He grew stronger and stronger, like a celestial emperor descending. In the end, the purple light around him turned into a purple figure. He was like a god descending from the heavens, sweeping through the world. In the distance, the old men rejoiced. The middle-aged man in front of them also clenched his fists. This breakthrough was a small matter. The most important thing was the Celestial Emperor Scripture. The Celestial Emperor Scripture was the supreme technique of the Yi clan, the inheritance of the great emperor. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, and one had to be at least a great sage to use it. Now, Yi Dao Denier was qualified to comprehend the Celestial Emperor Scripture. As for whether he could succeed and reach the first layer of the Celestial Emperor Scripture, that would depend on himself. The lightning in front of them was terrifying. Ruochen, Lin Xian, and the others fled quickly, constantly changing directions. Suddenly, they saw 10,000 bolts of lightning descending as if the end of the world was coming. Someone was transcending a tribulation. They quickly flew in that direction. If a great sage's lightning appeared, it would be very deadly. They wanted to use the tribulation to scare the other party away. Behind them, the great sage of the Six Dao sect roared when he saw this. He increased his speed, and at the same time, used a terrifying divine ability. Terrifying fists appeared in all directions, forming a hexagonal barrier that enveloped Lin Xian and the others. It wanted to seal them. Not good. Lin Xian and the others were terrified. In the next moment, it was completely sealed. Damn it, they were already very close to the lightning in front of them, but they couldn't get any closer. Even if they risked their lives, they still wouldn't be able to open the seal. The expert from the Six Dao sect descended from the sky. He stepped across the land and coldly said, "Where are you going to run now?" The Mountain Sea Palace's elders were terrified. The younger disciples almost fainted from fright. Even Elder Ruochen's face was ice cold. "Are you really going to attack the Mountain Sea Palace? Don't worry, for the sake of your Mountain Sea Palace, I'll spare your lives this time. But I have to take this kid with me." His gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt all the blood and qi in his body freeze. This was a great sage. One look was enough to make him unable to move. "No," said Elder Ruochen. "He's also a member of our Mountain Sea Palace. If you touch him, you'll be touching our Mountain Sea Palace. You can't represent the Mountain Sea Temple." Also, the sect master of the Six Dao sect personally asked for this item. "Today, even if your sect master is here, I'll take him with me." The great sage of the Six Dao sect coldly spoke, and then a hand reached out. Elder Ruochen and the others roared crazily. However, under the aura of a great sage, they couldn't move at all. They were completely suppressed. It's over. Is Lin Xian really going to die? Elder Ruochen and the others despaired. If such a top genius were to fall, it would be a huge loss. Lin Xian felt the palm pressing down on him. Cracks appeared on his body. No matter how strong the nine-yang divine body was, he was only an early-stage holy king. The difference in cultivation level between them was too great. He wasn't a match for this great sage, but it was impossible for him to capture him. He wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With a roar, Lin Xian circulated the dragon race's breathing technique to block it. Lin Xian felt that he could move. He took out his great dragon sword soul and a dragon-shaped sword image appeared. At the same time, his 3 storage rings split open and endless energy poured into the dragon-shaped sword image. The sword swept across, it completely destroyed the great sage's aura. At the same time, the huge barrier beside him was also split open by the sword. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared outside the barrier, dodging the attack. Did he dodge it? Elder Luoqing and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to escape from the great sage. The great sage of the Six Dao sect was also stunned. Then, he sneered. As expected of the person who obtained the inheritance. To be able to block my aura, you do have some skills. You can be considered the top of the younger generation. However, your path ends here. His palm became even more terrifying. It pressed down from the sky and all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena appeared on his palm. Endless great Dao surrounded him. This attack was impossible for anyone below the great sage realm to block. Lin Xian roared. He held the great dragon sword soul with both hands and slashed forward. The sound of a dragon echoed between heaven and earth, shaking everything. The terrifying sword chi made Elder Ruochen and the others' hair stand on end. What kind of sword is this? It's too shocking. Is this really something that a young man can use? Why does it seem like the attack of a great sage? When the dragon-shaped sword shadow and the golden palm collided, the two exploded with a destructive aura. Endless great Dao swept out. Elder Ruochen and the others were sent flying while vomiting blood. At this moment, there was nothing that could block it. The aura spread out and the surrounding mountains shattered. The figures in front suddenly turned their heads. Is someone attacking? No, someone is fighting. This power belongs to a great sage. We can't let it affect Wu Dao's breakthrough. Their expressions changed instantly. The middle-aged man stepped forward and tore through the void. The next moment, he arrived nearby. The great sage of the Six Dao sect roared, "Die!" He couldn't imagine that the other party could block his attack. Lin Xian's face was pale. This attack had consumed a lot of energy to fight against a great sage. However, he wouldn't admit defeat. Another 3 storage rings flew out. Lin Xian was ready to use the power inside. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from above. Scram! Following that, a purple fist turned into a meteor. It flew out. An earth-shattering sound erupted. Oh no, this is also the power of a great sage. Lin Xian took out the great sage pagoda and used the void escape. He arrived beside Elder Ruochen and the others and brought them into the great sage pagoda. Then, the great sage pagoda was sent flying. Lin Xian and the others' blood boiled inside. What happened? Those elders were all stupefied. Elder Qing said that another great sage had arrived. The storm lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. When Lin Xian and the others came out, they gasped when they saw the destruction around them. Was this the attack of a great sage? At this moment, wherever he looked, there was not a single place that was intact. Amidst the chaos that filled the sky, there were only 2 figures standing there. One of them had a golden glow around him. It was the great sage of the Six Dao sect. The other person was surrounded by a purple aura. He was like a supreme god. The lightning behind him covered the mountain range and was indeed intact. It was obvious that he was protecting the person going through the tribulation. The great sage of the Six Dao sect was pale. The other party had actually blocked his attack. Moreover, the other party's physique and strength were even stronger than his. He felt like his entire palm was about to split open. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of the Six Dao sect, the purple figure said coldly. Ancient clan, Yi family. The great sage of the Six Dao sect narrowed his eyes. The elders of the Mountain Sea Palace also felt their eyelids twitch. Someone from the ancient clan, they were stunned. The Yi family? A great emperor clan, Lin Xian was too shocked. He hadn't expected to meet someone from the Yi family here. Thinking about it, he hadn't seen Yi Wudao in a long time. The great sage of the Six Dao sect clenched his teeth. Is the Yi family going to interfere in this matter? I don't care what you're here for. Wudao is undergoing his tribulation. Anyone who dares to disturb him is my enemy. The great sage of the Six Dao sect smiled. So it's a genius from the Yi family. Don't worry, I definitely won't disturb him. The one I want to suppress is this kid. Capture him and I'll leave immediately. After saying that, he stared at Lin Xian. Elder Ruochen and the others felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the purple figure. We're from the Mountain Sea Palace. They hoped that this expert from the Yi family could stop the people from the Six Dao sect. However, the purple figure just stood there, unmoved. In the eyes of a great sage, everyone below the great sage level was an ant. Thus, no matter how respectable the Mountain Sea Palace was, they couldn't enter his eyes. Elder Luochen and the others felt despair. The difference between them and the other party was too great. Not only was the other party a great saint, but more importantly, the other party was a clan of the ancients, and a great emperor clan at that. It was useless. No one could save him today. The Six Dao sect's great sage laughed coldly and reached for Lin Xian. Lin Xian suddenly spoke up. Wudao, are you the one undergoing the tribulation? I'm Lin Xian. His voice was loud and clear, like a sudden clap of thunder that spread into the distance. The purple figure roared angrily, you dare to disturb Wudao's tribulation? He stared at Lin Xian with a cold killing intent in his eyes. However, at that moment, a voice came from the thunder ahead. Elder, he is my friend. Friends? The purple figure was stunned, the Six Dao sect's great sage was stunned, and the Mountain Sea Palace's people were stunned. Elder Ruochen didn't dare to believe that Lin Xian knew someone from a great emperor clan. This was too inconceivable. The expression of the Six Dao sect's great sage changed. Not good. He instantly attacked. It seemed like he wanted to suppress Lin Xian before anyone could react and take him away. A purple finger severed heaven and earth, blocking the other party's hand. You can't take him away. The purple figure attacked. What was the meaning of this? Didn't you say you didn't care? The Six Dao sect's great sage clenched his teeth. Previously, it didn't matter because it had nothing to do with him. But now that Wudao has spoken, he is a guest of the Yi family. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Damn it, fine, Yi family, I'll give you face today. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, don't think that the ancients can protect you forever. With that, he tore open the void and disappeared. The Mountain Sea Palace's elder and the others let out a sigh of relief. He was finally gone. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. This was too dangerous. If he hadn't met Yi Wudao and the Yi family's people, he would have had to use all his strength to escape. You're Lin Xian? Lin Xian from planet Xiuan? The purple figure looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was piercingly cold, but there was no killing intent. Lin Xian nodded. Greetings, senior. I didn't mean to come here. And I didn't expect to meet Wudao here. Back then, the Central Emperor lived up to his reputation. He could actually block a great sage's attack as an early-stage sage king. You're not bad. The purple figure nodded. Then he said, follow me. Lin Xian followed by Elder Ruochen and the others. They arrived at a mountain peak. When they landed, they felt the terrifying lightning in front of them. Elder Ruochen and the others were shocked. What kind of lightning tribulation was this? The genius undergoing the tribulation must be extremely powerful. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't know how strong Wudao was now. Next, he waited patiently. A month later, the lightning tribulation disappeared. The purple light condensed in front of them, and the war god phantom disappeared. Then, a young man walked out. The young man wore a purple robe and had a handsome face. He looked like a young emperor. How was it? Did you break through? The elders of the Yi family walked up. The purple great sage was also looking forward to it. Yi Wudao smiled. I didn't disappoint the elders. I've mastered the Celestial Emperor scripture, De Chong. That's great. The elders of the Yi family cheered. The purple great sage also smiled. Our Yi family has the hope of producing a second great emperor. He was really happy. Their Yi family was a great emperor family, a clan of the ancients. They had the inheritance of a great emperor, but it wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. Over the years, the Yi family had produced countless geniuses, but those who could cultivate the Celestial Emperor scripture were few and far between. Once they could cultivate it, their future would be limitless. Especially Yi Wudao, who had a sage body, this gave them even more hope. Yi Wudao chatted with the elders for a while, then turned to the other side. Brother Lin, long time no see. As he spoke, he threw a punch. The purple fist seemed to have turned into a giant dragon. Elder Ruochen and the others felt their hair stand on end. Yi Wudao was only an early sage king, but his strength was terrifying. And from his words, they could tell that he was a sage body of the Yi family. It was a legendary sage body in the universe. Now that he was attacking Lin Xian, who could stop him? Lin Xian also laughed. Wudao, long time no see. As he spoke, he also threw a punch. Endless golden flames burned on his palm, as if it had turned into a sun. Their palms collided, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Then, both of them took 3 steps back and laughed. Wudao, long time no see. Your cultivation and strength haven't dropped at all. Lin Xian laughed. Yi Wudao also said, Brother Lin, your 9-yang divine body isn't any weaker than my sage body. The people of Hilsi Palace were stunned. Lin Xian could actually fight against Yi Wudao. It was hard to imagine. Divine physique. Lin Xian actually had such a powerful physique. It was one of the most powerful physiques in the universe. No wonder Lin Xian was so strong. Even the Yi family was shocked. This was the successor of the 9 sons, he was indeed strong enough to not be at a disadvantage against a saint physique. That's right, what happened before? Why were the great sages of the 6 Dao sect chasing you? Yi Wudao asked. Lin Xian said that he took something from a ruin and the 6 Dao sect took a fancy to it. They wanted to take it from me. I naturally wouldn't let them have their way. Alright, let's not talk here. Let's go back to the family. An elder walked over with a smile. Lin Xian said. Thank you, senior, but we still have things to do. We have to go to Taiching Ancient City. We won't disturb you. Taiching Ancient City? The great sage nodded. Wudao, now that you've cultivated the Heavenly Emperor scripture, it's time for you to go out. Taiching Ancient City will be your first battle, Yi Wudao nodded. It was time for him to make a name for himself. Let's go, Brother Lin. Lin Xian said. Senior, aren't you afraid that the 6 Dao sect will kill you? Don't you need to bring a few elders? The great sage laughed. It's fine. Wudao isn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. As for those great sages, let's see who dares to make a move against me. Elder Luoqing and the others felt their scalps tingle. Lin Xian was also amazed. As expected of the great emperor family. Who would dare to make a move against Yi Wudao? That would be making an enemy out of the great emperor family. No one would be so stupid. As expected of a clan of the ancients. Their backing was strong. Next, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, Elder Ruochen, and the others left. They once again set off for Taiching Ancient City. Finally, half a month later, they arrived in front of a huge city. The huge city before them was really magnificent. It carried the aura of time, making people feel solemn. After the group went down, they walked into Taiching Ancient City. There were too many experts here. They could be seen everywhere. Moreover, according to Elder Ruochen and the others' introduction, the Taiching Ancient City was extremely vast. Not only were there places where humans gathered, there were also many forests, waterfalls, canyons, and other places where demonic beasts lived. Lin Xian was shocked as well. As expected of Primeval City. Elder Ruochen said, we're going to take care of some things first. Lin Gongzi, are you coming with us? Lin Xian, he. No, I want to see what's so magical about Grand Clarity City. If Elder Qing is also here, well said. Let's split up for now. We'll meet again when the time comes. Elder Fallout and the others from the Mountain Sea Palace left. Only Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier remained. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Where are we going?" Lin Xian said that he didn't know and was just looking around. "Why don't you follow me to a place first?" Leaf Dao Denier smiled. "What other purpose do you have for coming here?" Lin Xian was surprised. Leaf Dao Denier said, "Not really, but since I'm already here, I might as well go and take a look." Lin Xian followed Leaf Dao Denier into the city. He quickly learned that Leaf Dao Denier was also going to a clan of the ancients. The clan of the ancients was an extremely terrifying existence. Not just any clan could obtain this title. Only extremely terrifying clans could. Apart from great emperor clans, even ordinary archaic royal clans couldn't obtain this title. They had to be extremely terrifying among the archaic race and had been passed down for generations. Only then could they obtain the title of Clan of the Ancients. This time, Leaf Dao Denier was going to a clan of the ancients, the Wind Clan. Although the Wind Clan had never produced a great emperor, they were still extremely terrifying. The fact that they could be titled as a clan of the ancients was enough to imagine their strength. Lin Xian guessed that the clan of the ancients was far more powerful than Misty Peak and Profound Sky Pavilion. Even the Six Dao sect would have to retreat to some extent. There were several clan of the ancients in Taiqing Ancient City. In addition, there were many terrifying sects and factions. As expected of Taiqing Ancient City, the Wind Clan was located on the west side of Taiqing Ancient City. It was easy to find information about them because they were too famous. Lin Xian followed Leaf Dao Denier and the other guard. Finally, they saw it. A majestic mountain was floating in the air like a divine island. There were countless pavilions and palaces on it. "Stop. This is the Wind Clan. Not just anyone can enter. You two should leave quickly." Seeing the two young men flying towards the Wind Clan, 4 figures flew out of the divine island and shouted coldly. Leaf Dao Denier stopped and said, "This time, I'm here to see the Wind Clan's patriarch." "You?" The 4 guards laughed. What kind of status did their patriarch have? How could they see him just because they wanted to? Leaf Dao Denier said, "Tell her that I'm from the Yi clan of the ancients. My name is Leaf Dao Denier." It was the Yi clan. The guards' expressions changed. One of them said, "So it's young Master Yi. Please forgive us for our rudeness. We'll inform the young master." They hurried in. Not long after, several figures flew out. They were obviously the geniuses of the Wind Clan. After they landed, they looked at Leaf Dao Denier. It was young Master Dao Denier. "Please." The identities of these people were not ordinary, especially the woman leading the group. She was called Wind Phoenix. She was the top genius of the younger generation of the Wind Clan. For her to personally come out to greet them, one could imagine how much importance the Wind Clan attached to them. "Dao Denier, the last time I went to your Yi clan, you weren't there, so I didn't see you. Now that I see you, you're even stronger than the legends say. Your sacred body is already making me feel pressure." Wind Phoenix said with a smile. Yi Wudao spoke. Princess Feng Huang was very polite. "Your Wind God bloodline is also extraordinary. Please." The people of the Wind Clan invited Leaf Dao Denier and Lin Xian in. They had already received the news and were preparing a banquet to welcome Leaf Dao Denier. They couldn't help it. Leaf Dao Denier wasn't a disciple of an ordinary clan. He had the sacred body of the ancients. He was the successor of a clan. They naturally treated him well. The Wind Clan's patriarch was a woman. She wore a green robe and had an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Xian could sense that she had reached the Great Saint realm. He wondered how many great saints there were in the Wind Clan. Lin Xian was very curious. After greeting Senior Wind, Leaf Dao Denier looked at the woman in front of him and bowed respectfully. The Wind Clan's patriarch smiled. "Calling me Senior is too polite, isn't it? If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Wind." The people of the Wind Clan were shocked. What kind of seniority did their patriarch have? She actually valued Leaf Dao Denier so much. It was really beyond their expectations. It seemed that they had still underestimated him. The Wind Clan's patriarch personally came down and pulled Leaf Doudenier over. "Come to my side. I want to have a good chat with you." Leaf Doudenier glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "Don't worry about me." Yi Doudenier smiled. Then, he followed the patriarch to the front of the hall. Lin Xian was invited to the side by other experts. "How should I address this young master? Are you Doudenier's younger brother?" Many disciples of the Wind Clan came over. One of the women said with a smile. This woman was called Moonbreeze. She stared at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian said, "I think you guys are mistaken. I'm not Yu Wudao's brother. I'm just his friend." "Friend? Are you not from the Yi clan?" The Moonbreeze couple were surprised, and the others were also curious. Lin Xian said, "No." "Then which clan are you from?" In their opinion, anyone who could become friends with Yu Wudao must be from a clan of the ancients. "I'm not from any clan of the ancients," Lin Xian said again. This time, the surrounding people were stunned. He was not from a clan of the ancients. The Moonbreeze couple was also stunned. Then, the smile in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of coldness. Although they did not understand how this person became friends with Yu Wudao, if he was not from a clan of the ancients, he was not worthy of their attention. As members of a clan of the ancients, they had endless pride, and others were not qualified to be on equal footing with them. As expected, the surrounding people no longer talked to Lin Xian. Even the Moonbreeze couple turned around and left, as if Lin Xian was invisible. Lin Xian did not care about this sudden change in attitude. He had experienced too much in his life, and he really did not care about this little bit of coldness. Only those who were weak would regard their identity as extremely important. A true powerhouse relied on their own strength. And he was a top-notch genius. Therefore, he did not need any identity to help him. On the other side, the Wind Clan leader looked at Yu Wudao and said with a smile, "You came at the right time. Now, Taiqing Ancient City is in turmoil. With your identity as the sacred body of the ancients, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself and be respected by the world." Yu Wudao was surprised. What could cause such a change in Taiqing City? He was really curious. The Wind Clan leader sighed. It was the Purple Mansion that had reopened. What, the Purple Mansion? Yu Wudao was stunned and could not believe it. This was an extremely ancient power. Moreover, this title was too unusual. It was said that it was related to immortals. Countless years ago, it had been destroyed by someone. He did not expect it to reappear now. Did someone use the name of Purple? Or did the real Purple Mansion reappear? The Purple Mansion from back then has reappeared. I'm sure you've heard of the legend of the Violet Palace. It was rumored that they were related to immortals. Although it might not be true, the Zifu Palace of the past was incomparably mysterious. They collected everything in the world, and there were many experts among them. Many of the lost skills of the clan of the ancients were in their collection. Leaf Doudenier was shaken. Although he was still young, he knew a lot about ancient history. After all, the Yi clan had many ancient texts, which Leaf Doudenier would study whenever he had free time. Among them, he had read about the Purple Mansion. The Purple Palace was at its peak 70,000 years ago. At that time, the Purple Mansion could be said to have overshadowed the clan of the ancients. This was because many experts from the clan of the ancients had joined the Violet Palace realm. For a time, they were incomparably powerful, but in the end, they were still destroyed. As for the reason? It was no longer clear, but there were a few legends. First, it was related to the remote antiquity families. Those clans of the remote antiquity joined forces to attack the Purple Palace. There was another legend about the Heavenly Court. Back then, the Purple Mansion had once attacked the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was furious and fought with the Purple Mansion. In the end, the Purple Mansion was severely injured. After that battle, the Heavenly Court didn't fall. In the end, it was attacked and disappeared. Leaf Doudenier took a deep breath. What were they planning to do? Did they want to restore the glory of the past? He didn't know. But this time, they were very high profile. They didn't have the slightest intention of hiding. They even invited all the geniuses in the world. He didn't know what they were thinking. Nephew, let me remind you that the Purple Mansion's methods are unfathomable. They were able to obtain the lost skills and secret arts of the clan of the ancients because of those geniuses. If you encounter them, you must be careful. After the banquet ended, Leaf Dao Denier went back to live with Lin Xian in the palace. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. When he returned, he told Lin Xian about the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian was also shocked. It was a bit interesting. We came out to gain experience and increase our strength. We can't miss such an opportunity. I think so too. Leaf Dao Denier smiled. He was also prepared to see what kind of existence this sect that had suppressed the clan of the ancients 70,000 years ago was. However, the Purple Mansion hadn't really opened yet, so the two of them were waiting. Lin Xian thought of something. That was to find heaven-defying spirit herbs. After all, Xiaojio's lifespan was running out. He walked out of the palace and was about to ask when he saw the Moon Breeze couple. Although the Moon Breeze couple was no longer interested in Lin Xian, he was still with Yi Wudao, so the Moon Breeze couple couldn't afford to be rude. She asked, "Young master, why did you come out at this time?" "I want to ask about the news of the top genius spirit herbs. The kind that can extend one's lifespan." The Moon Breeze couple was shocked. "You need such a thing?" Lin Xian said. "An elder needs it, so I can help you ask about it." The Moon Breeze couple said, "Those that can extend one's lifespan are the most precious. After all, everyone wants to live longer. Such things are very rare. Even if they do, they won't give it to others. However, I know a few places that might have it. One of them is the Spirit Region. However, that place is very far from here. You won't be able to reach it in a short period of time. Speaking of which, there's one that's closer. It's an ancient ruin. Although it's already in ruins, it was an extremely terrifying existence back then. It's not weaker than our clan of the ancients. Perhaps you might be able to find some lost treasures there." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he asked, "Fairy, can you give me some directions?" The Moon Breeze couple took out a jade scroll and said, "The map is inside. Do you really want to go? That place is very dangerous. If you die, don't blame me for not warning you." Lin Xian took it and scanned it with his soul spirit. He realized that there was indeed a map with markings on it. He nodded and walked out. The Moon Breeze couple looked at Lin Xian's back view and narrowed her eyes. "What a reckless guy. Forget it, I've already warned you. I'm not letting Leaf Dao Denier down. If this guy dies, it has nothing to do with me." She laughed coldly and turned to leave. After Lin Xian got the map, he started to look at it. Then, he flew in the direction that it was. According to the records, it was indeed an ancient existence. Although the distance on the map wasn't far, Taiching Ancient City was very vast. Lin Xian flew for a long time before he arrived. When he got closer, he felt an unusual aura. Lin Xian realized that there were very few people around. It was obvious that not many people were willing to come here. However, there were still some. These people's auras were very powerful. It seemed that most of them were Saint Kings in the later stages. There were even Saint Kings in the peak stages. There was only one Saint King in the early stages like him. Lin Xian frowned when he arrived. Then, he walked forward. A late-stage Saint King elder nearby sneered when he saw this. He really didn't know what was good for him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's soul would probably be destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian didn't know why the other party said that. He walked forward. There were ruins in front of him. There wasn't a single place that was intact. Even the ground was red. It was blood. Countless years ago, there was a huge battle here. It was an earth-shattering battle. Lin Xian had just arrived at the ruins when suddenly, a broken sword flew out from the ruins and slashed towards him. Although the sword was broken and the remaining parts were filled with cracks, its power was too strong. This sword was able to destroy everything. Lin Xian was shocked. He waved his hand and slapped out. The man-ruler's seal slapped the broken sword away. He actually blocked it. Behind him, the elder who was waiting to see a joke was stunned. This guy's strength was far beyond his imagination. because ordinary late-stage Saint Kings couldn't block it at all. Interesting. Kid, who are you? The elder came to Lin Xian's side and asked coldly. Lin Xian saw the other party's cold gaze and knew what he was thinking. He said coldly, "Ancient Yi family. Is there a problem?" The elder's expression changed. So it was the young master of the Yi family. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. Originally, he thought that since Yi Shiwen wasn't famous, he would capture him and see what kind of treasure that secret technique was. It would be best if he could snatch it and cultivate it. But now that the other party said that he was from the Yi family, he didn't dare to make a move. He didn't have the guts to make a move on the Yi family. Wait. Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The elder was stunned. Then, he revealed an ugly expression. Young master, what orders do you have? Lin Xian said. What is this place? Why is it so strange? The elder said. This was a ruin. It was said that this was the place where the ancient heavenly court was. But it had completely declined. Even so, this place was still extremely terrifying. A broken sword and a broken saber could split a Saint King in half. Generally, those who were weak would not dare to come here. However, there were still some people who were prepared to hunt for treasures. After all, the heavenly court was a terrifying existence back then. After saying that, he quickly left. Lin Xian was astonished. The heavenly court. Lin Xian took a deep breath and continued forward. Not long after, another broken saber flew toward him. The black broken blade turned into a black qilin, descending from the sky and slashing at him. Lin Xian used the mountain-embracing seal and unleashed the primordial demon mountain to contend against it. He blocked the dagger, but his expression was unsightly. He had only taken a few steps, and it was already so terrifying. There must be more dangers ahead. It seemed that he would not be able to go there for the time being. That woman, Feng, and you, could not have purposely made him come here, right? What could this place have? Lin Xian snorted and returned to the Wind tribe. After returning, he found Yi Wudao and asked, "How much do you know about the heavenly court?" Yi Wudao was surprised. "Are you talking about the ancient heavenly court? Could it be that you went to those ruins?" He was really shocked. "You know that place?" Yi Wudao nodded. He knew, and it was even very famous because the ancient heavenly court was really too terrifying back then. Although it was not a clan of the ancients, it was not weaker than any of them. Legend had it that the ancient heavenly court had produced a great emperor back then. How did such a terrifying great emperor fall? Lin Xian asked. Yi Wudao said, that? There are many legends. I think one of them is more reliable, and that is related to the Purple Mansion. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He had heard about the Purple Mansion before. Wasn't it about to reopen soon? Back then, the Purple Mansion and the Heavenly Court had a battle. After that battle, the Purple Mansion had completely declined. Some people even said that it was destroyed. The Heavenly Court had also suffered heavy losses and declined from then on. After another 20,000 years, which was 50,000 years ago, it was completely destroyed. As for who did it, no one knew. However, some people said that it was definitely related to the Purple Mansion. As expected of the buried Emperor Star, even a power that had produced a great emperor could be destroyed. It was really shocking. At the same time, he was also curious. Could the ancient heavenly court be reopened after the Purple Mansion was destroyed? He did not know. Yi Wudao shook his head and sighed. That was something from 50,000 years ago. He asked, "Why are you going to that place? You need to find some spirit medicines that can extend your lifespan. I'll help you ask around. However, that place is still too mysterious to go there often." Alright, Lin Xian nodded his head and began to cultivate. He continued to comprehend the Heaven's secret map and waited for news about the Purple Mansion. At the same time, more and more experts arrived in Grand Clarity Ancient City. After all, a top sect from 70,000 years ago had reopened. No one knew what they wanted to do. Most people were curious and wanted to see the legendary Purple Mansion. These people all arrived. Some of them were extremely powerful, causing countless people to cry out in alarm. There was a man who looked like an immortal and had a mysterious aura around him. Some people had attacked him before, but any divine ability that got close to him would dissipate. There was another man who was surrounded by gods and devils. He was even more terrifying. There was another person who had merged with heaven and earth and seemed to be faintly discernible. The appearance of these terrifying figures caused an uproar. Many people guessed their identities. At the same time, a black-robed man walked in. When he arrived in Grand Clarity Ancient City, he took a deep breath. He had finally returned. He wondered how that place was doing. The wind race was also inquiring about it. After all, they were very concerned about the experts and geniuses of the world. After hearing this news, they took a deep breath. Finally, on this day, the Wind Phoenix once again brought people over. Wu Dao, it's about time. Yi Wu Dao opened the palace's door and walked out with Lin Xian. The two of them nodded. Princess, please lead the way. The Wind Phoenix controlled a small divine island and flew over. The Violet Palace was located quite a distance away from them. Using this opportunity, they rested on the divine island once more. A few days later, the divine island stopped. Multicolored light flickered in front of them. The invisible Grand Dao was as mysterious as the stars. Had they arrived? Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He was surprised. What a terrifying aura. At the same time, he found that there were countless figures in addition to them. Some powerful families had also come. Thousands of gazes fell on the front. There were even more geniuses around. A figure was like a cloud, like an immortal descending. After he arrived, he looked around and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. The people around felt this aura and were shocked. This aura, this was the genius of the Myriad Transformation sect. They had really come. On the other side, flames filled the sky as if they were sweeping through the 9 heavens. A figure descended with golden wings. Countless people exclaimed. It was a genius of the Golden Crow clan. The other person had a holy light around him, as if he was a god. His appearance shocked everyone. He was from the clan of the ancients, the Sacred Sky clan. On the other side, another person walked over. He was wearing a robe with an alchemy furnace on his back. Countless people were shocked. It was someone from the Danding School. Heavens, how many geniuses had come this time? Exclamations were heard one after another. Suddenly, they looked up at the sky and saw a divine island descending from the sky. It was the Wind Clan's divine island. The Wind Clan had come. Everyone looked over. Someone said that the leader was the Wind Phoenix. She was the top genius of the Wind Clan. The people around her should be the geniuses of the Wind Clan. Who was that person standing beside the Wind Phoenix? He did not have the bloodline of the Wind Clan. Most of the Wind Clan had the bloodline of the Wind Clan. The storm around them was very terrifying. However, there was a man in purple next to her. He was handsome and had a different aura. Although there was no storm around him, he had a heavy power that seemed to be able to crush the heavens. Next to him was a young man in a red robe. He looked calm and had a pair of deep eyes. This person was even more mysterious because they did not feel any aura from him. The top geniuses also came over and stared at the purple-robed figure and the red-robed man. Soon, they stared at the purple-robed figure. One of them said, "I feel a terrifying aura. Could it be that you are from the Yi clan?" The people around were shocked. The Yi clan? The clan of the ancients, and a great emperor clan. Even among the clan of the ancients, they were extremely terrifying. Did their descendant also come out? At that moment, another voice was heard. Yes, not only was he from the Yi clan, but he also had the sacred body of the ancients. Everyone went crazy. The sacred body of the ancients. The legendary sacred body of the ancients, did he come here specifically for the matter of the Violet Palace? Some people were even more shocked. Who was speaking? They only heard the voice and did not see the person at all. The genius of the Golden Crow clan snorted. Who was it? The people from the Holy Heavens race also said, "What a fast speed. Could it be that you are from the Light race?" In the sky, the people of the Wind clan were shocked. Had the people of the Light clan also come? Just like them, Yi Futian was also a clan of the ancients. They controlled the power of storms, while Yi Futian controlled the power of light. Moreover, with the speed of light, it was extremely fast. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he caught a glimpse of a blurry figure. It was indeed very fast. His eyes could keep up, but his speed might not be able to keep up. The clan of the Ancients and the Light Clan were getting more and more interesting. Coming to Taiqing Ancient City was indeed the right choice. If Lin Xian wanted to continue on the path of a great emperor, he would have to clash with countless peerless geniuses. The geniuses of the Taiqing Ancient City were enough to temper him. The others were also trying to capture him, their souls probing out. However, only a few of them were able to see him. At this moment, the space between heaven and earth shattered. A ray of light streaked across, forming a man in a golden robe. "It's you, Light, what?" He was the Light. This was the descendant of the Light Clan. He also had the body of light, the body of the Ancients. The so-called body of the Ancients came from the strongest bloodline of the clan of the Ancients. The body formed by the condensation of the body of the Ancients was enough to shake the starry sky and sweep through the 9 heavens. For example, the sacred body was one of the bodies of the Ancients. The body of light was also the body of the Ancients. Such a body was extremely terrifying. It was enough to sweep through the clan of the Ancients. No one was a match for him. Only other bodies of the Ancients could compete with him. The heavens were really incredible. Now that there were already 2 people with the body of the Ancients, would there be any other top geniuses? Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. The body of light? He did feel a terrifying bloodline power from Yi Futian. Yi Futian thought that Yi Futian's strength should be speed. Yi Futian wondered if Yi Futian's speed was Yi Futian's fastest. If it wasn't, then Yi Futian was too terrifying. Yi Wudao and light became the center of attention. The others seemed to have lost their brilliance. Even the phoenix seemed to have dimmed. It couldn't be helped. The body of the Ancients could sweep through everything. Of course, it didn't mean that others didn't have a chance. For example, the experts of the Golden Crow race. It was as if a sun had descended. The genius of the Sacred Heavens race was even more terrifying. There was a terrifying illusion of heaven and earth revolving around him. In addition, there were also people from the Myriad Transformation sect and the Pill Cauldron sect. These people had many trump cards and their strength was unfathomable. At that instant, a crack was torn open in the mysterious immortal mountain as a few figures flew out from it. It was the people of the Purple Mansion. Countless people quietened down. They looked forward. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in purple. She was extremely beautiful. She looked around and smiled. "Thank you for coming here to witness the revival of the Purple Mansion. However, the Purple Mansion has been busy recently and we can't welcome everyone. Only a few of you can go in to take a look. When the Purple Mansion is fully revived, we will invite the heroes of the world." What did she mean? The crowd was in an uproar. The reason why they came today was because they wanted to experience the legendary Purple Palace realm. Now that they were told that they might not be able to go in, wasn't that ignoring them? Suddenly, some people's faces darkened. "Are you looking down on us? None of those who came here were weak." The purple-clothed woman in front of him stopped smiling as she spoke in an indifferent tone. "If you want to enter the Purple Mansion, you have to speak with your own strength. I have 8 tokens here. They are the Purple Mansion tokens. Only those who have the Purple Mansion tokens can enter. Those who dare to trespass will be killed without mercy." Countless people were in an uproar. The lady in purple waved her hand and 8 purple tokens floated in the air. Each token was the size of a palm. They were crystal clear and emitted a mysterious aura. Just this token alone was an incredible treasure. In the sky, the 8 Purple Mansion tokens floated in the air like 8 purple moons. Everyone wanted to enter the Purple Mansion. However, the opportunity was right in front of them and no one dared to act rashly. Because everyone knew that if they dared to snatch the Purple Mansion tokens at this moment, they would be going against the world. Unless they had an unparalleled ability, they would end up in a miserable state. "I will take the first Purple Mansion token. Does anyone have any objections?" Guangming walked out and took the Purple Mansion token with a wave of his hand. His voice was heard and everyone else was silent. Guangming had the ancient desolate body. He was extremely powerful and his speed was unparalleled. Who would dare to fight against him? The expert from the Golden Crow clan shouted coldly. Who dares to compete with me? I'll send him to hell. A terrifying aura swept across the land. No one dared to go against such a ferocious expert. After Golden Crow Hao, a few more people made their move. Xing Tianzu from the Holy Heavens clan and Yunfei from the Myriad Transformation sect. Jiangchen from the Pill Cauldron sect. Yuxia from the Serene Cloud sect. These people were all top-notch experts, enough to contend against the world, so their appearance shocked everyone. 6 experts had appeared, and there were only 2 tokens left. Everyone was nervous, but no one dared to act rashly. To get the token, one had to be at least as strong as these 6 people. Who had such confidence? In the sky, on the Divine Island, Feng Huang looked at the scene and smiled. Looks like it's our turn. Brother Wu Dao, please. She looked at Yu Wu Dao and then took a step forward. Yu Wu Dao nodded and walked out as well. At the same time, Lin Xian, who was standing beside him, stepped forward as well. 3 figures strolled in the sky and came to the front. Countless people were in an uproar as they looked up at the sky. It was indeed the Wind Clan. But what was surprising was that 3 people came out. There were still 2 tokens left. How were they going to split them? The others from the Wind Clan were also stunned. They looked at Lin Xian and frowned. This kid dared to go out and snatch the tokens? What a joke. Did he think that he could be arrogant just because he came with Yu Wu Dao? He was really reckless. Feng Huang also frowned. Just now, she was only talking to Yu Wu Dao. As for Lin Xian, she completely ignored him. She only gave him face because he was brought by Yu Wu Dao. But now, he stood out. Did he think that he was qualified to be on equal footing with her? Yu Wu Dao looked calm. He knew Lin Xian's strength. He was definitely not weaker than him. For a moment, countless people looked over. Even the 6 powerhouses in the sky were looking over as well. Many people smiled. They didn't know how to deal with this situation. As a proud daughter of heaven, Wind Phoenix's every action could cause people to go crazy. She looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Gongzi, I didn't expect you to be interested in the Violet Palace realm. However, young master had just arrived at the ancient city and there were still many places that he hadn't visited yet. Why not go to other places first? How about we come back in 2 days to take a look at this Sifu? These words sounded like they were giving Lin Xian face, but in reality, they were saying that Lin Xian was not qualified. When the others heard this, they would definitely step back obediently. Unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't know how to do it. When Lin Xian heard Feng Huang's words, he laughed. Didn't he still have the token? He could go in today. Why would he have to wait for another time? The surrounding people went crazy. Was this brat stupid? Feng Huang was clearly telling the other party to back off. Could this fellow not tell? Did he really think that he could contend against those people? Wind Phoenix's face sank. She didn't say anything. It was her first time seeing such a reckless person. The 6 people in front were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian. They also couldn't sense Lin Xian's aura. What qualifications did this person have to be so arrogant? However, he seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve since he could stand beside Wind Phoenix. Jin Wuhao sneered. Who are you? Tell me your name. Let me see if you have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Yu Wu Dao said loudly. Yi Clan, Yu Wu Dao. He was Yu Wu Dao. Countless people were shocked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. They were curious. Who was this person that could stand beside Yu Wu Dao and Wind Phoenix? Lin Xian wasn't from a peerless sect or a clan of the ancients. A faint voice sounded. Everyone was going crazy. This person didn't have any amazing background. What qualifications did he have to stand there? Jin Wuhao snorted. So it's just an ant. Who gave you the courage to come here? Get lost. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy. Wind Phoenix snorted. She had already given him a way out, but he didn't know what was good for him. Since that was the case, she wouldn't care anymore. Lin Xian looked at Jin Wuhao and said, What? Is this a world where one's family and identity compete? Of course not. However, identity and bloodline were very important. you're just a rogue cultivator. How can you compare to us? Jin Wuhao sneered. For the sake of you Wu Dao and Wind Phoenix, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost. Lin Xian said. I was going to attack someone and kick him out. Since you don't know what's good for you, then it's you. Hand over the purple mansion token in your hand. I'll give you a chance to live. And, you're courting death. Jin Wuhao was furious. Was Lin Xian challenging him? He threw out a punch. This punch was like the birth of the sun. It shook the heavens and the earth. Resplendent light swept across the sky and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted coldly and also threw out a palm, which turned into a sun. It danced between heaven and earth. An earth-shattering power appeared. The expressions of the surrounding people changed and they quickly retreated. A terrifying flame swept across the land. In the next moment, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and retracted his palm. On the other hand, Jin Wuhao retreated. The void around him kept shattering. Cracks also appeared on the armor on his body. With one strike, the winner was decided. The surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? The one who was defeated was actually Jin Wuhao. It was too unbelievable. That rogue cultivator was so powerful, countless people were stunned. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian before, but the result was completely out of their expectations. Wind Phoenix's pupils constricted as if it was the first time she saw Lin Xian. Who the hell was this person? Only Leaf Dao Denier was smiling. Bullying Lin Xian? What a joke. This Jin Wu was simply courting death. Lin Xian looked at him and said indifferently. Now, do you still think that identity and bloodline can explain everything? As a member of the Jin Wu clan, your bloodline is extraordinary, but so what? You're still vulnerable in front of me. Damn it. I was careless just now. Now, go to hell. Jin Wuhao was completely enraged. He couldn't accept that the other party could actually force him to retreat. He had to take back his face. The wings on his back flew out and condensed into two golden sabers that he held in his hands. The saber slashed the sky and split the earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying sword sheath flew out and turned into a dragon that swept across the 9 heavens. The two collided and a great battle broke out. The sabers and swords clashed. Jin Wuhao roared. He had used all his strength to take down the other party, but now he realized that he was too naive. Impossible. The saber in his hand actually cracked. He couldn't believe it. Those were his wings that were condensed. They were the strongest part of his body, but now there were cracks. Damn it, with a roar, his long blade turned into a pair of wings. He charged over, wanting to smash Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian sneered. You want to compete with me in terms of physique? He snorted and unleashed his divine body. The human ruler seal struck out with his palm. With a boom, Jin Wuhao was pushed back. Lin Xian attacked again, using the mountain-embracing seal. An ancient mountain pressed down. Jin Wuhao's wings turned into heavenly blades and tried to block it, but they were still unable to block it. Jin Wuhao's body fell down. Lin Xian slashed his sword at Jin Wuhao's palm, splitting it apart. Not only that, the purple mansion token in Jin Wuhao's hand was also split in half. Jin Wuhao was actually injured by this sword strike. Countless people were in an uproar, unable to believe it. I'm going to fight it out with you. Jin Wuhao was really mad, his blood was about to burn. However, at this moment, another ray of light flew out from the purple mansion branch and stopped in the sky, turning into a token. The leader of the group, the purple-clothed woman, saw this scene and said, "Two gentlemen, stop fighting. Today, the purple mansion will make an exception and give out another token." Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the purple mansion had recognized the strength of these two geniuses. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the token. Then, he turned to look at Jin Wuhao and sneered. You were so confident before, but now you're giving me a free sword. Do you still have the face to go in, damn it? Jin Wuhao roared, Kid, just you wait. One day, I'll tear you to pieces. He was gnashing his teeth so hard that they were about to break, but he didn't leave because he also wanted to know what was so mysterious about the Z government. Lin Xian snorted and shook his head. Jin Wuhao was no match for him. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. They knew Jin Wuhao's strength. He was extremely powerful, but he was injured. This Lin Xian was much stronger than they had imagined. Especially Feng Huang, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This was the person she had ignored before. He was actually a threat to her. Alright, everyone, please come in. The purple jade woman led the group forward. She formed a seal with her palms, and the formation in front of them opened. Then, they disappeared. The people outside were waiting curiously, but no one dared to step forward. After entering, everyone could feel a mysterious aura. Was this the Purple Palace? It was too extraordinary. This kind of great Tao was more mysterious than any other place. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Our purple mansion has 9 immortal mountains. As for whether or not you can obtain the immortal fate, that will depend on your luck. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked around. As expected, there were a few mountain peaks in the surroundings. They were incomparably ethereal. Were these immortal mountains, Purple Mansion immortal fate? Could it be that the legends were true? Xingtian Su of the Xingtian clan was also shocked. As a clan of the ancients, they knew more than others. Legend had it that the Violet Palace was related to immortals. There were even rumors that the Violet Palace contained immortal fate. Thinking of this, many people became excited. It seemed that they really came to the right place this time. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Yunfei chuckled and flew towards one of the mountain peaks like an immortal. The others also flew into the sky. Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao and nodded slightly. Then, he also flew towards one of the mountain peaks. When the others approached the mountain peak, they could feel a mysterious aura that shrouded them. It was as if they could comprehend the great Tao here and become immortals. Lin Xian naturally felt the aura, but at the same time, he also felt a chill down his spine. It was a shock that came from the depths of his soul. There was something extremely terrifying that could threaten him. On top of the immortal mountain, there was a beautiful figure with her back facing him. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was stunned. There was someone on top of the mountain. Who was it? Was it someone else? Impossible. Only a few of them had entered, which meant that it was someone from the Purple Mansion. In front, the beautiful figure with her back facing Lin Xian seemed to have sensed someone coming from behind. She also turned her head. She smiled carelessly. In the next moment, she was stunned. It's you. Lin Xian was also stunned. Xian'er, why are you here? The beautiful figure in front of him was none other than Qin Xian'er. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that she was here. Previously, when Lin Xian returned to the 6 great grotto heavens to take away his friends, he also looked for Qin Xian'er. However, Qin Xian'er wasn't there at that time. So, he could only leave. He didn't expect to meet her here. Qin Xian'er waved her hand, and a ray of light brought Lin Xian over. She then smiled. Seems like your strength has increased faster than I thought. You actually came to Taiqing Ancient City so early. Lin Xian said. I didn't expect you to be here. When I returned to the grotto heavens to take away my friends, I didn't see you. Qin Xian'er asked, did you save them? Lin Xian nodded. Qin Xian'er heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Seeing that Lin Xian was still a little confused, Qin Xian'er said, I wasn't valued in Qingqiu Grotto Heaven, so I left. By chance, I met a god and brought him here. Brought me here, I arrived a month ago. A month ago, the Purple Mansion hadn't announced it to the world. That meant that the person who brought her here was from the Purple Mansion. He asked, are the people on the other mountains also from the Purple Mansion? Qin Xian'er nodded. Like me, they're all young geniuses with different identities and goals. But now, they've all become successors of the Purple Mansion. Each of us is in charge of a mountain. Do you know anything about the Purple Mansion? I heard that it's a supreme existence that was destroyed 70,000 years ago. Qin Xian'er nodded. She knew a little about it. She also knew that this place was all-encompassing and had countless secret techniques and abilities of the desolate ancient families. Lin Xian, we're all from other worlds. When we came here, my master had already died in order to protect me. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want to be suppressed again, so I chose the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian nodded. Everyone had their own choice, so he didn't stop her. The legend of the Purple Mansion was incomparably mysterious. You have to be careful. Come, Lin Gongzi, there's immortal tea here. Xianxia smiled, then pulled Lin Xian to sit down. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony, and started to taste the tea. At the same time, on the other mountains, ethereal sounds could be heard, and there was even the sound of a zither. There was no need to think, on the other mountains, there were definitely peerless fairies or peerless emperors. After all, he had heard from Leaf Dao Denier that it was highly likely that these people were trying to get their hands on the legacy and secret magics. He had to admit that this method was really shocking. If he didn't know Lin Xian, he wouldn't have dared to sit here so casually. When night fell, the 9 mountains revolved even more. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He even saw a black lotus blooming in the middle of the 9 mountains. What was that? Permetha flower. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he said to Xian, I'm in danger. Cover me. Xianxia and Lin Xian were friends who had gone through life and death together. Hearing this, she waved her hand and the surrounding mist became thicker. Lin Xian walked into the sword world in his body to hide. This mysterious world was enough to fight against anything. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. She could only wait silently until dawn. When the sun shone down, the black-red spider lily slowly disappeared. Lin Xian walked out of the sword world with a cold face. Why is there a hurricane lily here? You know about it? Xianxia was also shocked. She said that it was the totem of the Purple Mansion. The totem of the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was the black lotus that sealed him and wanted his life. Damn it. Could it be that the Purple Mansion was the one that sealed him? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter what, he had to investigate the Purple Mansion. But now, he couldn't act rashly. The Purple Mansion was even more terrifying than the clan of the ancients. Although it had been destroyed 70,000 years ago, it was definitely well prepared for its rebirth. He wanted power, unlimited power. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Xianxia asked with concern, Are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head and said, You have to be careful. He couldn't reveal the secret, so he could only remind Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, I'll be careful. It's time for you to leave. Lin Xian flew into the air and flew out. At the same time, people from the other celestial mountains also flew out. The purple-clothed woman from before appeared and brought everyone out of the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian's face was cold. The others had different expressions. Some were happy, some were sad. Phoenix was disappointed. It seemed that she didn't want to leave. Yu Wudao frowned. Could it be? Even Lin Xian was surprised. The Phoenix was very arrogant. He wondered what kind of person could make her show such an expression. Even Yunfei, who had always been carefree, seemed to have lost his carefree expression. It looked like the Violet Palace realm was truly terrifying. Outside the Purple Mansion, countless people were still waiting. They were discussing and speculating. Suddenly, the formation in front of them split open, and the people who had entered earlier walked out again. He was out, many people exclaimed. Even the other members of the clan of the ancients stepped forward. What do you think? Someone asked. However, the people who went inside and shook their heads. They didn't say anything. Everyone became even more anxious. What exactly was inside? On the Wind Clan's side, Fengyu and the others also quickly arrived and asked, Sister Wind Phoenix, what exactly is inside? Phoenix sighed. He didn't say anything. Moon Breeze looked at Yu Wudao and Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged, and Leaf Dao Denier remained silent. This made everyone even more curious. Let's go, Wind Phoenix prepared to leave. At that moment, a figure flew over and stared at Leaf Dao Denier. He had heard of the sacred body of the ancients for a long time. He wanted to see it for himself today. As soon as the voice was heard, countless people were in an uproar. They stopped asking about the Purple Mansion and looked up. Who is challenging Leaf Dao Denier? They saw the figure in the sky shining with light. They were all stunned. Light, two people with the sacred body of the ancients. Are the sacred body and the light body going to fight? Lin Xian was surprised and frowned slightly. Light speed was terrifying. He was a very powerful enemy. Leaf Dao Denier turned around and swept away the silence from before. He said loudly, "As you wish." The two of them rose into the air and arrived above the 9 heavens. There was a roar. Leaf Dao Denier threw a punch. The fist of light swept across the 9 heavens. This punch could destroy everything. However, he only hit an afterimage. Light's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was behind Leaf Dao Denier. He threw out a palm. A deafening sound came from Leaf Dao Denier's body. He turned around and threw another punch, hitting another afterimage. It's useless. You can't compare to my speed. Light was like a bolt of lightning. He displayed his extreme speed. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't see him. They couldn't see him. Phoenix was shocked. Xianxia frowned. Jin Wuhao and the others looked even more serious. It was obvious that this extreme speed was a great threat to them. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked up to the 9 heavens. The entire sky was under his control. He saw a person who was very fast. If he were to compete with him, he would never compete with him in speed. If he couldn't beat him, he would use other methods to kill him. He thought that Leaf Dao Denier should be the same. Leaf Dao Denier snorted. So what if you're fast? You can't break my defense. The sacred body of the ancients was an extremely famous physique in the starry sky. It was unparalleled in strength and defense. There was no way to hurt Leaf Dao Denier without some heaven-defying means. Sure enough, everyone saw Leaf Dao Denier standing there, punching in all directions. Every time he punched, a sound came from his body. There were flames dancing. It was Light's attack hitting Leaf Dao Denier. Leaf Dao Denier's body didn't even shake. One could imagine how terrifying it was. One had extreme speed, and the other had unparalleled physique. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of their respective cultivation levels. Neither could do anything to the other. It seemed that he had to use some means. If one attack couldn't break through, then he would use 10 million attacks. Light took a step forward. An even more terrifying aura appeared on his body. He attacked 10 million times in an instant. It was too fast. It was done in the blink of an eye. Leaf Dao Denier also felt that he was going to die. He opened and closed his palms. With a roar, the purple aura on his body bloomed and turned into a god of war. He threw a punch. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Hundreds of millions of attacks were scattered. The purple figure roared at the sky. The Jiutian Divine King. Countless people were shocked. It was a natural phenomenon that came with the bloodline of the sacred body. Light's face was cold. He didn't attack again. He looked at the Jiutian Divine King with flickering eyes. Then he smiled and said, "The sacred body of the ancients lives up to its name. I'll have a taste of it in the future." He turned into a flash of light and disappeared. The others were also amazed. Indeed, at the moment, both sides were evenly matched. There was no need to continue the fight. Leaf Dao Denier put away the Jiutian Divine King and returned to the Saint Island. Although it was only a short fight, the strength of the two sacred bodies of the ancients was enough to shock countless people. How could they compete with their peers? The seniors in the late stage of the Saint King realm would probably feel numb. Such people were the true geniuses of the world. Jin Wuhao, Xianxia, and the others felt a strong threat. However, they weren't afraid. Although they didn't have the sacred body of the ancients, they had infinite confidence in their own strength. I can't help but want to attack. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. He stared at Jin Wuhao in the distance. Jin Wuhao's face was cold. Damn kid, you still dare to challenge me? Just you wait. I'll make you fall. Jin Wuhao didn't attack again. He didn't want to embarrass himself. He wouldn't act rashly before he figured out the identity of his opponent. The others also left one after another. Phoenix boarded the island and said, "Let's go." Lin Xian didn't go up, but said, "I have other things to do, so I won't go back." Lin Xian wouldn't go back because of Phoenix's attitude towards him. Phoenix also frowned. Lin Gongzi was still angry because of the previous matter, Lin Xian said. He wasn't angry, it was just that their paths were different and they couldn't work together. After saying that, Lin Xian left. The surrounding people were stunned, but Phoenix's face became incomparably cold. No one had ever dared to refuse her, but this brat dared to not give her face in front of everyone. A cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. This brat didn't know what was good for him. The other people of the Wind clan also snorted, but they waved their hands and stopped these people. At present, Yu Wudao was still here, so they couldn't comment on his friend. However, if they had the chance, they would teach this person a good lesson. They wanted to let the other party know that their Wind clan couldn't be provoked. Lin Xian left the purple mansion and flew towards the distance. Taiching Ancient City was very vast, so he prepared to find a place to stay temporarily. Along the way, Lin Xian felt that this place was relatively quiet. There were many courtyards below, so he prepared to go down and ask. However, at this time a terrifying aura came from behind. Lin Xian's pupil shrank, and he instantly dodged. A terrifying force smashed the place where he was originally standing into smithereens. Lin Xian shouted coldly. A figure appeared, surrounded by a powerful storm. He didn't say anything, but waved his hand. A terrifying wind turned into a giant dragon and rushed towards Lin Xian. A total of thousands of giant dragons tore the sky apart. The terrifying power made people despair. Lin Xian's face suddenly became gloomy. The power of wind was so terrifying. Could it be the people of the Wind clan? These people actually wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, his face became incomparably cold. Boom, his palms formed a seal, and the immemorial demon mountain fell from the sky, shattering everything. It suppressed all the wind dragons. At the same time, Lin Xian charged over. Terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body, slashing forward like a sky full of stars. The void in front of him continued to shatter. The figure turned into a wind god and created a storm in the sky. Fight against it. The collision between the two shook the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian coldly shouted, and the man-ruler's seal tore everything apart. At the same time, his swordsmanship became even sharper. The 10 absolute swords flew out, and 10 types of laws danced between heaven and earth. The storm and great Tao that the figure had unleashed were all shattered. He was about to be cleaved apart by the sword. However, in the next moment, his speed suddenly exploded, reaching the extreme. It disappeared. Lin Xian was astonished. Had it merged with the wind? He directly examined it. In the next moment, he felt the void behind him split open, and a palm landed on his body. With a boom, he was sent flying. However, it did not break through his defense. Lin Xian abruptly turned around and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi cleaved heaven and earth in half. However, the figure disappeared again. This speed had surpassed that of the Wind clan. Lin Xian frowned tightly. Could it be someone from the Light clan? Lin Xian felt that Guangming was the only one with such speed. Was it Guangming? An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. Sure enough, the other party's speed had increased by more than 10 times. He could not see the other party's figure at all. He could only let the attacks fall on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's divine body was fully activated. His physique was not weaker than Yu Wudao's saint body, so his defense was even stronger. Not only that, he was passively being beaten. He formed a seal with his palms, and the taiji was swept out by him. It rotated in the sky, and the black and white sword chi kept slashing down. At the same time, the heavenly secret divine eyes locked onto the other party. Found you. Lin Xian's speed suddenly exploded, and he punched out. The other party's hands condensed, forming a terrifying electric light. The two collided, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then, he quickly retreated and disappeared again. Who the hell are you? Lin Xian roared. He found that the other party's speed was very fast, but it seemed to be a little slower than the real Guangming. If this person was not Guangming, then who was it? This person was too mysterious. First, he used the Wind clan's divine ability, and now, he used the Light clan's divine ability. Was there such a terrifying existence in the world? These two were both from the clan of the ancients. Could it be? He thought of the Z Mansion. A person who knew 2 types of divine abilities from the clan of the ancients. In the world, perhaps only someone from the Z Mansion could do it. Was someone from the Z Mansion trying to kill him? Why? Was it because of his identity? One had to know that he was the person who was sealed by the Hurricane Lily, and was abandoned by the immortals. The Z Mansion had the Hurricane Lily as a totem, and it was very likely that they were the ones who sealed him behind the scenes. Now, they might have discovered him and come to suppress him. But when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. If the Z Mansion had really discovered him, they would not have sent a Saint King. At least a great saint. Thinking of this, he no longer hid, and a terrifying aura burst out from his eyes. Then, his body moved like a dragon as he charged forward. He formed a seal with his palms, and it was as if a god had descended. The human ruler's seal was full of momentum, and the heaven and earth in front of him were instantly destroyed. The hazy figure was also shocked. It seemed that he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He quickly used his speed to dodge the attacks. He dodged the human ruler's seal. 9 human ruler's seals in a row shattered the heaven and earth. The figure seemed to be unable to resist, and directly tore the void and disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Xian shouted coldly, and used the unparalleled sword, and slashed down. The sword chi spanned over 1,000,000 miles, and the entire sky was sliced into 2. The surrounding saints and martial artists below all looked up. Who was fighting? What a terrifying sword chi. Was another top battle erupting? Let's go. Many people rose into the sky. The heaven and earth were full of cracks, and the figure had disappeared. Lin Xian's face was cold. He had let the other party escape. At the same time, he felt that many people around him were flying over, and some were even investigating. "Get out of here!" A cold shout spread in all directions like thunder, and the sword chi swept out. Some of the death sword chi even spread to the sky. The surrounding people wanted to get close, but they were sent flying by the sword chi. Some people were so scared that their scalps went numb. "Run! It's too terrifying." They did not know who it was that was so terrifying. Was it one of the top figures who had entered the Purple Mansion realm? After the surrounding experts were sent flying, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he was ready to leave. He did not look good. After all, he might be targeted by the Purple Mansion realm. Not long after he left, there was a flash of light below. At the same time, a demonic beast rose into the sky with a few figures standing on it, and they flew toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned again. Were there more people coming? A fierce look appeared in his eyes. The demonic beast behind him roared, and it seemed to be incomparably frightened. The person on the back of the demonic beast said, "Is that Lin Gongzi?" Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" There was still a hint of vigilance in his eyes. In front of him, a divine eagle was flying quickly. There were 3 figures standing on it. Standing at the front was a woman wearing a thunder robe. She was holding a token and a picture scroll in her hand. She asked, "May I ask if you are Lin Xian, Lin Gongzi?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Who are you? Someone knows me?" The woman in the green robe smiled and said, "Great, it's really you. Lin Gongzi, my name is Lu Yu. We are from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. We have a cooperation with the Mountain Sea Palace. This time, Elder Ruochen asked us to come and find you." Hearing this, Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. As a beast tamer, the Mountain Sea Palace cooperated with many sections. The Heavenly Thunder Palace was one of them. And the Heavenly Thunder Palace was in Taiching Ancient City. It must be Elder Ruochen and Elder Zhang who were worried about Lin Xian's safety. They asked the Heavenly Thunder Palace to take care of him. "Lin Gongzi, please come back with me. We will definitely welcome you." Lu Yu smiled and said. Lin Xian nodded. Then he would have to trouble them. Anyway, he had nowhere to go now. He could go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Maybe he could ask them to help him find some information. Lin Xian stepped on the Divine Eagle. The Divine Eagle almost fell. Lu Yu and the others were shocked. What was going on? They were confused. Lin Xian came back to his senses and retracted the aura on his body. When he was fighting with the mysterious person, he still had a terrifying murderous intent and the power of the great dragon sword soul. This divine eagle couldn't bear it. Sure enough, when he withdrew his power, the divine eagle became quiet. Then the divine eagle spread its wings and flew. Lin Xian and Lu Yu left the sky and arrived at the Heavenly Thunder Palace. The Heavenly Thunder Palace was a big force in Taiqing ancient city. Of course, it was not the top. The most powerful family in Taiqing ancient city was the clan of the ancients. In addition, there were also some great sects that could compete with the clan of the ancients. For example, the Violet Palace realm was one of them. There was also the Golden Crow race, an extremely terrifying ancient race. They could also contend against it. These were the forces that had become the first tier. The Heavenly Thunder Palace belonged to the second tier. However, it was equally terrifying. After arriving, Lu Yu personally received Lin Xian and arranged a quiet courtyard for him. She also gave him some resources. This was all requested by Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, you should rest today. I'll come back tomorrow. Lu Yu left with her men. Lin Xian let out a breath of relief. He should be able to avoid the assassination of the Violet Palace Hall for now. Forming a seal with his palms, he slowly began to cultivate. The next day, Lu Yu came again. He brought Lin Xian to meet some elders and held a banquet to invite Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was recommended by the Mountain Sea Palace, so he was naturally valued. Of course, not everyone admired Lin Xian. For example, the younger generation. There were even some young sages who gritted their teeth at Lin Xian. Why should they treat this guy with respect? As geniuses, they were all arrogant and unruly. Now, Lin Xian was in the same generation as them, but they respected a young man like he was an elder. Those geniuses were naturally unwilling. However, in front of the elders, they did not dare to show it. After returning, Lin Xian stayed here. He asked Lu Yu to help him inquire about information. Firstly, he wanted to inquire about the ancient heavenly court and see if there were any spirit herbs that could extend one's lifespan. He continued to cultivate the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment, he had already finished cultivating the 13th painting of the heavenly secret diagram. His eye technique had become stronger than before. He was preparing to comprehend the 14th painting. Lu Yu also did her best to help Lin Xian inquire about information. However, spirit herbs that could increase one's lifespan were too precious. She could not find any in a short time. As for the other piece of news, she found out about it. Lin Gongzi, there's news about the ancient heavenly court. When this was said, Lin Xian was surprised. Oh, what news? Lu Yu said that there was a change in the ancient heavenly court. It seemed that something incredible had happened. A mysterious aura appeared, causing many people to be shocked. Indeed, there was no need for Lu Yu to specifically inquire about the news. At this moment, the news had already spread everywhere. The ancient heavenly court was in primordial ancient city. It was very dangerous there. Usually, only a few people were willing to take the risk to explore it. However, in the past few days, the number of people had suddenly increased. This was because a phenomenon of heaven and earth had appeared in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, shocking everyone. In addition, the reactivation of the Purple Mansion was shocking. Everyone guessed that the ancient heavenly court had not been completely destroyed back then. Perhaps there was a possibility of it being reactivated. In an instant, the situation in primordial ancient city changed. Countless gazes gathered on the ancient heavenly court. All kinds of news were flying quickly. After Lin Xian received the news, he was also surprised. He had just investigated the ancient heavenly court and such a terrifying change had already happened. It was really shocking. Not only the Heavenly Thunder Palace, but the other peerless sects and clan of the ancients were also investigating. Then, they were shocked. More and more powerhouses gathered there. At the same time, a figure appeared in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. It was a mysterious person wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly. However, the aura on his body was incomparably terrifying. He floated there, looking at the ruins in front of him, and said in a low voice. "I'm finally back." A few streams of light streaked across the sky. A powerful holy light aura suppressed everything and fell down. The black-robed person's figure flickered, turned into a black mist, and disappeared. In the next moment, a few sage kings arrived. None of them said if there was someone here just now. Another old man smiled and said. He had been too nervous recently and his eyes must have been blurry. There was no one here. The middle-aged man from before was worried and carefully investigated. Indeed, he did not find any aura. He shook his head. Maybe I saw wrongly. Quickly go and investigate. These were all powerhouses of the peerless sections. At this moment, they were here to investigate the changes in the ancient heavenly court. On the other side, the heavenly thunder palace was also discussing quickly. Liu came to look for Lin Xian. Young master, we've decided to go. Do you want to go together? After Lin Xian heard this, he nodded. He had long wanted to go. It seemed that he had collected enough information. This time, Liu Yu led the team. She gathered a few old men and young disciples. In addition to Lin Xian, there were not many people in the team. They were all elites. Liu Yu was also a genius of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. At this moment, the chariot they were riding was driven by demonic beasts. It quickly rose into the sky. In the ruins of the Heavenly Court. Although it had been reduced to ruins, it was still very vast. Moreover, there were rumors that this was only a part of it. As a clan of the ancients and a peerless sect, they all had their own independent spaces and secret realms. Therefore, although it looked small from the outside, it was very likely that there was a world inside. As an existence that surpassed the clan of the ancients, the Heavenly Court naturally had such a space world. Therefore, this time, after those powerhouses arrived, they wanted to break through the ruins to find the entrance to the space world. At this moment, the ruins of the Heavenly Courts were extremely lively. There were people everywhere. Fortunately, the ruins were relatively vast. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk anymore. In the sky, 3 divine eagles pulled a few war chariots and flew quickly. There were lightning and great Tao surrounding them. They were the Sky Thunder Palace's team. Lin Xian sat in the war chariot with Liu Yu beside him. The two of them were chatting. At this moment, another war chariot flew over from another direction and blocked their path. What was going on? Liu Yu frowned. The guard outside said, Princess, it's the 8th young master's war chariot. The 8th young master is naturally from the Sky Thunder Palace, but why is he blocking the war chariot? Liu Yu frowned and walked out. Lei Ao, what are you trying to do? A tall man walked out from the war chariot opposite. He was wearing a thunder battle armor that surrounded the 9 heavens. He smiled and said, Liu Yu, don't tell me you still brought that kid with you, you mean Lin Gongzi? Liu Yu frowned. Lei Ao said that he was giving the Mountain Sea Palace face by welcoming that kid. However, I won't give him face. Now that I've seen him today, I want to see how powerful he is to deserve your respect. In my opinion, he's just a facade and doesn't have much strength. Liu Yu's face darkened. This has nothing to do with you? If you don't want to see Lin Gongzi, then go away. No one asked you to come. As for Lin Gongzi, he's not someone you can touch. Lin Xian sat in the war chariot and heard the voices outside. He was unmoved. In these sects, it was very common for geniuses to compete with each other. This Lei Ao was also a genius, but in front of him, he was nothing. He wouldn't be a match for him at all. Therefore, Lin Xian had no intention of going out. Outside, Lei Ao snorted coldly. Did you see that? I've already said so, but he doesn't come out. It's obvious that he doesn't dare to. You're definitely going to lose this time with him. Do you know that I've invited people from the Pill Cauldron sect this time? If we join forces, we're definitely not someone you can compare to. The surrounding guards sucked in a breath of cold air. The Pill Cauldron School was a first-tier sect. It was much more powerful than the Sky Thunder Palace. He did not expect Lei Ao to have the ability to befriend someone from the Pill Cauldron sect. Lei Ao laughed out loud. Just wait for your failure. After saying that, he returned to the war chariot and quickly left. Liu Yu humped coldly. What an arrogant fellow. Ignore him. Let's continue. The group continued to fly. A day later, they descended. However, as soon as she landed, she heard the guard outside say, "Princess, there is the 8th young master's chariot not far away." Lu Yu furrowed her brows. This guy was really persistent. He snorted coldly and walked out. What was 8th brother trying to do? In front, Lei Ao was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he was following beside a man respectfully. That man wore an alchemy robe, and behind him was a cauldron with a burning divine flame. They were from the Pill Cauldron School. Huolian looked around. Lei Ao and a few other people had come because of the fame. This made him feel like he was in control of the world. Although he wasn't considered to be at the top of the Pill Cauldron sect, he was still as high and mighty as a god in front of these sections. At this moment, Lu Yu came down and asked coldly, "Lei Ao, what do you want?" Lei Ao turned around and sneered coldly. Huolian turned around and looked at the other party. He was surprised. Who was this person? His eyes lit up. Hearing this, Lei Ao smiled and said, "This is a disciple of the Sky Thunder Palace. Her name is Lu Yu. I'll call her over now." After saying that, he turned around and said, "Lu Yu, greet Prince Huolian." Prince Huolian was from the Pill Cauldron sect. Lu Yu was initially furious. However, when she saw the alchemy robe on Huolian, her expression changed. She quickly walked up and cupped her fists. "Greetings, Prince Huolian." She had no choice as the strength of the Pill Cauldron sect was too terrifying. Huolian nodded and said, "Is Fairy Lu alone?" Lu Yu said that there was a friend in the war chariot who had not come down. When she said that, Lei Ao frowned. It was that guy. That guy was too arrogant. He was still in the war chariot after seeing Prince Huolian. "I'll throw him over." "Lei Ao, don't go overboard." Lu Yu frowned. Huolian smiled. "It's okay. Maybe he doesn't know what kind of existence the Pill Cauldron sect is." "Fairy Lu, it's so dangerous here. Why don't we travel together?" Lu Yu hesitated and wanted to reject. However, Lei Ao said, "What are you thinking? This is a great honor for you. Hurry up and agree." "I think Fairy Lu won't reject." A cold light appeared in Huolian's eyes. Suddenly, the surrounding aura became terrifying. The cultivation of a middle-stage Saint King spread in all directions. Lu Yu felt immense pressure. She was only an early-stage Saint King. Although she was very close to the middle-stage Saint King, she could not cross that threshold. However, if she couldn't take that step, the gap between her and the other party would be like the difference between heaven and earth. "I know. I'll tell Lin Gongzi." Lu Yu nodded and turned to the side of the war chariot. "Master, there are a few friends who want to go with us," Lin Xian said. "All right." He also walked down. Huolian looked at him and then retracted his gaze. He was unfamiliar with him and he did not feel any terrifying aura from him. Huolian had just come out of seclusion. Hence, he had only heard about the incident in the Purple Mansion and did not see it with his own eyes. Hence, he did not know Lin Xian. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be standing there so arrogantly. "Let's go." Huolian waved his hand and led the group away. During this period, they had encountered many terrifying attacks. Huolian took out a furnace and suppressed the surroundings, blocking all dangers. Lei Ao said from the side. "Master Huolian's strength is getting stronger. We are ashamed of our inferiority." Lu Yu was also surprised. Huolian smiled and said, "It's nothing. Compared to my brother, I'm still lacking. My brother can follow Lord Jianchen to the Purple Mansion. I'm still lacking compared to him. Oh right, my brother seems to be nearby. I'll bring you to see him." "Really? That's great." Lei Ao and the rest were overjoyed. Those who could follow Jianchen to the Purple Mansion were definitely the top geniuses of the Pill Cauldron sect. If they could befriend such a person, they would definitely benefit immensely. Lin Xian was also surprised. If he remembered correctly, there was an expert from the Pill Cauldron sect called Jianchen who had entered the Purple Mansion with him. At that time, he had sensed the terrifying flame aura on his body. Moreover, he should be an alchemist from the Pill Cauldron sect. An alchemist should know more about spiritual herbs than other sections. Perhaps he could find out about the spiritual herbs that could prolong his life from him. Lin Xian decided that he would make a trip to the Pill Cauldron sect after the matters in the heavenly court were over. At the same time, there was a huge battle happening in front of him. There were a few people in pill robes standing there. Surrounding them was a group of men in black armor with cold expressions. They had smiles on their faces. The people in the red robes were probably from the Pill Cauldron school. The leader of the group had a pale face and was injured. Damn it, Serene Cloud sect, you're too arrogant, Huiyuan, you can only blame yourself for being reckless. As long as you hand over what you just obtained, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death, the Serene Cloud sect's expert sneered. Huiyuan gritted his teeth and said, listen up, we'll escape later. The person beside him said. The Pill Cauldron sect's experts nodded as well. Unparalleled flames erupted from their bodies. On the other side, Yulong walked out, his eyes shining with a cold light. Do you think you can escape with just the two of you? Attack. With a wave of his hand, the people around him moved quickly. A terrifying cold law swept through the 9 heavens. Not good, Huiyuan roared and threw out a furnace to attack Yulong. At the same time, the others moved as well. The battle erupted again. Serene Cloud sect was a top existence that was not weaker than Pill Cauldron sect. Moreover, they had twice the number of people. Therefore, Huiyuan and the others were in danger. Before long, their injuries became more serious. Huiyuan was hit by a blade and retreated. One of his arms was missing. He gritted his teeth and formed an arm again. His expression was ugly. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. Damn it, if only Jiangchen was here. He would definitely be able to defeat these people. But it was a pity. On the other side, Huolian led the group and flew into the distance. She said, my brother is just ahead. Not long after she said that, they saw a battle ahead. It was Pill Cauldron sect. Huolian's expression changed. The surrounding people were also shocked. Was someone attacking Pill Cauldron sect? Not good, that's my brother. Huolian's eyes turned red instantly. She realized that her brother was covered in blood. The situation was very strange. The people from Sky Thunder Palace were also terrified. Who dared to attack Pill Cauldron sect? Did they not want to live anymore? Huolian's eyes were red. He rushed forward and roared, how dare you attack my Pill Cauldron sect? Do you want to die? His cold voice spread in all directions. The battle ahead stopped and many people looked over. The void around Huolian kept shattering. Feeling the cold killing intent, Huolian's scalp went numb. Serene Cloud sect's people sneered. More people came. Just nice, I'll send you all to hell together. Yulong walked out, and the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect sneered as well. Huiyuan's expression changed. It would be great if other people came to help. But Huolian, his trash of a younger brother, coming here would only be sending him to his death. Who allowed you to come? Hurry up and get lost. Huiyuan roared. When Huolian discovered that it was the Tranquil Cloud sect, his complexion also became pale. The Pill Cauldron school wasn't any weaker than them. Moreover, the other side had twice the number of people. Even if he brought the people of the Sky Thunder Palace here, what use would it be? No, he had to retreat quickly and report this to the sect. He wanted to leave. The people of the Cloud sect had already surrounded them and sealed the world. Do you want to leave? Let's all go to hell together today. Huolian's expression turned ugly. Lei Ao and the rest were even more terrified. Lei Ao said. It has nothing to do with me. I am from the Sky Thunder Palace. Let us go. He didn't want to die with them. Huolian was about to go crazy from anger. This guy had been so respectful before. Now that there was danger, he actually wanted to run for his life. Damn it. He looked coldly at Lei Ao, but Lei Ao ignored him. Now that these people were going to die, why would he be respectful? In front, Yulong sneered. Sky Thunder Palace, do you have the right to talk to me? Killing you is no different from killing an ant. Lei Meng was in despair. Lu Yin also snorted. You have no backbone. You are not worthy of being a disciple of the Sky Thunder Palace. Lei Ao roared. You have backbone? Aren't you afraid of death? In front of survival, everything was nothing. He had already made up his mind. He would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy later. He would give up everything and even reveal some of the secrets of the Sky Thunder Palace. It was all to save his life. Everyone was in despair. Lu Yu and the rest felt that they had to fight for their lives. Hu Yuan was also in despair. Hu Lian was even more terrified. Although he didn't beg for mercy, he didn't dare to resist. At this moment, Hu Yuan was stunned because he saw a familiar figure in the Sky Thunder Palace. It's him. Hu Yuan was shocked and then overjoyed. If this person helped them, they would be saved. Young master, it's you. Sir, please help us. We will be grateful. Hu Yuan quickly bowed in the direction of the Sky Thunder Palace. His voice could be heard. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Is Hu Yuan asking the Sky Thunder Palace for help again? Yu Yin also sneered. I think you really are at death's door, turning into an idiot. The Sky Thunder Palace was no different from an ant in front of them. The people of the Sky Thunder Palace were also stunned. Lu Yuan and the rest were stunned. What's going on? Lei Ao was dumbfounded. He could save the other party? What kind of joke is this? He didn't want to die. In his opinion, this guy must be trying to shift the battle to them. Hu Lian was even more confused. Was his brother so desperate that he couldn't think straight? But at this moment, a calm voice could be heard. Do you know me? Hearing this, everyone turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Lu Yu and the rest were shocked. Lei Ao snorted. Kid, do you want to die? Who do you think you are? Do you think the other party is asking you for help? Hu Lian was also angry. This guy still wants to save his brother? What kind of joke is this? Dream on, the other party is probably an ant. But what made them dumbfounded was that Hu Yuan flew over and said respectfully, yes, I know the young master. I followed Lord Jiangchen to the Purple Mansion and saw the young master once. What's going on? Everyone was stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. Is he really asking Lin Xian for help? Even the people of the Serene Cloud sect were stunned. Are these people crazy? Who is that unfamiliar young man? Hu Lian was stunned. Brother, you're asking an ant for help? He couldn't believe it either. Hu Yuan was furious when he heard this. He slapped Hu Lian's face and sent his brother flying. How dare you call Lin Gongzi an ant? Kneel down now, Hu Lian cried. Brother, why did you hit me? Hu Yuan said. Not only will I hit you, I'll kill you. Lin Gongzi is a top genius, a supreme existence who entered the Purple Mansion with Lord Jiangchen. How dare you offend such a person? Do you believe that I won't cripple you now? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. This unfamiliar young man was an existence that wasn't inferior to Jiangchen. Lu Yu and the rest were shocked, but Lei Ao was terrified and dumbfounded. Hu Lian was trembling in fear. What was going on? The ant that he had always looked down on actually had such a supreme identity. With a loud bang, he knelt down. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Hu Yuan took a deep breath. My brother is too useless. I will punish him and give young master a satisfactory answer. Young master, please save us. Pill Cauldron sect will be grateful. Yes, young master, please. Hu Lian kept saying. Then, he jumped up and pointed at Lei Ao. It's all because of this guy. He misled me. He grabbed Lei Ao and slapped him nonstop. Lei Ao's face turned into a pig's head. Hu Lian roared. You stupid thing. You almost made me offend young master. Die. Lei Ao's teeth were all knocked out. He regretted it now. He didn't know that Lin Fan was so powerful. So powerful that it was scary. He cried and said, I didn't know either. Please spare my life. Spare your life? Then who will spare my life? Hu Lian gritted his teeth. If he didn't give Lin Xian a satisfactory answer, he would be killed by his brother. So, he had to attack crazily. With one attack, he turned Lei Ao's arms into a bloody mist. At the same time, he kept attacking. Lei Ao's bones were all broken. He fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Please, spare me. Huo Lian looked at Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian closed his eyes and rested. Huo Lian looked at his brother. Huo Yuan said, "Trash, get lost." He slapped his brother away. Huo Yuan walked up. "You don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend Lin Gongzi? Go to hell." He took out the cauldron and destroyed Lei Ao's body and soul. There were some Sky Thunder Palace experts beside Lei Ao. When they saw this, they roared crazily. Punishing Lei Ao and killing Lei Ao were two different concepts. If Lei Ao died, how were they going to explain it? These people's eyes were all red. Huo Yuan said coldly. "Why? Do you want to fight me?" They lowered their heads and didn't dare to. Huo Yuan snorted coldly. "Go back and tell your Sky Thunder Palace elders that I killed him. If they are unhappy, come and find me." After that, Huo Yuanyu attacked Huo Lian and beat Huo Lian up even more badly than Lei Ao. However, he didn't kill him. After all, he was his younger brother. He asked if young master was satisfied. Huo Lian was also crying. He was really afraid that his brother would kill him. Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He had already punished those who needed to be punished. As for the Pill Cauldron sect, he really needed them. Because he wanted to cooperate with the other party. So, he opened his eyes. "Help you?" It was not impossible. Hearing this, Huo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. Since the other party had said so, it meant that the other party had already decided to help them. Huo Lian's life was saved. He kept kowtowing, thanking the young master for sparing his life. Lin Xian glanced at the people in the distance and said. The Tranquil Cloud sect was an existence that was not weaker than the Pill Cauldron sect. Now that I've made a move, I'll be offending such a top sect for no reason. It won't do me any good. Huo Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Of course I know. Young master has helped us. The Pill Cauldron sect is extremely grateful. We'll definitely give you a generous gift." Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Huo Yuan gritted his teeth and took out an old pill bottle from his storage ring. "This is what I got from the ruins. It's also the reason why I'm being chased. There's half a pill in here. It should have been left behind by the ancient heavenly court. Now, I'm giving it to young master. I swear on my life. Young master, save my life. I'll definitely thank you. My grandfather is a core elder. He'll definitely keep his word." Pill, Lin Xian was shocked. Was it left behind by the heavenly court? Did they still have it? On the other side, the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect who had been watching the show all this while had darkened their faces when they saw the pill. The leader said coldly, "Kid, you better think carefully. Taking the pill means going against us. You'll end up in a terrible state." Although Huo Yuan had said that Lin Xian had entered the Violet Palace, who knew that he hadn't sensed any terrifying aura from Lin Xian? In his opinion, Huo Yuan might be deliberately mystifying things. Hearing this, Lin Xian waved his hand and took the pill bottle. He said, "I hate it when people threaten me. So, I'll take care of this matter. I'll protect these people." He walked up. He looked at the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect. "As for you guys, kneel on the ground obediently and kowtow. Perhaps I'll spare your lives." "Great." Huo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He saw hope. If Lin Xian were to make a move, he would definitely be able to sweep this matter clean. On the other side, the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect were enraged. "You're courting death. Is he challenging us?" Huo Yuan snorted coldly. "I want to see what kind of strength you have to take care of this matter." "What, you want to resist? Since that's the case, I'm afraid you'll be in despair." Lin Xian stretched out his hand. A terrifying law spread out. His aura also spread out. The people around looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The people from the Tranquil Cloud sect were stunned. "Early stage Saint King. I think you're crazy. Are you trying to scare me with an early stage Saint King?" The people from the Pill Cauldron sect were also stunned. Lin Xian's cultivation was much weaker than theirs. Such a person was really qualified to enter the Violet Palace. However, Huo Yuan's gaze was firm. So what if he's an early-stage Saint King? He had seen Lin Xian defeat a peerless expert like Jinwu Hao with his own eyes. It wasn't something that could be judged by cultivation. Yulung's face darkened. A black saber appeared in his hand and he walked forward. Go to hell. With a slash of his saber, heaven and earth shattered. This saber made everyone feel despair. No wonder Hui Yuan and the others were defeated. This Yulung was even more terrifying. Looking at this shocking saber, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he charged forward. The people around were stunned. Especially the people from the Tranquil Cloud sect. They sneered. Lin Xian dared to block this black saber with his bare hands? One had to know that this was a top expert. Moreover, this saber was enough to cut through everything. Even a middle-stage Saint King wouldn't dare to block it. How stupid. Yulung snorted when he saw this. In the next moment, he increased his speed. He turned into a black bolt of lightning and struck Lin Xian's body. An earth-shattering sound rang out. However, everyone was dumbfounded. This saber didn't split Lin Xian's palm. There wasn't even a crack. Lin Xian's hand was like the palm of a god, sweeping across the air. Then, he grabbed the black saber. With a loud boom, the black saber was broken into two halves by the impact of the collision. What? The people from the Tranquil Cloud sect were dumbfounded. On the other hand, the people from the Pill Cauldron sect were also dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Wasn't his physique too strong, impossible? Yulung roared. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at him. He said indifferently, I said that if you fight with me, you'll regret it. As he spoke, he slapped out again. No, Yulung quickly retreated. He no longer dared to underestimate the other party. The other party's strength was simply unimaginable. This was a peerless enemy that he did not dare to contend against. However, this palm enveloped heaven and earth, sealing off all his escape routes. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you, Yulung roared, the black laws on his body dancing non-stop. His bloodline and laws were burning as he threw a punch at the golden palm. This was the strongest attack he could unleash. At least it could break the other party's seal. However, it was a pity that his strongest attack landed on the golden palm. It made a deafening sound, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. The black fist shattered, and the golden palm fell. Yulung was beaten into a bloody mist. His soul flew out from the bloody mist, but it was pierced by Lin Xian's gaze. The golden flames burned the other party's soul to ashes. Dead. Everyone was stunned, their hearts filled with fear. That was Yulung, he was the existence that defeated Hui Yuan. How terrifying was that, but now, with a single palm, with a single glance, his soul was destroyed. How powerful was the person in front of him? The people of Pill Cauldron sect were stunned. No wonder Hui Yuan begged the other party so much. He was simply too powerful. The people of Sky Thunder Palace were even more shocked. The elders that Lei Ao brought were originally unconvinced. Now that they saw this scene, they were terrified, and no longer dared to have any thoughts of revenge. Was such a person someone they could contend against? The people of Serene Cloud sect were even more terrified. Their strongest leader had been killed in a single move. Were they still a match? In the next moment, someone walked out and said, Please forgive us, young master. We were wrong this time. Let's go. Lin Xian said coldly, Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since we're already enemies, I won't let the tiger return to the mountain. The Yulung he killed was a top genius. Would the Serene Cloud sect let it go after knowing? Since they had already become enemies, he would not show any mercy. On the other side, the people of Serene Cloud sect were enraged after hearing this. Damn it, you dare. Do you want to be enemies with our Serene Cloud sect? Attack together. The other people also roared crazily and quickly attacked. Someone took out a sacred weapon and charged toward Lin Xian. Someone unleashed a peerless divine ability. Between heaven and earth, it was incomparably terrifying. The surrounding people quickly retreated and looked ahead. With so many people attacking at the same time, no matter how strong a person was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian shuttled through the mystiques and ultimate techniques that filled the sky, taking these attacks head-on. He took a leisurely stroll and did not use his full strength at all. He struck out with his palm and collided with the pagoda of his opponent. With a boom, the pagoda shattered into pieces. Boom, Lin Xian's gaze swept outwards and turned into two streaks of divine light. Three figures screamed miserably as their souls turned into nothingness and fell from the sky. It was so simple and easy. The experts of the Tranquil Cloud sect had all fallen in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He turned to look at Huiyuan and said, "They have all died. You are all safe now. Remember what you promised me." Huiyuan was completely stunned. At this moment, when he heard this, he came back to his senses and took a deep breath. "Don't worry, young master. I naturally won't forget. Is young master alone? Why don't we travel together?" Huiyuan walked up and smiled respectfully. He knew that Lin Xian used to be with the Wind clan, but they seemed to have fallen out later on. This was a good opportunity. Pill Cauldron sect would definitely be happy to be able to rope in such a top expert. That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to know more about Pill Cauldron sect. The group flew into the distance. Huiyuan and the others quickly swallowed pills to recover from their injuries. Pill Cauldron sect had nothing but pills. Moreover, they were all top alchemists, so they recovered very quickly. Huiyuan explained the situation to Lin Xian. It was obvious that the top sects and clans of the remote antiquity were all here. They all wanted to explore the ruins. There was even a rumor that there was a mysterious space here that had not been destroyed. On the other side, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless figures stood on top of them. Suddenly, one of them frowned. With a wave of his hand, he took out a soul token. That soul token was already broken into two. Yulong had fallen, his eyes shone with a startling light. At the same time, another elder beside him took out a soul token as well. This time, he took out even more. There were at least a dozen of them, and all of them were broken. Not good. I'm afraid one of our teams has fallen. When the others from Serene Cloud sect heard this, they were in an uproar. Who is it? The evil spirit's eyes shone with a terrifying light. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to lay their hands on Serene Cloud sect will definitely die. Lin Xian did not know that he had already been targeted by the evil spirit. But even if he knew, so what, there were some things that he was not afraid of. At this moment, they had already arrived at the ruins. Everywhere was broken. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. Some of the broken swords and sabers could soar into the sky at any time, turning into unparalleled fighting power. Huiyuan pointed to a place in the distance. That's where I got the pill bottle from before. I'm lucky. If we go further in, it'll be extremely dangerous. There are 7 broken swords, standing in 7 different directions. It's extremely terrifying. I even saw a middle-stage Sage King expert trying to go further. In the end, he was sliced into 2. When the surrounding people heard this, they sucked in a cold breath. A broken sword from tens of thousands of years ago was still so powerful. How terrifying would these swords be when they were in perfect condition? At the very least, they were used by great sages. What was the battle like back then? What kind of existence was it? How did it destroy the heavenly court? Lin Xian was also curious. He said that he would go and take a look. His body flashed, and he took the initiative. Huiyuan and the rest quickly followed. As expected, they encountered many attacks. Some of them were not broken swords or sabers, but fragments of weapons. But it was also quite terrifying. They saw a fragment of a weapon in front of them, piercing through 2 Sage Kings. Therefore, they were on high alert. Next, they also encountered some attacks. These people attacked with all their might, moving forward carefully. Suddenly, the ground split open. It was a broken mirror. There was only a corner, but it was incomparably terrifying. Not good, Lu Yu and the others were enveloped. They felt that they were about to be torn apart. At this moment, a golden figure descended like a god and came in front of them. With a kick, he sent the fragment flying. This saved Lu Yu and the others' lives. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Lu Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have dared to come to such a place. The others also came and went one after another. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in this team. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were people falling from time to time. It was obvious that they couldn't withstand the attacks of these weapons. He didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, he left. He led the others and flew forward. After leaving this place, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the void in front of them split open. A broken sword slashed through the air. Not good. Huiyuan and the rest felt chills down their spines. The power of the broken sword was too terrifying. Lin Xian struck out with the man-ruler seal, pushing the broken sword back. He frowned. The power of the broken sword was beyond his imagination. The broken sword floated in the air, emitting endless sword qi that swept across the area. Lu Yu, Huiyuan and the rest thanked Lin Xian. That attack was too dangerous. If they were not prepared, they would have been injured. They would all be injured or even killed. The broken sword was terrifying. Lu Yuan looked around and saw the broken sword. He then took a deep breath. This was one of the 7 top-grade broken swords. Who would have thought that they would encounter it? A broken sword was nothing. It could be suppressed. Lin Xian nodded. Although he could not break the broken sword, it was not a problem to suppress the seal. But at this moment, Huiyuan turned his head and looked into the distance. He cursed. Not good. They saw a black cloud flying towards them. At the same time, there were 3 broken swords behind the black cloud. They were charging towards them. Everyone was in despair. Damn it, Serene Cloud Sect. Lin Xian, retreat. They could not withstand the 4 broken swords. But unfortunately, it was too late. The people of Serene Cloud Sect were already nearby. Their bodies gradually dissipated. I heard that you obtained a pill here. You were really lucky. But this time, you have used up your luck. Go to hell. A cold voice sounded. The 3 broken swords were already charging towards them. Huiyuan and the rest's faces darkened. Damn it. The 3 broken swords were charging towards them together. This was a scene of death. Retreat, the elders of the Heavenly Thunder Palace also roared. Lin Xian looked at Huiyuan. He said, you should have no problem suppressing a broken sword with your men. Huiyuan nodded. If we go all out, it's not a problem. But there are still 3 swords. Indeed, that was what he was most worried about. Lin Xian smiled. Leave the rest to me. He walked out, his figure like a demon god. Lu Yu and the rest were stunned. Huiyuan said, Gongzi, this broken sword is terrifying. Don't take it head-on. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Xian soared into the sky, and at the same time, sent a palm strike towards the 3 broken swords, enveloping them. He brought them to a place far away. Huiyuan gritted his teeth. Young master, be careful. We have to suppress this broken sword with all our might. As he spoke, he waved his hand and led his men to attack quickly. Those from the Pill Cauldron School attacked while asking, Senior Brother Huiyuan, can that brat succeed? Huiyuan said. Show some respect to him. He saved our lives. Moreover, this time, he did not mention any conditions and took the initiative to take away the 3 broken swords. This is our benefactor, so we must address him as Lin Gongzi, understand? We cannot be ungrateful. Senior brother, you're right. We understand. The surrounding people quickly nodded as well. Huiyuan looked into the distance and said. He hoped that Yi Futian was fine. In front of him, the 3 broken swords let out a deafening sound as they tore the golden hand into pieces. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the 3 broken swords, his eyes shining with a cold light. It had to be said that the heavenly court back then was truly terrifying. The 3 broken swords were now like 3 peerless powerhouses, making him feel a sense of awe. The 3 broken swords separated and enveloped Lin Xian, emitting a terrifying light. Then, they turned into lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. Every attack was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Each of the 3 broken swords was extremely terrifying and indestructible. When combined and coordinated, they were extremely terrifying. They did not look like three weapons at all, but three peerless powerhouses. Lin Xian waved his fist to fight back. At this moment, a broken sword appeared in front of him, breaking through his fist shadows and charging towards him. Lin Xian raised his hand to block, but he was forced back, his entire arm numb. It was really shocking. If it were any other time, he would definitely study it carefully. However, he could not do so now, as there were powerhouses everywhere searching. Perhaps there would be a new discovery at some point. Therefore, he decided to use some of his trump cards. He formed a seal with his palm. Mountain embracing seal. The primordial demon mountain tore through the void and charged down, pressing towards one of the broken swords and suppressing it. That sword emitted a terrifying light as it resisted. Endless runes appeared on its body, interweaving with the great Tao, forming a sword shadow that slashed towards the primordial demon mountain. It was like a divine sword from the 9 heavens. A sonorous sound was heard, and the primordial demon mountain shook. Lin Xian roared. Suppress, on the primordial demon mountain, endless terrifying light erupted, completely suppressing one of the broken swords. The other 2 broken swords charged towards the primordial demon mountain. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram appeared in his left hand, enveloping one of the broken swords. With his right hand, he directly attacked and grabbed it. That broken sword was like a giant dragon, crazily attacking. Lin Xian roared towards the sky, and the power of the Taiji diagram erupted, sealing it. The other sword was thrown to the ground by Lin Xian. Boom, boundless sword light flew out from his palm and bombarded the broken sword. Then, it sealed the broken sword. On the other side, Huiyuan and the others also worked together to repel the broken sword. They flew quickly. Lu Yu was anxious, she did not know how Lin Gongzi was doing. Huiyuan said, hoping that he was fine. With his strength, even if he could not suppress it, it would not be a problem for him to leave safely. Suddenly, they stopped. Because they felt an extremely terrifying aura around them, as if an earth-shattering battle had happened here. Just this aura alone made Huiyuan and the others' hair stand on end. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Yu and the others did not dare to imagine? But at this moment, a voice sounded from behind them. It seems that you have settled it. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu suddenly turned her head, tears turned into laughter. Lin Gongzi, you're fine. That's great. Huiyuan also walked up and said, our benefactor is mighty. At this moment, a huge aura spread in front of them, and then a terrifying power erupted. Not good, a peak sage king was fighting again. Everyone was shocked and looked up. Many older generation figures had appeared, fighting between heaven and earth. They did not know what they were fighting for. Lin Xian said and followed. He was the first to move, quickly flying into the distance. The battle there was extremely intense. He came nearby to watch. At this moment, a huge hand came down from the sky, sending everything flying. Those peak sage kings also retreated one after another. How terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. This power had completely surpassed that of a sage king. A supreme sage had attacked, as expected. The figure of a supreme sage appeared between heaven and earth, and all the sage kings retreated. The great sage's hand reached out and grabbed one of the shattered palaces, as if he were searching for something. In the next moment, he took the broken palace and soared into the sky, wanting to leave. But at this moment, the storm in the sky directly enveloped the supreme sage's palm. Heavens, someone was attacking a supreme sage. Lu Yu and the others had just arrived when they saw the scene. They were so scared that they almost fainted. Huiyuan also took a deep breath. It was someone from the Wind Clan. That's right, the storm in the sky was the attack of the Wind Clan's supreme sage. After the Wind Clan's supreme sage, another person attacked. It was as if 100,000 suns had descended together. The bright light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Heavens, what a terrifying flame. It was the great sage of the Golden Crow tribe. Everyone was shocked. Just then, another terrifying black cloud filled the air. The terrifying aura was incomparably cold. Everyone felt as though they had arrived in hell. Some people were terrified. The great sage of the Serene Cloud sect had arrived. 4 great sages joined in the battle. Their terrifying power broke through the heavens and earth. Just then, there was a roar. A ray of light streaked across the heavens and earth. It was so fast that no one could see it. It was the great sage of the Light Clan. Were they here too? The great sage of the remote antiquity family had finally arrived. After the great sage of the Light Clan, the great sage of the Holy Heavens clan arrived with a sky full of holy light. Everyone was terrified. The battle ahead was even more terrifying. In the sky, a divine cauldron appeared. Torrential divine flames spread out in all directions. It was the great sage of the Pill Cauldron sect. These top sects and remote antiquity families had all sent their great sages. The other sage kings had all retreated far away. Buzz. The entire void was shattered into pieces. Even the shattered ruins were reduced to rubble and scattered in all directions. Many of them flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden radiance. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Could it be that a treasure had fallen down? When the others saw this, they exclaimed. In an instant, more than 10 figures rushed towards Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the treasure too. Just then, someone roared, "Get lost!" A golden claw appeared between the heavens and earth, tearing everything apart. More than 10 figures flew backwards. Their faces were filled with fear. Someone exclaimed. It was the expert of the Golden Crow tribe. Golden Crow had descended in a domineering manner and stretched out a huge golden hand to grab at the surrounding void. The surrounding void kept shattering. Everyone saw that there was only one thing that was intact. It was a fragment. There were many patterns on it, like a corner of a tortoise shell. There seemed to be something recorded on the ancient tortoise shell. Everyone was shocked. However, Golden Crow's appearance made everyone fearful. No one dared to step forward. He was a top genius, an expert. The person who had attacked before was probably unlucky. Golden Crow snorted. Do you think you are qualified to take this thing? Killing intent surged from its body. Lu Yu, Hui Yuan and the others quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. A loser like you still has the face to be arrogant in front of me. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out, shattering all the light on his opponent's body. Lin Xian waved his hand and covered the tortoiseshell completely. How dare you? Another cold snort was heard, and a man in battle armor appeared between heaven and earth. This person had an ice-cold power. Everyone was terrified. Was he here too? After the spirit arrived, it stared at Lin Xian and handed the item over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Speak with your own ability. Golden swords burst out from his eyes and pierced forward. You want to contend against me with just you? An evil sword flew out and swept in all directions. His gaze met with Lin Xian's. Heaven and earth collapsed. Following which, the evil spirit charged over. On the other side, Jing Wuhao also made his move. It seemed that they all wanted to obtain the tortoise shell. Not good. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even though Lin Xian had displayed his prowess earlier on, but right now, it was Evil Spirit and Jing Wuhao who were working together. Could he fight against them? Hui Yuan was terrified. In the next moment, he shouted, Great, the top prodigy of Pill Cauldron sect is here. Lord Jiangchen, please save him. Jiangchen was in the air with 4 fire dragons under his feet, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. A cauldron floated in his hand as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he asked coldly, Why did you save him? Hui Yuan said, He saved us previously. That's your problem. He might be holding a treasure from the heavenly court. Hand it over and I'll let him go. A cold voice sounded. Hui Yuan and the others' faces turned ugly. They did not expect Lord Jiangchen to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want the treasure, speak with your own strength. With a roar, he slapped out the man-ruler's seal. 3 man-ruler's seals flew towards the 3 of them. You're courting death. Golden Crow how he and Evil Spirit sneered. You want to challenge the 3 of us alone? You don't have the right. Jiangchen held the cauldron in his hand and said coldly, Since you saved the disciples of Pill Cauldron sect, I won't kill you, but I'll suppress you. The cauldron opened, and monstrous divine flames rushed out, enveloping Lin Xian. Oh no, everyone was stunned. However, a sword light tore through the divine flames, and Lin Xian walked out forcefully. There's only one treasure. Who should I give it to? A tortoise shell floated above his hand. In the next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes. He had already used an illusion. As expected, with the tortoise shell and the illusion, the three experts were no longer working together. Lin Xian charged forward. The four of them fought. This time, they were really fighting for themselves. The surrounding sages did not think much of it. They thought that everyone who saw a treasure would fight for themselves. However, some of the older experts were shocked when they saw this. This was unusual. This young man must have used some kind of method. It was too terrifying. After 300 moves, the evil spirit suddenly shouted coldly, "Damn it, how dare you use an illusion on me?" The phantom of an evil sword appeared in his eyes, destroying everything. Xianxia also roared, "Unforgivable." Golden Crow How shouted angrily, "Damned brat, how dare you ambush me?" The three of them were really angry. Had they unknowingly fallen for the other party's illusion? Lin Xian laughed and grabbed the tortoise shell again. "The three of you are only SOSO. As he said that, he pushed his hands forward, and a Taiji diagram appeared. The Yin-Yang sword swept forward. The three of them roared furiously as they sent all the sword chi flying and charged over. This time, the three of them had joined forces and were prepared. They were probably in danger. Lin Xian sneered. "So what if I'm fighting the three of you alone? Come on." His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his hands opened the sky. Endless sword chi erupted from his body. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war. He was extremely powerful. For a moment, the three of them could not take him down. That shocked everyone. At that moment, another cold snort was heard. A large golden hand enveloped them. Boom, the expressions of Jiang Chen and the others changed. The power was also terrifying, not weaker than theirs. In the next moment, they quickly retreated. With a boom, a large crack appeared in front of them. Following that, a man in purple walked over, his power suppressing heaven and earth. "Yi Wu Dao," Golden Crow How snorted coldly, "are you going to meddle in our business? Lin Xian is my friend. You can fight one-on-one, but if you want to fight 3-on-1, you'll have to ask me first." Yi Wu Dao was extremely powerful. Lin Xian laughed, "Wu Dao, you came at the right time. Let's take him down together. Are you looking down on us?" The evil spirit gnashed its teeth, an unsightly expression on its face. Each and every one of them was a top genius, qualified to enter the Violet Palace Hall. But now, the two of them were trying to fight the three of them. Were they looking down on them? The three of them took a step forward, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble. Lin Xian and Leaf Dao Denier were like two gods of war, completely fearless. It was at this point that a sigh rang out. Another glamorous figure approached them. It was Wind Phoenix. She came to Leaf Dao Denier's side. Although Lin Xian hadn't given her any face last time, Leaf Dao Denier was still an honored guest of hers. Now that Leaf Dao Denier had made a move, she couldn't just sit back and watch. The 6 of them faced off against each other, their terrifying aura suppressing the 9 heavens. Roar, suddenly, the sky shattered, and a boundless aura pressed down. Everyone felt like their bodies were about to be torn apart. A furious roar rang out like a million claps of thunder as a man clad in armor stepped out, radiating the power of the great Tao. He walked over like a supreme emperor. He attacked the great sages in front of him. A great sage had arrived. And this person's strength was too terrifying. Who was he? Countless sects were shocked. They couldn't even tell which faction he belonged to. Whiz. A huge battle broke out in the sky. The mysterious man struck out with his palm, causing 10,000 rays of light to form a heavenly blade that swept out in all directions. Fall back, Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Although the other party wasn't targeting them, just the aura they emitted was enough to threaten their lives. This great sage was too terrifying. Gradually, the great sages stopped fighting each other and charged toward the ground. They tore the earth apart. The void shattered, and the earth split apart. The terrifying scene left everyone dumbstruck. What were these great sages doing? A moment later, they saw the attacks of the great sages being repelled. There was something beneath the ground. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he looked over. Then he sucked in a cold breath. What a terrifying formation! The ancient heavenly court did indeed retain some mysterious space. There must be an inheritance left behind by the ancient heavenly court under this formation. The eyes of countless people turned red, and they could only watch from afar. The great sages in front of them also took a deep breath and attacked aggressively. After a series of terrifying attacks, the great sages frowned. They realized that the array formation below them was too powerful. With their strength alone, they were unable to break it. From the looks of it, it was impossible to use brute force. The only way to enter was to break the formation. Unwilling to give up, the Lightfolk Great Sage transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Xianxia. The other great sages joined forces and prepared to try again. At this rate, the formation would break apart sooner or later. The surrounding sages clenched their fists tightly. It was useless. Even if they fought for 100 years, they still wouldn't be able to open it. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Who was it? Was he doubting the strength of the great sage? Lin Xian was also surprised and turned to look. The next moment, he was stunned. Hearing this, Jin Wuhao sneered. How foolish. The strength of a great sage was not something you could imagine. Xianxia and the rest frowned as well. They saw a black-robed man walking over. The black aura around him was even stranger than the people of Yuyun's sect. They couldn't tell who he was. Lin Xian was stunned. This aura was too familiar. Wasn't this He Shan? He was here. No matter how old you are, you still like to play tricks. Lin Xian laughed. Yu Wudao was surprised. You know him? Lin Xian nodded. Old friend. He Shan turned his head. Kid, you've grown faster than I thought. You've come to Taiching Ancient City so quickly. Don't leave for a while. I'll give you a big gift when the time comes. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. For He Shan to call it a big gift, it must be extraordinary. Could it be related to the ancient heavenly court? He Shan did not say anything. He smiled mysteriously and looked at Jin Wuhao. Don't judge this with your eyes. The great sages you know are nothing more than this. They can't break this array. Indeed, half a day had passed. Hundreds of worlds had been destroyed, but the formation was still safe and sound. The faces of Jin Wuhao and the others turned ugly. What kind of formation was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was also surprised. He asked, He Shan, do you have a way? He Shan laughed. I naturally have a way. Unless those great sages come and beg me, I might be able to help them. They're really overestimating themselves. Jin Wuhao laughed coldly. Who do you think you are? I haven't eaten golden crow meat in a long time. Kid, kill 2 golden crows for me to try. He Shan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, don't worry, I miss the taste of golden crow meat too. You're courting death, Jin Wuhao roared and charged over. Lin Xian sent out a palm strike, sending him flying backward. But at this time, 2 figures flashed past and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly used Void Escape to dodge. Then, 2 golden crows appeared. They were 2 experts of the older generation. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare you be disrespectful to the Golden Crow tribe? You're courting death, the 2 elders charged at Lin Xian. How dare you? Yu Wudao roared and wanted to attack. However, the evil spirits blocked him. Don't meddle in other people's affairs. He Shan looked at this scene and smiled. Do you want me to help you? Lin Xian said, it's fine. I don't care about these 2 old things. Didn't you want to eat golden crow meat? I'll let you have a taste today. After saying that, he clapped his hands. A few black figures flew out from the beast domain. Then, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. The ice fire swan rushed out and used the law of ice. The Blackwater mystical snake charged out with the power of the Black Sea. It charged at the 2 elders. At the same time, a dozen more beasts flew out. Lin Xian looked at Jin Wuhao and the other two. Don't you like to bully others with numbers? Today, I'll let you know what it's like to be attacked by a group. He waved his hand, and the dozen beasts all charged out. Damn it, Jin Wuhao roared and tried to use his bloodline to increase the pressure. But it was useless. The beasts were all under control and were not afraid at all. They charged over crazily and exploded in an instant. The surrounding people were stunned. Where did so many beasts come from? Even Feng Huang was stunned. Lin Xian had such a trick up his sleeve, Yi Wudao sneered. These people deserved it. He Shan was shocked. This kid can control so many beasts? Is he a beast tamer? With his experience, he naturally understood in an instant. Golden Crow Hao, Evil Spirit, and Jiangchen roared. Although they were elites, these beasts were not afraid of death. Some of them even burned their bloodline and laws to fight them. How could they be a match for them? They did not want to waste their lives. Hence, they quickly retreated. Their faces were pale. No way, 3 top geniuses were actually beaten back by a single person. The surrounding people were stunned. Golden Crow Hao gritted his teeth and his face darkened. That damned brat, borrowing the power of beasts was nothing. Lin Xian sneered. The 3 of you ganged up on me just now. What was that? Why, do you want to fight me one-on-one? I'll fight you with one hand. Golden Crow Hao did not dare to speak. He was no match for Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth, hoping that the 2 elders could kill these beasts. However, the elders were not in good condition either. The Icefire Swan had mastered the laws of ice and fire. The Blackwater Mystical Snake was a rare beast with terrifying strength. In the end, one of the elders was sent flying while spitting out blood. The other elder's body was torn into pieces. His body wanted to heal, but Black Mountain waved his hand and a black aura formed a large net that sealed half of his body. Great, I'll eat golden crow meat later. The elder was so angry that he vomited blood. He quickly escaped and his body reformed in another place. His face was extremely pale. They glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. As an elder, you can't even defeat a young man like me. How dare you stay here? The Golden Crow elder gritted his teeth, but there was nothing they could do with the powerful beasts guarding Lin Xian. Golden Crow Hao, Evil Spirit, and Jiang Chen's faces were cold. The fact that the 3 of them could not defeat Lin Xian made them feel ashamed. Lin Xian looked at Black Mountain and asked, "Can't you break it?" Black Mountain shook his head. Now was not the time. They could not break it with their strength alone. They could only break it with a formation. Alright, since that was the case, Lin Xian did not plan to stay here any longer. He prepared to leave. Hui Yuan walked up and said, "Young master, please follow me back to Pill Cauldron sect." "I will definitely repay young master," Lin Xian said. "With Jiang Chen's attitude towards me, is there a need for me to go back?" Hui Yuan gritted his teeth. He was him, and they were them. "You saved me, my grandfather is a core elder. If you go to Pill Cauldron School, you won't be in any danger." "I can swear on my life." Lin Xian nodded. "Alright, I'd like to see it for myself." After bidding farewell to He Shan, Yi Wudao, Lu Yun, and the others, Lin Xian and Hui Yuan set off for Pill Cauldron School. Pill Cauldron School was a top-notch school. More importantly, most of its members were alchemists, and some of them were extremely powerful. After returning to the Pill Cauldron School, many people were surprised. They didn't expect Hui Yuan to bring a guest. They were puzzled. Who was this person? Was he worthy of their attention? Hui Yuan said that he was my savior. He brought Lin Xian to his residence and said, "Lin Gongzi, you rest first. If you need anything, just let me know." Lin Xian nodded. He set up an array formation and started to rest. He recovered some of his strength and adjusted his condition to its peak. Then, he took out a pill bottle. It was the pill bottle that Hui Yuan had given him. The pill bottle was very old. When he opened it, a pill fell out. It was only half of the pill, and it was already petrified. He wondered if it could still be used. Lin Xian frowned. He used his strength, but the pill didn't break. He was surprised. With his strength, even an ordinary sacred artifact would be shattered. but the pill didn't break. That really shocked him. Could this thing be used? He was very doubtful. He kept it. Then, he took out the 3 broken swords. Previously, he had sealed it and brought it back with him. Lin Xian felt that it was a powerful weapon that could be used when necessary. Lin Xian used his Tianji God eyes to imprint a soul imprint on them. Then, he kept them again. The next day, Huiyuan came again. This time, he took out a storage ring and said, "Thank you for saving my life, master. Here are some pills that I have collected. There are pills for healing, recovery, increasing strength, and even soul strengthening. Master, if you need anything else, just let me know." Lin Xian took it and found that there were thousands of bottles of pills. He was really surprised. He said, "That's enough. By the way, there are some things that I hope you can help me find out." "Master, please tell me when you need it." Lin Xian said, "I want to find a spiritual medicine or pill that can prolong one's life." "Do you know?" Huiyuan was surprised. Then, he said, "There are such spiritual medicines, but they are very precious. Our Pill Cauldron sect has a lot of information about spiritual medicines. I'll do it right away." "Okay." Lin Xian stayed here temporarily. About 5 days later, Huiyuan came again. This time, he brought a woman with him. He said, "Lin Gongzi, let me introduce you. This is my sister." The woman was wearing a red robe and the flame aura on her body was extremely cold. The woman said, "My name is Dan Feng. I have something to talk to you about." At this moment, the flame said, "She's my sister. Although we're not related by blood, she grew up in our Pill Cauldron sect. She was raised by my grandfather, so we have a good relationship. She probably won't harm you." More importantly, Dan Feng was a top genius. Her strength and talent in alchemy were not inferior to Jiang Chen's at all. Lin Xian was surprised to hear that. Pill Cauldron sect was hiding such a genius. He nodded slightly to show that he understood. Huiyuan smiled and said, "Dan Feng, sister, you guys talk. I'll go out first." He turned and left. Lin Xian invited Dan Feng in and asked, "Fairy Dan Feng, why are you looking for me?" Dan Feng said, "I'll get straight to the point. I heard that you got a pill from Huiyuan. You got it from the ruins of the Heavenly Court." Lin Xian said, "That's right. I saved his life and he gave me the pill. Does Fairy Dan Feng want to take it back now?" Dan Feng smiled. "How can I take it back? I just want to ask you if the pill has been petrified and can't be absorbed." Lin Xian was surprised. "How did you know?" On second thought, it might be Huiyuan who told her. After all, Huiyuan got it first. Actually, he didn't know that Huiyuan didn't even have the chance to examine it. He gave it to Lin Xian directly. Opposite him, Huiyuan's eyes flickered. "I think you don't know how to absorb it. You even think it's a useless pill." Lin Xian said, "That's right. Do you have a way?" Dan Feng said, "If you trust me, I can try. If I succeed, the two of us have to absorb the power of the pill together. Do you agree?" Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "Sure." Although he knew alchemy, he couldn't do anything about the petrified pill. As for this Dan Feng, she should be a top-notch alchemist. Thinking about it, perhaps she should use special methods. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's get started. Dan Feng took it back and took out a furnace. There were 4 fire phoenixes circling around the furnace. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he took out the petrified pill. The fire phoenix said, "Give me some time, and I'll stay here for the time being." Then, she began to use her own method to crack the petrified pill. Lin Xian began to study the tortoiseshell when he had nothing to do. There were many runes of the Great Tao recorded on the tortoiseshell. It was extremely mysterious and needed to be comprehended and experienced. Lin Xian had been studying it for the past few days. He felt as if he had entered a magical world. Then, he took a deep breath. It was incredible. Under his heavenly secret divine eye, he discovered that all the runes on the tortoiseshell were intertwined and finally formed an ancient character. Heavens, the dowel on it was so faint that it was almost invisible. It was obvious that after 50,000 years, it had almost disappeared. However, it still remained. Moreover, ordinary people couldn't detect it at all. If Lin Xian didn't have the heavenly secret divine eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it. He had to use the power of reincarnation to detect it. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The power of reincarnation was related to the heavenly court. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and took out the 3 sealed broken swords again. He used the power of reincarnation of the heavenly secret eye to observe carefully. He discovered that there was indeed a great Tao on it. However, it wasn't complete. Could it be? Lin Xian said to Dan Feng, then left Pill Cauldron sect and went to the ruins of the ancient heavenly court again. He suppressed the remaining 4 swords and brought them back. The 7 swords were connected together. Lin Xian finally discovered that the great Tao on it also formed an ancient character. This was the heavenly quartz Tao. Lin Xian was too shocked. He searched again, but found that it was only on a few weapon fragments. Apart from the 7 broken swords and the tortoiseshell, he didn't find a third one. These 7 broken swords and tortoiseshell must have been extraordinary back in the day. Lin Xian returned to the Pill Cauldron sect and continued to meditate. Although there were only 2 ancient characters, the Tao contained within them shocked Lin Xian. Lin Xian decided to comprehend the heavenly quartz Tao. Outside, in Grand Clarity Ancient City, news was flying everywhere. There was news about the ancient heavenly court every day, but none of it was good news. None of the great sages could do anything about it, so they had no choice but to go back and think of a way to deal with it. Countless people were madly searching and fighting in the ruins. However, because the great sages had joined forces many times, the ultimate spell formation was activated and swept through everything. Many people were instantly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. As a result, the ruins of the ancient heavenly court became even more dangerous than before. Those weapon fragments also seemed to have received a boost of power and became even more terrifying. None of this had anything to do with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been meditating for the past 2 months. On the other side, the Red Phoenix Eye was trying her best to crack the petrified pill. Finally, she succeeded. She said, "Lin Gongzi, it's done." Lin Xian put away the broken swords and tortoiseshell, then walked out. As expected, there were countless cracks on the petrified pill. Then, power surged out. He and the Red Phoenix sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the half of the pill. This could increase soul power. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Once his soul became stronger, his heavenly secret divine eye would also become stronger. Using the heavenly secret divine eye to cast the power of reincarnation would allow him to comprehend the heavenly quartz Tao faster. On the other side, the Red Phoenix was also overjoyed. She also needed powerful soul power to refine pills, so the 2 of them absorbed with all their might. After about 10 days, a terrifying soul storm surged out from the 2 of them. It swept out in all directions. At this moment, countless people were in an uproar. Those from the Pill Cauldron sect were shocked. What a terrifying soul power. Was someone about to break through? They all turned to look. On the other side, Jiangchen also sensed this soul power. It was too terrifying. Who among the younger generation had such a soul? Was it the Red Phoenix? His figure flashed and he quickly walked over. Soon, he arrived in front of the mansion. This was Huiyuan's mansion. He was not surprised that the Red Phoenix was here. After all, the Red Phoenix was Huiyuan's sister. When he looked down with his soul, he frowned. He found that the Red Phoenix was not alone. There was another person sitting beside her. And it was not Huiyuan. Who was it? A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The Red Phoenix was the top genius of the Pill Cauldron sect. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful. He had long regarded her as his. He would never allow anyone else to sit beside the Red Phoenix. With the protection of the array, he could not see the other party's face clearly. He immediately snorted coldly. Jiangchen waited outside. He did not believe that the other party would not come out. Standing in the void, Jiangchen emitted a cold murderous intent that swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding disciples who had rushed over were also extremely frightened. They all retreated. The soul storm in front of them lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. The Red Phoenix and Lin Xian both opened their eyes. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The Red Phoenix was also happy. This time, her strength had increased a lot, especially her soul power. Lin Xian was the same. He felt that the heavenly secret divine eyes had become stronger than before. He had broken through the 14th heavenly secret map. He thought that he could condense more reincarnation power. It was really an unexpected joy. However, in the next moment, when he felt the terrifying murderous intent outside, he frowned. The Red Phoenix was the same. She snorted coldly and walked out. Looking at the figure in front of her, she frowned and said, "Jiang Chen, are you releasing your murderous intent towards me? Why? Do you want to fight with me?" "I don't mind fighting with you. Compete in martial arts or alchemy." The surrounding people exclaimed when they saw it. It was indeed the Red Phoenix. Her strength had become stronger than before. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Hearing the discussions around him, he snorted coldly. "Those who want to die can stay here. Those who don't want to die, scram." The terrifying murderous intent swept in all directions. The surrounding people retreated in fear. Soon, other than Lin Xian and the other two, there was no one else here. Jiang Chen landed. He looked at the Red Phoenix and said, "I'm not targeting you. Why would I attack you?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian again. An extremely cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Kid, who asked you to come here? This is the Pill Cauldron sect." Previously, the three of them had failed to take down Lin Xian, causing him to lose face. Now that he saw Lin Xian again, he was naturally filled with murderous intent. The Red Phoenix snorted coldly. "Why can't he be here? Lin Gongzi is my guest. Do you have a problem with that? How dare you speak up for him?" Jiang Chen was completely enraged. He really couldn't stand it. "Kid, stand out if you're a man. Do you think you can survive with the Red Phoenix protecting you?" Lin Xian also laughed. "Why? Do you want to attack me? Previously, the three of you couldn't defeat me. Now, you're alone. Are you sure you dare to attack me? Last time, I didn't use all my strength and trump cards. Otherwise, do you think you could have survived?" Jiang Chen said coldly. "Now, hand over what you got obediently," Dan Feng said. "This is my place." "Aren't you being too presumptuous, Jiang Chen? If you continue like this, I'll kick you out." Jiang Chen roared. "How can you treat me like this? Don't you understand my feelings for you? Also, this kid got what was left behind by the ancient heavenly court. Don't you want it? Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. Since young Master Lin obtained the treasure, then it belongs to him. Naturally, I won't interfere. As for your feelings, I don't understand and I don't want to understand. Hurry up and leave. I don't welcome you." Jiang Chen was about to go crazy. A terrifying flame burst out from his eyes as he charged towards Lin Xian. This was the soul fire. Together with the overflowing divine fire, it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The heaven's secret map in his eyes bloomed. Similarly, a soul sword flew out and blasted forward. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Jiang Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He retreated and his expression turned even uglier. Damn it. The other party's soul power was so strong too, not weaker than him, damn it. He roared and the heavenly fire burned. He was going to go all out and kill this kid. At this moment, Dan Feng stepped out. The power of fire wind spread out from her body as she shouted. "Are you really going to attack? Don't blame me for being impolite, alright, just you wait." Jiang Chen roared and turned to leave. Seeing the other party's figure disappear, Dan Feng sighed. "Because of me, you offended him." "I'm sorry," Lin Xian said. "It's fine. Even if it wasn't for you, I still had some conflicts with him. Previously, we fought in the heavenly court ruins. So, you don't have to feel guilty," Dan Feng said. "I didn't expect your soul power to be so strong. Also, it seems like you've cultivated a special eye technique." Lin Xian nodded and smiled. "You should be a top-grade pill, right? Why don't we exchange pointers in Pill Dao? You know how to refine pills too." Dan Feng was even more surprised. Lin Xian said. I know a little, but I can't compare to a genius of alchemy like you. Alright, let's spar then. Dan Feng's interest was piqued. The two people started sparring in the following time. During this time, Huiyuan also came. Seeing that the two of them were so focused, he quickly left. He even ordered that no one should disturb him. Truth be told, when he had met Dan Feng before, she had always had an ice-cold appearance. Even toward him, her younger brother, it was the same. It had been a long time since he had seen her smile. Now that she was with Lin Xian, she actually smiled every day. It was really surprising. It seemed that this Lin Gongzi was very likely to become his brother-in-law. Thinking of this, he sighed. This was because Jiang Chen and Dan Feng were known to all. Now that Lin Xian had arrived, it was likely that another storm would be stirred up. Lin Xian's place was quiet, but there were undercurrents surging outside. This was especially true for the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. They were extremely nervous. The great sage's eyes were bloodshot. They mobilized all their forces to study the array formation. In fact, some great sages personally came and stayed for a month or two without leaving. On this day, the array formation sent out a message inviting all the geniuses in the world. It seemed that the Purple Mansion was about to be fully opened. Countless people were in an uproar. Previously, the news of the Purple Mansion opening had already spread. However, at that time only Lin Xian and a few other top prodigies entered. The others were not qualified to enter. Now that all the geniuses in the world were invited, everyone was shocked. Countless people gathered again. They all set off for the Purple Mansion. On Pill Cauldron Sect's side, Jiangchen received the news and quickly took action. He once again arrived outside Lin Xian's residence and spoke. Huafeng walked out and said, "Are you going to make a move again?" Jiangchen glanced at Lin Xian. He snorted coldly, "I'll give you face and not make a move for the time being. I'm here today because of an important matter. The Purple Mansion has been reactivated, and it's going to be opened in the next few days. Let's make a move too." "Is it opening again?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He frowned. He now knew that the totem of the Purple Mansion was the red spider lily. Moreover, there was a mysterious expert who attacked it. It was very likely that he was from the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian was wondering if he should go and take a look. Then, he sneered and went to see what the Purple Mansion was up to. Dan Feng was also surprised. She had long heard of the Purple Mansion. She didn't have the chance last time, so she definitely wouldn't miss it this time. She looked at Lin Xian and smiled. "Lin Gongzi, let's go together." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, Jiang Chen, who was in front, was about to vomit blood. Damn it, what's so good about this kid that he can stay by Dan Feng's side? The Purple Mansion was incomparably mysterious. The scenery inside was magnificent, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in one place. It was like a paradise on earth. At this moment, the Purple Mansion was extremely lively. Many people entered one after another. Of course, those who entered were all top geniuses and experts. The women in the Purple Mansion were like fairies, and the men were either like immortals. They were like unparalleled emperors with supreme auras that made everyone look up to them. There weren't many people in the Purple Mansion, but every one of them was a top expert and expert. It was really shocking. It was no wonder that they could surpass the clan of the ancients 70,000 years ago. This place truly made people linger on and forget to return. Yunfei arrived, bringing with him a natural and unrestrained manner, as if he was an immortal. A woman in a silver robe walked up. There was a crescent moon on her forehead, and she had a mysterious aura. She was called Yufian. She was one of the successors of the Purple Mansion Celestial Mountain. And this time, she seemed to be the host. At this moment, Yufian walked up and smiled. "Young Master Yunfei, long time no see. Please come in." Yunfei also smiled. Yu Xianzi was more beautiful than before, and her aura was also stronger than before. As expected of a successor of the Purple Mansion. He walked in with a smile. Not long after, another person came. He had a holy aura, like an angel. He was Xingtian Su. When he came, he was respectfully invited in. Not long after, the sky was filled with golden light, as if a sun had descended. Golden Crowhow also came, with arrogance. The people around felt their scalps tingle. The divine island in the sky descended, and a woman walked out of the wind. Next to her was a purple figure, like an unparalleled divine king. The arrival of the two made people look up to them. It was the princess of the Feng clan, Feng Huang. That person should be the successor of the Yi clan, a clan of the ancients. Yes, he was Yi Wudao, the legendary sacred body of the ancients. Yu Fian smiled. Sister Phoenix, long time no see. Young Master Yi, please come in. Yi Wudao nodded and walked forward. However, at this moment, they turned around and looked at the void. The void split open and a figure appeared out of thin air. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. That person was so fast. It was Guangming from the Light Clan. Guangming had arrived. He arrived with extreme speed and stared at Yi Wudao. It seemed like the fairies of the Purple Mansion were inferior to Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's eyes also shone with a cold light. The Heavenly Emperor scripture was circulating in his body. Between them, the great Tao intertwined and the 9 heavens split open. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. Was there going to be another battle between the two of them? Previously, the two of them had fought once, but they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Yu Fian walked over with a smile. The two of them were top figures. If they wanted to fight, there would be plenty of chances later. Now, please go in first. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears, like the voice of the 9 heavens. It seemed to be able to calm one's soul. The surrounding atmosphere became more relaxed. Yi Wudao retracted his gaze and said. Guangming also smiled. I naturally have to give face to the fairy. Next, Evil Spirit also arrived. There were also some disciples from the great sects and even the ancient families. It could be said that this was a grand event. The Purple Mansion had even sent out disciples to properly entertain these people. Other than Yu Fian, the disciples of the other immortal mountains also came out. Each and every one of them was a peerless figure. They were like the 9 heavens maidens that everyone looked up to. Those people were all stunned. Evil Spirit, Xianxia, and the others took a deep breath and clenched their fists. Phoenix also turned her head, but she was stunned. She only saw the beautiful fairies, but she did not see the person who was like a supreme emperor. She was a bit disappointed. She did not know where that person went. Among the fairies, Xianxia was also there. At this moment, her aura and cultivation were much stronger than when she had just arrived at the buried Emperor Star. It was shocking that she could even reach Huiyuan's level. One had to know that Xianxia had just joined the Purple Mansion and her strength had increased so much. The Purple Mansion was incomparably mysterious. Of course, she was from the 9-tailed fox clan and had a very powerful bloodline. At this moment, the corner of her mouth rose. Her smile shocked heaven and earth. Jin Wuhao's eyes shone as he walked over. How should I address this fairy? He could sense that the other party also had a very powerful bloodline in him. Qin Xianer. What a good name. Would Fairy Qin accompany me for a drink? Golden Crowhow invited with a smile. In his opinion, the other party would definitely not refuse. This was because his strength and talent were both top-notch. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong this time. Xianer smiled and shook her head. Even if he rejected her, it didn't seem to make her angry. The surrounding people were stunned. They were shocked. This was the first time someone had dared to reject Jin Wuhao. Jin Wuhao was also taken aback. A piercingly cold light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said with a smile. It seems that Fairy Qin is still not familiar with me. Don't worry, I'll let you have time to understand me in the future. One day, I think Fairy will be willing to drink wine with me. It was clear from his words that Jin Wuhao was unwilling to accept this. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly. Qin Xianer continued to smile and didn't say anything. Her gaze casually scanned the surroundings. Clearly, she was also searching for someone. When she didn't see that figure, she was a little disappointed. However, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if you work hard for 100 years, he won't agree. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Countless people were in an uproar as they looked up at the sky. Jin Wuhao's expression also darkened. Who is it? Is he challenging me? With a cold shout, the surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At that moment, the void above cracked open. The flames that filled the sky turned into a divine furnace and descended from the sky. Everyone felt a scorching aura that seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. It seemed that the people from Pill Cauldron sect had arrived. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that Jiangchen was challenging Jin Wuhao, another 2 top-notch geniuses? It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. However, their expressions soon changed. That was because they realized that Jiangchen wasn't alone. There were 2 other extremely terrifying auras that were not weaker than Jiangchen. Some of them were even stronger. Another expert had arrived. Who was it? This time, even Yi Wudao, Feng Huang, Xingtian Tiance, and the others looked over. Jin Wuhao shouted coldly. Jiangchen, are you challenging me? After Jiangchen landed, he didn't say a word. His face was a little dark. At that moment, someone next to him spoke. It's not him, it's me. Are you unhappy? It's you. Jin Wuhao finally saw clearly that it was Lin Xian. His eyes instantly turned red. Despicable brat, how dare you come again? Jiangchen had previously injured an elder of the Golden Crow tribe. He had even taken half of that elder's body and barbecued it. How could he tolerate that? He roared and wanted to attack. The Golden Crow flames that filled the sky quickly burned and condensed into a sun that charged over. It was so terrifying. It seemed that he was going to kill him as soon as he attacked. Had the hatred between the 2 sides reached such a level? Before Lin Xian could attack, Dan Feng waved her hand, and a fire phoenix flew out and swept through the sky. It blocked the sun. In the next moment, she shouted coldly. Were all the Golden Crows so arrogant? It was a woman who had blocked Jin Wuhao's attack. Who was she? Countless people were in an uproar. At that moment, the eyes of Light, Yun Fei, and the other top-notch experts burst out with piercing cold light and froze in place. Jin Wuhao was even more shocked. He looked forward. Who are you? When did the Pill Cauldron Gate have a top-notch genius? My name is Dan Feng. I heard that your Golden Crow flames are very powerful. I would like to experience it. A terrifying fire phoenix surrounded Dan Feng's body. The others were surprised. Xing Tianzi asked directly, Jiangchen, is this a genius of the Pill Cauldron Gate? Jiangchen nodded. That's right. Dan Feng is also a member of the Pill Cauldron Gate. As soon as he said that, countless people exclaimed. Some were extremely shocked. 2 top-notch geniuses had appeared in the Pill Cauldron Gate? It was unbelievable. Even some of the peerless sects felt immense pressure. Even the clan of the ancients were discussing animatedly. She is Dan Feng. Feng Huang whispered. Obviously, she had heard of this name before. The corners of Light's mouth curled up into a smile. It was getting more and more interesting. Jin Wuhao's eyes were also shining. It seemed that there were quite a few geniuses today. Dan Feng was also a peerless beauty. The corners of his mouth curled up. It was easy for a fairy to spar with fire. After this gathering, why don't you come back with me? We can have a good spar. Dan Feng's face darkened. You want to invite me? Do you have the right? She raised her hand and shot out another fire phoenix. Terrifying flames covered the sky and earth. Jin Wuhao wanted to deal with it calmly, but after 3 moves, he was shocked. His opponent's strength was not inferior to his at all. If he was careless, he might even be at a disadvantage. How could he embarrass himself in front of a woman? He would not allow it. With a furious roar, he turned into a golden crow phantom and rushed over. Heaven and earth trembled. On the other side, the red phoenix formed a seal with both hands, forming a fiery wind seal that slammed forward. The 2 collided, and a deafening sound spread in all directions. Inside the Zifu, there was a mysterious formation that blocked all kinds of energy. Otherwise, some people would have been swept away by this energy and turned into a bloody mist. After the collision, the 2 of them retreated. The fire phoenix snorted. What? Do you still think you're qualified to invite me? Golden Crow House's face was pale, and his hands were turning black. It was burned by the other party's flames. Damn it, the other party's fire phoenix was too terrifying. He didn't attack again. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this. You have the right to be arrogant. Do you really think you can dominate the world? I'm afraid you can't beat anyone here, damn it. You're courting death. Golden Crow How roared. He was about to go crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Are you sure you want to fight me? Do you believe that I can suppress you with one hand? His body emitted a biting cold killing intent. Golden Crow How gritted his teeth. Kid, you'll definitely die if you challenge the Golden Crow clan. After saying a few words, he walked back and didn't attack again. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was that person? Some people discussed. Someone said, I know him. He entered the purple mansion with Golden Crow How and the others. He's very terrifying. I heard that he's a rogue cultivator. The surrounding people were stunned. Why was that guy with the people from the Pill Cauldron sect? Even the evil spirit furrowed its brows at this sight. A few months ago, he and Jiangchen had joined forces to fight against the other party. Now, the other party was with Jiangchen. What's going on? He asked Jiangchen through voice transmission. Jiangchen's face darkened, and he didn't respond. Lin Xian didn't care about the difference in the crowd. He greeted Yu Wu Dao and walked over to Xianxia to talk. Xianxia smiled when she heard that. Was this guy so familiar with the fairies of the Purple Mansion? The surrounding people were even more shocked. When Jin Wuhao saw this scene, he clenched his teeth so hard they almost shattered. He went up, but was rejected. Yet, the other party was still able to talk cheerfully. Was the gap between him and the other party really that big? He didn't believe it. At this time, Yu Fian walked out to smooth things over, and the atmosphere eased up again. At the same time, she said that she had asked everyone to come this time because the Purple Mansion had reopened. She gently waved her hand, and the maids served up exquisite dishes and spirit wine. The banquet began. Not long after, someone said, We're all martial saints, it's boring to just drink and chat. Why don't we spar? Many people were astonished, and some of their eyes flickered. At this time, experts from all over the world had gathered. Victory here could make one's name known throughout the world. This was a very good opportunity to gain fame. Yu Fian said with a smile. Our Violet Palace has just opened. Today is not a good day to fight. I have another idea. I wonder if everyone is willing. What thoughts? Yunfei smiled as he waved his fan. Fairy Fa, please speak your mind. Recently, our Violet Mansion sect has been researching a mysterious formation. We would like to invite all the geniuses to see who can break the formation. If you can break the formation, then my Purple Mansion sect will give you a martial art of the ancient saints. A martial art of the ancient saints, many people were astonished. They knew that the Violet Mansion sect was all-encompassing. It could be said that they had collected countless martial arts. But now, the other party had taken out such a condition. What was so magical about that array formation? Some people couldn't wait. Yu Fian, where is the formation? Many people stood up. They all wanted to obtain a martial art of the ancient saints. How could something from the Violet Mansion sect be weak? It might even be from tens of thousands of years ago. Lin Xian was also astonished. He didn't know what the Violet Mansion sect was doing. Yu Fian smiled. It seems that everyone is interested. All right, everyone, please follow me. She stood up and led everyone out of the hall, flying into the distance. Everyone followed. There was a valley in front of them. The spiritual energy inside was extraordinary. Yu Fian landed in the valley, and everyone followed. They discovered that there was indeed the aura of a formation flickering in front of them. Furthermore, there was already a figure waiting there. It was a man surrounded by demons and gods. He looked like a peerless emperor. Everyone couldn't help but tremble when they looked at him. Who is this person? Is he someone from the Violet Mansion sect? He's so terrifying. Yunfei, Guang, and the others' eyes lit up. The other party's strength was very strong. He was a peerless enemy. Feng Huang's body swayed, and shock appeared in her eyes. It's him. She didn't expect that the person she wanted to meet would be here. Yu Wu Dao frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Why is this guy here? Could it be that he also joined the Violet Mansion sect? He looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. Xianxia said, "You know him, Yao Guang? I didn't say anything wrong, right?" Xianxia nodded. That's right. He's Yao Guang, the successor of one of the 9 immortal mountains. He joined the Violet Mansion sect even earlier than me. The Yao Guang Holy Son was an incredible figure in the true spirit world. He was extremely mysterious. He was very strong, but no one knew what level he had reached. They only knew that he was at the peak. Later, Lin Xian and the others entered the ancient starry sky path. And this Yao Guang seemed to have stayed in the true spirit world. When Lin Xian returned to the true spirit world from the ancient starry sky path, the Yao Guang Holy Son still hadn't fallen to a disadvantage. Later, Lin Xian and the others came to the buried Emperor Star. Yao Guang had also come and joined the Violet Mansion sect. It was truly shocking. Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao. He saw that Yi Wudao was also frowning. Yao Guang's eyes flickered. He swept his gaze over everyone and naturally saw Lin Xian and Yi Wudao. He didn't seem surprised at all. It seemed that he had long since known of Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's existence. Yao Guang walked forward and smiled. Everyone, this is the formation our Violet Mansion sect set up. I wonder if anyone can break it. Everyone was curious. Was this formation an offensive one? Or an illusion one? Someone asked. That's right. Why don't you tell us what this formation is called? Yao Guang said that this formation is called the Nameless Formation. As for its effects and power, everyone will personally experience it after going up. Everyone was in an uproar. This was no different from not saying anything. They became even more curious. Let me try it. Someone walked up. It was a large man with a powerful physique. He held a battle axe on his back. He was like a god of war as he charged forward. The entire mountain valley shook violently. He leapt forward, turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the formation. He grabbed the battle axe on his back. The battle axe fell with a heaven-rending power. Boom, the formation flickered. Countless dazzling Dao runes smashed into the battle axe. The battle axe split apart, and the large man was sent flying. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder, and his arms had been completely crippled. Roar, he roared at the sky and rapidly retreated. Laws intertwined around his body, healing his wounds. At the same time, he was terrified. Not only had he been heavily injured, but his weapon had also shattered. The others were shocked. How powerful was this? This large man was a mid-sacred king and could be considered an expert. But he hadn't even been able to block a single attack. The formation's power had surpassed their expectations. It seemed that this ancient sage's martial technique wasn't so easy to obtain. Stupid thing, you can't break a formation with brute force. Don't you know that? A cold laugh rang out. The tower-like man roared. Who was it? His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The figure behind him sneered. Facing the terrifying gaze, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he waved the token in his hand. The tower-like man's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and left. The one who spoke was someone from the ghost sect. They were a peerless sect that he didn't dare to provoke. Because of the previous injury, he had lost face. He could only leave quickly. Of course, he didn't leave completely. Instead, he stood in a remote corner and watched. He wanted to see who could break such a terrifying formation. The others were also discussing. A few more people went up to try, but none of them succeeded. Whether it was using brute force, attacking, or using a formation to break the formation, they all failed. However, they lasted longer than the tower-like man. Could it be that no one succeeded? Many people were discussing. They now knew how terrifying the obscurity formation was. The people from the Purple Mansion were also nervous. Some of them were already sighing. From the looks of it, no one would be able to successfully break this array formation. That might not be the case. Light said coldly. You still haven't said what the ancient saint's martial art is. Otherwise, I don't think any of the top experts would make a move. That was indeed the case. Although there were more than 10 people going up to try, Light, Xing Tianmei, Yi Wudao and the other top experts didn't make a move. They were all waiting. Yu Fian smiled. It seems that the Purple Mansion's offer isn't enough. Well, I'll let you know in advance. If you can break this formation, you'll get a divine ability. It's a martial art that was lost 30,000 years ago, the Great Desolate Heaven Hunter's Hand. It was created by the heaven-splitting Great Sage, and its power was boundless. When it was mastered, it could tear apart opponents of the same level with a single move. Later on, after Great Sage Hunting Heaven passed away, his martial arts disappeared. A crisp sound rang out. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Great Desolate Heaven Hunter's Hand. It was a lost martial art. As expected of the Purple Mansion, they could even take it out. How did they get it? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Jiang Chen, Dan Feng and the others' eyes lit up. Yun Fei, Yu Xia and the others' eyes were also shining. It seemed like the Purple Mansion sect was really sincere. Even they were tempted by this martial art. Since it's a lost ancient saint martial art, I'll gladly accept it. Jin Wuhao walked over with large strides. I've broken your nameless formation. He walked toward the formation like a fiery god of war. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. The Z government's people were also looking forward to it. It seemed that the lost technique they had taken out had already been effective. A top-notch expert had come to break the formation. He wondered if they would succeed. As soon as Jin Wuhao walked into the formation, he could feel a terrifying power. He roared angrily, and the flames on his body soared into the sky. His wings turned into heavenly blades, and at the same time, his palms swept out in all directions. It seemed that he also wanted to use his tyrannical strength to tear apart the formation. The formation sensed the terrifying aura, and a light appeared on it, repelling everything. At the same time, a terrifying power rushed towards Jin Wuhao. How Jin Wu roared. The people who were watching from the outside were terrified. The formation was too powerful, even Jin Wuhao was suppressed to a disadvantage. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he frowned. Why does this formation look so familiar? He was a formation master, and when he looked at the formation, he naturally would not look at the surface. He would look at the core content. Therefore, he could naturally see the power of this formation. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. However, he could not say it out loud. He felt that it was very strange. It seemed like the Z government was indeed mysterious. The formation was definitely set up by a great saint, and there might be more than one great saint. It was impossible to break it with brute force. The sound in front of him shook the heavens. The formation contained a destructive power, but in the end, Jin Wuhao still retreated. His hair was disheveled, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? He slapped out again, but the result was that he was pushed back, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He roared angrily and flew into the sky. He swore that he would break the formation, but in the end, he did not succeed at all. It made him lose face. He was so angry that he wanted to destroy the entire valley. Jin Wuhao's body emitted a terrifying light, and it formed a sun, releasing an unparalleled power. The people in the valley were stunned. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to kill all of us? Run. Everyone retreated, and the Z government's people's expression changed. Jin Wuhao was too much. Yao Guang walked out and shouted coldly. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous. Go to hell, Jin Wuhao roared, and the golden sun descended. This was his full-strength attack. Yao Guang snorted and waved his hands, and a strange seal shot towards the sky. With a crack, the whole world was torn in half. The sun was instantly torn apart, and its power dissipated. Jin Wuhao kept retreating, and his face was pale. Damn it, his ultimate technique was instantly broken by the other party. Yi Wudao's eyes shone brightly. Is this the great desolate heaven-splitting palm? Yao Guang nodded. The others were shocked. Is this the lost secret technique? It's too terrifying. One strike could tear everything apart. Are you going to continue being arrogant? Yao Guang looked at Jin Wuhao. The other people of the Z government also looked at him. Jin Wuhao's scalp went numb. Although he was a top genius, this Xiao Guang was not weaker than him, and this was the territory of the Z government. There was definitely a great saint overseeing this place. So he snorted coldly and descended, and did not attack again. However, he still wanted to regain his face. Your formation is too terrifying. No one in the Saint King realm can break it. Are you lying to us? Indeed, Jingwu Hao's technique was flawless, and the others' chances of success were not high. Yu Fian walked over and smiled. Crown Prince, please calm down. This formation is indeed strange, and there are very few people who can break it. Even we don't have much hope. However, we still want to try and see if there is really a heaven-defying formation master who can break it. Jingwu Hao's expression eased a lot. Even the Z government only had a trace of hope, and it was not shameful for him to lose. As the others discussed, Jiangchen looked at Dan Feng and asked, "What do you think?" Dan Feng shook his head. "Do you want to refine pills? We can break this kind of formation. Ordinary formations wouldn't be a problem, but for a top-grade formation like this, we can't break it with brute force, so we're at our wits' end." Jiangchen sighed. It seemed that they were not fated with the great desolate heaven-splitting palm. In addition, Feng Huang looked at Yu Wudao and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" He was not very confident. Although he had studied array formations before, this array formation was clearly too mysterious. Phoenix also sighed. Their Wind clan had collected array formations from ancient times until now. They had everything they needed. However, he was also at his wits' end. At this moment, a figure walked out and said, "I'll try." Guang Ming walked out. He wanted to use his extreme speed to break this array. Among all the supernatural powers in the world, only speed was invincible. Maybe he could really break it with his extreme speed. The people of the Purple Mansion were also looking forward to it. Guang Ming walked into the array and turned into an aurora. Even Yin Fei and the others couldn't see him clearly. Guang Ming was extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks, but he found that he still couldn't break it. Although the array couldn't hurt him, he still couldn't break it completely. Damn it, what kind of array was this? Even his bloodline speed couldn't break it. Finally, he retreated, shaking his head and sighing. Everyone was in despair. Even Guang Ming was defeated, the others had no chance at all. It seemed that they couldn't get the great desolate heaven-splitting hand. That might not be the case. A voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then, they were shocked. It was Lin Xian. Was this kid trying to break the array? Yes, it was Lin Xian. He looked forward, took a deep breath, and walked in. What was this kid doing? He couldn't break it even with his extreme speed. Who did he think he was? Jiangchen snorted and said, "Lin Gongzi is usually very steady. He won't do anything he isn't sure of. Besides, what right do you have to look down on him? You don't even dare to try." Dan Feng said coldly. Jiangchen snorted. "I want to see how he's going to break the array." The people of the Purple Mansion were also watching. Yao Guang narrowed his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on Yu Fian's face. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew that if he did this, the people of the Purple Mansion would target him again. They might even find out his true identity. However, the Purple Mansion was so mysterious and powerful. They even sent experts to attack him last time. Even if he was hiding, he might be discovered. If that was the case, why should he hide? He might as well stand out and break the array. If he was lucky, he might even get the ancient saint's unique skill. After walking into the array, Lin Xian could feel the uniqueness of the array. He himself was an expert in array formations, and his strength was extremely powerful. Thus, at this moment, he formed hand seals with his palms, and countless talismans flew out from his fingertips in all directions to break the seal. Lin Xian had learned the heaven-breaking formation before, so he could break most formations. However, that was not the case now. The heaven-crushing formation had lost its effect before the nameless formation. Lin Xian sensed the increasingly terrifying aura and rushed over. It was no wonder that Golden Crow and the others could not withstand it. Even Light was helpless. The power of the array formation was really too strong. He shouted coldly as he waved his hand. Countless great daos intertwined with each other to form a mysterious ancient character. This was the result of his recent comprehension of the heavenly quartz Tao. At this moment, he subconsciously used it. The heavenly quartz Tao permeated the surroundings. The array formation in front of them was quickly broken, and the surrounding attacks disappeared. Lin Xian was stunned. What's going on? Could the heavenly quartz Tao break the array formation? He was really too surprised. That shouldn't be the case. Even though the heavenly quartz Tao is incomparably mysterious, it's definitely not specialized in deciphering formations. What was going on? Could it be this array formation? Lin Xian had previously felt that this array formation was very familiar. Now that he thought about it carefully, he suddenly realized. In the ruins of the heavenly court, there was a peerless array formation that so many great sages could not break even together. The power of that array formation was shocking. This one was very similar. However, this one was a weakened version, and its power was countless times weaker. He did not recognize it at first. Now that the heavenly quartz Tao had displayed its power, he finally remembered that this was definitely similar to the array formation of the ancient heavenly court. Lin Xian used the heavenly quartz Tao and did not continue to break the array formation. He frowned. It seemed that this array formation was set up by the Purple Mansion Great Sage after studying the heavenly quartz array formation. Then, he invited the experts of the world to break it and find inspiration to break the heavenly quartz array formation. If he could break it at this time, wouldn't he be helping the Purple Mansion? Thinking of this, he wanted to end it. However, on second thought, he was also extremely curious about the heavenly court. It was a supreme treasure trove. If he did not make a move this time, it would be impossible for him to break it himself. Because the real heavenly quartz array formation was thousands of times stronger than this. It needed a great sage to break it. Lin Xian had an idea. It seemed that he had to show some of his strength. He had to let the clan of the ancients and the peerless sects pay attention. Then, he could use the power of the clan of the ancients to break the array formation. This way, he would be able to obtain the things in the ancient heavenly court. It seemed that this was a very dangerous decision, but Lin Xian decided to take the risk. Wealth came from danger. He would go all out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and condensed the heavenly quartz Tao again. The second ancient character appeared, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. The surrounding people were waiting and discussing. They did not think highly of Lin Xian, because Light, Golden Crow, and the others had all tried and were helpless. Perhaps only a true great sage could do it. Lin Xian was strong, but there was still a gap between him and a true great sage. How could this kid succeed? Jiangchen sneered. Golden Crow How also snorted. Even he couldn't succeed, let alone Lin Xian. But all of a sudden, his face froze and his eyes widened. Jiangchen's pupils constricted. This was impossible, he felt as if he was dreaming. Dan Feng said, "The array formation has been broken." With a cry of surprise, everyone raised their heads and looked over. They were dumbfounded. The array formation in front of them quickly cracked open. The people of the Purple Mansion were shocked. Could it be? They were all stunned. The array formation cracked open, and a figure walked out. "You broke it." Yao Guang also exclaimed. Yu Fian walked up and observed carefully. She looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. "Lin Gongzi, you really succeeded." "Not bad." Lin Xian nodded. "I was lucky to be able to decipher it." "Lucky?" Everyone had strange expressions. "Damn it, how could this guy be so lucky?" Jiangchen gritted his teeth. Golden Crowhouse's face also darkened. The others were speechless. Was it really good luck? This was not something that could be explained by luck. Lin Xian ignored these people and looked at Yu Fian. He said, "Previously, you said that whoever breaks this array formation will be able to obtain the ancient sage's lost art. I wonder if you can fulfill your promise." The successors of the Immortal Mountains discussed. Yu Fian stood her ground. She said, "Of course. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go get it now." As she spoke, her figure flickered and flew into the distance. The others were incomparably envious. This guy really did it, and was going to obtain the lost art, the great desolate heaven-splitting hand. Yao Guang had used it to shock Golden Crow How with a single strike. One could imagine how terrifying such a lost art was. After a while, Yu Fian returned. This time, she didn't come back alone. There was another figure who came back with her. It was an elder. He held a jade slip in his hand and said, "This must be Lin Gongzi, the one who cracked the array." As he spoke, he looked at the spirit formation. Wherever his gaze passed, a cold light appeared in his eyes. He really cracked it, that's right, I am. Lin Xian spoke again. The elder said, "Of course," and handed over the jade slip in his hand. What was recorded inside was the cultivation technique of the great desolate heaven-splitting hand. Lin Xian took it and found that it was very complicated. It was recorded by the Supreme Saint with his soul. It was as vast as the sea. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. His heavenly secret godly eyes formed a light shadow and covered all the energy inside. In the next moment, he waved his hand and shattered the jade slip. Everyone was shocked. Did he finish reading it? The people of the Purple Mansion were also surprised. The great desolate sky-splitting hand was so complicated that it couldn't be read in 2 or 3 years. Had this brat really finished reading it? Or did he just shatter it? Lin Gongzi, the elder, was also surprised. Lin Xian said, "I finished reading it. To prevent others from stealing it, I destroyed it. I don't think you want more people to see it." Yu Fian and Yao Guang also frowned. What kind of soul was this? Even they couldn't do it, but this guy did it so easily. The old man also exclaimed, "Good," as expected of a young prodigy who can break the formation. This is really an eye-opener for me. Lin Gongzi, your talent is admirable. I'm very curious. Why don't you stay in the Purple Mansion for a few days? I have some things to ask you. Of course, in return, the Purple Mansion won't mistreat you. Maybe we'll provide you with other ancient saint martial arts, the surrounding people gasped. Some of the geniuses' eyes turned red. Living in the Purple Mansion was something that they had dreamed of. There were so many martial arts in the Purple Mansion. If they could get 1 or 2, they would benefit immensely. But now, he had actually been tricked by this brat. How despicable. Jiang Chen, Jin Wu Hao, and the others gritted their teeth. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. This old man wanted to trap him. He directly refused. "No, thank you for your kindness, but I still have things to do, so I won't be staying in the Z Mansion. Furthermore, 1 divine ability is already enough for me to cultivate. I don't want anything else." With that, Lin Xian turned to leave. "Young master, please wait." Yu Fian walked over and stopped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression darkened. "What? You want to stop me by force? We just want to have a chat with you." Yu Fian also emitted a terrifying aura. As the successor of the Immortal Mountain, not only was she extremely beautiful, her strength was also top-notch. Is that so? I also want to experience the strength of a Purple Mansion successor. Is he really as terrifying as the legends say? Lin Xian's eyes released a terrifying aura, and a powerful soul pressure emerged. Everyone felt their souls being suppressed, as if they would be torn apart at any moment. How could this guy's soul be so terrifying? Yu Fian's expression also changed. She snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, the old man in the back said, "Okay, stop." Yu Fian shook, then said, "Yes, elder." She stepped back and stood respectfully to the side. The elder walked over and said, "Lin Gongzi, we treat you with respect. I hope you can consider it carefully. Don't refuse. Or else." He didn't speak, but released an aura. The surrounding people were terrified. This was the aura of a supreme saint. This old man was actually a great sage. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, he hid so deeply that he didn't sense it before. Was the supreme saint here because he was afraid he would resist and run away? What, you want to attack me? Facing a supreme saint, Lin Xian was still strong to the end. His gaze was resolute. The Purple Mansion great saint laughed, "I don't want to either, but young master, please don't do that." It was over. Everyone shook their heads. A supreme saint attacked, he had to stay here even if he didn't want to. Lin Xian laughed, "The Purple Mansion great saint has a big appetite. Aren't you afraid you can't swallow it all? What do you mean?" The Purple Mansion Great Saint frowned. The others were also confused. Lin Xian sneered, "What, do you really think I don't know?" He pointed at the broken array in front of him and said, "Your array should be based on the peerless array in the Heavenly Court ruins. Don't you want to get the method to crack the Heavenly Court ruins? Now that I've cracked it, you want to suppress me and take the Heavenly Court for yourself?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. No way, there was such a thing, what nonsense. The Purple Mansion Great Saint's face darkened. His aura was as deep as the sea, and Lin Xian kept retreating. Lin Xian's face was pale. There was a strong sword intent on his body that seemed to be able to cut through everything. Golden light bloomed in his eyes. The eye of the god fought against it. "You're courting death," the Purple Mansion Great Saint roared. Lin Xian retreated again. He had the Great Saint's illusion on his body, but he was still injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian laughed, "What, are you angry? You want to kill me?" Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao, Xianxia, and the others. "You are all top geniuses. Now think carefully. Isn't this array very similar to the peerless array in the ancient Heavenly Court?" The geniuses began to recall and found that there were indeed some similarities. But the power was much weaker. They didn't realize it at first. If not for Lin Xian's reminder, they would still be in the dark. What nonsense! The Purple Mansion Great Saint wanted to attack. At this time, Yi Wudao said, "Why?" "I think so." "Yes, that's right." Xianxia also said. Light nodded. Even Jin Wuhao's face was cold. Although he wanted to kill Lin Xian, he knew that Lin Xian was right. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian laughed. "What, do you still think that the Purple Mansion Great Saint can cover up the truth? Do you still want to monopolize this matter? So what if they know?" The Purple Mansion Great Saint said coldly. "If I want to suppress you, do you think they can resist? You can try to touch him." Danfeng walked out and said coldly. "This is a guest I brought. If you touch him, you will be an enemy of the Danding sect. Lin Xian is my friend. If you touch him, you will be going against me." Yi Wudao also walked out. The Purple Mansion Great Saint was silent. The others were also shocked. Danfeng, a new genius, might not be powerful enough. But Leaf Dao Denier was different. Yi Wudao's reputation had long been known. He had the sacred body of the ancients. When he grew up, he would be able to control the Yi family. That was the family of the Arch. No matter how strong the Purple Mansion Great Saint was, it had just reopened. It wasn't as grand as it was 70,000 years ago. Therefore, it was unwise to offend these two forces. If what Lin Gongzi said is true, then I think that the Light Tribe will invite Lin Gongzi to be our guest. At this time, Light said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded. Yes, the Sacred Sky Tribe also wants to invite Lin Gongzi. The other geniuses spoke one after another. End of chapter 4650. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.